Hello everyone, like, subscriber and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. Groove, I won't really cross over, will I? When he opened his eyes, Nakano looked around and found that the room in front of him was not his own Chinese room, but an unfamiliar Japanese style. It was a very large room, with rows of wooden beds on each wooden bed, and on each wooden bed were two children sleeping, and on one of the wooden beds was a little girl, who looked to be about 4 years old, and she slept soundly. There is a chronograph hanging on the wall, which currently shows the time at 9:20 p.m. His mind was empty for a moment, and the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. I'm 6 years old again. Nakano was sure of his age, because he originally had 2 scars on the index finger of his left hand, the first cut when he was 6 years old, the second scratched at 7 years old, and now there is only 1 cut scar on the index finger of his left hand, and the answer is obvious. He just stayed up late to watch the latest Marvel movie Venom, Deadly Guardian, then slept and actually crossed over. Whether it was a sudden death crossing, or what, he is completely confused now. And even his body returned to the age of 6, he was originally 23 years old. Are you awake? At this moment, a fat girl in her teens walked in, and when she saw Nakano wake up, she was immediately relieved and smiled. Nakano looked at the fat girl in front of him. Her outfit was a black robe, with white cloth decorations on the neckline and waist, and even a white cloth wrap on her head. Isn't this Nemo Hokage? Nakano finally remembered why he felt a little familiar here. He had just relived the Hokage some time ago, and this was clearly the place where the medicine master appeared in the memory, and the fat girl was also in that memory. This is clearly the orphanage of Konoha village. What's your name? Is it a villager in the land of fire? In the face of the fat girl's inquiry, Nakano confirmed that this was the Hokage world, and at the moment, he shook his head in response. He remembered that when Yakushi was taken in by the orphanage, he lost his memory, but he crossed over the whole person, just under the guise of amnesia to avoid the problem of identity. Don't remember anything. The fat girl frowned and pondered for a few seconds, then took out a piece of bread and handed it to Nakano. Eat something. The rule here is to turn off the lights at 9 p.m. to rest. After you eat, just rest well. Tomorrow the dean will come to see you. After smiling, the fat girl left. Nakano was really hungry, and he solved the whole piece of bread by dividing it by 2. At this time, Nakano suddenly found that there was a soft thing as black as ink beside him. What is this? Saying that, Nakano subconsciously raised his hand and touched the soft mass. At the same time that Songai was puzzled, the soft mass of things suddenly came to life after his fingers touched, and instantly pounced on his arm. Before Nakano could exclaim, the soft mass burrowed into his arm, and there was no pain in the whole process, as if the soft mass was part of his body. The panicked Nakano hurriedly looked at his arm, but there was still the slightest trace of the soft breath of something, and the arm was as smooth as ever, not at all different from the original. How is that thing so similar to Venom? It can't really be Venom, right? Nakano thought of the Venom movie he watched before crossing over, in which the reporter was possessed by Venom, and he suddenly got goosebumps. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was sore, and then there was a small cluster of blue light in his lower abdomen. Is this Chakra? Nakano was surprised. He remembered that he hadn't seen it just now. This small cluster of blue light had just appeared a few seconds ago. Did Venom help me condense? Nakano nodded secretly. This is the only possibility at present. At the same time, he also felt the soft mass that had burrowed into his arm, and it was inside him. No. Now he is almost certain that it is Venom. However, this Venom is a little different from the Venom in Marvel he has seen. The Venom in Marvel comics and cosmic movies are symbiotes with independent thinking, and the mass of venom that burrowed into Nakano's arm is unconscious, as if it is one with him, like his hands and feet, controlled by him. This discovery at least made him breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Just kidding, Venom in Marvel can affect the host's consciousness, and Nakano has no reason not to worry. As soon as his heart moved, Venom oozed from his arm, and under his control, he immediately wrapped the entire arm. At that moment, he felt that his left arm suddenly enlarged, his muscles were bulging, and not only that, but the strength in his entire arm also doubled. Feeling this, he immediately controlled the venom to return to his body, and suddenly, his left arm returned to its original appearance, the muscles disappeared, and the increased strength also disappeared. At this time, he also found that the scar on the index finger of his left hand had also disappeared. It can increase strength, and has super recovery ability, and it is indeed Venom. Nakano's eyes lit up, and his heart was extremely excited. Chapter 2. After Nakano determined that it was Venom, he was naturally extremely excited. You know, in the Hokage world, it is not so easy to mix, and it is difficult to live without some real materials. And now with Venom, his self-confidence began to explode. Hi! Chakra gone? Nakano was a little stunned. He didn't expect that driving the Venom would consume Chakra, and a small cluster of blue light that had just condensed had disappeared now. This is somewhat different from Venom in Marvel, but Nakano can still accept it. After all, the entire Hokage world is forged by Chakra. It turns out that his gold finger is Venom. Venom's ability is very strong, not only can increase strength, but also increase speed, as well as the ability to change form at will, and also has super recovery ability. Just thinking of this, Nakano, who was excited, frowned secretly. However, the problem is that the defects of the Venom are also very obvious. It is afraid of fire and noise. You know, this is the world of Hokage, the last thing that is lacking is fire. Many ninjas are fire attributes, especially in the country of fire, and, in this world, there is the Otohide village founded by Orochimaru himself. Horse egg, it won't be so sad, right? Could it be that a how fireball technique on the opposite side can extinguish the Venom? A high decibel noise can contain his biggest dependence? Nakano was a little dumbfounded, and the biggest reliance on crossing into the Hokage world was actually afraid of fire and noise. What is this called Nima? People cross with the system, and the worst will also have the devil fruit of the pirate world, which is very stingy and cool. But when he crossed over, how could it only come with a Venom with such an obvious defect? No, I'll have to find a chance to try it to see if it's really afraid of fire and noise. Nakano doesn't believe in such a pit. You know, in the Marvel universe, Venom has a family, and among them is resistant to fire and noise. Moreover, in the Marvel universe, there is an anti-Venom that is not afraid of fire and noise, that is, the nemesis of the Venom family, Serum. And his Venom will not be afraid of fire and noise? After all, driving Venom is starting to become the need to consume Chakra, and nothing is impossible. No, there's no hurry, just sneak out and test it now. Looking around at all the wooden beds in the room, the children in them were asleep. He immediately got off the wooden bed, tiptoed open the door and ran out. He was not afraid that he could not drive Venom without Chakra, because he found that a trace of Chakra appeared in his lower abdomen, thinking that Venom could enhance the characteristics of the host's body and help him condense Chakra at all times. Although the speed of condensation is very slow, it is still very objective, which is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. For now, as long as he can drive the Venom test, that's enough. The outside of the orphanage in Konoha village is surrounded by a forest ring. After Nakano left the orphanage, he went straight into the forest and walked for nearly 1 kilometer before stopping, and when he looked back, he could vaguely see the light emitted by the orphanage, which at least kept him lost. After such a toss, it took a lot of time, and now, Chakra has condensed some more, at least enough for him to test it. He took out the flint and knife and fork he had stolen in the kitchen from his arms and placed them on the ground, and after setting up the dry branches he had picked up, it didn't take long for him to start a fire. Don't be afraid of fire, big brother. Nakano prayed secretly, and then his heart crossed. He controlled the Venom to leach out of his fingers, stretched, he approached the flame little by little. When the Venom really touched the flame, he did not feel that the Venom was afraid or burned. Huh? Aren't you afraid of fire? Seeing this scene, Nakano's eyes lit up, with an expectant look on his face, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He simply controlled the Venom to separate apart, floated in his palm, glanced at the Venom in his palm, and threw the Venom into the fire with a gentle throw. His eyes were tightly locked on the Venom in the fire, and after a few breaths, Nakano's eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and his heart was also extremely excited. Venom is not afraid of fire. Venom was not burned in the fire, nor did it look afraid to flee. Sure enough, I'm afraid this is not a simple venom, maybe this is a synthesis of all Marvel's venom. Nakano, who was getting more and more excited, reached out and made a move, and the venom in the flames immediately rushed into his hand. Can you separate, not afraid of fire, is it also not afraid of noise? Secretly speaking, Nakano attached the venom to the wrist, picked up the knife and fork, and hit it hard close to the wrist, and the sound from the iron exchange was very penetrating and ethereal and crisp. Venom was already one with him, and if Venom was really afraid or injured, he would definitely notice it for the first time, and now, the venom on his wrist didn't seem to react. This clearly shows that Venom is not afraid of noise. Thank goodness! Only then did Nakano's eyes shine, and his heart was relieved with excitement. Today, fire and noise have been tested, at least Nakano can be sure for now, Venom is not afraid of ordinary fire and noise. As for the fear of higher temperature fire and more penetrating noise, Nakano did not dare to conclude that he would test it again in the future when he had the opportunity. Anyway, the results of the current test are very gratifying. Venom, which is not afraid of fire and noise, will be a flawless existence, and with its super recovery ability, it is almost undead. At the same time, it can also be said that Nakano is also immortal. Broken arms and legs, that's all small meaning, can recover in minutes. Chapter 3. By the way, the ability of Venom can not only increase its own strength, it also has the function of changing its form at will. Also, Venom should also have the function of copying the host's ability, which has copied Spider-Man's ability, so that in the end it hits Spider-Man and the little green goblin. If it were not for the fear of noise and fire, Spider-Man would not be able to beat Venom at all. When he thought of these two functions, Nakano was a little excited to try them. However, the function of copying has an element of uncertainty, but the change pattern test is simple. Thinking about it, Nakano controlled the venom back into his hands. Let's change a fruit knife first. Nakano will not forget the riot in Venom, deadly guardian that turns his hands into two giant axes and splits people on both sides, which is too shocking. If Venom can also change form so arbitrarily, then he can completely surpass the Chakra Shad of my AI Luo, and even, it can be compared to seeking Deo Jade. Of course, this is only about changing forms. Huh? What's going on? Why can't it change? However, when Nakano racked his brains to control the Venom's change form, the Venom only stretched a little, and then immediately bounced back, unable to change into the form of a fruit knife at all. What's going on? Nakano was stunned for a moment, he didn't understand what went wrong and why it couldn't change. Venom should have this morphological function. Could it be because of the arsenal? In an instant, Nakano remembered a sentence said by Riot in the movie, it has an arsenal, but Venom does not. Do you need to slowly replenish your arsenal yourself? Nakano Fox looked at the knife and fork at his feet suspiciously, and he immediately controlled the separated venom to attach to the knife and fork, wrapping it. When he withdrew the venom and changed again, he just moved in his heart a thought, and the venom immediately changed into the form of a knife and fork, which was exactly the same as the knife and fork on the ground except for the color, even the arc and smoothness. So it is. Nakano suddenly realized. This is okay, as long as he has time to replenish the arsenal. I believe that it will not take much time for him to accumulate an arsenal of many types. Of course, the premise is that it can be completed after contact with the real ninja world, and the types in the arsenal can be richer. As for the replication function of Venom, Nakano looked left and right and saw that there was a spider web in the grass on the side. There must be spiders hiding somewhere, right? Nakano smiled, picked up a small branch and began to gently touch the spider web, and the spider web began to shake slightly. Sure enough, in about 20 seconds, a spider came out vigilantly from under a leaf, its eyes glued to the spider's web, as if it was searching for where the prey it caught. However, it did not know that it was now Nakano's prey. Su. Under Nakano's control, a drop of venom separated and immediately bounced on the spider, and it began to struggle, but the venom quickly wrapped it up as if wearing a layer of leather clothing. However, when Nakano withdrew the venom, he didn't feel any change. Didn't you copy it? Nakano was a little stunned. He suddenly thought of Marvel Comics. In fact, the first host of comic poison was actually Deadpool, but Venom did not copy Deadpool's ability, but copied Deadpool's words. And Venom was copied to the ability on the body of the second host, Spider-Man. Is it a random copy? Is there a possibility of failure? Nakano is not sure. After all, Venom has followed him to the Hokage world, and it can no longer be concluded according to Venom in Marvel. Try again. Only controlling a drop of Venom, consuming very little Chakra, Nakano is completely unburdened. When he withdrew the Venom from the spider's body for the second time, he frowned slightly. He felt a little more capable. It felt instinctive, innate, and it was only at this time that he recalled it. He learned the spitting action of Spider-Man in the movie, and as soon as his wrist moved, a pitch-black silky spider web sprayed out, and suddenly stuck to a tree trunk more than 2 meters high. He dragged hard, and the stickiness was very strong, as if it had grown in the trunk of a tree, and it was dragged at all. After putting out the fire, he looked at the tree trunk above, and his heart began to get excited. Is he going to become Spider-Man? He tried to climb up a few times along the spider silk turned into Venom, and the movement was very light, and he didn't look like a 6-year-old at all at this time. Seeing that there was still about 1 meter away from the trunk, his heart moved, and the spider silk suddenly began to collect, and for a while, as if there was a lift at his wrist, it pulled him to the trunk. It's a really good feeling. Nakano became more and more excited, and he also fantasized about wandering around the forest like Spider-Man, but the chakra in his body was consumed again, which was not enough for him to squander like this. In the end, he had to rest for a while, and after a trace of chakra was condensed in his body, he returned to the ground. At that moment, he returned to the orphanage. However, when he first arrived at the wooden door, he overheard someone talking in the next room. Today I went to meet the third generation of Hokage-sama, and he has promised to give us funds. Ahem. Ahem. Great, now our orphanage can continue to organize. Ahem. However, the third generation of Naruto-sama also has a request. We need to send children over the age of 5 to the ninja school in the village, because Konoha needs fresh blood. Hi. Ahem. There is no way around this. There has been unrest between countries recently, there is friction from time to time, and Konoha needs fresh blood to fill the vitality. Hey! To put it bluntly, these children are villagers of the Land of Fire, and they also have a responsibility to defend their country, and no one in this world can sit back and sit idly by. Chapter 4. Hearing the conversation, Nakano returned to his wooden bed. The children in the room slept soundly, and no one knew about him sneaking out. Lying on the wooden bed, he recalled the conversation he had just heard. 3 generations of Hokage. Nakano chewed on the title. He knew that the third generation of Hokage was the Sarutobi Hinata, but it was not much useful for identifying the year. Because, the time span of the reign of the 3 generations of Hokage is too large, since the day when Ape Flying Sun became the Hokage, but in the middle of the death of the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shuman, until the Vortex Naruto's generation of the ninja exam, but it has always been this old guy who is the Hokage. The middle spans several decades, so it is impossible to know the current specific year based on the title of the 3 generations of Hokage alone. However, the request of the next 3 generations of Hokage made Dazhongai's eyes slightly brightened. In the orphanage, do children over the age of 5 go to the ninja school in Konoha village to study? Nakano was particularly interested in this. He was thinking about how to contact the ninja world, but he didn't expect that this great opportunity would come. Having seen Hokage, he knew that this was not the first time that Konoha village had done this, and he remembered that Konoha Sanshin had graduated early from the ninja school. Of course, this may also be because of the war. In fact, compared to the other 4 countries, Konoha is already very humane. The next day, when the morning sun shone into the room, many children woke up, and Nakano woke up early. At this time, the children gathered around, and you asked him curiously about Nakano's origin and other related information, and he had to shake his head as an answer, indicating that he didn't remember anything. At breakfast, the director of the orphanage also came. Somewhat different from Nakano's memory, the dean at this time was not the medicine master Nanoyu, but a very old man, who seemed to be in poor physical condition, and needed crutches to support his body when walking. Nakano didn't know if this dean was before or after Nono became dean. However, he was almost certain that one of the two conversations he heard last night should be this dean. "Are you the kid who fainted yesterday? I heard, you don't remember anything, do you?" Listening to the old dean's kind question, Nakano nodded gently. Since he is only a 6-year-old child now, the look of nodding his head in the eyes of the old dean, Nakano is a little wooden and a little scared. "Do you remember your name?" Seeing that Nakano did not reply, he smiled and continued, "Well, don't think too much about it first, you can live here, in the future, this will be your home." "Nakano." Nakano still said his name, and the kindness of the old dean moved him somewhat, and it is no wonder that Yakushi would take Yaneiyu as the closest person, so that after Yaneiyu was mistakenly killed by Yakushi, Yakushi's life goal was lost. The old dean smiled slightly. Then he nodded and turned to leave, but immediately a man with glasses and a little grey hair and beard whispered a few words to the old dean. "Dean, the third generation of Hokage-sama, when will we send the children over? Let me spend 2 more days with the children." The old dean waved his hand, sighed, and then left. Nakano glanced up at the old dean and smiled slightly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Nakano was not idle. After breakfast in the morning, he would accompany the children to the forest to collect firewood. At noon, go to the back of the kitchen to chop firewood. In the afternoon, help in the kitchen. During this time, without the other children noticing, he added the axe and rope that split wood, as well as the appearance of several knives in the kitchen, into Venom's arsenal. After 9 p.m., when all the children were asleep, he would sneak into the forest outside the orphanage. He wants to practice copying from spiders. After these 2 nights of practice, he can already control the venom to spit silk under the skin. Even, after 2 days of labor, he noticed something different. Since he copied the spider's ability, he found that his strength was much greater than before, really a lot. Those 7.8-year-old children carrying a large bundle of firewood will feel very difficult, but he is extremely relaxed, as if he is not carrying firewood at all, as if there is nothing. He knew that this was not the limit, and he himself was a little surprised when he broke a calf-thick tree with a punch. Not only that, even his own speed and nerve reaction speed are much faster, as well as the perception of the surroundings. He obviously did not see the scene behind, but he was able to avoid it in time. It was during the daytime firewood collection, when other children were playing, holding branches and throwing them with weapons like kunao, and one child seemed to still be deviated, and the branches flew towards the back of Nakano's head. Originally, the child was frightened, but to the surprise of all the children, Nakano seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and easily dodged, and turned around to catch the branch. This action immediately aroused the worship of other children, and they all gathered around to cheer for Nakano, and many children also recognized Nakano as the eldest brother to be the eldest of their group of children. Even, during this day, Nakano also encountered a hare. He just used a branch to hit. You can imagine Nakano's strength and accuracy. In the past 2 days, Nakano's performance, they all looked at it. They were very envious of Nakano's powerful physique. Carrying firewood and splitting firewood was just like playing. They were also very envious of Nakano change state-like reflexes. Therefore, naturally, Nakano became the most powerful one among them. Chapter 5. Day 3. When the children all got up, the old dean announced something. Nakano had known about this for a long time, so he was not surprised, and his expression was also very calm. However, the other children were not as calm as he was. "Children, today, you are going to study at the ninja school in Konoha village. First of all, I want to congratulate you, you are about to become a ninja. In the future, you will defend Konoha village and defend the land of fire, okay?" Listening to the old dean's speech of incitement, many children showed a longing look. After all, this is a ninja world, and no one does not want to become a ninja to change their destiny. At noon, Nakano followed the old dean to Konoha village. accompanied by 15 other children. Walking through the village, Nakano can see many scenes that have appeared in the anime, the most famous of which is probably the rock statue of the Hokage of Konoha village. There are only 3 rock statues, and the 4th generation of Wave Feng Shui Gate has not yet become a fire shadow. Nakano's gaze was firmly locked on the 3 rock statues on the rock wall, and he looked stunned for a moment. This is a very important piece of information that can give him a rough range of years. That is to say, it should be before the Third War. As for whether there was a World War II, it is unknown at the moment, and some more information must be collected to confirm. When their group arrived at the ninja school, the 3 generations of Naruto Hibiki were already waiting here. At this time, Nakano noticed the ape flying sun, and at this moment, the wrinkles on the latter's face were not so many, and he was obviously much younger than when he was in the 3rd battle. It seems that it should be around World War II at the moment. Nakano thought secretly. Next, under the leadership of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki, he made a speech and instilled the will of fire in Nakano and 16 other children. Wherever there are leaves, there will be fire, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and then new leaves will sprout again. These words were very infectious, and the hearts of the children who listened to them were extremely surging, and their eyes also bloomed with determination, and at the same time, the seeds of fire were also buried in their hearts. Nakano just smiled secretly and didn't really listen to it, because he knew that these words were just a means used by the top to condense the grassroots, and there was nothing wrong with doing so in itself, and Konoha did a very good job at this point. However, he is not from this world, so he does not need the will of fire. As the honorary headmaster of the ninja school, I welcome you all again. This is your home, and I hope that everyone will truly consider Konoha to be their home, and we will protect it together. When Ape Flying Sun's words fell, Nakano saw that the hands of the other children were all clenched, thinking that they had been successfully brainwashed by Ape Flying Sunko. From today, you will be first-year students at the ninja school, and your class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, will take full control of your residence and class. Ape Flying Sun Chopper said, and led his hand to the young man on the side. Obviously, this young man was the class teacher mentioned in Ape Flying Sunko's mouth. The young man also looked like he was in his 20s, he always had a smile on his face, he seemed to be very good at talking, and when he saw everyone looking at him, the young man also smiled and nodded to everyone. After that, Nakano did not see Sarutobi and the old dean again, and the 16 children of the 16 children were first familiar with the ninja school under the guidance of the class teacher. Because of Matsumura Takeda's piece, everyone quickly started talking and laughing with him, mostly he was explaining the ninja school to Nakano and them. There are 3 classes in each grade, namely Elite A, Potential B and Ordinary C, and new first-year students will be included in Class C, and so will you. However, everyone should not be discouraged, everyone is the same, they all start from the basics, and if they want to move up, they must practice hard. Through Matsumura Takeda's narration, the children, including Nakano, have a new understanding of the ninja school, and the content of the words also makes the children's hearts secretly energetic. After all, no one wants to be pulled down too much, everyone wants to get ahead and be the most eye-catching and dazzling one. In fact, Nakano, who has seen Hokage, knows very well that Matsumura Takeda did not tell the actual situation. In fact, there are many wealthy families and occult families in Konoha village, and their juniors have a high starting point, and they will be included in the Elite A class when they enter the school. For example, the Senju, Vortex, Uchiha, Hinata, Nara, Akimichi, Oil Girl, Yamanaka clans are like this. Look, that's the orphans from the outer village taken in by the orphanage, but I didn't expect that the rumors a few days ago turned out to be true, and the 3 generations of Naruto-sama actually took those orphans into the ninja school. Don't call it that from outside the village. Have you forgotten our Konoha's will of fire? Don't worry about those, let's concentrate on practicing ku-wu throwing, don't let these freshmen exceed our B class at that time, then we will be embarrassed. Are you joking? How long have we worked hard to get into Class B, and those freshmen want to surpass us? They don't have any roots, isn't it a joke? You think too highly of them. Let them practice for half a year first, after half a year, maybe we have all been promoted to Class A, let them eat ash behind our asses, haha. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Nakano and the others, who were passing by a training ground in the school, heard some ironic words and laughter coming from inside. These words and laughter are very harsh. At this moment, the children of the orphanage all frowned and looked at the training ground. There was no one in this generally precocious Hokage world who was not bloody. It was during the heyday of the comparison heart that they could not listen to the disparage and ridicule of others. At the moment, there are people who are not popular. You are only in Class B, what is there to be proud of? It doesn't take half a year, believe it or not, we can be promoted to Class B within 3 months, on a par with you. However, the child's words only provoked laughter and disdain. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? What did he just say? It just laughed me off. He said they could move up to Class B in 3 months, who did he think they were? Uchiha families? Ha ha ha. Little brat, do you think the basic skills of ninjas are so easy to master? Just you little brats? If anyone is promoted to Class B within 3 months, I will give each of you a brand new set of kunao and shuriken. Chapter 6. The ridicule and disdain from Class B made the children in the orphanage all look at each other angrily. A fire rises in the heart of every child. Nakano is the same, he didn't provoke it, but he didn't expect to provoke a group of people for no reason. In addition, he really did not want to be in Class C, so he asked the class teacher, Matsumura Takeda. Takeda-sensei, what are the conditions for promotion? In this way, history and theory can be studied in any class, and the hard condition for promotion is kunao or shuriken throwing, and hitting 8 rings or more 3 times is qualified. Matsumura Takeda smiled and explained to Nakano that the ninja school would not interfere with this competitive atmosphere, and it was also a good thing that it would stimulate the competitiveness of the students in this atmosphere. Is it okay to just hit the 8th ring? When Nakano heard this, he suddenly felt simple. Since he copied the spider ability a few days ago, his own overall strength has increased many times, and so far he has not touched the limit. It's just a small throw, for him, it's really a trifle. Yesterday he used a branch in the forest to hit a hare for his friends, you know, the rabbit moves, it is much more difficult than the target. After hearing Nakano's words, the eyes of the children in the orphanage immediately lit up, and they did not feel that Nakano was talking big, because they had seen it with their own eyes. Yes, we have Boss Nakano, and his throwing accuracy is not said. That's right, a hare can be hit, isn't it simple to just have a target? Boss Nakano, quickly show a hand to those people and let them see, we are not easy to bully. Yes, just today, the first day of admission, boss, promote them to see. Swell their faces. After Matsumura Takeda saw it, he couldn't help but look at Nakano suspiciously, and he could see that these children were all led by Nakano, as if they had absolute confidence and worship for Nakano. This surprised Matsumura Takeda, and at the same time, curiosity arose in his heart, could Nakano really have the strength to hit the 8 rings in a row? You know, these children are just civilians, they have no background, and today is the first day of school. If Nakano can really be promoted successfully, it will definitely cause a sensation in the ninja school. However, Nakano's tone and the flattery of his companions made the students in Class B unable to sit still, and their faces were a little unbearable. Just the 8th ring? What a big breath! Do you know how long it takes to practice hitting the 8th ring 3 times in a row, and how much sweat is used to buy it? It cannot be done without a certain foundation. What a big breath, just the 8th ring! It seems that your ability is more than that, simply you throw 10 rings directly. Cut! You listen to that kid's nonsense. In my opinion, that kid is purely a layman, looking at the simple throwing, thinking that he can do it. Yes, when we first started, didn't we think it would be easy to throw, but when we actually did it, we realized how difficult it was to hit 3 hits in a row. In my opinion, I'm afraid that kid won't even be able to touch the target. Off target? Ha ha ha. That's right, 3 off target, and with that kid just bragged down, this year's joke, he can contract. Nakano glanced at the students in Class B who were pointing at him and laughing, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. Well, I'll see how you end up later. Takeda-sensei, what if I really hit 10 rings 3 times in a row? Yes? Matsumura Takeda obviously did not expect that Nakano would really have the intention of throwing 10 rings, and those students in Class B were just using words to squeeze Nakano. He did not expect that Nakano actually dared to go to the top. Blood carried away the mind, ignorant courage? Matsumura Takeda secretly shook his head. In his opinion, if he threw the 8 rings, it might be possible, but if he challenged the 10 rings, it was really not something that a civilian first-year freshman could do. However, he patiently explained. 10 rings? Hitting 10 rings 3 times in a row has already surpassed most of the students in Class A, even some students in the second grade are inferior, and there is definitely no problem in advancing to Class A. When Nakano heard this, he nodded. Class A is an elite class, all have their own strengths, and only when he contacts those people will he really bring him benefits, which is exactly what he wants. And Class C, in the end, will only become cannon fodder. Takeda-sensei, you don't have to explain it to him so seriously, do you? Do you really believe that a 6-year-old civilian kid can hit 10 rings 3 times in a row on the first day of school? In fact, it is not surprising that Shinda said this. In fact, even the wealthy Uchiha family in Konoha village, 6-year-olds can hardly hit the 10 rings 3 times in a row on the first day of school. Before Matsumura Takeda could reply, Nakano had already stepped in, and he glanced at the Class B student who had just spoken, and he remembered that this person's name was Nobuta, the same person who had previously said that if he succeeded, he would give each person a set of ninja tools. Your name is Shinda, right? Oh, you talk too much nonsense, just throw ninja tools, you have 16 sets of ninja tools. With that, Nakano looked back at Matsumura Takeda and said, Takeda-sensei, can I borrow your ninja tools? Hi. Yes, you can. When Nakano took the kunao and weighed it, he already knew it in his heart. After walking to the start and end line of the throw, look at the bullseye. In an instant, how much force he used, the arc he throwed, etc., he seemed to instinctively calculate. Su. 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 3 breaking winds spread one after another. Obviously, there was no pause in the process of Nakano's throwing, and the 3 kunao were all thrown out in almost a second. At this scene, Matsumura Takeda was shocked, and his eyes widened. Then, the eyes of everyone present followed the 3 kunao streaks across the air and nailed to the bullseye. Boom! 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 The 3 dull mid-target sounds were like 3 heavy hammers, striking all the students in Class B hard in the hearts, stunned them, even Matsumura Takeda. Immediately afterwards, the audience was silent, dead silent, and the drop of needles could be heard. Because those 3 kuwu were all nailed to the very center of the 10 rings. Chapter 7. The scene of the 3 kuwuhan 10 rings shocked everyone present. It wasn't until a long time later that they shifted their gaze from the bullseye to Nakano. When the 15 children in the orphanage came to their senses, they burst into enthusiastic applause and hearty laughter. Yay! Boss, I know you can do it. This breath is really painful. Boss, I only recognize you as the boss in my life. Boss, you can be promoted to Class A, congratulations boss. Also, let's drag the boss's blessing, we must also have a ninja, haha. For a time, all 15 children surrounded Nakano excitedly, and the excitement seemed to be like the 10 rings in their own center, and they almost threw Nakano into the air to celebrate. A few children demonstratively raised their heads and looked at the Class B people with their nostrils. The main thing is that Nakano gave them this breath, which is really too painful. More importantly, they are only entering school on their first day. Nakano not only surpassed Class B, but also rose to Class A in one fell swoop, a fact that has swollen the faces of those in Class B. Their hearts hurt. On the other hand, the faces of the Class B students are very ugly. If there is a crack in the ground at this time, I believe they will scramble to break their heads and want to get into it quickly. Although they couldn't understand how this could happen, they couldn't help but think about it now. Because, Nakano really did it. They no longer had the face to face Nakano and the others. They panicked. And Matsumura Takeda, the class teacher who always stood next to Nakano, was extremely complicated and surprised in his heart at this moment. Looking at Nakano, who was surrounded by children on the side, and was very handsome, he couldn't calm his heart. His focus is different from others, which is why he is different from his students, and his vision as a teacher is also experience and experience. All he focused on was the speed at which Nakano threw 3 kunao. In just 1.2 seconds, throwing all 3 ku-woo and hitting 10 rings in a row, that is a performance that can only be made if you have absolute confidence in yourself. Obviously, Matsumura Takeda, who came to this conclusion, was taken aback. Because even he was not sure of doing that scene, but Nakano did it very confidently. Thinking of this, some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He decided that he would go to find the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / tonight, and he would pray truthfully. He knew that he himself was not capable of teaching Nakano. This is a genius that is difficult to come out of in 100 years. Nakano needs a more excellent middle ninja or even upper ninja to teach. He doesn't want to strangle this genius in his hands, in that case, it is an unbearable loss for Konoha village. And just when Matsumura Takeda secretly made a decision, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hey! Are you guys trying to slip away? Isn't it better than a fart if you say it? What about 16 sets of ninja tools? It was one of the other 15 children in the orphanage who spoke up, and when they heard this, Nakano and Matsumura Takeda, including the rest of the children, also followed the child's gaze to the B-class students. At this time, Nakano and Matsumura Takeda understood that it turned out that the students of Class B wanted to break their word and want to slip away. A bunch of bastards. Matsumura Takeda rarely started a fire, and it could be seen that he was really angry, and he was not doing it for Nakano and the others. He angrily looked at those students in Class B, and reprimanded, "What you practice is that talking doesn't count. Your ninja is breaking your word. If that's the case, then you guys get out of here as soon as possible, ninja schools don't teach you such treacherous people." Matsumura Takeda raised his hand and pointed at Shinda, and said coldly, "Did you say just now, as long as one of their 16 is successfully promoted within 3 months, you will take out 16 sets of ninja tools, you said it?" "Yes, Takeda-sensei, I said it, but I can't get that much money to buy 16 sets of ninja tools." Shinda was so ashamed that he did not dare to meet the gazes that were looking at him, and he lowered his head and admitted with a red face. "No money? There is no money. What raving you put out? After all, you never thought of those 16 sets of ninja tools." Matsumura Takeda raised his eyebrows and reprimanded with resentment. He felt ashamed of Shinda and the others, and at the same time, he mainly hated iron but not steel. If a ninja does not implement what he says, what is the difference between it and salted fish, and he will definitely not achieve much in the future. Imagine if a ninja set a goal for training, how could he give up because he was afraid of suffering? Anyway, 16 sets of ninja tools must be put together for me before school tomorrow, and I saw just now that all of your B class, except for a few girls, made mockery and comments about Nakano and them. Aren't you not rich enough? Then all the boys in your Class B will make it up for me. The stern voice fell, and none of the boys in Class B dared to refute, bowed to Matsumura Takeda and Nakano in unison, and then left the training ground with a grey face. Because of Matsumura Takeda's loud reprimand, many classes in the school had people looking through the windows to this side. Moreover, there were many people in the school's activity area and other training grounds, and at this moment, they all noticed this side. This matter will definitely be in the ninja school frying pot. Chapter 8. Did you all hear it? Takeda-sensei seems to be angry. What is the reason? It seems that because the first-year B-class student lost a bet with someone, and as a result, he did not want to pay the ninja tool, and Takeda-sensei became angry. Cut. This kind of eating without saying eat, pulling without talking about pulling can also be done? By the way, who did you bet with? I know this. I heard that I made a bet with a group of children adopted by an orphanage who just entered school today. Children from the orphanage? They are all children of civilians. What can they do? Can this be lost? What can I do? Hit 10 rings 3 times in a row, can you do it? How old is that child? 6 years old. Groove. How is this possible? What? The freshmen of the first year C class who have just entered today have passed the assessment and advanced to Class A? Yes, this is what I saw with my own eyes, those new students are still civilian children adopted by orphanages. Really fake. I lied to you for a dog. You are used to being a dog, I believe you are a ghost. Groove, what I said this time is true. I wipe. Could it be that another genius has appeared in our ninja school? The above two scenes appeared in various places and classes in the ninja school, and for a while, the entire ninja school students were talking about this matter, and even many teachers were shocked. Hitting 10 rings 3 times in a row is one of the essential skills among qualified ninjas, and it is not such a surprising thing. But when it happened to a 6-year-old civilian child on the first day of school, it was big news. Even the wealthy families and occult families in Konoha village have never had such a genius junior. On this day, the entire ninja school exploded, looking for the rumored 6-year-old genius, all wanting to see with their own eyes how many noses and eyes this genius really had. However, everyone flew into the air, and until dark, these people did not see Nakano's shadow. Because Matsumura Takeda left the ninja school with Nakano as soon as he sent the remaining 15 freshmen to Class C. He was well-intentioned, and he knew exactly how much Nakano's affairs would shake the ninja school, so in order to reduce Nakano's troubles, he had to send Nakano back to his residence. And this residence is not the residence that was previously arranged for the children in the orphanage, but it is actually Matsumura Takeda's home. Just staying here temporarily. As for Matsumura Takeda, after he settled Nakano here, he immediately went to the Hokage building. He wanted to truthfully tell the 3 generations of Hokage what happened today. Third Hokage-sama, the reason why I came in a hurry is to tell you about this. After Matsumura Takeda told the original story, he respectfully stood aside. Since there was still one thing in his mind that he could not decide, he needed to ask the ape flying son. Third generation Hokage-sama, regarding Nakano's promotion to Class A, then I will implement it according to the assessment standards. There is another thing, which is the problem of Nakano's residence and teaching. Speaking of this, Sarutobi interrupted Matsumura Takeda's words, and continued, as for the residence, I will arrange it, and the teaching, you teach him for the time being, and then I have arrangements, if there is nothing else, you can go back first, and tomorrow you can let Nakano go to the new residence. The accommodation arranged before was much more humble, after all, it was for the bottom floor, but now Nakano has shown genius ninja talent, and he is already a student of the elite class, so naturally Nakano can no longer be allowed to squeeze with the bottom. After Matsumura Takeda left, Sarutobi stood up, with a little interest in his eyes, and an intriguing look appeared on his face. Nakano. Only 6 years old, I can safely surpass most of the elite class students on the first day of enrollment as a civilian. Is it really a talent? Sarutobi muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the tall building of the ninja school outside. It's not that he doesn't believe that Nakano has talent, it's just that he feels that all this is too coincidental. Just to add some fresh blood to Konoha village, there is only a rare genius. This had to make Ape Fari cautious and suspicious. You know, the 5 major powers are not as calm as they seem, in fact, there have been many frictions in the secret. Coming. Do as Naruto-sama commands. At that moment, a dark ninja wearing an animal mask appeared in Naruto's office in an instant. Go and find out the details and background of this child Nakano, especially if he is a villager in the land of fire. Also, focus on checking to see if Nakano has left the fire country in the past half-month, or whether he came to the fire country in this half-month. Hearing this, the ninja in the dark department immediately led the way to leave Naruto's office. I hope you are not a spy sent by another country. Although Ape Flying Sun Chopper always looks kind, at this moment, his eyes are shining with a sharp light. If it's really me who thinks too much, then I will tilt my resources to cultivate you. I just don't know if you still have such a dazzling talent in ninjutsu and illusion. Chapter 9. Nakano didn't know about Matsumura Takeda's search for Sarutobi Hinata, and even if he knew, he wouldn't stop it. If he is afraid, he will not expose his strength to the world. After all, this is a world of talent, no matter how strong your talent is, it will be taken for granted. In this world, the most important thing is genius. For example, Terumi, she has 2 blood succession limits, and Onaki has blood stains. Compared with these two, Nakano's exposed strength is too small. At this moment, shortly after Matsumura Takeda left, Nakano left the residence after dinner. Since it was already dark, Nakano needed to go to the forest to practice spider abilities and explore the limits of his strength. Soon, when Nakano came to the depths of the forest, before he could control the venom spit silk, he suddenly felt a slight movement in the canopy of a tree around him. This is the super perception that the spider's ability brings to him. Su. A sound of breaking wind resounded in the air, and a small black shadow streaked through the air, rushing towards Nakano's body. Ku-woo! Nakano's left foot slammed on the ground, and his person had already slid sideways to the right side with the force, and he could avoid the small black shadow. Boom! A dull sound came, and Nakano saw that it was a bitter nothingness nailed into the trees. If Nakano's reaction speed was a little slower, he would definitely be hit by Ku-woo. His figure flashed, and he came to the near front of Ku-woo, and after taking it out forcefully, his eyes were firmly locked on a large tree in the distance, and in the canopy, there was clearly a person hidden. And just now, it was this person who threw the kunai to Nakano. Give it back to you. The corner of Nakano's mouth turned up, and he was also aroused to be aggressive, and directly threw out Ku-woo, and the target was the canopy of the big tree. Seeing that Ku-woo was about to enter the canopy of the tree, another Ku-woo suddenly flew out of it, and the two Ku-woo suddenly collided together, crashing towards both sides. With a sweep of his gaze, Nakano controlled the venom in his body and immediately spit out the silk and stuck to the two Ku-woo and sucked them back, and the two Ku-woo fell steadily in his hands. Hi! The person in the canopy of the tree obviously made a sound of surprise. Perhaps this person did not expect that Nakano could actually send out a silk thread to absorb Ku-woo. Is it a girl? Nakano was also slightly surprised. He did not expect that there was a girl hidden in the canopy, and the reason why he called it a girl was because the girl's voice clearly had a childish air. Hi! If you don't come out to meet you, then I will force you to come out. Nakano smiled and threw the two kunai in his hand towards the canopy of the tree in a row. Such a fast throwing speed, you are not from Konoha village, who are you? The girl saw that the two Ku-woo that were originally her were rushing towards her, but she only had one Ku-woo. And the two kunai that flew from the opposite side were actually one left and one right, blocking her retreat. As soon as she gritted her teeth, she threw out the last Ku-woo in her hand, and after flying a Ku-woo flying from one side, she saw that the door was wide open on this side, and she quickly fled away from this side. However, what she never expected was that the boy suddenly appeared on the trunk of the tree here, smiling and waiting for her. However, she had already jumped out, she was in mid-air, she turned sharply, but there was nothing under her feet. For a while, her figure was crooked, and she was about to fall to the ground. Seeing that the situation was dangerous, Nakano couldn't care less, and after his body was stuck to a tree trunk with venom spider silk, his figure also jumped out quickly. In mid-air, he caught the girl steadily, and under the pull of the venom spider silk, the two fell safely to the ground. At this time, the posture of the two princesses was very ambiguous. Although the age difference between the two is not much, and the body has not developed at all, they can't stand the precocious mood of children in this world. At this time, Nakano also saw the appearance of the girl in his arms. She was beautiful, really beautiful, she had a delicate face, and long purple hair. You put me down. The girl had already blushed shyly, and at this moment, she was embarrassed to push Nakano with her small hand and struggled. Helplessly, after Nakano put the girl down, the girl just glared at him deeply, and then quickly flashed into the darkness. This time, Nakano did not chase or intercept because he recognized the girl, who was from Konoha village. What is her name? Uchiha? Nakano carefully recalled, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he thought of it. She's Uchiha Yuri. Thinking of this name, Nakano was secretly surprised in his heart. The reason why he remembered this girl was actually because she was beautiful to leave an impression. In fact, in Hokage, the girl only appears once in Uchiha's memories, without specific information at all. He really didn't know what age the girl lived in, but it must have been after having Konoha village, because this girl appeared in Uchiha Itake's memories. When she appeared, she was wearing a Konoha brace. And he also knows that this girl is not simple, she is the creator of the illusion Izanami, and even Uchiha Itachi has secretly learned her illusion. It can be seen how strong this girl's talent is, but in the Hokage, this girl has never really appeared from beginning to end. At this time, Nakano also noticed that behind this big tree, there was a secret training ground. No wonder she attacked me, thinking I was peeping. Chapter 10. Vertical Sun. Ninja School, First Year Elite Class A. Who the hell did you see that freshman yesterday? Look at a hammer, the whole school has searched for it, and I haven't even seen a shadow. It's really hard to believe how that kid did it. It's true that a 6-year-old civilian should not have access to the ninja base, but he did it. Who knows, if people do it anyway, and Takeda-sensei is also present, then it will definitely not be possible to cheat. Don't worry, that freshman has already been promoted to our Class A anyway, are we afraid that we won't see him? The entire Class A classroom was talking about the genius freshman who had caused a sensation in the school yesterday, but they also knew that they would meet the genius freshman sooner or later. All of the above are boys talking together, but on the other side, there are several girls, who are also talking about Nakano. However, the direction these girls are talking about is Nakano's appearance, which is very different from that of boys. Another genius, ah! It's so stressful. Saying that, the man turned his head and glanced at the boy who was sitting silently at the desk and looking down at the book. This boy was also a genius student, this person had golden hair. At this moment, two people walked into the classroom, they were Takeda Matsumura, a first-year teacher, and Nakano, a first-year freshman. First of all, Matsumura Takeda clapped his hands, and after attracting everyone's attention, he introduced. He is a freshman who has just entered Class A, I think you should have heard about it, you will be in the same class in the future, everyone is welcome. Come, you and everyone introduce yourself. Nakano looked around the classroom, and most of the students in front of him, he could almost name them, these people were the backbone of Konoha's future. At a glance, he saw the wave feng shui gate with golden hair, and nodded secretly in his heart, no wonder there are only 3 statues of the fire shadow rock, it turns out that the wave feng shui gate has not graduated yet. He knew that World War II had not yet taken place. He smiled and said, my name is Nakano, I am 6 years old, I just entered school yesterday, please take care of me in the future. Wow! Is he the freshman who caused a sensation in the school yesterday? Pretty handsome. It's really handsome, but it's not as handsome as my Watergate. Shut up, he is clearly more handsome than Watergate. Who do you call Granny? For a while, there was an argument between girls in the classroom. This scene directly caused the boys to pout with contempt, and they were very helpless to the girls of these appearance associations. At the same time, this also caused the boys to rise jealous of Nakano. Okay, you will sit in the last position in the future, let's get acquainted with everyone first. With that, Matsumura Takeda left the classroom. However, to Nakano's great doubt, since Matsumura Takeda said his seat, the entire classroom suddenly fell silent. Even the girls who were chattering were stunned and stopped arguing. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? When Nakano saw everyone's expression, he was also secretly hairy in his heart, and he didn't know what was going on. In desperation, he had to go to the seat, which was strangely unoccupied at all, an empty desk. Anyone who has seen Hokage knows that there are 3 people sitting at each desk. Damn, why did you arrange Nakano-kun there, I also have a vacant seat here. Uchiha Mikoto pouted, a little sullen. At the same time, other girls also look like this. Hello. I am Bo Feng Shuman, please take care of me in the future. At this time, Bo Feng Shuman left his seat and came to Nakano to say hello. For a while, other students also began to introduce themselves. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. I'm Rope Tree. I'm Heike Yamanaka. I'm Akimichi Dingza. Oil Lady Jiwei. Narashika Issa. Inyazuka Pa. Yoshino Nara. Nakano stood up and began to nod and smile back to everyone. However, When everyone finished the introduction, before Bo Feng Shuman returned to his seat, he smiled, and seemed mysterious and kind to persuade, "You are in this seat, it is better to be careful." "Yes? What does it mean?" Nakano had a question mark in his head, and after Bo Feng Shuman finished speaking, he returned to his seat. Then, he saw that when everyone looked at him, they all had a helpless expression. This made Nakano even more puzzled. At this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the classroom. A girl with long purple hair walked in. Suddenly, everyone stopped talking, and turned their heads to look at Nakano. The expression was clearly looking forward to watching a good show. Nakano didn't know that this seat was actually Uchiha Yuri alone, and many people were arranged there by Takeda before, and they were all beaten away from the table by Uchiha Yuri. Now there is a good show, the freshman genius is recognized as a genius. I don't know what will happen to Nakano. Nakano is unlucky now, maybe he will be thrown out of the classroom. Gee. I think I also made that desk, but unfortunately, the stool is not yet hot, fart. The stock is on fire. At the moment, many people muttered secretly in their hearts, and their faces showed an expectant look. Chapter 11. Originally, according to everyone's thoughts, it was expected that Uchiha Yuri would definitely teach Nakano who dared to sit in her place. However, to everyone's surprise, Uchiha Yuri did not appear as angry as he imagined. Although she saw Nakano sitting on her desk and obviously froze for a moment, she obviously had no intention of making a move. When she came to the desk, she sat down peacefully, like a well-behaved little girl, as if she hadn't seen Nakano by her side. What is this situation? Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but be stunned. That's not right. The plot shouldn't be like this. He beat Nakano fiercely, and then threw Nakano out of the classroom, so that he was on the right path. Wasn't it all this process before? It's just that they didn't notice that Uchiha Yuri is very unnatural now. Only Nakano was next to her, and he could clearly see that the roots of Uchiha Yuri's ears were already red. Is she shy? Because of last night's incident? Nakano didn't hold back for a while, and burst out laughing. In his impression, he has always remained in the memories of Uchiha Itachi, in which Uchiha Yuri is a beautiful woman who does not smile, and can also be said to be a frost beauty. But now I see it with my own eyes, but this is not the case, just like in front of me, the girl is clearly very cute. What are you laughing at? Nakano's laughter made Uchiha Yuri panic in her heart, and she subconsciously thought that Nakano was laughing at her, so she angrily stopped her laughter. It's nothing, I just didn't expect that you are actually a student of first grade A class, what a coincidence, we have become the same table. Nakano really didn't expect it. I didn't expect that you are the freshman who caused a sensation in the school yesterday. I am Uchiha Yuri, please advise. Nakano, please take care. The two shook hands, but Yuri's little hand quickly retracted, and then her entire face turned pink. Looking at the other students in the classroom, they opened their mouths one by one, looking at this scene in surprise, and their expressions froze. Am I right? Uchiha Yuri is shy? Is he shy with Nakano? Is this the privilege of genius? All the boys were both surprised and envious of Nakano. Only Uchiha Mikoto looked at the appearance of Yuri and Nakano, unwilling and thoughtful. Soon, Matsumura Takeda arrived at the classroom. Give me silence and start class. About the formation of Chakra, it has been said a long time ago, and since we have new births, I repeat it again. The combination of physical energy ingested from the 130 trillion cells of the human body and spiritual energy obtained from exercise is for Chakra. Next, let's learn to master the elements of condensing Chakra. After a lesson, Nakano has a new understanding of Chakra, although he has seen Hokage, but the narration in it is too one-sided after all, but now, it is really mastered and experienced. Tomorrow's lesson is to test the cohesion of Chakra. For students who have condensed Chakra, there will be priority in learning 3-body ninjutsu. Of course, since Nakano is a newly promoted Class A, he cannot participate for the time being. Hearing this, Nakano was just about to stand up and indicate that he wanted to participate, but a flash of light flashed in his mind, and a thought came up, which frightened him. Immediately, he did not express his position and acquiesced to Matsumura Takeda's decision. The thought that suddenly came to mind was that he had crossed over after all. Did he have the attributes of this world? You know, the 5 elements of the Azure Planet are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the Fire Shadow world is thunder, wind, water, fire, and earth, which is different. If he really does not have the attributes of this world, then after being exposed, it will be a little difficult for him to act in the future. For this point, he did not dare to say that since this kind of thing has happened, then what else cannot happen? He had to find a way to get a chakra test paper to test himself and see if he had the attributes of this world. This is crucial to whether he can learn ninjutsu in the future. What's wrong with you? While Nakano was deep in thought, Uchiha Yuri on the side noticed his small movements, and said with a slightly red face. Well? Nakano looked up to meet Uchiha Yuri's gaze, who immediately dodged. At that moment, he moved in his heart, secretly scolding himself for being stupid. Isn't there a wealthy kid in front of him? First borrow a chakra test paper to use. Can you lend me a piece of chakra test strip? Uchiha Yuri naturally also heard about Nakano's origin, who had no money at all, so she did not ask, and immediately took out 3 sheets from her bag and handed them to Nakano. At present, I only have these 3 in my hand. You can use them, I can't use them anyway. Uchiha Yuri said like a little daughter. Nakano looked at the chakra test paper in his hand and thanked Yuri. Immediately afterwards, the people in the classroom also began to move freely, and to say that it was free activity was actually practical practice. Practice condensing chakra, practice throwing, or practice physical skills. At this time, many classmates came to Nakano to discuss throwing, and because he was concerned about attributes, he resigned them all. After finding an unoccupied place, he took out a piece of chakra test paper and began to mobilize the chakra in the danshin. Chapter 12. Looking at the chakra attribute test paper in his hand, Nakano couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Feeling that the chakra in the danshin was mobilized and entered into the paper little by little, Nakano's eyes were also tightly fixed on the chakra attribute test paper. Hi! No response. When he clearly felt that chakra was entering the paper, and the paper did not change at all, Nakano's face immediately became a little ugly. Did I really get what I said? I don't have the attributes of this world myself. Although Nakano was a little mentally prepared for this result, when this result was really presented in front of his eyes, he was really at a loss. You know, without attributes, you can't perform ninjutsu. Before, every time he thought of Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi's dazzling ninjutsu, his blood was particularly boiling. However, he finally came to the Hokage world, but he couldn't perform ninjutsu. How it was? The egg thing. No, I have Venom, it's just, I don't know if Venom can be copied to other people's attributes. Thinking of this, Nakano was glowing with hope again. However, he has not attached Venom to people, and I don't know if others will find out. At this time, while he was secretly pondering, someone suddenly called his name on the spacious field of the school. Boss Nakano! Move quickly, Boss Nakano is here. Soon, the 15 children in the orphanage saw Nakano's figure and ran over quickly. Boss, now that you are in Class A, we want to see you, it's not easy. Nakano smiled shallowly and comforted, you practice hard, and sooner or later, you will also be promoted to Class A. We're choking enough, we have some ability, or a little self-aware, haha. By the way, boss, this is the ninja tool sent by Class B this morning, this is your set. When Nakano heard this, he took it and opened his belt bag to see that inside were 3 kunai and 3 shurikens. With a slight smile, Nakano put it away, which he deserved. What's more, ninja tools are not cheap, and he has no money to buy them, and this set is just for him to use. As you can see, the 15 children in front of them are also very happy to have a set of ninja tools for free. Boss, teach us the skill of throwing kunai, right? Although one of the children asked this, the rest of the children looked at Nakano longingly. Okay, let's go, find a training ground with few people. Nakano moved wisely, thinking of the Venom replication attribute, he immediately responded. He secretly said in his heart, I will help each of you win a set of ninja tools, you will also help me, I just copy the attributes. Copying is not plundering, so these children will not have anything to lose at all, and Nakano will not have any burden. It's just that there are people in the training ground in the school, and Nakano is a newsmaker, so wherever he goes, many people will gather. In desperation, Nakano had to take the children to the forest, where there are many trees and can be played casually. Yes, the eyes should be fixed on the target, and first throw out the ku-wu by feeling, and then remember the arc of the ku-wu flying out and the power used in the hand. Then, the second throw, improve it, practice slowly, don't rush it. Nakano teaches seriously, and the children are very serious about learning. After transferring the skills to the children, Nakano was also idle. At this time, he stood behind the children. Whether you can perform ninjutsu in the future depends on you. Immediately, his hands opened slightly, and 10 drops of venom suddenly appeared on the tips of his 10 fingers, and with a flick of his fingers, 10 drops of venom immediately fell on the bodies of the 10 children. Immediately afterwards, 5 more drops of venom were attached to the remaining 5 children. This time, Nakano did not intend to wrap the other party all over, but just attached a drop of venom to the other party's skin. And a drop of venom, no different from a mosquito, will not be detected in the attentive others. After waiting for half a meal, he withdrew 15 drops of venom. Didn't 15 drops copy too? After feeling it carefully, I saw that my body did not have the slightest change and reaction, and I was suddenly depressed. It should be that there is no relationship of wrapping the whole body, only 1 drop is attached, and the chance is too small. It's okay, 15 children, the chances will make up for it relatively much. Go on. At that moment, 15 drops of venom fell on the 15 children again. At this time, the sun was at noon, and it was not until the sun tilted to the west that Nakano stopped this repetitive move. Huh? That feeling just now was copied too? After taking back the venom, Nakano immediately felt a slight change in himself, which was obviously different from before. While the 15 children were still practicing hard, he turned around and came to a large tree, and he leaned against the tree and took out the attribute test paper. When he entered the chakra in the danshin onto the test paper, the attribute test paper immediately shattered, and at the same time, the broken test paper fragments became wet, as if they had been soaked in water. This is earth properties and water properties, 2 properties? In an instant, Nakano almost jumped up with excitement. He didn't expect that he copied 2 attributes at once, which was really a surprise. Chapter 13. Nakano practiced with the children until the afternoon, when he was separated from the children. When he returned to grade A in the first grade, it was also time for school to be out. Nakano-kun, see you tomorrow. Rope Tree said hello to Nakano and ran out of the school. Looking at the distant rope tree, Nakae's heart suddenly came alive. The rope tree belongs to the Thousand Hands clan, and the Thousand Hands clan is the immortal body of Asura, the second son of the 6 immortals, with super vitality and physical energy, and the most coveted is the almost inexhaustible Chakra. In the early stage of Hokage, it is not yet obvious, but in the later stage, who has more Chakra will play a decisive role. For example, the genius Kakashi has been playing soy sauce in the later stage because the amount of Chakra is too small. If Kakashi is given the body of the immortal, then Kakashi is definitely one of the ninjas against the sky in Naruto, even more dazzling than Uchiha Obito. Therefore, in this world of fire shadows where human life is like grass, the amount of Chakra is extremely important. And the only thing that determines the amount of Chakra is the body of the immortal. Nakano's previous idea was to copy the body of the immortal. This is not a choice, the body of the immortal must be obtained. Looking at the disappearing back of the rope tree, Nakano really wanted to go up and give it a stuffy stick, and then copy it well. Maybe he could copy the body of the immortal. However, this idea was pushed by him, and this method did not work. The Senju clan can be said to be the royal family in Konoha village, and secretly it is uncertain how many ninjas are protecting. If he makes a rash move, he will definitely be attacked, and he is very likely to be expelled or killed. After all, he doesn't have the strength to compete with the entire Konoha now. In addition, he can only slowly find opportunities. Moreover, in Konoha village, not only Rope Tree has the body of an immortal, his sister Tsunade also has Aught, and the Vortex Mito and Vortex Shine of the Vortex clan have both. There is more than one goal that can be copied, so he is not in a hurry and can wait for the opportunity slowly. Nakano-kun, Yuri and I are going to eat yakiniku, let's go together. Moreover, the house that Naruto-sama assigned you also happens to be not far from our Uchiha clan, and after eating the barbecue, the three of us also happened to go home by the way. Mikoto pulled Yuri and invited Nakano. Belch. Nakano was thinking about something on his mind, when Mikoto suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and he didn't react for a while. There seems to be no reason to refuse. Okay. It just so happens that I don't know what to eat at night, but I don't have enough money to invite you. Nakano awkwardly touched the change in his pocket. This change is still a little basic guarantee given to him by Konoha village, and Hirasuri can only eat full, not eat well. It's okay, we have money, we invite you. Mikoto said very generously. It can be seen that her personality is extroverted, and Yuri on the side is a little introverted. Too small. The beautiful women all want to go to yakiniku with Nakano. Mikoto is a generous invitation, and Yuri is a little shy. It's hard to imagine that 3 children, who are less than 20 years old, may only be able to see it in the Hokage world. 3 people talk and laugh together, the relationship quickly closes. Children in this period have no distractions, like want to approach, it's as simple as that, without any purpose. After eating the barbecue, the 3 of them walked down the street, and even Yuri began to take the initiative to talk and laugh with Nakano, although he was still a little shy, but compared to before, he had improved a lot. And Mikoto also became a conciliator between Nakano and Yuri. Nakano also naturally saw that the 2 sisters of Uchiha had a good impression of him. He naturally likes beautiful women, but now that they are still too young, it is not a good idea to bring the relationship closer and stabilize it first. Wait for Nakano to put too small. After the beauty sent home, he also returned to his new home. This house is similar to the room where Naruto lived in Hokage. One night, quickly passed. The next day, shortly after Nakano arrived at the ninja school, the class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, appeared in the classroom. Okay, all quiet. I also said yesterday, today we will test the condensation results of everyone's chakra. Bofeng Shuman, you are the first. When Matsumura Takeda called out the name, the blonde boy immediately went to the open space next to the podium. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, Bofeng Shuman spread his hands flat, and not long after, his hands emitted a light blue brilliance. Okay, good, really worthy of a genius. Matsumura Takeda nodded with a smile and praised. Rope Tree, you next. Faced with such a simple test, Nakano is also relaxed. In fact, having seen Hokage, he knows very well that even in Naruto's generation, the lower ninja assessment is very simple. As long as he can smoothly use the basic 3-body ninjutsu, he can graduate and become a lower ninja. Not to mention the fact that it is now before the Second World War, it is simpler. As for the 3-body ninjutsu that is currently at his fingertips, he is bound to get his hands as well. Chapter 14. Uchiha Yuri, let's test it. Facing the female genius of the Uchiha clan, Matsumura Takeda said in a gentle tone. When Yuri came to the open space next to the podium, he quickly condensed chakra into the palm of his hand and appeared. Seeing this, others also secretly smacked their lips and sighed to themselves. Very good. Matsumura Takeda praised Yuri and turned to look at the rows of desks. There, nearly half of the people did not pass the test, and those people did not condense chakra. Almost all of those who passed the test were Naruto's parents, and even among the fathers of that generation, there were people who lagged behind and did not condense chakra. At this point, the results of chakra condensation have also been tested. However, to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Nakano suddenly stood up. Takeda-sensei, I also want to participate in the test of chakra's results, I don't know. Nakano asked seriously. For a while, everyone looked at Nakano in surprise. What the? Do you also have to take a test? You're only on the 3rd day of admission, and the chakra condensation course you just came into contact with yesterday has only been overnight, and you have to take the test today? Even if you have talent in throwing, it doesn't mean that you also have talent in condensing chakra. However, Nakano is obviously not a fool, and since he wants to participate, he will definitely not let it go. Don't? Did Nakano really condense chakra just overnight? Thinking of this, everyone in the classroom looked at Nakano in great surprise, and that look was no different from looking at a monster. Even the class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, was particularly surprised. Nakano, I said yesterday, you don't have to participate today. After all, you have just entered the chakra condensation course that you only came into contact with yesterday. But today you took the initiative to participate in the test, did you? Matsumura Takeda's words did not continue, but what he wanted to express was understood by everyone in the entire classroom. Everyone looked at Nakano with surprise. Only Mikoto and Yuri, as well as the wave feng shui gate, faintly, with a hint of expectation. Yes, Takeda-sensei, I think I may have condensed chakra. At that moment, Nakano's voice fell, and the entire classroom suddenly fell silent. Matsumura Takeda immediately reacted, with a surprised face, and said with some excitement and eagerness, then you come and test it, mobilize the chakras in your body, gather them on the palm of your hand, and try it quickly. Nakano came to the podium, looked around, and saw that everyone was looking at him, and he smiled slowly. Immediately, a blue light appeared above the palm. Notice that it is a blue glow. Prior to this, among those who passed the test, only the chakra of wave feng shui gate and Uchiha Yuri and the rope tree had the darkest color, which would represent the amount of chakra in the body. The light blue brilliance of Bo Feng Shuman and Yuri is slightly lighter than the blue light of the rope tree, but this is also normal. After all, the rope tree has the body of an immortal, which is incomparable to most people since birth. However, Nakano's blue light surpassed that of wave feng shuiman and Yuri, although it was a little lighter than that of the rope tree, but it was enough to shock everyone. You know, in everyone's cognition, Nakano is only the result of a night's condensation. I wipe, how is this possible? Is this guy still human? It's just shocking. Do you want to change it like this? The guy in the state is put in the first grade A class, in my opinion, simply put him in the 6th grade A class, this is too changed. State. My heart has been hit hard, who has suffered this Nima? Originally, our class A had 3 geniuses, Wave Feng Shuman, Uchiha Yuri, and Rope Tree, which was enough to hit people, but how could Nima God not let us go, and actually let the more heaven-defying Nakano appear here? Nima, it's not called people alive. For a time, in the entire classroom, except for the recognized 3 geniuses, the rest of the people, whether they passed the test or failed the test, at this moment, they were beating their chests and complaining. They already clearly realized that Nakano was a change. State, is a monster, and today, presumably only the first blow, I am afraid that in the next days, they will be even more hit. When they think of this, they are unlovable. In fact, in the eyes of their classmates in Class C and Class, they are also geniuses, but geniuses and geniuses are not the same, geniuses and monsters are the same. The state is even more different. At this moment, no one could appreciate how much their weak hearts had been hit. So handsome. Nakano-kun, you are simply so handsome. Mikoto Uchiha waved her small fist and shouted excitedly. You're really good. Uchiha Yuri was also surprised, but his eyes were filled with joy. Congratulations, Nakano-kun. Bo Feng Shuman was also congratulated with surprise. It's only slightly worse than my color, you're really pretty good. Even the rope tree was very surprised. At this moment, the class teacher Matsumura Takeda was shocked and secretly said in his heart, God, how much blessing Konoha has accumulated, and he will receive such a monster as Nakano. Chapter 15. It only took one night to condense chakra, and it was stronger than Uchiha Yuri and Wave Feng Shuman. What a terrible thing this is. It's hard to imagine that the first day of admission caused a sensation in the ninja school, and on the 3rd day, chakra condensed, surpassing the vast majority of the elite A class, and only weaker than the rope tree with the body of an immortal. Such dazzling results are definitely the most dazzling since the establishment of the ninja school. And this person, right under them. Nakano. This name will once again sensationalize the ninja school, and maybe it will also alarm the konoha high level. The class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, smashed his mouth in surprise, and then said excitedly, "Okay, then let's learn the basic ninjutsu of ninjas, three-body ninjutsu." Presumably, there are clansmen among the students who have taught three-body ninjutsu, but many students do not. Three-body ninjutsu, talking about avatar art, transformation technique and avatar technique. Let's talk about it in turn. The first is the doppelganger, which separates the avatar that is not an entity, can only confuse the sight of ordinary ninjas, and does not have the ability to attack. Of course, if everyone is facing the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan, then everyone should be careful, because they can see through the avatar and the body with the pupil technique. Speaking of this, Matsumura Takeda smiled and looked at Uchiha Yuri and Mikoto, and everyone looked over. Mikoto raised her head proudly, and she looked at Nakano and smiled. Yuri was indifferent, but her gaze swept towards Nakano from time to time. Okay, let's continue. The order of the doppelganger is, Wei Xian, there are only 3, it's still very simple. Okay, I'll show you again. I saw Matsumura Takeda making difficult gestures with both hands and 5 fingers, and at first he was very slow, and after finishing the 3 seals in turn, he quickly sealed the seals after seeing that everyone remembered the 3 seals. Wei Mian, doppelganger. Boom. A puff of white smoke rose up in the clearing, and when the white smoke dissipated, there was an extra person in it. This person was exactly like Matsumura Takeda. For a while, all the Class A students were excited. Especially the students who passed the Chakra test are very excited, because next, they can really learn ninjutsu. Students who failed the Chakra test were so upset that they could only watch and not experience learning for themselves. Wei Xian, these 3 seals. Nakano secretly wrote down these 3 Indian forms. He is also very excited at the moment. His excitement comes from the obsession with Hokage under the pursuit of Hokage for nearly 10 years, and there is no one who has seen Hokage who does not want to really master ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu is very dazzling. And at this time, Matsumura Takeda saw that everyone had memorized these 3 techniques, clapped his hands, and after everyone saw it, his heart moved, and a bad taste appeared. He smiled and said, "Since everyone has already written down the technique, it is better to cast it here to try the effect. Who comes first?" Although he was asking, his gaze fell on the 3 of Rope Tree, Yuri, and Watergate. The meaning is very obvious. Here, only these 3 people may have learned in advance, maybe they have mastered it. "I'll come." Rope Tree volunteered to come out. His ambition was to be Hokage, and the posture of active learning was very strong. For a while, everyone's eyes also fell on the Rope Tree, and it could be seen that everyone else envied the Rope Tree. Wei Mian, doppelganger. Boom. However, after the white smoke dissipated, there was only a white strip inside, and it was impossible to see what it was. Belch. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Still can't do it." Rope Tree scratched his head in annoyance and retreated with a slightly red face. "Don't worry, you just haven't had a stable combination of chakra and the technique, and if you practice it, it will be fine." Matsumura Takeda Kazuzan comforted. In fact, what he wanted was this effect. He wanted to give other students who were lagging behind a little psychological comfort, not to be hit and lose confidence. Look, geniuses also have times when they can't do it, and geniuses also need to work hard. That's the effect. Immediately, Matsumura Takeda looked at Yuri and Watergate. "Or, you two try it too." Hearing this, Yuri didn't react, and Watergate waved his hand, meaning not to be ugly. "Let's let Yuri show it, she should have mastered the doppelganger technique." Watergate recommended. "Haven't you mastered it too?" Zhili is still a cold side to others. Belch. Watergate was choked, and suddenly smiled ruefully. "Oh? You two have mastered the doppelganger technique? Then you both show." Boom. Just as Matsumura Takeda wanted Yuri and Watergate to show off, before he finished speaking, there was a sound of smoke exploding from behind him. "What is it?" Everyone was stunned in surprise, and then turned their heads to look. However, in the next second, everyone was shocked. I saw that next to Nakano, there was another Nakano, and the two people were exactly the same. Chapter 16. Looking at the two Nakano in front of him, everyone was calmed. Obviously, one of them is the doppelganger, which is not to say. Nakano used just a few minutes to learn the doppelganger technique. This really belongs to the current learning society. Groove. Is this Nima okay? Is he really human? Not a monster? Oh my god, can this class still stay? Takeda-sensei, can I apply for a transfer? This Nima really can't stay. For a time, most of the students were completely beaten by Nakano, and they all complained like complaints. And the class teacher Matsumura Takeda had just struggled to use the failure of the rope tree to build up everyone's confidence, and was immediately crushed by Nakano. This time, it was really devastated. Matsumura Takeda also immediately cried and laughed, and there was nothing he could do. Such a demon-level genius, it is said that no ninja village does not like it, but the troubles that accompany it are also sad enough. That's how he is now, and he feels a headache. At this moment, Nakano, in fact, was extremely surprised in his heart. In fact, in the previous time, he secretly performed several doppelganger techniques, but the results could not be completed, and they all ended in failure. The chakra in the body and the technique in the hand are indeed not easy to combine. It is no wonder that the rope tree with the body of the immortal is not completed, it is indeed a little difficult. However, this is also because they are too young. After trying a few times, Nakano had already given up. And at this time, he suddenly had an idea: the venom in his body can enhance his own strength, so can it enhance the casting of ninjutsu? Perhaps, it can also enhance the combination of chakra and surgery in the body. With this skeptical thought, he controlled the venom to attach to his arm and the back of his hand, not all wrapped. Because of his sleeves, he is not afraid of being seen. Therefore, he cast it again, and this was the scene just now. It was the enhanced properties of venom that helped him successfully perform the doppelganger technique in one go. That's where his surprise came from. It turned out that venom could also increase his speed in learning ninjutsu, which would be wonderful. It's just that the reason for this is unknown to outsiders, and outsiders will only think that Nakano is a geek learning ninjutsu and learning it will be done. In fact, on the other hand, it can indeed be said that because venom is a part of Nakano himself. Well, Nakano-san's talent is really enviable, and I have to admit this. I think when I first learned the doppelganger technique, I also practiced for nearly a month and a half before I could successfully perform it, and I could only use it without external interference. And now, I am not still casual, so don't be discouraged. Nakano-san's talent was given to him by God. This point, we can't compare. However, we must also have confidence that if we surpass through our own efforts, we will win more recognition. Matsumura Takeda's words of encouragement are indeed very contagious, and a few simple words have rekindled everyone's confidence. Ninjas, you have to have a belief: without a ninja, it will be nothing. Okay, everyone clean up their minds, let's continue to learn the transformation technique and the substitution technique. Still like that, I'll show you. This time, Nakano did not use venom in front of everyone to learn transfiguration and avatar technique. He just wrote down the imprints of these two techniques and left them alone, only to learn them when he returned home. Time passed quickly, and when Matsumura Takeda taught everyone all three body techniques, he asked everyone to disperse and go to comprehend and learn on their own. And he left the ninja school and came to the Naruto building again. Naruto-sama, I'm here because of Nakano's affairs. When Ape Fai heard this, he put down the pen in his hand, crossed his hands, and smiled. Hey! What happened to that kid? That's right, since the last time he hit 10 rings 3 times in a row, I promoted him to first year class A. Then the next day I told him about the elements of condensing chakra, and guess what? On the third day, that is, today, he actually managed to condense chakra, and the amount is quite a lot, which should be no less than normal lower tolerance. Oh? After Ape Flying Sun listened, his eyebrows were raised, revealing a hint of surprise, and also a hint of interest. It only took one night to condense Chakra. He had never heard of this kind of thing, and the speed was too fast. However, this also shows that Nakano is indeed a rare ninja genius. He was still thinking that when Nakano had Chakra, he wanted to see if the other party had talent in ninjutsu and illusion, and it was only less than 2 days before the good news came. This really surprised him. However, the investigation of Nakano's dark department has not yet returned, and at present, he cannot make further moves. Not only that, today Nakano actually learned the doppelganger technique at one time, and his talent is really against the sky. What the? At that moment, Abe Fari stood up sharply, his face full of surprise. Chapter 17. Nakano learned the doppelganger technique in one go? Sarutobi was really surprised. This kind of ability, he had only seen in the Uchiha clan, and had never seen it on the body of foreigners. The problem is that the Uchiha clan has that ability, because this clan has a blood succession limit, and the strongest pupil riding wheel I. But Nakano is obviously not from the Uchiha clan. The more Sarutobi thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he was already a little anxious to know the details of Nakano. If Nakano was really a spy sent by another country, he would do it himself, although it was a pity, but there was no other way. In fact, he hopes that Nakano is an innocent junior. After all, Nakano's talent is too rare. In this way, he can fully cultivate this genius. What he couldn't wait for was to accept Nakano as an apprentice. This kind of unborn genius, in Konoha, only he, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, had the ability to teach. Okay, I know, you go back first, I have my own arrangements. After Sarutobi waited for Matsumura Takeda to leave, he immediately summoned the members of the Dark Division. How can I find out that the news of Nakano hasn't come back yet? Go to the joint, I want to know the news tonight. Hearing this, the member of the Dark Department wearing animal masks raised his head and glanced at the fire shadow unexpectedly, but he immediately took the order and left here in an instant. Hokage's office was quiet again, but Sarutobi could no longer calm down. He paced back and forth in the room, thinking about his thoughts. It was in his disturbed state that night came. Naruto-sama, Nakano's background has been checked. At some point, a man wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared in the room, and this person knelt on one knee. Oh? Is the news finally here? Say. Ape Flying Sun Chopper replied eagerly. That's right, Nakano's background is very clean, he is a villager in the Land of Fire, and the village where he was originally located is a village called Nakajia Village, but the village that has been plundered has been dilapidated, dead, and fleeing. The people in the orphanage were the ones who met Nakano passing near Nakaka village, and at that time, Nakano was in a state of fainting, and he would not be alive without the orphanage to provide food. With the geographical location in the center of Nakaka's village, there is no possibility for Nakano to leave the Land of Fire. That's all the information that was detected this time. Ape Flying Sun listened, waved his hand to signal the members of the Dark Department to go back to rest, then stood up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at Konoha village in the night, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a smile. Nakano. I don't know if you want to become my closed disciple. If this sentence is aimed at Konoha village, I believe the whole village will boil. You know, Sarutobi only has 3 disciples, and these 3 disciples have graduated from ninja school since they were 6 years old. They were also the existence of the 3 shinobi, who later got the name Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. No matter which of these 3, are very powerful characters in the middle and late stages. Although there is a saying that the master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. But the ability of the 3 ninja is so strong, it must be inseparable from the sincere teaching of the Ape Flying Sun. At this moment, Nakano is practicing kunao throwing in the forest with Mikoto and Yuri. In fact, only Yuri and Mikoto were practicing. Nakano was already stunned by Yuri's throwing technique, and Mikoto had already stopped and watched Yuri repeat the throwing action again and again. Nakano had seen Hokage, and he naturally knew how much the Uchiha clan had changed. State. In the anime, Sasuke Uchiha once practiced obstacle throwing hard in the way of Uchiha Itachi. Obstacle throwing means that there is an obstacle in front of you, and you can't see the target behind the obstacle, but the person's position cannot leave the obstacle area, blind zone. Under such conditions, the first ku-wu is first thrown, and then at a tricky angle and timing, the second ku-wu is thrown, and the second ku-wu hits the first ku-wu, so that the first ku-wu turns around and hits the target behind the obstacle. The whole process is simple to say, but it is indeed extremely difficult in practice, and the tricky angle and time grasp can even drive a person crazy. The reason Nakano was stunned was that Yuri was practicing this obstacle throwing technique at the moment. For a while, he was a little stunned. Yuri is the creator of izanami, and the reason why Ataka knows izanami is to steal the illusion of izanami, and probably, even the throwing technique is stealing Yuri. Thinking about it like this, I'm afraid that many of Ataka's skills were learned from Yuri. After all, a strong person who can create a powerful illusion on his own will definitely be looked up to by the clansmen, which is also normal. Of course, this only means that the weasel learns the skill, and the weasel can learn, which naturally shows the strength of the weasel's own talent. Some people, even if you teach clearly, they may not be able to learn. Thinking like this, Nakano's heart also came alive, and he also wanted to learn this obstacle throwing technique. Chapter 18. Obstacle throwing, Nakano also wants to master. However, after trying a few times, he was helpless to find that it was simply too difficult. The rigorous angle and timing are not at all something that a normal person can handle. However, after he used the Venom to enhance all aspects of his qualities, he only tried 3 times and successfully hit the target behind the obstacle. Mikoto suddenly adored Nakano even more. Even Yuri was a little shocked. She had worked hard for a long time, and there was no way to do it, but Nakano actually did it in less than half an hour. I really didn't mean to. Nakano didn't expect to hit Yuri, and looking at Yuri who pouted, he immediately smiled awkwardly. Then he began to encourage Yuri. You are a smart girl, your talent is also one of the best, come on, it's just an obstacle throwing technique, you will succeed, and your name will definitely resound in the ninja world in the future, and then be sung by the world. Mikoto, you are the same, come on. All 3 of us have to come on. Nakano was completely heartfelt to inspire the 2 girls, and after saying this, he even felt an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. And the 2 little beauties, Yuri and Mikoto, were also encouraged to regain their confidence. Then the 3 practiced for a while and left the place. After he sent the 2 home, he looked at the back of Yuri who had disappeared into the Uchiha clan, and a decision was born in his heart. This decision is to change the fate of Yuri. In the entire anime of Naruto, Yuri only appears once in Ataka's memories, which obviously means that Yuri died in the early stage. There is no information about Yuri in the anime, and he doesn't know how Yuri died, but he certainly won't let Yuri make the same mistake again. A determined look flashed in Nakano's eyes, which made this decision. After returning home, he practiced the Indian style of 3-body ninjutsu he learned today many times, and only after he really remembered it, he used Venom to learn 3-body ninjutsu. Since it is a basic ninjutsu, it is actually not that difficult. Then, after memorizing the other basic Indian formulas learned from Yuri, he turned his head and went to sleep. When he came to the ninja school the next day, his class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, found him for the first time. Nakano-san, the 3rd generation Hokage-sama has something to find you, today you don't have to go to class, go directly to the Hokage building. Ape Flying Sun Chopping looking for me? What is he looking for me for? Is it because of my performance in the past 2 days? Without further thought, Nakano went directly to the Hokage building. Come in. Hearing the sound of Ape Flying Sun chopping from inside, Nakano pushed open the door of Hokage's office. 3rd generation Hokage-sama, I heard Takeda-sensei say, do you have something to find me? For the first time, Nakano faced the man who had devoted his life to Konoha village alone, and he gave respect to his elders. Sarutobi saw that it was Nakano, and he immediately put down the work at hand and stood up, with a smile on his face. Come, come. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turned around and beckoned to Nakano. Nakano stepped forward suspiciously. He had also seen from the anime, from here, he could overlook most of Konoha village. How, from here, how do you feel inside?" Hearing this, Nakano didn't know what the ape flying sun slash meant, but he still said what he really thought in his heart. "It's spectacular, there's a sense of control." Ape Fei-ri laughed loudly, "Not bad, this is the state of mind of a high-ranking person." Nakano, who comes from the blue planet, is naturally very aware of this state of mind, and in thousands of years of history, countless people have been pursuing high positions in order to be able to control the world and sit on beautiful women and rivers and mountains. Sarutobi turned his head to look at Nakano, and he said faintly, "Do you want to make that feeling a reality?" Nakano was suddenly surprised, and he subconsciously replied, "Becoming a Hokage is the goal of everyone in Konoha village, and everyone is working towards this goal." Although he said this, he did not have the will to be the Hokage, and when he came to the Hokage world, he did not want to be bound by a Hokage position. Ape Fei-ri took the stubble and continued, "However, hard work alone cannot be achieved, that requires talent. Not everyone has talent, and you have that talent. So, if I say, I want to take you as a disciple, would you like to?" Saying that, Sarutobi looked at Nakano tightly, as if he was afraid that Nakano would refuse. And at this moment, Nakano did not expect this result at all. His brain was thinking fast at this time, turning rapidly. "If you agree, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Sarutobi has almost the most complete ninjutsu and experience in Konoha village here, which is much stronger than his own groping. You know, the name of the ninjutsu professor is not for nothing. Moreover, if he became a disciple of the ape flying sun chopper, he might be able to expose the venom directly to the ape flying sun chopper and take the initiative to admit that this was the blood succession limit. After all, venom is already a part of his body, and it is also very similar to the blood succession limit, and ape flying sun slash has no reason not to believe it. After all, after that, he can't always use it secretly, and his ability to change forms must always be shown. That way, he can replicate what he wants. Moreover, the overall appearance of the venom package is still a little scary, which is why he has not been exposed in front of outsiders so far. Now, with the support of Konoha's first person, it is naturally easier to be recognized by others." Thinking about it, Nakano met the expectant gaze of the ape flying sun. "I do." At that moment, Ape Fei-ri's face showed a look of great joy. Chapter 19. After receiving Nakano's willing answer, Sarutobi was obviously a little excited. It can be seen that the talent shown by Nakano is very valued by the ape flying sun. "By the way, what are the attributes of your chakra? Have you tested it?" Ape Fei-ri was excited, suddenly thought of something, and suddenly asked. "There have been tests, it seems to be water and soil." Nakano replied truthfully. "Water and soil?" Sarutobi pondered for a few seconds, then looked up and said, "Let's go outside." Soon, the two came to the open land above the Hokage rock statue. Ape Fei-ri raised his eyebrows and said, "Matsumura Takeda mentioned to me that when you learn the doppelganger technique, you can learn it almost immediately. Then you are optimistic about this ninjutsu." With that, he raised his hands and began to seal it, slowing down noticeably, in order to let Nakano see what type of seal he was making. Soon, after a few Indian styles were finished, he looked at Nakano with some excitement and said expectantly, "Put this ninjutsu on display." Nakano always felt a little familiar when he saw those Indian styles, but he couldn't remember what ninjutsu was. However, he also sealed the seals in the order of those forms. During this time, he controlled the venom to attach to the back of his hand. After finishing the seal, his whole person turned into a cloud of white smoke, and when the white smoke dispersed, there was no shadow of Nakano in it at all. Seeing this scene, Ape Fei-ri's eyes widened, and his heart was particularly shocked. It's one thing to hear about it, and it's another thing to see it with your own eyes, and the shock is not something you can feel just by listening to what others say. In the next second, Nakano emerged from the ground, looked left and right in surprise, and then jumped out. He stepped on the ground strangely, unable to step on it at all, but just now, he was really trapped. Seeing that Nakano was confused, Ape Fei-ri laughed. He had picked up the treasure, and there was no reason not to be happy. He explained, "This is a D-grade earth-done ninjutsu, the art of beheading in the heart. It turned out to be this ninjutsu. Nakano finally remembered that when Sarutobi was young, he used this ninjutsu to pull the young Jiraiya into the soil, leaving only one head exposed. And Kakashi also used this ninjutsu. He dealt with Sasuke Uchiha, and it was a test to snatch the bell. This ninjutsu, he still has some impressions, no wonder he felt a little familiar just now. Just write down the printing style and seal order, and you can immediately display it. Your talent is really terrible. But Sarutobi explained excitedly for Nakano, but he had just noticed the change on the back of Nakano's hand, so he asked in amazement, "What was that black thing on the back of your hand just now?" Songai was stunned in his heart, and secretly said, "Did he really notice? In fact, he did it on purpose just now, in order to let the ape fly the sun chop to see." "Teacher, do you mean this?" Nakano stepped forward and controlled the venom to emerge in his palm. "With its help, I can learn ninjutsu instantly. However, I don't know what it is, anyway, since I can remember, it has been inside me." Ape Fari looked down carefully, and a word popped up in his mind: blood succession limit. In the Hokage world, there are many blood succession limits, and there are many types, and it is not uncommon to have blood succession limits. You know, there are many blood succession boundaries in Konoha village, such as Sharinan, White Eye, Landuin, Mu Dun, and so on. It's just that he thinks he is well informed, but he still doesn't recognize what kind of blood inheritance this is. You should be the blood succession limit, but the master does not recognize what kind of blood inheritance this is, and does not fight tightly. As long as you use it, you have no burden. Sarutobi understood that it turned out that Nakano relied on his own blood succession limit to learn ninjutsu instantly, and after understanding this, he was relieved. However, he did not lose interest in Nakano because of this. In fact, on the contrary, when he learned that Nakano had a blood succession limit, he cherished Nakano as a genius even more. Hearing Sarutobi say this, Nakano was relieved, and the first step he took to expose Venom was simpler than he thought. Sure enough, as he thought, after others saw the Venom, they would definitely think of the blood succession limit for the first time, which was naturally a good thing for him. "Nakano, now you need to decide on something yourself." Suddenly, the ape flying sun became solemn. Nakano showed a puzzled look. "That's right, there isn't much to teach you at the ninja school anymore. In fact, from the time you learned the instantaneous technique, you already have the qualification to graduate, because of the talent against the sky. In other words, you're now a shinobi. What you have to decide is, do you want to graduate now, or do you want to practice physical arts again, etc. After Nakano listened, he understood that it turned out that the ape flying sun slash was referring to this matter. In fact, there are many students in the ninja school who can use three-body ninjutsu, but one reason why they did not graduate is that the school believes that they do not have the qualifications to become a shinobi, and another reason is that the parents are not allowed. Nakano remembers that Uchiha entered school at the age of 6 and had the qualification to graduate at the age of 7, but he still needed permission from the school and parental consent to graduate, so Itaki would go home and ask Uchiha Fugaku if he would graduate from school. "I still study more at school, I haven't learned a lot about ninjas, and I haven't practiced my physical skills." After a moment of contemplation, Nakano decided to stay in the school first, and there was still a lot of things he needed inside. In the end, the two returned to Hokage's office, and Nakano also got 2 ninjutsu books, Mizu and Tsuke. What neither of them cared about was that if the news about graduation spread, I believe that the entire Konoha village would be fried. After all, Nakano counted today, he had only been enrolled for 4 days. Chapter 20. After leaving the Naruto building, Nakano did not go to the ninja school again, but returned home. It has been a week since he activated the Venom, and the chakra in his body has accumulated a lot. Due to his copying of spider abilities, his own strength has changed greatly, which also causes him to condense more chakra than ordinary people. But even so, it was still impossible for him to learn all of Shuadun and Tudun ninjutsu at once. After all, there are many more advanced ninjutsu in it, which require a lot of chakra. After learning a few low-level ninjutsu, the chakra in his body has been exhausted, and there is no way, he can only take his time. However, he did not sit idle, and the seals that the ninjutsu in the 2 ninjutsu books needed to be knotted, he used this day's time, all in his mind. When he needs it and has enough chakra in his body, he can use it at any time. 3 days later. Not long after Nakano arrived at the ninja school and entered the classroom, there were footsteps outside the classroom. Apparently, Matsumura Takeda had arrived. "Quiet down, get back to your seats, and start class." Under the gentle voice of Matsumura Takeda, many of the classmates who chatted at the table also returned to their seats. Mikoto spat out her little tongue cutely and obediently returned to her place from Nakano and Yuri's desk. "First of all, I would like to announce one thing. Today, a new student from our class A will arrive. Come in." Matsumura beckoned to the classroom door, and then saw a girl with crimson hair walk in. She looked cute and not very old, that is, 6.7 years old. When Nakano saw the girl, he immediately recognized who she was. "She's Vortex Jushine. Come and get to know everyone and introduce yourself." Matsumura Takeda wrote. Juzune did not have the slightest fear of coming to an unfamiliar environment, but was still a little excited. "I just moved to Konoha from the outer village. My name is Uzumaki Shine, please take care of you in the future." She also smiled when she saw that the classroom was full of children her age. "Huh? Moved from outside the village? Vortex? She has the same surname as the wife of the first Hokage-sama, Lord Mito Uzumaki. Really? Look at her hair, it's so red, and her face is like a tomato. Tomatoes, I like to eat them. Dingza, you know how to eat." Listening to what many students in the classroom were talking about herself, Juzune resisted the urge to punch the person who called her tomatoes, and continued to say loudly, "My dream is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha Shinobi Village." Wow! When the words fell, there was a sudden silence in the classroom, and then the discussion resumed. "Did I hear you right? What did she just say? What are you kidding, female Hokage? What did you think of us? Waste? In my opinion, you better go back to your own village, this is not for you." Juzune listened to the mention of her village below, and there were tears rolling in her eyes, but she was still gritting her teeth and holding hard, and her little hands were clenched. "Chul Yang, you shut up for me." At this time, Nakano, who observed the state of Juzune, immediately reprimanded the student who mentioned the country of Vortex, and the student saw that it was Nakano, and immediately shrunk his neck and stopped speaking. "I also warn you that the joke just now is strictly forbidden to be repeated, and if anyone commits it again, be careful that I fire him." Seeing that the class teacher Matsumura Takeda was also angry, everyone immediately became honest. "Okay, Jushine-san, you can go to Nakano's table. The person who solved the siege for me just now, his name is Nakano." Jushina followed Matsumura Takeda's gesture and saw Nakano. She came to the desk and sat down, and said to Nakano, "Thank you for helping me speak just now." "You're welcome." Nakano replied with a smile. From Juzune's reaction after hearing about the village just now, he was sure of one thing, that is, the fate of the Vortex country may have been destroyed at this moment. Or maybe there is already a war. Otherwise, Juzune would not have heard the village and wanted to cry. In other words, at present, the Uzumaki Nagato family has almost fled to the territory of the Land of Rain. World War II should be about to break out. This is just Nakano's speculation. After all, the original book does not mention the specific time when the country of the Vortex was destroyed, and in Juzune's memories, it is only said that the people in the village fled to various places. However, it doesn't matter. What Nakano currently cares about is that another person with the body of an immortal has appeared. Moreover, it is still at the same table with him. It seems that the plan to copy the body of the immortal should also be put on the agenda. The most important thing is that he now also feels the lack of chakra, and the fact that he can't learn ninjutsu happily makes him very helpless. As long as he copied the body of the immortal, then chakra is squandered, and it was not cool and crooked. Even if he encounters a strong enemy, he will smash it with ninjutsu, and he will smash the other party to death. Chapter 21. The morning class ended quickly, and because it was a theory, Nakano listened quite seriously, and his understanding of ninjas was much deeper. In the afternoon, it was time for free practice. Most of the students were practicing physical arts, and some were condensing chakra, and some were practicing ninjutsu. After Nakano came to a training ground, he sat in a corner. He was thinking about how to replicate the body of an immortal. You know, Venom copies things. It is necessary to attach Venom to the other party's body. If the other party notices, it will definitely not be willing. Although Nakano does not have to worry about exposing Venom at present, he must be willing or unaware to attach Venom. You can't run in front of people and say, "Hey, I'll put this thing on you for a while, and I'll pick it up later." That would inevitably be considered a neurotic and would not agree at all. And the Venom is black and mushy, like mud, and no one wants to let this kind of thing stick to the body. Even boys will not want to, let alone girls. If you want to copy in a blatant situation, you can only do it in the case of a match. Or, it is still necessary to copy it on the sly. There are only two options. Nakano-kun, I want to challenge you. At this time, Rope Tree suddenly came to this training ground, with two red halos on his face, and a somewhat unconvinced look. Nakano looked at the Rope Tree unexpectedly, but he didn't expect that this guy took the initiative to come to the door. It's okay for you to stay and challenge me to do something. Although Nakano couldn't wait to have a few moves with the Rope Tree so that he could use the Venom attached during the move, he was still curious how this guy could suddenly make such a move. I've heard that the 3 generations of adults have accepted you as a disciple, and said that you already have the strength to endure. I am not convinced. If you have it, I should also have it. I will defeat you now, so that I can prove it to them. Rope Tree raised his fist and showed Nakano a demonstrative look. Hearing this, Nakano understood that it turned out that for this reason, maybe Sarutobi had mentioned his affairs to others. That person is most likely the sister of Rope Tree, Tsunade, because Tsunade is also a disciple of Sarutobi Hinata. Okay, haha, if you are not convinced, then I will beat you until you are convinced. Nakano jumped down the steps and stepped into the field, opposite the Rope Tree. Seeing this, many people gathered around, and also heard what the Rope Tree said, and for a while, it shocked many people. What? 3 generations of Hokage-sama accepted Nakano as a disciple? My god, what did I just hear? Nakano already has the strength to endure. He has only been enrolled for a few days, so he has the strength to endure? It must have been the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama who made a mistake. Anyway, either I made a mistake, or the Rope Tree heard it wrong. It must be so. Although these people are also difficult to accept in their hearts, after all, it was said by the Rope Tree, which still has some weight, and it is very likely to be true, but these people still do not want to admit it. What's going on over there? Let's go and see if we are going to see it. Jushine's grinning personality was undoubtedly revealed, and seeing the lively look at this moment, she immediately pulled Mikoto and Yuri, who had just become familiar, to the training ground where the crowd gathered. Jushina and Mikoto don't know what's going on. As soon as they met, they had a feeling of hating each other, and they suddenly became good friends. Get out of the way, let's see too. It was very rude that Jushina forcibly pulled the person in front of him, causing many people to start shouting in dissatisfaction, but when they saw Yuri, the dissatisfied people suddenly went down again. Look, it's Nakano. As if discovering a new continent, Kushina said excitedly to Mikoto and Yuri. Mikoto, on the other hand, smiled gently, while Yuri remained indifferent, but when she saw Nakano, her face softened a little. Nakano and Rope Tree? Why are the two of them fighting? Mikoto said a little puzzled. And at this time, someone next to them gave them popular science, and they knew what it was for. Suddenly, Mikoto and Yuri were both happy for Nakano, only Kushina looked unconvinced, but she was determined to be Hokage. How could Nakano run in front of her? At the moment, she wants to end up competing with Nakano for a while. If it weren't for Mikoto smiling bitterly and grabbing Jushine, the latter would have rushed down. Nakano-kun, I'm serious, I won't release water. Seeing Nakano agree to his challenge, Naoki is overjoyed, and he forms a seal of opposition to Nakano. Rope Tree's personality is similar to that of his junior Naruto, with a kind nature, ideals, and sunshine. Therefore, Nakano still has a good impression of the rope tree, but the rope tree ended badly, and he fell into a trap in World War II and lost his life. Okay, I'll also declare first, if I beat you, you don't cry your nose. Nakano laughed loudly and also nodded the seal of opposition to the rope tree. Chapter 22. The news that rope tree was going to challenge Nakano spread quickly, and soon the news was almost known in the ninja school. The two classes of Grade C and Class B of the first grade set out and went to the training ground. Many second year, third year and other senior students also rushed to see this sensational ninja school figure who had only been enrolled in a few days. In particular, the news that the third generation of Hokage Abe Hibiki personally confirmed that Nakano had the strength to shinobi. This news made most of the students unconvinced, and even wanted to defeat Nakano in order to prove themselves. What surprised them even more was that Nakano actually became a disciple of the three generations of Naruto Abe Flying Sun, and as soon as this news came out, it shook the ninja school and the hearts of every student. You know, the Abe Flying Sun chop is known as the existence of ninjutsu professors, and Chakra's attributes are full attributes, and he has mastered thousands of ninjutsu. Who wouldn't want to be a disciple of Abe Flying Sun? That's the most luxurious mentor. Therefore, many people came to watch with the intention of challenging Nakano and coming to see what strength Nakano had. And at the same time, inside the training ground, the rope tree and Nakano, who had just finished the seal of opposition, finally fought under the gaze of many eyes. I saw rope tree take out two shurikens from his waist bag behind his back and quickly throw them towards Nakano. Su. Su. Two breaking winds spread, but soon there were two creeping sounds again, and apparently, the four shurikens collided and crashed in all directions. Forget about throwing, don't you know what I rely on to advance to Class A? Nakano said with a relaxed smile. At the same time, many students watching also nodded secretly when they saw this. That's just the beginning, it's only getting started now. The rope tree moved, and rushed straight over. Obviously, he wanted to fight hand-to-hand combat. With a punch, Nakano, who has super perception, easily avoided it, and at the same time, 10 drops of venom took the opportunity to fall on rope tree's body. A few more punches were thrown, but all unsuccessful. At this time, there were already no less than 60 drops of venom attached to the rope tree. And rope tree didn't notice it at all, he was preoccupied with attacking Nakano. He turned his figure, his hands were on the ground, and his person was like a shrimp. The next moment, his feet slammed upwards and kicked Nakano's jaw. This scene happened so quickly that it seemed that even Nakano did not react and was stunned in place. In an instant, Mikato's nervous little hand covered her mouth, Yuri frowned slightly, and Kusina clenched her fists tightly. Bang! A dull sound spread, and it seemed that Nakano finally reacted, but it was only a hard hit with his arm to protect his jaw, but his person was kicked into the sky by the strange force and was kicked out. Looking at Nakano, who flew out with his head raised like a willow, everyone pouted and shook their heads. Just this bit of strength? This is the strength to have shinobi? Are you kidding? Everyone was indignant at the conclusion that the Ape Flying Sun had decided. Although they also knew that the strange power of the rope tree was very powerful, it was too weak to lose the battle so quickly. And Mikato, who was watching, turned a little pale, and if it weren't for Yuri pulling Jushine, the latter would have rushed down, and only Yuri saw a hint. Nakano obviously could dodge, but she didn't dodge, she didn't know why, but there was always a reason for Nakano to do this, so she was not as worried as Mikato. She understood Nakano's strength. In the field, Rope Tree saw that he had won the blow and had a victorious smile on his face. He has absolute confidence in his strange power, as long as he hits the other party, no one can hold it. This is the self-confidence that comes from the thousand hands. However, to everyone's surprise, Nakano, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly flipped over, and then landed firmly on the ground. The reason why he didn't dodge immediately just now was to recover 60 drops of venom. Didn't copy too. Nakano secretly shook his head, but he was not discouraged. A chakra attribute had to be copied many times to succeed, and the chance of the immortal body should be even smaller. Then, Nakano looked at the rope tree with a smile on his face. Go on. He hooked his finger towards the rope tree, which made the smile on the rope tree's face freeze. Rope tree was surprised that Nakano's arm was hit by him head-on, and he was actually safe and sound. However, he can't manage that much. Nakano's actions made him angry. At that moment, he rushed over again. Didn't copy again. Still can't work. It's been 5 times, and the last 2 times, I used more than 100 drops, and I didn't copy them. I can't continue to tease, the amount of drops is too small. It seems that it is possible to wrap the rope tree all over. After the 5th time they separated, Nakano secretly made up his mind that he would wrap the rope tree with venom to seek the best chance. The body of an immortal, he must get his hands on it. Chapter 23. At this time, many students who were watching also clearly showed unhappy expressions when they saw this. In their opinion, the 5 encounters between Nakano and Ropaki, both of them were competing in physical arts, and neither used ninjutsu. For now, this is simply not enough strength to endure. At the very least, the 3-body ninjutsu that shinobi must know must be able to, but Nakano never used it once. This made them very suspicious of Nakano, and they did not have the strength to endure at all. Therefore, after seeing that the rope tree had not defeated Nakano for so long, they all secretly shook their heads. It seemed that defeating Nakano had to rely on them. At the same time, when Nakano is determined to expose the venom, the rope tree on the opposite side is also aroused to be the most competitive, and the more so, the more he wants to win. Unexpectedly, your body has such strength, and it is actually okay to receive 5 blows from me. The physique of the Senju clan is almost above all the people of the foreign race, and the rope tree is really surprised by the strength of Nakano's body. If it is someone else, I am afraid that the arm will be broken when the first blow. But it's time for this battle to end. It can be seen that when Rope Tree said this sentence, his temperament was different, thinking that he wanted to launch some powerful move to quickly end this battle. It's time to end. Nakano smiled slightly, looked around, and saw that everyone was looking at him with implications. With a defiant gaze, he didn't care. Because, at this time, the speed of the rope tree suddenly increased by a lot, and it had rushed towards him again. A blue glow was flickering above his clenched fist, and it was clear that he had used Chakra. Defeat me! With a shout, Rope Tree Yao Yao punched out, cut through the arc of a semicircle, and smashed directly towards Nakano. Rumble! A loud bang passed, accompanied by the dust that permeated most of the training ground. Nakano quickly jumped out of the dust circle and waited until the dust dispersed, where the ground was a 2-meter large pit. This is the strange power of the descendants of the Thousand Hands clan, and it is just a punch. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly grinning, very afraid of this power. However, at this time, Juzune shone in front of her eyes, and this destructive battle made her blood boil, and she actually rushed out of the crowd and ran towards the field. Change me, I'll fight you. Juzune clenched her small fists and rolled her sleeves high up, with a look of excitement. And Rope Tree didn't pay attention to Juzune at all, and it was Nakano who he wanted to defeat. He grinned, showed an excited expression, and laughed at Nakano. This time, I see how you still hide. With that, he lifted his leg and slammed on the ground. Heavenly pain! Boom! A bang, like an earthquake, completely overshadowed the power of the previous punch. I saw that the ground under his feet began to crack rapidly, really like a landslide, and this ground-cracking force rushed straight towards Nakano. The speed was so fast that Nakano didn't have time to react. Soon, Nakano was subjected to this huge force, and his legs began to twist terribly, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. This scene directly frightened everyone. Even Juzune, who had already rushed to the side of the rope tree, was stunned when he saw Nakano injured. There is no teacher here, no one can stop that terrifying move, and no one can save Nakano. Ugh! Mikoto exclaimed in fright, but covered her eyes, not daring to look again. Yuri's face did not change at all, still staring indifferently. She gently patted Mikoto, signaling the other party to open her eyes. Mikoto suppressed her inner fear and looked up. And at this moment, Nakano can no longer support it. Bang! Nakano exploded and turned into a cloud of white smoke. At that moment, an uproar erupted throughout the training ground, followed by the sound of gasping for air. What? Not ontology? That's one of the 3 ninjutsu's doppelganger technique. My god, when did that kid use the doppelganger technique? It should have been when the punch of the rope tree before made the big pit, under the dust and covered everyone's vision, then Nakano must have used the doppelganger technique at that time. So where is he? This battle is starting to get interesting and has aroused my excitement. For a time, the onlookers in the entire training ground looked around the field in shock, but it was clear that there were only 2 people in the field, Rope Tree and Juzune, and there was no figure of Nakano at all. Rope Tree looked shocked. He didn't expect that it was just a doppelganger of Nakano, he didn't notice it. Looking around, he couldn't find where Nakano's body was. And at this moment, when everyone was wondering where Nakano was, a faint voice spread from the field. Tudun, the art of decapitation in the heart. At that moment, the ground under the feet of the rope tree and Juzune broke, and 2 hands popped out, quickly grabbing. After holding the calves of rope tree and Juzune, he pulled the 2 into the ground. Chapter 24. Worried about their breathing, Nakano did not pull them all into the ground, as in the anime, exposing their heads to the outside, and their bodies were all submerged into the ground. Juzune's sudden appearance made Nakano not expect, but since he came, he simply wrapped it together. In this way, the chance of copying the immortal body will double. This was definitely an unexpected surprise for Nakano. Seeing that the 2 people who were more than a meter apart all went into the ground, everyone was shocked. Just that. That's ninjutsu, right? It must be ninjutsu, I just don't know what level it is. I remember that in the E level, there is no such technique. Stupid, it's really lonely, it's D-grade ninjutsu, Earth Escape, the art of beheading in the heart. God, did he even learn D-grade ninjutsu? It turns out that the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama is not mistaken, he really has the strength to endure. I think I actually wanted to challenge Nakano-kun just now, but now it seems that I didn't put it into action. Me too. Me too. And when everyone secretly sighed, the rope tree and Jushina in the field were shocked by this sudden ninjutsu. D-level ninjutsu, that is still too far away for those of them who have not yet graduated. And it is such a distant ninjutsu, Nakano has actually learned it, and it can also cooperate with the practice of doppelganger art in the actual battle. Whether it is his own strength or sense of battle, Rope Tree believes that he is inferior to Nakano. Only then did he really feel the gap between him and Nakano. No wonder the ape flying sun chop has such a conclusion. Thinking of this, the Rope Tree no longer had the mind to continue fighting. He lost. Utter defeat. Nakano returned to the ground at this time, looking at Rope Tree and Jushina with a smile on his face. He had released all the venom in his body. At this moment, the 2 people who did not enter the ground were already wrapped in venom, from the neck down, all wrapped. You idiot, what are you doing with me in the soil? After Juzune was surprised, he shouted angrily at Nakano. However, she soon noticed that something was wrong, and then her face changed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. There's something in this soil, what is it? It's on me, quick, get rid of it. Juzune's shouting made the rope tree also notice the strange appearance coming from him. The rope tree roared and struggled. Soon, he broke through the dirt and left the pothole. The venom had already fallen off, and inside the pit, a cloud of fluid like black mercury was left. Rope Tree looked at the thing inside the pothole in amazement. He had never seen such a thing, he didn't recognize it at all. Seeing that the rope tree had come out, Nakano had to take Juzune away from the ground. This is my blood succession limit, just now I was afraid that you would be injured by stones in the dirt, which is used to protect the surface of your body. Nakano said a nonsense without a red heart, and he crouched down. Leaning out, he reached out, and then the venom in the pit immediately bounced on his hands. At the same time, the venom penetrated the skin and returned to his body. At that moment, his figure shook violently. In an instant, the corners of his mouth turned up. Take a curve. The body of the immortal has finally arrived. It's just that he doesn't know whether the body of the immortal is a copy of the rope tree or Juzune's. Anyway, the chakra in his current body is condensing at an extremely fast speed. So you still have the blood succession limit? Rope Tree really didn't expect this, so he asked in surprise. Yes, at the beginning, I didn't know if this was the blood succession limit, or if the teacher helped me determine it. Nakano simply threw the pot to Sarutobi Hinata, and with this konoha first person blocking his gun, many things became simpler. What the ape flying sun has recognized, the rest of the village will naturally be easily recognized. No wonder the third generation of Hokage-sama said that you have the strength of the lower endurance. Even if you don't have the blood succession limit, your strength is already very strong, and with the addition of the blood succession limit, your strength is really a little scary. Rope Tree said this seriously, and he was now completely convinced. However, the anger in Juzune's heart has not yet disappeared, and she has not forgotten the ninjutsu of Nakano for no reason. You idiot, first explain to me why you just got me to the ground. Juzune stepped forward to give Nakano a pop, and the latter smiled and quickly dodged it. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding, just now I was underground, I didn't see it was you at all, otherwise, where would I do that to you? You said yes. The same problem, Nakano immediately threw it back, making her want to go. At this time, Nakano looked around again, and those onlookers no longer had the previous provocative gaze, and these people all recognized his strength. In fact, Nakano doesn't care about these people. Chapter 25. After Nakano and Rope Tree finally made the seal of reconciliation, they both left the training ground. And the people gathered here began to gradually disperse, but they still gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, talking about the classic battle in which Nakano used the doppelganger technique to lure the Rope Tree and secretly perform the decapitation technique in his heart. Even though the battle is over, these people still feel their blood boiling whenever they recall the scene just now. At this time, no one dared to underestimate Nakano anymore. But in fact, Nakano did not expose much strength, and if it was really exposed, it would definitely blow them to the end. After most of the people left, a boy with golden hair was still outside the training ground looking at the messy ground inside. He is the Wave Feng Shuman. According to his kind nature, he would not compete with others, and originally, he only regarded Yuri and Rope Tree secretly as transcendent goals. After all, he also has an ideal to be Hokage. But when he saw Nakano's battle today, his heart was also aroused, and he also had blood, but it was covered up under his kind nature. Now he has a very strong idea, he really wants to compete with Nakano. There are 2 reasons, one is that he wants to see where his strength has come. Another reason is also clear, that is, to defeat Nakano. Nakano-kun, I'm looking forward to fighting you. He looked at the messy ground below, his eyes became brighter, and he muttered secretly in his mouth. Nakano, who left the training ground, gathered with Kushina and Yuri and Mikoto. The 4 of them came to the shade of a tree. It really scared me to death just now. Mikoto's small hand caressed Tsukai-hun's mouth and said with a palpitation, her gentle gaze always on Nakano's body. You, too, are too kind and too timid. Kushina grinned and poked Mikoto's forehead with her finger. Who is like you, with such an explosive temper and such a fierce battle, you actually rushed down to participate, I really don't know what you think, you are really a girl. Mikoto replied faintly, she really admired Juzune's courage. Juzune shrugged fearlessly. Speaking of which, Nakano-kun, you are very powerful, that Rope Tree is already so powerful, you can actually defeat him so calmly. Juzune took her elbow and nudged Nakano, she had just arrived, naturally she didn't know much about Nakano. Hi! Ninja battles, not only strength, but also brains. Nakano smiled and nodded his head. At this moment, Juzune didn't do it, she embroidered her eyebrows, and said dissatisfied, you mean to say that I have no brains? Poof! This sentence immediately made several people laugh, and even Yuri laughed. Okay, don't make trouble. Seeing that Kushina was looking for Nakano's obscurity, Mikoto quickly laughed and pulled her. Everyone knows that Juzune is just such a temper, in fact, she is very kind in nature, so no one really cares. By the way, Yuri, at that time, how did you know that it was the avatar who was hit by the strange force, not the body? Mikoto really admires Yuri for this, everyone sees the same, but Yuri can see a side that others can't see. Yuri looked at Mikoto helplessly, imitating Nakano's actions just now, and also nodded his head, only saying 3 words. By analysis. Seeing that Mikoto was confused, Yuri shook his head and explained, first of all, we all know the 2 sides of the battle, and what strength you have can also be seen from your usual performance. Therefore, at that kind of dangerous moment, with the strength that Nakano-kun usually shows, it should be completely dodgeable, but he has not dodged. Then the answer is already very obvious, either he wants to die, or that person is not really him. I think that Nakano-kun is still so young, he doesn't want to die. Yes? After listening to Yuri's analysis, not only Mikoto was stunned, but even Juzune was confused. And Nakano on the side also looked at Yuri in amazement. Even he was really taken aback by Yuri's calmness. You know, in that case, things happen quickly, and there is not much time for you to think, but Yuri can calmly see the truth. For a while, a word popped up in Nakano's mind. Combat awareness. It's a scary kind of consciousness. People with this kind of consciousness can often defeat the strong with weakness, which is extremely terrifying. No wonder Yuri was able to create a forbidden-level illusion like Izanami, her talent was truly terrifying. If you think about it, you can expect that the future Yuri will definitely become an enemy's nightmare. In that case, you can actually analyze so quickly and calmly. Mikoto nodded in admiration, she kind of knew why Yuri could stand out in the clan and be known as a genius, which she thought she couldn't do. Chapter 26. After Nakano sent the 3 daughters home, he went to the depths of the forest alone. Only at this time was he really able to calm down and then fully feel the changes in his body. In other words, it should be to feel the strangeness of the immortal body. When watching anime, you can only see that the body of immortals is powerful, but in general, the information given is still very one-sided, and in terms of details, there is no detail at all. And now, after Nakano himself has the body of the immortal, he really feels the strength of the body of the immortal, not to mention that he has a huge amount of chakra, and even his physical fitness is much stronger. It's just that as for who the immortal body he copied is, he still can't see it, and he wants to find out. At that time, Juzune rushed down the field, which was completely an accident, but now, he is a little confused about who he is copying. Although he couldn't see it, he was still more or less able to distinguish the immortal bodies of the Thousand Hands clan and the Vortex clan. The body of the immortal of the Thousand Hands clan is manifested in its strong body, strong cell regeneration ability, and a very fast recovery speed after injury. The body of the immortals of the Whirlpool family is manifested in its strong body and strong vitality, which is why the Whirlpool Hidden Village has the reputation of a village of longevity. Thinking of this, he took out a shuriken from the waist bag at his back and made a cut in his finger belly. At that moment, a tingling sensation came, and bright red blood overflowed. However, after he waited for half a day, the opening still did not change, and there was no sign of healing at all. Isn't it the immortal body of the Thousand Hands clan? Is it from the Vortex family? Nakano was a little surprised by this result, and the reason for his surprise was that he copied the rope tree many times without success, but he copied it to Jushina once. This has to be said to be a great fate. Subsequently, after he controlled the venom to cover it with his fingertips, the wound healed immediately, and the venom returned to the body. The immortal body of the Vortex clan also happens to strengthen my vitality, and I have the ability to recover, and I don't lack that bit of cell regeneration ability. After Nakano confirmed the ownership of the immortal body, he was relaxed. Tudun, Tulia wall. In front of Nakano, an earthen wall more than 2 meters high immediately bulged out with a booming sound. Looking at this not too big earthen wall, he nodded with satisfaction. He didn't use too much chakra, so the earthen wall was not too big. It's just a sea-level ninjutsu. He just wants to learn now. The art of Izudotaki pot. At that moment, the grass suddenly swelled. A large amount of water comes out and irrigates this forest. This is also a sea-level ninjutsu, and in the anime, Yamato used this ninjutsu to create water for Naruto to cultivate. Kakashi had also used it. It didn't take long for Nakano to learn all the ninjutsu from the 2 books of earth and water that Sarutobi had given him. After he possessed the body of an immortal, the chakra consumed by these ninjutsu was already negligible. However, there are not many ninjutsu in the book, most of them are D-level and C-level ninjutsu. B-level ninjutsu is very few, only a few, and A-level is not even one. Thinking about it, this is just some of the normal records in the village for upper-level disciples to learn, not all ninjutsu. And Nakano is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a ninjutsu professor who is flying in the sun, and I am afraid that ninjutsu will not be learned. Later, he became familiar with spider abilities in the forest. In fact, since Nakano copied the spider ability, although the body has been immediately improved, and some abilities can be used as if instinctively, the control of these abilities during use still requires familiarity and practice. Just like in the old trilogy Spider-Man movie, Peter Parker could not control that power at first, although it could be used, but it was also a long time of practice to be able to control it handily. For example, the speed of nerve reaction. Peter Parker just gained the spider ability, in the school to buckle the lunchbox on people's heads. People hit his punch, he dodged at the same time, the other party's arm slowly unfolded, he can even look back and forth several times. There are also flies flying, and Peter Parker can also see the slow motion of the fly slowly flapping its wings. That is the speed of the nerve reaction. I don't know how many times faster than ordinary people. As long as that speed is perfectly controlled, Nakano believes that even if someone on the other side wants to attack him with ninjutsu, he can rely on this speed to see the other party's seal. As long as he wants, he can even learn the other party's ninjutsu at the same time. This ability is almost comparable to the copy ninja Kakashi. Of course, that kind of speed is only for ordinary people, and in some powerful ninjas, I am afraid that it will not be able to achieve that effect. However, you must know that that speed is Nakano's own. As long as he wants, he can completely use the Venom to double again. That night, he practiced for a long time before going home to sleep. After he arrived at the ninja school the next day, he was informed of a message. After a month, a real combat simulation will be carried out. Chapter 27. Time passed, and a month passed in a hurry. For a month, Nakano went deep into the forest every night to familiarize himself with spider abilities, and in fact, after only half a month, he had already mastered neural reactions. And the speed of this neural response, he can adjust the speed at will. The slowest section, he can also see the slow motion fly flapping its wings. It's just that the wings flapping faster than the fly in the movie. For the rest of the month, he was familiar with his physical strength and his own speed and strength. The strength of the body is naturally needless to say. With the enhancement of spider ability, coupled with the strength of the immortal body, it is estimated that there are few people in the Hokage world who can compare with him. And his current speed is completely beyond ordinary people. Because he has not compared with people, he thinks that he is faster than ordinary ninjas, this is for sure. As for some speed-type upper ninja, he is not sure. After all, there is no comparison. However, he has not practiced physical skills yet, and if he masters physical skills again, his agility will increase again, and his speed will definitely exceed that of speed-type ninjas. As for the strength, he couldn't say how many times stronger than ordinary people, but compared to the strange power of the rope tree, there was almost no difference. This is also the reason why he did not hurt his arm after he slammed the rope tree. Nakano finally came to the conclusion that the spider ability he copied, on the whole, was weaker than Spider-Man in Marvel. After all, he is different from the spider that Peter Parker encountered, and the strength of his ability is naturally different. The spider that Peter Parker encountered was a product of science, while Nakano encountered just a normal spider. In fact, the power of Spider-Man in the comics can be compared with the Hulk, very terrifying. He cannot reach that level. In this regard, Nakano is already very satisfied. This is only the ability of the first animal he has copied, and it is already very gratifying to have such a significant change. In fact, strictly speaking, he is already very perverted. And during this month, in addition to figuring out his spider ability, he spent the rest of the day with Yuri, Kushina, and Mikoto every day. The four of them became a small organization, and every time after class, the four of them would get together, whether it was training or on the way home from school, the four of them were almost inseparable. It is precisely because of this that the relationship between the four has risen to a very close level. The degree of density. Pulling small hands or something, it is already the norm, but Yuri and Mikoto are still shy. Only Jushina feels very normal, and does not feel that there is anything wrong. However, during this month, an incident occurred within the Uchiha clan, and Yuri's grandmother passed away. It was precisely because of this incident that the relationship between the four of them warmed up so quickly. When Yuri was in a slump, it was Nakano who accompanied Mikoto and Kushina. Now Yuri, when he looked at Nakano, his eyes were different. It was a kind of tenderness that would only be shown when he looked at his little boyfriend. When she was helpless, it was Nakano who gave her a wide and secure harbor. On this day, after Nakano came to the ninja school, the class teacher Matsumura Takeda announced something. Everyone got the news a month ago, and today, we are going to hold a real combat simulation. I believe that everyone has been practicing hard in this month, so that they can get a good rank in this actual combat simulation. The results of this practical simulation will be included in the graduation transcript, which will determine when you graduate, and please take it seriously. In addition, the three classes A, B, and C are held separately, and when the actual combat simulation is over, the top 3 students can challenge the promotion. Class C challenges Class B, Class B challenges Class A challenges the second grade, and so on. After defeating, they can be promoted. Matsumura Takeda smiled and looked at the excited students in the classroom, and he was also looking forward to the final A class results. Oh, it's finally time to start. This time, I must take the top 3. Dingza, are you stupid? You look at our class, do the top 3 have your place? Also Aang. After Akimichi Dingza looked around, he immediately froze. In their class A, there are 4 geniuses, and it is not so easy to defeat one of these 4 geniuses. Moreover, even if you win one, you still can't get the top 3, you have to beat 2. The students of Class A were almost aware of this, and when they looked at Nakano, Yuri, Watergate, and Rope Tree, they all sighed helplessly. The rule is to get the top 3 before you can challenge the promotion. Moreover, the results of the final combat simulation will also be included in the transcript of the assessment. But Nima, they can't get the top 3 at all. The top 3 in Class A must be 3 of the 4 including Nakano. There is simply no bird thing for the rest of the people. This is the most painful thing for others. Originally, they were excited for a month, looking forward to this assessment, but as a result, nothing happened to them. The rest almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 28. The actual combat simulation takes place in a building similar to the Battle of the Beasts. The building is circular, with a large open space in the middle, and a circular platform with many seats, which are equipped for spectators watching the battle. Anyone who has seen Hokage knows that during the Naka Shinobi exam, Naruto and Ninji fought in such a place, and in the end Naruto won. When the entire A class arrived at the place, they stepped into the open space in the middle of the circular building. After all the students were lined up, Matsumura Takeda began the draw and then announced the list of matches. Hinata left center battle Rope Tree. Oil Girl Shiki vs Narashika Issa. Inyazuka Claw vs Nara Yoshino. Wave Feng Shui Gate vs Heike Yamanaka. Mikoto Uchiha vs Yuri Uchiha. Vortex Jushina vs Yinko Yamanaka. Nakano vs Akimichi Dingza. When the battle list was announced, Akimichi Dingza shouted and lay down, looking unloved. Not only Akimichi Dingza, but also the others who smoked the Watergate and Rope Tree felt extremely frustrated. Mikoto is better, although her opponent is Yuri, but she has not thought of competing for any good rankings. In this state of mind, she is the most leisurely. On the contrary, Juzune's excitement is not small. Looking at the momentum, it seems to be competing for the first. Nakano glanced up at the audience above. Those people were supposed to be villagers in Konoha. He looked around, and none of them knew. The first actual battle, Hinata left center battle against the Rope Tree. The rest left. Matsumura Takeda, who acted as the referee, said. In the first game, Ropa Tree's opponent is a clan member of Hinata's family, and his strength is good. However, it is a pity that he encountered the Rope Tree, and in the face of the strange force, he did not last long before he was defeated. Rope Tree, win. The third actual battle, Oil Girl Shiki vs Narashikaku. Narashika Issa, win. The fifth actual battle, Inyazuka Claw vs Nara Yoshino. Inyazuka Pa, win. The eighth actual battle, Bo Feng Shui Gate vs Heike Yamanaka. Nakano carefully watched the battle. Yamanaka Hiki, he remembered, this person was Yamanaka Ino's father, but this person was not a ninja who was good at attacking. Sure enough, in the following battle, Yamanaka Heike quickly lost to Hei Feng Shuman. This was the first time Nakano had seen Watergate strike in person. He felt that he was fast, clean, without the slightest trick, and defeated Heike Yamanaka in 3 encounters. Wave Feng Shuman, win. The 10th actual battle, Mikoto Uchiha vs Yuri Uchiha. Nakano smiled helplessly. This battle, there was no suspense. Mikoto also knew this, so she only symbolically passed a few moves with Yuri, and then abstained. Uchiha Yuri, win. The 13th actual battle, Vortex Jushina vs Yinko Yamanaka. Seeing this battle, Nakano sighed at the violence of Juzune. Vortex Juzune, win. The last game, Nakano vs Akimichi Dingza. Nakano and Akimichi Dingza came to the field, and both formed a seal of opposition. Nakano-kun, although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to ask you not to release water, and I will also fight with all my might. As soon as Akimichi Dingza's fat body moved, he was ready to attack. Nakano nodded secretly. This is a respectable opponent. Well, I won't keep my hand. Thanks, then. I'm coming. Saying that, Akimichi Dingza rushed over, his fat body like a strong rhinoceros. Meat. Bomb the chariot. Nakano saw the meat rolling over. Ball, can't help but secretly laugh. This is not that move in the later stage at all, this is at most meat. It's just the prototype of a bullet chariot. However, Nakano only punched and blasted out the rolling Dingzie, and hit the wall faster than when he came, making a bang. Dingzie turned over hard, breathing was very difficult, his face was pale, his eyes were open, and he was about to suffocate. In fact, Nakano still kept his hand, otherwise, I am afraid that one punch would have killed Dingza. He stepped forward and pressed one hand on Dingza's back, and soon, when he raised his hand again, Dingza had already recovered, and was gasping for breath, looking like he had palpitations. Matsumura Takeda was relieved to see that he was okay. Nakano, win. Next, start the second draw. However, after the draw, Nakano actually took the turn, and the remaining 6 people were left after the battle, leaving only Uchiha Yuri, Hei Feng Shuiman, and Ropaki. And Juzune in the second round, helplessly ran into Bo Feng Shuiman. She was not the opponent of Watergate at all. Nakano had to ask her to abstain. It's so abominable, Nakano-kun, if you run into that yellow-haired man in the third round, beat him up hard. Juzune looked annoyed. Belch. Nakano scratched his head and said with a smile, okay, I'll help you beat him. Chapter 29. Start the third round of the draw. As Matsumura Takeda's voice fell, Nakano, Yuri, Watergate, and Ropaki walked in front of him. When Nakano took a look and saw that he was number 2, he raised his head to look at the Watergate. At this time, Watergate also raised his head and was looking at him. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nakano vs Wave Feng Shuiman. Nakano-kun, help me beat him hard. Jushina saw that Nakano really met the Watergate, and she shouted loudly from the stand above. After the others in the stands saw Nakano, they all remembered the scene where he punched Dingzie away. Is this kid called Nakano? He is really powerful, just now he punched the brat of the Autumn Daoist family. But that yellow-haired kid is also quite powerful. No, I'm still optimistic about this kid named Nakano. I think yellow-haired kids are amazing. Hearing this, Juzune turned his head, looked angrily at the person who supported Watergate, and said dissatisfied, it must be my family Nakano-kun who is powerful. Your families. For a while, many people turned their heads and looked at Juzune in amazement, and Juzune also realized that he had said it, and suddenly made a big red face. Ha ha ha! Don't laugh! Nakano-kun, I've been looking forward to this battle for a month. Bo Feng Shuman said with a smile. Oh? Nakano was a little surprised, and he replied, you really want to defeat me? The water gate looked at the location of the rock statue in Konoha village. My dream is to be a Hokage. Nakano nodded and said, well, I see. One sentence as a fire shadow is enough to explain everything. The two immediately formed a seal of opposition. Let's go. Matsumura Takeda gave an order and rang the bell for the battle. Su. The water gate figure flashed and left the place. Bang! The dull blow, Nakano easily took it, and immediately after, the two of them walked in the field, almost in a few breaths, the two fought more than 20 times. What a speed! Is this the speed that a school student should have? Not one, it's two, both of them are fast. No, pay attention, that black-haired kid is faster. Bang! With another slap, Nakano and Watergate each retreated. Have you reached the limit of your speed? Watergate asked calmly. Nakano just smiled and didn't reply. Watergate continued, if the speed just now is already your limit, then this battle, I will win. Su. Before the words fell, the figure of the Watergate had disappeared. From above the stands, you can see that the Watergate is moving at high speed. I don't want to hit you, but your speed is really slow in my eyes. Nakano smiled slowly, his figure also flashed, and followed out. Watergate, who was looking for Nakano's flaw, saw Nakano suddenly disappear, and suddenly froze, but the next second his eyes widened. Because he saw Nakano appearing in front of him, following him at high speed. And Nakano was still smiling at him. But in the next second, Nakano punched, and Watergate didn't have time to react otherwise, so he had to cross his arms to protect his body. Bang! Under the force, Watergate's figure exploded back, stumbling and almost falling. Impossible, you can actually keep up with my speed. Watergate was really surprised. After he stabilized his figure, he blurted out in horror, he only felt as if his arms were about to break, and the pain was incomparable. Haha! If you compare speed with me, you can't win. One of Nakano's fingers twirled Ku-Wu and chuckled, he hadn't hit with full force just now, otherwise, Watergate's arm would really be broken. Watergate and him are not so big enemies, there is no need to kill him. And at this time, the people in the stands were surprised to close their mouths, that kind of speed, even some lower patients did not have, and the two students in the school actually reached such a level, it was really terrifying. Watergate is very unwilling, he feels very dense, he still has a lot of means that he has not used, but his arms are painful, the connection seal cannot be done, and he can't use ninjutsu at all. What he relied on most was his own speed, but he was severely defeated by Nakano in the most proud place, which made it difficult for him to accept. Do you want to continue? Nakano asked. Watergate, who looked gloomy, finally sighed and lowered his head. Although I am unwilling, I really lost, in terms of speed, I am not as good as you. However, if there is a next chance, I can still win you by other means. Nakano shrugged indifferently. Then I'll talk about it next time. Watergate didn't say anything more, went straight to Matsumura Takeda, and took the initiative to admit defeat. And Matsumura Takeda was also surprised by this result, he didn't believe that Nakano could win, but this was too fast, this was just the beginning. You know, Watergate is not a soft persimmon, it is actually about the same speed as the defeat of Akimichi Dingza. Nakano, win! Yay! Nakano-kun, you are so great! Juzune raised his small fist and waved. Chapter 30. Nakano's victory surprised and regretted both by the people watching. Surprised, naturally, for Nakano's speed. The regret is that this battle ended too quickly and felt unfinished, and before it was done, it was over. People just got excited, and it was like that kind of thing, everyone understands. It is because of this that everyone also began to look forward to Nakano's next battle, hoping that Nakano could bring them a more exciting battle. Because they all understand that Nakano's next battle will be the last. That is, the tiebreaker of the first place, the first battle. Before that, there were two more matches, that is, Yuri vs Rope Tree, and the third place match. The battle between Yuri and Rope Tree is not much suspense, and Yuri wins steadily. The Rope Tree's move can't touch the speed type Yuri at all. In the end, after being Yuri used C-level ninjutsu, after the fireball, the Rope Tree quickly lost. After Yuri used the How fireball, he attracted a lot of surprise. The difficulty of this technique is still very high. Immediately afterwards, there was the battle of the third place, Bo Feng Shui Men vs Rope Tree, and there was no surprise, Bo Feng Shui Men won the third place. And then there's the battle for first place. Nakano vs Uchiha Yuri. No one will feel wrong with this format, and on the battlefield, who will give you the opportunity to pick your opponent. If you win, you will live, if you fail, you will be killed, and there is no other choice. Do we still want to fight? Nakano walked over to Yuri's side, took Yuri's small hand, and said gently. The meaning of his words was already very obvious, and he didn't want to make a move on Yuri. There was actually no need for the two of them to play, and there was not much difference between the first and second on the final report card. If the two of them do not have this relationship, it is bound to compete for a victory. I want to see what level I have reached. Nakano-kun, can you accompany me? Yuri changed her usual indifference, and in the face of Nakano, her eyes were full of small happiness. However, she also knew that it was difficult for her to find opponents equal to her, and among her peers, only Nakano had the strength to make her face it squarely. However, she was afraid of hurting Nakano, so she was a little entangled in her heart. Nakano also saw Yuri's entanglement, and he stepped forward to get close to the latter's ear. Root, exhaling hot air and whispering a few words, then withdrew back. Looking at Yuri again, his whole beautiful face was already red, so that Nakano couldn't wait to go up and take a bite. Does your blood succession realm really have the ability to heal? With a red face, Yuri asked with some surprise, if so, then she didn't have to worry too much about hurting Nakano. You just let it go. After Nakano gave him a reassuring smile, he nodded to Matsumura Takeda. After receiving Nakano's signal, Matsumura Takeda announced. Nakano vs Uchiha Yuri. Begin. When the two heard this, they formed a seal of opposition. At this moment, in a corner of the stands, a man in a black hat and black robe was watching this battle. Nakano. I heard that you have a strange blood succession limit, I hope you can be of some value to me. Although the man was whispering, he could still hear that his voice was a little hoarse. If Nakano was here, he would definitely be able to hear who this person was, because this person's voice was very recognizable, but unfortunately, at this time, Nakano was concentrating on fighting Yuri. Inside the field, Nakano and Yuri have already played each other. Moving at high speed, the two quickly touched each other's bottoms, and then quickly separated. Seeing this scene, everyone in the stands began to get excited again. That's it, only such a battle will make people's blood boil. Only Mikoto and Kushina pinched a sweat for Nakano and Yuri in the field. I'm really going to do it. Yuri smiled at Nakano and reminded, seeing that she was a little excited to face Nakano. If you lose, then I want you a kiss. Nakano laughed proudly. At this time, Yuri understood Nakano's secret thoughts. She said shyly, then I'll have to wait until you win. Good. Nakano had the motivation and immediately faced it squarely. Su. 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 The three shurikens came out inches and immediately blocked Nakano's wandering space, and Yuri's figure quickly rushed over with the shuriken. Nakano tried to shoot down the three shurikens. However, at this time, Yuri suddenly froze and shouted lowly, boom. Suddenly, the three shurikens exploded, and then a large amount of white smoke like water vapor fell from the air, instantly filling the surrounding space of Nakano. Immediately afterwards, Yuri flashed and rushed into the white smoke. Seeing this scene, the spectators in the stands immediately held the handle of the seat excitedly, and their eyes stared at the stadium without blinking. Soon, there were several sounds of hand-to-hand exchange within the white smoke. And the next moment, a whispered voice of a female voice spread. Fire, the art of the fireball. A large amount of white smoke was immediately vaporized under the high temperature of the fireball, and the entire field became clearly visible again. But at this time, I saw that the huge fireball had already engulfed Nakano's figure. Seeing this, everyone became solemn. You know, the rope tree was defeated under this technique. Chapter 31. Is Nakano going to lose? After everyone saw Nakano being engulfed by the How fireball, a big question arose in their hearts. Mikoto and Kushina are very worried. They are afraid that something will happen to Nakano and Yuri. Even the class teacher, Matsumura Takeda, tensed his body, and if there was a crisis, he would stop it immediately. Everyone was watching the scene of the fireball engulfing Nakano. However, after Yuri used the How fireball, he didn't even look at it. She turned straight to look at the ground around her. I saw her embroidered eyebrows slightly clustered, one hand patting the ground. She drank low. 2 Done, split the soil and turn your palm. Yuri's sudden action made everyone present confused. Nakano was being engulfed by a fireball. What was she doing? Yuri, what is she doing? Mikoto was stunned and blurted out that she didn't know who she was asking, and no one around her could explain it to her. Juzune shook her head, indicating that she didn't know, and she was even more confused. Gee! Such a strong sense of battle, she is only so young, interesting. In the stands, this man in a black hat and black robe, he knew very well what Yuri was doing. At that moment, after Nakano and the How fireball could no longer support it, it exploded and turned into a cloud of white smoke, but the white smoke was immediately vaporized by the high temperature. Only at this time did the people in the stands understand and showed a sudden expression. They all admired Nakano's foresight, and actually used the doppelganger technique early to disturb Yuri's vision. At the same time, they also admire Yuri, whose performance is obviously seeing through Nakano's tricks. Inside the venue. After Yuri turned his palm with the excavated earth, the ground began to crack and turn over, like the scene of the sky falling apart, but the scope was much smaller. And the next moment, from the cracked crack in the ground, a figure flashed out, and 3 shurikens suddenly inched towards Yuri. Only at this time did the people in the stands understand that Nakano's body was actually hidden underground, and Yuri was forcing Nakano to appear. It's an interesting fight. That's right, that's what to look at. Don't forget, they're just first graders. Yes, then don't they already have the strength to endure? That's for sure. And in the face of the shuriken that came from his body, Yuri was not in a hurry, and he held the knot to block it all. Earth, geochemical clay. Nakano immediately used degrade ninjutsu to turn clay into earth, and the ground under Yuri's feet suddenly turned into sticky. The thick clay restrained Yuri's figure. His figure moved, and he quickly flashed to Yuri's back, and after putting his arm around Yuri, he held his hand around Yuri's neck. You lose, you owe me a kiss. Nakano smiled. He just wanted to get closer, but found that there was a sharp thing on his waist against him, and when he looked down, Yuri was actually holding Kuwu on the contrary, and the sharp point was pointing at his abdomen. No, you lost. Yuri turned around and smiled happily at Nakano. At the same time, there was a bang in the sky, and this sound directly caused everyone to look up, only to see that there was another Yuri falling in the sky. Fire, the art of the fireball. After quickly finishing the seal, everyone was waiting for the How fireball to be spewed out, but Yuri did not spew out the How fireball. This time, she was afraid of hurting Nakano. Silly Nico, I said it all, you can do whatever you want. However, this kiss, I will decide. Nakano said and smiled, and then he took the initiative to disarm the ninjutsu, and he suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of white smoke and disappearing. What? This is also your shadow doppelganger? Yuri on the ground was really surprised this time. She looked up at Yuri in the air, her eyebrows were slightly clustered, but the next moment, Yuri on the ground also exploded into white smoke. Yuri, who was about to land in the air, looked around, and there was no shadow of Nakano at all. At this moment, there was a faint laugh behind her. Silly Nico, are you looking for me? Boom! With the words, with a bang, Nakano appeared, and he hugged the surprised Yuri. After landing steadily, he still did not let go. Yuri's eyes opened sharply, and there was a hook on the edge of his red pupils. Riding wheel eyes. The blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan is also the biggest dependent, and has a lot of abilities against the sky. If she had used the Sharingan from the beginning of the battle, she would have been able to see through Nakano's shadow avatar, but she did not intend to use it. Immediately, she recovered. Why are you exactly the same as the last move I used? Moreover, every time it seems that I have the advantage, in fact, I am one step behind you every time. Yuri didn't understand this and couldn't understand how Nakano did it. She burst into steamy white smoke in order to cover Nakano's line of sight and use the shadow avatar from it, but her body was thrown into the air using transformation techniques, and after the shadow avatar contained Nakano, she surprised the yellow sparrow behind. But as a result, the real yellow sparrow is Nakano. Chapter 32. Do you really want to know? Nakano whispered close to Yuri's ear. Yuri felt itching in her ears and shrunk her neck. She snorted, then turned around and looked at Nakano with a puzzled expression. Smiling, Nakano nodded Yuri's forehead. You know what? Your smoke is of no use to me. Seeing that Yuri was even more puzzled, Nakano shrugged helplessly and said 4 words, blood succession limit. It dawned on Yuri that she had already lost the moment she confidently burst the smoke. If this is on the battlefield, the enemy will not play with you, and people will immediately die. In fact, this is not to blame Yuri, the main thing is that Nakano's ability is too changeable. State, in the entire ninja world, there is no second one. Well, I lost. Helpless, Yuri had to surrender and forged a seal of reconciliation with Nakano. Then you owe me a kiss. Nakano smiled. Nope. After glaring at Nakano in disgust, Yuri ran away shyly. Nakano knew that it was just Yuri's reservedness. Above the stands, in a certain corner, the people in black hats and black robes turned up at the corners of their mouths after watching the match. There was a curve, but his pupils were like snakes, making people chill behind their backs. My little junior brother, I hope you are interested in eternal life. With a weird smile, he left here in an instant. And this battle between Nakano and Yuri can be described as a twist and turn, with constant reversals, and the people watching it are called an excitement, that is called an excitement. Especially the ninjutsu used successively in the process, that level of ninjutsu is no longer something that school students can use. Some D-level and C-level ninjutsu are better, especially the art of shadow avatars, which is already B-level ninjutsu, and even some lower ninjutsu cannot be mastered. But 2 6-year-old students can actually use it, which shows how genius and terrifying these 2 6-year-old students are. The students of the entire Class A had already been calmed down, unable to speak for a long time, and the blow they received could not be understood by others. Even the class teacher, Takeda Matsumura, was shocked, and for the first time since he started teaching, he had heard that a 6-year-old child could use the shadow doppelganger. Moreover, there were 2 at once, and they were all in his class. He was surprised, but also rejoiced and relieved. He knew that the 3 children who won the top 3 this time were already qualified to graduate. Okay, today's actual combat simulation ends here. The top 3 winners were, Nakano in the first place, Yuri Uchiha in second place, and Feng Shuiman in third place. Subsequently, after the announcement of the class teacher Matsumura Takeda, the actual combat simulation has also come to an end. Tomorrow, there will be a promotion test, still here, but there will be 3 gladiatorial arenas at the same time. Everyone needs to be there, and maybe someone will challenge one of you. The top 3 in our class can also challenge to the 2nd grade. If you succeed in the challenge, you can advance to the 2nd grade. Although Matsumura Takeda said so, the last sentence was already meaningless to the top 3 in Class A. The 4 of them walked around the campus, and from time to time people cast surprised eyes. For these gazes, Nakano did not care and did not care. You 2 are really powerful, you have even learned the art of shadow avatars, that is B-grade ninjutsu. Jushine's surprised look was exaggerated, causing Mikoto to cover her mouth and laugh. Yes, our 3-body ninjutsu has not yet been learned, and the 2 of them have already learned shadow avatars. Although Mikoto was laughing, she was also surprised, really surprised. This is not a small thing. Both Nakano and Yuri smiled, not saying anything, and not knowing what to say. By the way, will you two be given graduation qualifications from the ninja school? As soon as Mikoto heard her talk about this, all four fell silent. Nakano is naturally very clear. In the anime, Uchiha Itachi learned and used the shadow avatar when he was 7 years old 1 year after entering school, and was given a graduation qualification by the school, and Uchiha Fugaku praised Itachi as proud. And now he and Yuri have also used shadow doppelgangers, and it is estimated that they will also receive the graduation qualification of the school. Although he and Yuri were much earlier than Itachi, he had only been at the ninja school for a little over a month, but it was really useless to stay any longer. As for physical skills, he has a shortcut method. Finally leaving the ninja school. Suddenly, Nakano thought of something. Immediately, the more he thought about it, the more fun he felt. Yuri, before graduation, why don't we go crazy? What's crazy? Remembering the provocative gazes of those people before, the corners of Nakano's mouth appeared. Cocked, showing a sly smile. Aren't our top 3 able to challenge the 2nd grade? Yes, what's wrong? For a moment, Yuri still didn't understand, and asked puzzled. We simply started in the 2nd grade all the way to the 6th grade, and before leaving, we also let this ninja school leave our legend. Chapter 33. Leave our legends. These 7 words continued to echo in Yuri's heart, and at that moment, a rush of blood rushed up, making her even start to get excited. This is good, if you want to play, take me with you. As soon as he heard that he was going to challenge the 2nd grade to the 6th grade, Juzune couldn't resist the excitement in his heart and said yes again and again. Belch. Juzune's words immediately made Nakano and Yuri and Mikoto cry and laugh. What a brainless girl! What are you making fun of? The challenge qualification is the top 3, is there you in the top 3, you will follow the fool. Mikoto laughed and persuaded Kushine. After realizing that she could not participate, she suddenly lost her breath like a leather ball that had been unloaded. Pouted, looking like the baby was unhappy. But, is he willing to do it? Yuri asked. Well, I'll go find him. Nakano had the confidence to move the water gate. If this matter is done only by himself, he will naturally leave a name in history, but without the shock of 3 people, it will take 3 people to challenge the top 3 in the 2nd grade. As the 1st place, Nakano naturally had to challenge for the 1st place in the 2nd grade, Yuri for the 2nd place, Watergate for the 3rd place, and so on, until the 6th grade. That's perfect. This matter, when you think about it, is very emotional. With Watergate's desire to be the heart of Hokage, there is no reason why he would refuse. When Nakano approached the Watergate and talked about it, the latter only pondered for about 3 seconds and immediately agreed. With Nakano's help, his arm immediately recovered as before, and tomorrow he will be challenged, with injuries. Moreover, Watergate's defeat to Nakano is really a bit of a, so he also wants to take this opportunity to prove himself. The next day, the promotion challenge began. This is a major event in the ninja school, and the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki, who is the honorary principal, will naturally be present, and many high-ranking people in Konoha will also come to watch. After all, there may be good seedlings to cultivate. Also, the parents of students, etc., will also pay attention to the promotion of classes. First, Class C challenges Class B in the same grade, followed by Class B challenges Class A. When these 2 classes in each grade are challenged, it will be a challenge to cross the grade. However, when Matsumura Takeda heard the challenge target of the 3 of Nakano, he was stunned. What? The 3 of you are going to challenge the top 3 in the 2nd grade A class? Although he also believes that the 3 of Nakano can beat the top 3 of the 2nd grade A class, there is no need at all, just challenge one at will, and win more easily, so why not? He really didn't know what the 3 of Nakano thought. If he knew the actions and thoughts of Nakano's 3, he would definitely be surprised. You decided. Decided. In desperation, he had to report the challenge target of the 3 of Nakano. In the face of such a big event, Matsumura Takeda could not be the master, he only participated in the assistance as a class teacher. The real decision is ultimately the ape flying sun, and he will have the greatest power. When Sarutobi saw the challenge target requested by the three of Nakano, he immediately smiled. It's still young, Fang Gang. He didn't think much about it, and even if he approved. Nakano, who ranked first in first-year Class A, challenged Yasushi Hinata, who ranked first in second-year Class A. Uchiha Yuri, who ranked second in first-year A class, challenged him to finish second in second-year A. Wave Feng Shuman Challenge, Class A, ranked third in Class A of Year 1, ranked third. The three of Nakano were arranged in 3 gladiatorial arenas, and the challenge was held at the same time. Quick victory. Before the three separated, Nakano said, and when Yuri and Watergate heard this, they all nodded excitedly. Nakano, the last time I saw you fight with the rope tree, your strength is indeed good, but you are also too inflated, you dare to challenge me as the first in the second grade. Yasushi Hinata? Bang! Under the heavy punch, Hinata Yasuji was knocked out like a dead dog. When Nakano left the gladiatorial arena, he also saw Yuri and Watergate walking out. The three looked at each other and smiled, and came to Matsumura Takeda again. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully advancing to the second grade. The three of us continue to challenge for the top 3 in third grade. What did you say? Matsumura Takeda originally congratulated with a smile on his face, and for a while, the smile froze, and he almost wondered if he had heard it wrong. There was no such precedent in previous years. Can't you challenge? That's not a clear rule. That's good, the three of us continue to challenge. In the end, Matsumura Takeda had to bite the bullet and submit the challenge application again. These 3 little guys, what are you doing? Abe Feiriko looked at the challenge application in his hand, and was also a little puzzled, but after he smiled shallowly, he still approved it casually. At this time, Shimura Danzo on the side glanced at the corner of his eye and saw the challenge application. He looked back at a man in a black hat and black robe behind him, who nodded to him, and then he turned his head and looked at the gladiatorial arena, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Chapter 34. Shimura Danzo came here to see for himself the new students who have recently become famous at the ninja school. He was paying attention to the previous challenge. The strength shown by Nakano is indeed beyond that of the current students. However, if that was the case, it would not be enough for him to be there in person. What he wanted to see was the rumored blood succession limit of Nakano, so the more Nakano challenged upward, the more he was happy to see it. Only when the opponent who challenges becomes stronger and stronger, will Nakano expose his instinctive strength, that is, his own blood succession limit. As long as Nakano's blood succession limit could bring him benefits, he would find a way to join his command at all costs. His root organization needs people from all walks of life. Moreover, there are other plans that may be used as well. Nakano, who ranked first in Class A of the second year, challenged the oil girl who ranked first in Class A of the third year. Uchiha Yuri, who ranked second in Class A of the second year, challenged the second place in Class A of the third year. The second place in the second grade A class Wave Feng Shuman challenges the third place in the third grade A class. After successfully challenging the second grade, the person in charge of singing also classified the 3 Nakano into the second grade. The 3 of Nakano walked into the gladiatorial arena, but within a few minutes, the second challenge was over. The 3 of Nakano once again challenged successfully. For a while, the people in the stands of the 3 gladiatorial arenas were already in an uproar. This kind of thing has really not appeared in previous years, and I have never heard of it. Under normal circumstances, just challenge once and it will be over, and then challenge up, not that the school prohibits it, but because of the disparity in strength, no one dares to challenge beyond 2 grades. Although in general, the higher the grade, the less talented it may be, but their senior grades have been trained and practiced for many years, and they have a lot of practice time. Even if the foundation is poor, the accumulated strength is not a freshman or a lower grade can be underestimated. Therefore, even if there are students with better talent in the lower grades, they are still not as strong as the older students. After all, there are still years out there, and the older students are much stronger in terms of strength and physique. It is precisely because of these factors that when the 3 of Nakano succeed in 2 successive challenges, it will cause an uproar. Of course, in these uproars, there is not only surprise, but also blood, excitement. No matter at any time, a dark horse will also become the focus of attention, driving the emotions of thousands of people. This is the case with the three Nakano at the moment. Keep challenging. Keep challenging. Keep challenging. Go on. I don't know when, I don't know who took the lead first. At this moment, the people in the three stands suddenly spoke in unison to support the three of Nakano to continue to move forward. Perhaps such a challenge will make them more excited. You still want to continue the challenge? Do not listen to those who are instigated. No, Takeda-sensei, this is something that the three of us have decided before, and we will challenge until the 6th grade. Yes? Challenge until 6th grade? Matsumura Takeda was really frightened by the idea of the three of Nakano. He was not a risk-taking person, so he had never imagined such a thing, not even a single idea was born. He remembered that Yuri and Watergate should not be like this, and in his mind, they might have been damaged by Nakano. Since Nakano came to the ninja school, he has repeatedly done things to alarm the school. With Nakano taking the lead, it is not difficult to understand that Yuri and Watergate made this move. Thinking of this, Matsumura Takeda couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, he conveyed the request of the three Nakano to Sarutobi Hinata. Ha! It seems that these three little guys really want to graduate. However, before leaving, you have to mess up the school, these three bastards. Ape Flying Sun couldn't help but scold with a smile. Sarutobi, these three children are good, leave it to me, I will train the three of them to be the best ninjas. The silent Tuanzang covered half of his face and said to Ape Flying Sunko, although the words were seeking Ape Flying Sunko's consent, but the tone was not like that. He seemed to state one thing, just like he had the final say. No, all three of them, I have arrangements. Ape Fei was very unhappy with Tuanzang's tone, so his tone was even more categorical. What? Do you want all three of them? You know, one of them is already your disciple, the two of us are bright and dark, you can't cut off all the talents, you also have to support my side. Tuanzang's face changed immediately, and he said in a deep voice. Ape Fei snorted coldly, glanced at the man in black behind the group, and said coldly, if I don't support you, I will hand over my disciple to you. When Tuanzang heard this, he was immediately deflated. That's right, the big snake pill was he asked for the Ape Flying Sun. The big snake pill was the most important in the heart of the Ape Flying Sun, and the Ape Flying Sun chop was already the biggest concession to agree to hand over the big snake pill to him. Chapter 35. In the venue, because he had the permission of Sarutobi Hinata, he did not need to apply for the promotion challenge of the three of Nakano. Next, Nakano, Uchiha Yuri, and Hakafushioiman, the three of them will continue to challenge the top three in the 4th grade A class. In addition, if the three of them continue to win, they will continue to challenge the 5th and 6th grades, and the top three of these two classes will be prepared. Wow! When the person in charge of the chanting was announced, the people in the three stands really boiled as expected, all raising their fists and shouting cheers. Have the guts, yes, that's it. Well, I'm optimistic about you. Clear the level and show them. I will be your fan in the future, go to my store to eat noodles, I will not charge you money. Among the cheerers, there were also those children from the original orphanage of 1st grade Class C, and as their self-considered bosses to challenge, they naturally had to show 200% enthusiasm to cheer. The deafening voice, one side is supporting the three of Nakano. And for the top three in the original 4th, 5th, and 6th grade A classes, it is not so good. Only at this time did they understand that the three people in this grade actually had such plans. This directly caused their unhappiness, very unhappy. These three imps also looked down on them too much. At that moment, the top three of the three classes, a total of 9 people, all gathered together to discuss how to deal with the three stinky imps. The top three in the 4th grade, please be listed. 3rd challenge, begin. Damn it, you little ghost, you dare to look down on me like this, your beautiful vision ends here. Challenge success. Next, please list the top three in the 5th grade. 4th challenge, begin. You guys. Challenge success. It's up to you, you must stop these 3 imps. The 6 people who lost in the 4th and 5th classes came to the top 3 of the 6th grade, crying and weakly telling them that they were no longer as majestic as before. They had done their best, but they still couldn't stop the 3 of them. Now, they can only give the burden of stopping the 3 of Nakano to the 6th grade. Don't worry, they want to step on my shoulders to graduate, Hugh thought, the 3 of them are still a little tender. That's right, they don't want to get past us. Look how the 3 of us beat the 3 of them. For the 3 of Nakano, the top 3 of the 6th grade are very confident, because the 3 of them also have the strength to graduate, so they are not afraid of the 3 of Nakano at all. Next, please list the top 3 in 6th grade. As the voice of the singer fell, the deafening cheers in the stands suddenly weakened, and even the people who were getting more and more boiling were a little quieter. I heard that the top 3 in the 6th grade this time, they all have the strength to graduate. It seems that this time Nakano has encountered a strong opponent. That's right, my younger brother is in the 6th grade A class, and I also heard him say that the top 3 this time are very strong. Listen to what you mean, Nakano, are they going to lose? Not necessarily, they won't go as smoothly as they used to anyway. Is it as evil as you say? I just think Nakano will still win. Me too. For a while, many people in the 3 stands began to argue. At this moment, the shouting came again. 5th challenge, begin. After the battle began, just 10 seconds later, the entire scene was fried. In just 10 seconds, Nakano defeated the 1st place in the 6th grade, which was the result of Nakano letting the opponent strike first. Yuri and Watergate were a little slower, but it only took 2 minutes for the battle to end. Looking at the top 3 6th grade people who fell to the ground in the 3 gladiatorial arenas, the stands erupted into unprecedented applause and shouts. This is what you call strong strength. Is this what you call a bad deal? Nima, how would I know? I just said it, I just heard about it. Don't talk about that. Anyway, from today onwards, these 3 people in Nakano are on fire, and I believe that the entire Konoha village will be shaken. It will definitely be. This kind of picking 5 classes in a row has never happened since the establishment of the ninja school, but it also shows that the strength of these 3 Nakano people is indeed very strong, and it has far exceeded the current students. That's right, they are only 6.7 years old, and they will definitely become Konoha's main force in the future. The more these people spoke, the more excited they became, and the more excited they became, the more they adored the 3 of Nakano. In the main stand, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was excited, and his heart was already excited. If it were not for his status and prestige, he would have spoken out in support of his daughter. Uchiha Yuri was able to give such a bright graduation grade, and his face was extremely bright. After Ape Flying Sun summoned the 3 of Nakano, he scolded with a smile. Then the graduation qualification was given in public. In other words, Nakano, Yuri, and Watergate, starting today, are officially promoted to shinobi. They are real ninjas. Chapter 36. After Tuanzang returned to the root organization, his face was always a little ugly. Because he had not seen Nakano's blood succession limit at all, he had challenged it until the 6th grade, and he looked forward to it 5 times, but each time it was not revealed. This made him extremely irritated and felt like he was being teased. Not only that, the most dazzling 3, Ape Flying Sun Chopper, actually did not give him a single one. 2 things, none of them are done. His trip became a complete spectator. Are you sure that kid has a blood succession limit? Tuanzang's face was gloomy, and he asked the big snake pill in a black robe, and at this moment, the black hat covering his head had been lifted to reveal his true face. My news will not be wrong, his blood succession limit has the ability to enhance and heal, which is of great use to me. Big snake pill on the corner of the mouth. Cocked, showing an interested look, he said in a hoarse voice, his appearance is really strange, as if he is not human, especially his eyes, no different from snakes, look very penetrating. Muduan, what is that kid's chakra? Mentioning Mudan, Tuanzang was a little short of breath. Mudu has an extraordinary meaning for Konoha. Water properties and soil properties. Orochimaru said with a weird smile. Oh? Tuanzang's eyes lit up, revealing a gloomy look, and said, "Then be decisive and let him disappear from Konoha without knowing it." "No, it's not time yet. One is that he is still too small now, and the other is because I still have some things to prepare on my side. Don't be in a hurry, let him be active for a few more years, and then disappear, no one will suspect us." Orochimaru said with an eerie smile, but when he slowly missed Tuanzang's field of vision, a sly look appeared on his face. He has his own plans, saying Mu Duan's plan, he just wants to stabilize Tuanzang, he just said that Nakano is of great use to him. This is of great use, but it is not Mu Duan. Eternal life is the goal he pursues all his life, and he studies all kinds of experiments to serve this purpose. After leaving the gladiatorial arena, Yuri was taken by Nakano to avoid Mikoto and Kushina and got into the forest. "Hey! Nakano-kun, where are you taking me?" She guessed in her heart what Nakano was going to do, and she guessed it, so he was very flustered in his heart, and the deer thumped. "Remember here." Nakano stopped. Leaning over, he took Yuri's small hand and looked at a large tree in front of him, and behind the big tree, there was a secret training ground. Yuri nodded. She naturally remembered that she and Nakano met for the first time here, and that time, the two of them started before they could see each other. It is also very strange to say, Yuri and Ben did not expect that an unexpected encounter made her remember Nakano deeply in her heart. What's even more ingenious is that the two people actually became classmates, and they were still sitting at the same table. Thinking of this, Yuri smiled. She was glad to have met Nakano. "We meet here, so let's start here." Saying that, Nakano put his arm around Yuri, and after aligning, he kissed him gently. Lived small. Mouth. He grasped the degree, just gave a light kiss, and parted. After all, he is an adult, even if the people in the Hokage world are precocious, but 6 years old is still too young, and his body has not developed at all. Nakano still has some psychological obstacles in his heart. Therefore, a moderate amount of water is enough, and he believes that this kiss is a lifelong relationship, and Yuri will definitely die for him. And Yuri had already turned the roots of his ears red. After the two leave the forest and return to the ninja school, they join Mikoto and Kushina. It's so annoying, in the future, Nakano-kun and Yuri will not be at school, and suddenly they feel empty. Juzune's big grinning personality rarely showed her daughter-like appearance, and she complained. "You still have Mikoto, Yuri and I are just out of school, we can still meet outside of school." Nakano smiled and replied. "It seems that this is the only way." "Hey, Yuri, why is your face so red?" "Teacher, you looking for me?" After Nakano pushed open the door of Hokage's office, he was stunned for a moment. Because, at this moment, there are not only a flying sun in the office, but also 3 people next to him. These 3 people are precisely the beings known as Konoha Sanshin in the middle and late stages, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. This was the first time he had seen the 3 of them since he worshipped the ape flying sun. "Ha! Little junior brother, you are now a big celebrity," Tsunade said with a mocking smile. She was right, after the promotion challenge, now the entire Konoha village was shaken, and there was no one who did not know Nakano. "Cut! It's just a stinky imp." Jiraiya cut and pouted. And the big snake pill looked at Nakano, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Upturned, pale complexion with snake pupils, very terrifying. "Nakano is here, get acquainted, they are your senior brothers and sisters. Now that you have become a subordinate, you will go out and practice in the future. Look who you're teaming up with." After hearing Sarutobi Hineda's words, Nakano naturally looked at Tsunade. "Just kidding, since you can choose a woman, why choose a man? I want to team up with senior sister." Chapter 37. After setting a time for the mission with Tsunade, Nakano left the Hokage building. The moon in the night sky tonight is very bright, and even at night, it does not seem very dark. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed overhead, and he looked up. The black shadow was caused by bats flying by, obscuring the moonlight. Bats! Suddenly seeing the bat, Nakano's brain flashed. He looked at the night sky again, and the aura suddenly turned into an idea. "Am I time to copy a pair of wings?" At this moment, he suddenly felt an incomparable desire for the ability to fly. Prior to this, he had been in Konoha village since he copied the spider ability, and after he worshipped the ape flying sun, there was no danger or need at all. So, he wasn't in a hurry to copy something else. And now that he is going out to do a mission, he will always encounter some places where the terrain is difficult to cross, and seeing flying bats at this moment makes him suddenly cheerful. If you have a pair of wings, it will save you a lot of trouble. Do it when you think of it, at his current speed, and want to grab it. Living with a bat, that's just too easy. 1 minute later, he already had a bat in his hand. As soon as his heart moved, the venom immediately wrapped the bat. After a few breaths, he withdrew the venom. Hi! This is Bat's ultrasound abilities. Nakano was really surprised. He originally just wanted to replicate the ability to fly and the structure and shape of his wings. Unexpectedly, he not only copied these things, but also copied the ultrasonic power of bats. This was something he never expected. This is also the first time he has copied 2 abilities at once. This time, Ant Chicken Donkey, God of Chance, really took care of him. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Suddenly, ultrasonic waves are emitted, which the human ear cannot hear at all, but it really exists. Almost at the same moment, he received ultrasound that bounced back. In front of him was a house that he hadn't looked at closely, but now he could simulate the shape and exact location of the house with his eyes closed. Suddenly opening his eyes, he looked at the house, and sure enough, it was consistent with the information that the ultrasound bounced back. It's so powerful, no wonder bats can fly at night with only ultrasound. This ability is really powerful. If I add Chakra, will it also have an effect? In the end, Nakano thought of the Otohide village that he had created after Orochimaru left Konoha. There is also the second killer in the Kung Fu movie directed and acted by Seeing Ye, the second most crippled piano duo, a liver sausage is broken, and the end of the world is looking for a soulmate. That's pretty dick. And these are all weapons based on sound. So why can't he? It's definitely ahead. Thinking about it, Nakano was suddenly a little excited, and soon, after coming to the forest, he tried to join Chakra. Time flies, 4 years later. It's so comfortable, or the hot spring is the most exhausting. Nakano found a comfortable position to soak in the hot spring and enjoy this rare moment. He is already 10 years old, and his body has grown much taller and stronger. The main thing is that the handsomeness has changed even more, completely becoming a small handsome guy. Senior Sister Tsunade, are you there? Nakano asked the women's department through a wooden plank. Yes. Tsunade completely soaked his body in the hot spring, leaving only his head exposed, and a white towel covering his head, which was very beautiful under the heat. Senior Sister Tsunade, I can't reach my back, you can help me rub my back. You bastard, be honest with me, be careful I beat you. Tsunade's face turned red, and he said angrily, this is not the first time to soak in the hot spring. Nakano's bastard knows that he can't rub his back when he soaks in the hot spring, and this bastard is obviously teasing her with words. Moreover, how can the women's part be mixed with the male part? At that moment, the other women who were soaking in the hot spring in the women's department listened, and suddenly smiled, and they all heard that it was the 2 of them joking. Huh? Senior Sister Tsunade, isn't it convenient for you to come over? Then I'll go over to you, rest assured. I definitely don't go down to the pool, I'm only on the side. Ugh! When Nakano's voice came, the women of the women's department immediately screamed, and they all submerged their bodies into the hot spring, and almost soaked their heads in the water. Nakano! Tsunade gritted his teeth. Okay, Senior Sister Tsunade, I'll get over it myself. Nakano smiled ruefully and revealed a bad smile. He naturally did it on purpose. And now that he and Tsunade have a good relationship under the 4-year team mission, it is still no problem to make some mild meat jokes. In the past 4 years, Nakano's relationship with Tsunade has not only improved greatly. Its own strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. He still remembered the period of hard training after the ultrasound that had just been copied to the bat, which was definitely much more difficult than mastering the spider's ability. Because he added Chakra on the basis of ultrasound, it was completely self-created, and the difficulty was naturally much higher. First of all, after practicing ultrasound to become proficient, he can already control the large and small ultrasound, as well as far and near. This is very important. Because in front of you, sometimes, there cannot be only one obstacle. If you want to touch the second obstacle, then you have to control the ultrasound when encountering the first obstacle. Do not bounce back, you have to continue forward. This is what you want. This is the degree that must be reached before joining Chakra. Fortunately, he has already mastered it. Chapter 38. After mastering ultrasound, he tried to join Chakra. This process is very difficult. He has to try everything himself, and when he encounters problems, only he can figure it out, and it takes a lot of time. But the effort pays off. With his continuous efforts, he finally successfully integrated into Chakra. Moreover, in 4 years, he tried an unknown number of combinations of techniques, so he also created a lot of ultrasonic ninjutsu. He remembered that in Naruto's Chu Ninja exam, there was a man named Sark Stirrup who used ultrasound to attack, and this person was one of the 3 people when Oda-in took the Chu Shinobi exam. However, the destructive power of this person's ultrasonic attack is far worse than Nakano's ultrasonic wave. In those 4 years, he didn't just do this one. Since he and Tsunade often go out on missions, he will copy local weapons every time he goes to a place, and over the past 4 years, Venom's arsenal has been filled with a lot. He believed that even if he stood still now, allowing others to attack him, he could rely on the Venom transformation form to protect himself without being hurt. This is still the state where Venom is not wrapped in a whole body, and if Venom is whole body, then his strength will more than double again. In fact, he has never turned Venom all over in front of people, only when he is alone. He has tested the feeling of the whole body being amplified. It is indeed cool enough. Just like in the old version of Spider-Man 3, after Pit Park put on the Venom suit, his own strength soared, and many things and actions that could not be done before can be completely done, such as standing on the glass of the building without using hands and relying only on feet. It was something that P.I.D. Parker had never dared to think about before, and if it weren't for the Venom affecting his mind, he would never throw it away. Purr. A voice of resistance came from his stomach, interrupting Nakano's thoughts. Nakano also felt hungry, and immediately said, "Senior Sister Tsunade, let's go eat something, and then it's time to go back to the village." It was really time to go back. It had been half a month since he and Tsunade had been out on a mission, and now that the mission was completed, the 2 of them had come to the hot spring leisurely. He hadn't seen Yuri, Mikoto, and Kushina for half a month, and he really missed them. "Why, I miss you again. With me, you are so unhappy?" There was a dissatisfied voice from Tsunade on the other side, which immediately made Nakano cry and laugh. Speaking of which, he naturally wanted to be with Tsunade. This is a real little rich woman. With her, eat and drink well, play well, and use well, and he doesn't need to worry about spending at all. How cool it is! However, Tsunade, who is in his early 20s, has a very beautiful appearance and a perfect figure. And Nakano's heart is also 20 years old. Nodded. This whole day can only see, cannot touch. A few days is fine, but as the days go on, then it is not a normal young person can endure. Nakano vented fiercely. A few days later, when Nakano and Tsunade came to the edge of the cliff, they had to stop. This cliff is very high. Whether it is a detour, or attached to the chakra under the foot to cross, it is extremely laborious, mainly too time-consuming. The last time they took a shortcut in order to hurry, they didn't know there was this cliff. Now they return, still trying to save some time and get there. "I have to trouble you again, my good junior brother," Tsunade offered with a smirk. Coming to the edge of the cliff, Nakano held Tsunade, and his figure jumped down. However, he soon fluttered his wings and flew up again, and then flew towards the opposite side of the cliff. It should be noted that the wings used by Nakano are not bats, but falcons, which he later reproduced, and now he has many wings among his options that can be changed at will. The last time the 2 of them crossed the cliff like this. Nakano's venom has been known by many people in Konoha in the past 4 years. Of course, others believe that this is his blood succession limit, Jindu. The name Yinduan was given by Nakano himself, meaning a blood succession boundary like Mercury, which is formed by changing the properties of the two chakra attributes of earth and water, which is also made up by himself. With a name and formation, it is naturally easier to be recognized. At noon the next day, the two returned to Konoha village. After some hard work, they all returned to their accommodation to rest. That night, Nakano really wanted to meet Yuri and Mikoto, who had not been seen for half a month, as well as Kushina, but the Uchiha clan was very strictly controlled, and although Nakano could enter, it was too troublesome. Let's go see Juzune first. However, when Nakano came to Juzune's door and was about to knock on the door, he felt a slight change from his super perception of the spider's ability. Chapter 39. This slight change came from the room. It was said that Juzune would naturally make changes in the room, but Nakano accurately felt the difference. This slight change is obviously slightly and cautious. Is someone else in the room? Nakano frowned secretly. Suddenly, he thought that there seemed to be a scene in the original book where Juzune was abducted by two Zongnan, when it was Yun Yin's intention to snatch the container of the tailed orc pillar power, and was later tracked down and rescued by Bofeng Shuman. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, would it? Zhongai secretly said in his heart. He knew that Juzune was not harmed during the robbery, so he was not too anxious. He took a few steps back, his mouth opened slightly, and the ultrasound immediately sent out, and the target was in the room in front of him. After 4 years of practice, he is already proficient in controlling ultrasound. So, the ultrasound emitted passed through the door under his control, and then bounced back in the room. The rebounding ultrasound transmitted the structure of the room back to Nakano. At that moment, the structure of the entire room was quickly simulated in Nakano's mind. In the picture, Juzune is tied up and sealed, unable to make much noise. There were also 2 ninjas hiding in the room, both with cloud guards on their heads, and these 2 were looking warily at the door, obviously noticing his arrival. This scene is slow to say, but it only happened in 1.2 seconds. Sure enough, they were kidnapped. Maybe my arrival disrupted their plans, so as not to disturb me, so they didn't flee immediately. It's a pity that Master can detect you and lock your location without opening the door to see. Nakano sneered. He stepped forward slowly, and as soon as his fingers moved, the venom extended from his fingertips, changed into the form of a key when approaching the keyhole, entered the keyhole, and opened the door with a click. In the process of opening the door, Nakano's steps never stopped, like clouds and flowing water. At the same moment, the 2 Yun in the room frowned. They did not expect that at this critical time, someone came to the door. This completely disrupted the planned time of their escape, and the 2 looked at each other and both saw determination. That clearly means that if it really doesn't work, just do the people outside. And at this moment, there was a click, and there was a sound of the door being opened. Under the silence, this sound was very crisp, and they immediately looked at the door in shock. The door opened, and from outside came a teenager, who looked to be in his 10s, about the same age as the Juzune they had kidnapped. So it's just a shinobi. One of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and get rid of him, it's a waste of time. The other couldn't help but be annoyed. It turned out that it was only a half-old child who delayed their escape, although this child was wearing Konoha's forehead, but it was just a shinobi. Just like Juzune, these subordinate forbearances are not enemies at all in front of their middle patients. At that moment, the first Naka shinobu who had just spoken was a figure that moved, flashed out from behind the bookcase, and he looked at the teenager. Since he became a ninja, he can't remember how many people he has spoken. He has already honed a cold-blooded state of mind. Killing a person is no different from killing a chicken. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw the young man on the opposite side quickly forming a seal with his hands, and the speed of the seal was so fast that he had only seen it on Yunying. At that moment, his heart trembled, and then he saw the boy's mouth move softly, as if he was whispering. However, there was no ninjutsu as expected, and nothing changed around. What's the name? This Naka shinobu lost his patience and immediately swooped towards the teenager. Suddenly, he felt his neck cold, and then the sky spun around. What's going on? This thought only flashed in his mind, and the next moment he saw that his body lost support under the swooping action, and he immediately fell to the ground, and on his shoulder, there was no head at all. His eyes widened and he watched this scene in disbelief, and when he rolled to the ground and stopped, his gaze was exactly on his body, but his consciousness had gradually blurred, and then he completely lost consciousness. He didn't know what was going on. However, no one will tell him, and he will not know again. And the other Zongnan was immediately stunned by this scene. He looked at the side stunned, but he didn't see the clue. Like a ghost, the boy reaped his companions. At this time, he saw that the boy was turning his head to look at him, and his figure immediately trembled in fright. Retreat. 2 words flashed in his mind, and his very decisive figure slammed through the window and fled outside. Want to escape? Hehe, since the moment you were discovered by me, you have been dead. Chapter 40. At this moment, Yunyan Zongren, who escaped from the room, was already frightened by Nakano, and fled desperately, and the speed was expanded to the limit. His companion died strangely, and he was of similar strength to his companion, so he didn't think he had the ability to fight the ghost. Staying is also an increase in casualties, which is as important as fleeing for your life. The main thing is that he witnessed the whole process of his companion's death, and he did not see any valuable clues. He did not know how his companion died. As the saying goes, the fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. At this moment, this Yunyan Shinobu is like this. He was already frightened. Seeing that he had escaped some distance, he saw that the young man did not catch up, and he was just about to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Who had thought? Suddenly, an indifferent voice fell from the sky. Where else can you escape? The frightened figure in the clouds that was running rapidly almost fell down, and he looked up in shock. I saw that above his head, a young man was flapping his wings and stagnating in the air, staring at him indifferently. Born with a pair of black wings? Can fly? This Yunyan Zongren was directly sluggish on the spot. Die. After speaking, an ultrasonic sound blade pierced the person's heart socket. Half an hour later. Dark Torture Department. At this moment, the 2 ninja corpses of Yunyan have been moved here. Ape Fei rushed over when he heard the news, but not only did he come, but even Tuanzang and many high-ranking officials came. This is no small matter, so they can't afford not to pay attention to it. Jushina came to Konoha as the next human pillar of the Konoha-tailed beast, and if Jushina was really robbed, it would be an absolute disaster for Konoha. Yunyan's gang of guys are really hateful. He actually wanted to rob Juzune. Yes, it's really hateful, we can't just leave this matter alone. There must be an explanation. But what if they don't give it? Is it necessary to provoke a war? War. If it were possible, no one would want to start a war, so when someone mentioned it, everyone fell silent. War is not a child's play, it will kill people, it will kill many people, it will lead to countless people, families, and displacement. The consequences of war are too serious. There is no one who does not want peace. Ape Fly, what do you think? Tuanzang glanced at the ape-flying son with an indifferent expression, and asked in a deep voice. In his heart, he was actually very unhappy with the ape-flying son, and the position of Hokage should be made by him, and he did not agree with many of the latter's decisions. In his opinion, the ape-flying son chop is too dovish. Humph. Yunyan will not accept large-scale war now, because they do not have time to focus on war. After thinking deeply, Ape Fei seemed to see through the essence of the matter, and said with confidence. Why? Tuanzang looked at the ape-flying son in surprise. What did they do with Juzune? What is the use for them? Ape-flying son looked at everyone. Yaoi. At this time, someone woke up. That's right, it must be that their Yao is unstable and urgently needs the next human pillar to take over, so they will risk sneaking into my Konoha to rob people. Fortunately, with Nakano here, Juzune will not be robbed, but if there is no Nakano, then we will also face that dilemma. Therefore, this statement must still be discussed. Ape Fei's expression became cold, and he said in a deep voice. But at this moment, a person suddenly rushed in outside the door. Report Naruto-sama, something happened within the Uchiha clan. What the? The Uchiha family? At that moment, everyone looked at the person in surprise. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also a little eager. The reason why he was eager was because the Uchiha family was a very special family in Konoha village, somewhat sensitive, and had to be taken seriously in some matters. Because Konoha village was created by the joint efforts of Senjo Pillar and Uchiha Madara, although after Uchiha Madara left, he fought a decisive battle with Senjo Pillar, but most of the Uchiha people are still willing to stay in Konoha. Therefore, when dealing with the Uchiha clan, you can't slack off, and you can't let the Uchiha clan think that the Konoha high level is alienating them. Otherwise, Konoha will split, and the consequences will be quite serious. What the hell is going on, say it quickly. Ape Flying Sun said eagerly. Just not long ago, Patriarch Shosuke Uchiha suddenly disappeared. What the? Shosuke Uchiha is missing? Hearing this, everyone showed a stunned look. What kind of joke? Shosuke Uchiha is not a child, how could he suddenly disappear? This is the question in everyone's heart at this moment. Naruto-sama, go over and take a look. I heard that Shosuke Uchiha left some information, and then the whole person disappeared. At that moment, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't wait to rush to the Uchiha tribe. One night, one accident after another. At this moment, his mind is very disordered, and he feels that things are not good. Something really big is going to happen. You know, Shosuke Uchiha is not an ordinary person. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he is naturally not weak in strength, but how could such a strong and patriarch suddenly disappear? Chapter 41. Nakano is accompanying the frightened Jushin. At this moment, Jushin was exactly when she needed someone to accompany her, and when she was abducted by Yunyin, she really thought that she was going to die, and her heart was already desperate. And at this time, Nakano appeared. When Nakano rescued her, she hugged Nakano at once. The psychological transformation from death to life can completely change a person, and her long-lost sense of care and security has never been so strong. And these feelings of care and security were given to her by the boy in front of her. It was also at this moment that she identified Nakano as a reliable man. At this time, there were eager footsteps outside. Nakano looked outside suspiciously, and Jushin also raised his head. What's going on outside? Jushin asked, puzzled. I don't know, let's take a look. Nakano was also puzzled. When the two went out, they happened to see Narashika Issa, who was galloping forward. Luyu, what happened? Don't you know yet? Something happened in the Uchiha clan, go and see it. It seems that something big has happened. After Narashika Issa finished speaking, he walked towards the Uchiha clan land first. Something happened within the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Nakano couldn't help but wonder. He remembered that at this moment in the original book, the Uchiha family didn't seem to have anything major. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became, and immediately, he and Jushina also rushed to the Uchiha clan land. You know, Yuri and Mikoto are both from the Uchiha clan. However, Mikoto is better. In the anime, no one hurts her except Itachi. Mainly Yuri. Nakano doesn't have much information about Yuri, so Yuri is a completely uncontrollable figure in his heart. He was afraid that something would happen to Yuri. However, when he and Jushin came to the Uchiha clan, he really felt that something big had really happened to the Uchiha clan. The entire Uchiha tribe all dispatched and gathered here, and they all looked solemn and waited for martial law here. Foreigners simply cannot set foot in their territory. But soon, a word spread. Patriarch Uchiha is missing. When Nakano heard the news, he immediately frowned, and carefully recalled it in his mind. He really didn't know about this matter, and he didn't talk about it at all in the original work. Suddenly, he was abrupt. He seemed to understand a little. In the original work, starting after Uchiha left as patriarch, who is his next patriarch? This is a problem. Anyway, Nakano only remembers that it is Uchiha Fugaku, but the problem is how old is Uchiha Fugaku in this period. I am afraid that at most he will be about 20 years old, and when Madara leaves, I am afraid that Fugaku has not yet been born. The next patriarch after Madara left was obviously not Fugaku, and there was a gap of several decades. So where did this patriarch in the middle go? Thinking of this, look in front of you again. Nakano understood. It turned out that this was the case. It turned out that the patriarch of this period in the middle disappeared before Fugaku took over. But how could it be missing? Nakano couldn't figure it out, and in the same way, everyone couldn't figure it out. The people gathered here also want to know what is going on. I don't know how Yuri is doing now. Nakano is now very worried about Yuri. You know, the missing patriarch is Yuri's father. Don't worry too much, Mikoto must be by Yuri's side now. Jushina patted Nakano's shoulder and comforted. Nakano nodded and looked into the air. He really wanted to fly in now and find Yuri. At this time, he saw the ape flying sun chop coming out of the territory of the Uchiha clan. Teacher, what's going on? Go back and say it. Ape Fei whispered and left directly. When the group arrived at Hokage's office, Nakano couldn't wait to ask again. Alas! Sarutobi sighed, feeling very tired, and he said in a deep voice, Shosuke Uchiha is missing. I know this, so what happened to his disappearance? Nakano was eager to know. In fact, at this time, he already had a hunch, but he couldn't confirm it yet. It was man-made, he was robbed. What the? Zhongai was shocked. This answer has basically coincided with the guess in his mind. It was done by the Land of Rain, and the information was left by Masusuke himself. You must not talk about this matter, otherwise, I am afraid that it will cause panic in the village. Here no. Ape Fei saw Nakano and Juzune stunned, and immediately instructed again. What did the Land of Rain do? Nakano nodded secretly, which was exactly what he had guessed. No wonder Konoha is at war with the Land of Rain. He remembered that Nagato had said in the anime that the war in World War II was provoked by Konoha village. It turns out that it is for this reason. Sure enough, it seems that there is going to be war. It's just that Nakano always feels that something is not quite right, but if something is wrong, he can't say. As the patriarch, Shosuke Uchiha was so good to be robbed? So who is going to do it? Pepperfish Hanzo? Nakano shook his head secretly. Chapter 42. Hokage Conference Room. Anyone who is qualified to sit here is none other than the high-ranking members of Konoha village and prominent families, and their decisions here will determine the fate of Konoha. They have gathered here for only one purpose, and that is to exercise the right to express their views. Soon, when everyone gathered, Ape Flying Sun slashed. As everyone knows, in recent years, friction between other countries and our country has become more frequent, and they have begun to seize it openly and covertly, repeatedly entering our territory to raid and loot, and it is time for us to fight back. Especially this time the Rain Country's act is to sneak into my Konoha to rob Uchiha Shosuke. This is simply not to put us Konoha in the eyes, this is absolutely not allowed. You have to make them pay the price of blood. I propose to attack the Land of Rain and let Hanzo pay the blood debt, and if another country comes to commit crimes during the period, we will settle the old accounts with them. Saying that, Sarutobi looked around at these Konoha high-ranking and door clans in the conference room. He made this decision, also after careful consideration. Now that the Uchiha family is suffering, if he does not make a statement, it will indirectly chill the hearts of other families. If you let it go this time, no one dares to guarantee whether it will be you who disappears next time. After all, everyone understands the truth of lips and teeth. Moreover, he also knew very well that if Konoha attacked the Land of Rain, with the shortage of resources in other countries, he would definitely take the opportunity to attack. Therefore, Konoha must go all out. It is necessary to show prestige in order to deter other countries and exchange for peace. On behalf of the Senju family, I agree to attack the Land of Rain. I, Uchiha, will do my best. On behalf of the Hyuga family, I agree to attack the Land of Rain. Agreed. Agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed, Sarutobi said solemnly, well, then we will deploy the ninja troops today and tomorrow, and start marching to the Land of Rain the day after tomorrow. Tuanzang, the Great Snake Pill will also join this battle, and my 3 disciples will all go to the front. When the news of Konoha's high-level decision to attack the Land of Rain spread, in Konoha village, there is polarization. Younger people get excited because they have never seen war and do not know it. How horrible! Older people, on the other hand, will feel deep fear, but there is no way to do this. If you don't hit others, others will come to beat you. Only by beating the other party is afraid, the other party will fear you, you will get peace. When Nakano learned the news, he was not surprised, because he had long known that there would be this day, but he still felt that the disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha was not so simple. As he walked to Yuri's house, he saw many Naka shinobi and Kami shinobi who were assigned ninja tools ready to participate in the battle. The martial law outside the Uchiha clan has been removed. Is Yuri there? Ah, it's Nakano. Yuri is there, go in and find her yourself. Through the doorway, Nakano came to Yuri's door and knocked lightly. But after a while, the door was opened, and when Yuri saw that it was Nakano, he immediately threw himself into Nakano's arms and sobbed softly. Nakano stroked Yuri's purple hair, and also felt a little helpless. He didn't know about this matter in advance, so he couldn't stop it in advance. But there are some things that he will definitely stop, such as the fate of Shiri in his arms. Crossing here, if you just follow the plot, it won't be interesting. By the way, Yuri, what is the message left by your father? Nakano was indeed curious. It was a rain word, but in the end it was not finished, only half written. Speaking of this, Yuri remembered the sad thing again. Yuri, did you see that word? See, what's wrong? Is that your father's handwriting? Yes, I'm sure, that's my father's handwriting. Why are you asking that? It's nothing, it's just curiosity. After Nakano asked, the doubts in his heart were even worse. Half a rain word? He really didn't know something was wrong, it was just a feeling. By the way, Nakano-kun, I have decided that I will follow to attack the land of rain. The inside of the rule is full of determination. This point really did not surprise Nakano. At this moment, change to anyone, I am afraid that I have to go in person. After all, it is his father, there is no one who does not want to personally rescue, or take revenge. I will accompany you. Nakano hugged Yuri tightly and said softly. And Yuri also hugged Nakano tightly and walked his head into his arms. Chapter 43. Are you both going? Mikoto clenched her small hand, surprised by the news, and looked at Nakano and Yuri with concern. Yes, the cause of this incident, you all know, now the entire village is gathering for this matter to conquer the land of rain. As the child of the person concerned, how can I watch from the rear in peace? Hanzo, I will definitely kill him. Yuri's eyes were full of firmness, and his small hands were also clenched into fists, and when he went down, his small fists looked very pale. Nakano nodded, and after giving Mikoto and Jushina a reassuring smile, he said, don't worry, don't you know our strength, it'll be fine. However, I heard that the ninjas assembled this time are all adults, and there are no children as old as us. The meaning in Mikoto's words is very obvious. I am afraid that Naruto-sama will not let Nakano and Yuri follow. I'm going anyway. Yuri cut the railway. I'll have a way to get the teacher to agree. Nakano is the same, he will definitely go, not to mention Yuri's side, just for his own reasons, he must go. This is what he decided after getting the venom. If he wants to gain more strength, as well as different strengths, he has to use venom to replicate. Where can he gain more strength? Battlefield, that's where it is most beneficial for him. He can use venom unscrupulously. That's his home turf. As for Yuri, it was actually completely unexpected to him. He knew that World War II would break out, but he did not expect that the reason for the outbreak of World War II was because of the disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha. Originally, after watching the anime, he actually couldn't understand World War II at all, because it didn't make sense before and after. It is said that World War II was caused by the barrenness of his country and the shortage of resources, and Konoha, as a country with the richest resources, naturally became a factor in the eyes of other countries. If this is said, then other countries should provoke wars. However, Nagato once said that World War II was provoked by Konoha. This is somewhat contradictory. Konoha is rich in resources, and there is no need to provoke a dispute. Moreover, World War II ended with Konoha's dominance, but the problem is that Konoha did not get any benefits at all in World War II. Konoha provoked a dispute. What did he want? And now, Nakano finally understood why Konoha provoked the dispute. In this way, the entire occurrence and end of World War II can all make sense. However, it is precisely because World War II took the disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha as the trigger that Nakano felt strange and felt that something was wrong. He always felt that there was a conspiracy shrouded in it. Why did the Land of Rain risk being attacked to kidnap the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? What is his Rain country map? Is it because of the Sharingan? Kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes? This is also possible, although the probability is not great, but after all, there will be any ruthless person, and if it is at all costs, it can barely make sense. But the question is, who kidnapped Shosuke Uchiha? Is it really Hanzo? Nakano doesn't know if Shosuke is Hanzo's opponent. Hanzo is very strong and is known as a demigod, but even so, Shosuke doesn't even have the ability to struggle, right? As long as you struggle, then Konoha and the Uchiha clan will definitely find out. It was precisely because of these factors that Nakano felt that something was wrong. There must be something he didn't know about in this incident. Moreover, he also believed that with the shrewdness of Ape Flying Sun, he would definitely be able to think of this. It's just that Sarutobi is a Hokage, he has no way, he must focus on the overall situation. The possibility of the Land of Rain cannot be completely denied until the truth is ascertained. Therefore, the country of Rain must still attack. Is there going to be war again? Juzune's small hand gripped the corner of his clothes, his face was a little pale, and his face was full of helplessness. The slaughter of her hometown Vortex hidden village brought her indelible psychological trauma, and she was really afraid to face the war at this moment. How she wished for peace in the world. Nakano took Jushina into his arms and gave him a warm embrace. Don't worry, in the future, the ninja world will be brought by me. Nakano's words are not a joke, but the real meaning is the other side of this sentence. How can it bring peace? Do you really want to move each other with words like Yahiko? Nonsense, complete. Only strength, only if everyone in the world fears your strength, will he listen to you. At that time, your words will have the effect of rules, like laws. Violators, then die. Only deterrence can truly deter others. Nakano is going to be this person. Just kidding, it's hard to come to the Hokage world, and how can you live a mediocre life? Zhongshan, beauty, he wants it. Chapter 44. What? You two are also going to conquer the Land of Rain? Just. Ape Feiriko put down the work in his hand and said with a frown. Yuri was going, he understood. Nakano wanted to accompany Yuri, and he understood. However, it was a war, it was mortal, and even if it was a superior shinobi, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to retreat when he got there. Not to mention 2.5-year-old children. It's not what nonsense is. Naruto-sama, I must go, and I hope you will approve it. Yuri said, his eyes opened sharply, and there were 2 hook jade on the edge of the red pupil of his left eye, and 3 hook jade in his right eye. Riding wheel eyes. Seeing this scene, Ape Fei chopped off. Not only him, but even Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who were standing on the side, were extremely surprised. And Nakano knew it on the way here, so he seemed calm. It's just that he feels very sorry for Yuri, you know, the opening of the eyes of the Uchiha family needs to be stimulated, and on the way to come, he has learned that the first time Yuri opened his eyes was when his grandmother died 4 years ago. And this time her father's disappearance directly added a guya to her left eye and 2 guya in her right eye. You can imagine how much Yuri was hurt by the stimulation in the first 2 days. Gee, is this the Sharingan? Zi Lai also bent down to take a closer look, and then he was amazed. Tsunade, as a descendant of the Senjo clan, naturally knew more about the Uchiha clan, so when she saw Yuri's Sharingan, she sighed and stepped forward and gently patted Yuri's shoulder to comfort her. Orochimaru's eyes were full of curiosity and interest, but compared to Nakano, it was obviously the latter that interested him more. Hey, I really didn't expect that your father's disappearance would bring you so much harm, but don't be too sad, your father was just kidnapped by the Land of Rain. Since he was kidnapped, it means that your father is still useful to Hanzo, and it should not be life-threatening. Sarutobi thought about it, and could only say this paragraph to comfort Yuri, but in fact, he himself did not believe this paragraph. However, he also felt Yuri's determination, shook his head, and said helplessly, "Okay, you can follow. However, I also have a request, my 3 disciples will also go, you choose one, and then on the battlefield, your actions must have his permission." Saying that, Sarutobi looked at Nakano and said honestly, he really couldn't let Nakano go. Nakano's talent is the most powerful he has seen, and the room for future growth is extremely huge. He must not let Nakano take risks on the battlefield. Nakano is still too small. Before Nakano did not appear, he admired the Great Snake Pill the most, and he also cultivated the Great Snake Pill according to the Hokage, and would take his place in the future. However, now his concept is somewhat shaken, and the reason is Nakano. Therefore, he must not let Nakano die on the battlefield. As for you, just give me honestly. Halfway through speaking, the ape flying sun chop suddenly stopped, and then there was obvious surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, even Yuri was surprised to follow the gaze of Sarutobi Hinata to Nakano. However, the 4 of them did not see anything famous, and Nakano clearly stood there, doing nothing. However, the ape flying sun chop still looked motionless and sluggish. This made them very puzzled. "Teacher, are you all right?" Tsunade asked in amazement. It's okay." Sarutobi came back to his senses and looked at Nakano carefully before saying, "As for you, you should go with it. However, you also have to follow your senior brother or senior sister, and you also choose one." The sudden change in the ape flying sun chop made the other 4 people very puzzled, but they did not ask more. Nakano smiled and said, "I'm going to be with Yuri, so it's safer. In addition, we will choose senior sister Tsunade. I have been with her for the previous 4 years of tasks, and I am more used to it. Also, senior sister Tsunade has quite accomplished in medical ninjutsu, in case if Yuri and I are a little injured or something, senior sister can also treat it in time." Hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Nakano and snorted coquettishly. "Ape Fei said angrily, your kid thinks quite thoroughly." Seeing Nakano choose Tsunade again, a hint of gloom flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Okay, you all go back and get ready, tomorrow is going to leave." Ape Fei waved his hand, and twisted his eyebrows a little tiredly. After a few mermaids came out, Nakano deliberately stayed in the last one, and when he closed the door, he put a thing between his fingers and flicked it, and that thing was firmly caught by the ape flying sun. Immediately, Nakano closed the door. Sarutobi unfolded the note. Since Shosuke Uchiha has free time to leave information, why didn't he fight with people? He sneered, his eyes flashing with essence. This guy. Smart. Having said that, his eyes were full of satisfaction. Chapter 45. Sarutobi actually didn't want Nakano to follow, but when he saw Nakano silently say the word conspiracy, he was really surprised. Although the sentence on the note is full of holes, and it is too arbitrary to conclude that there is a conspiracy based on that sentence. In his opinion, the conspiracy that Nakano concluded was too simple and meaningless. But it doesn't matter, as long as he knows that Nakano went to the battlefield of the Land of Rain and will not fight with others, that is enough. In fact, even if Nakano does not choose Tsunade, then he will forcibly arrange Nakano under Tsunade. Tsunade is also more attentive and can help him watch Nakano. However, what Sarutobi didn't know was that the sentence on the note was the one that Nakano deliberately left. He didn't leave anything else, didn't leave the things he guessed before, but only left that sentence, also in order not to expose his private affairs, that is, knowing the plot of Hokage and all the main characters. You know, he was only a half-old child, and he who hadn't been in the shadow of the fire shouldn't have known everything so well. On this day, the clansmen drawn from the various families of Konoha gathered together to form the ninja army. Among them, the Thousand Hands clan has the greatest force, so the position of the commander-in-chief falls on the Thousand Hands clan. There was no objection from other families to this. You too must pay attention to safety. Mikoto almost cried when she was worried. Don't do anything. Juzune bit her lower lip and said with a pale face. Rest assured, we will both be back safely. You two are waiting for us. Nakano saw that Mikoto and Kushina both looked worried, and instantly amused both of them. Well, I'll wait for you. Who is waiting for you? The same scene above appears next to almost everyone who is about to go on a campaign, all making a final goodbye to their family or loved ones. Is this the land of rain? The road under your feet is really muddy. Nakano, who had already followed the ninja troops to the territory of the land of rain, looked at the grey area in front of him. Since it rains all year round in the land of rain, the sky is full of clouds, coupled with high humidity, this world always feels foggy. And under their feet, there are also some small puddles, which are very unfavorable for marching. Fortunately, I wore a poncho so that I didn't get wet. Suddenly, the large army stopped. Nakano and the others also had to stop. Find cover. I don't know who whispered. At that moment, Nakano and Yuri also followed Tsunade to hide behind a raised hillside. What's wrong? Nakano asked with some excitement. Tsunade poked his head out and glanced forward, because the air was full of fog, how far he could see at all was very affecting his vision. It should be that the ninja of the Hyoga family found out that you shinobi. Hearing this, Nakano nodded clearly. When there is a war, the ninjas of the Hyoga family are often responsible for probing the existence of the situation ahead. After all, their Hyoga family has a blood succession limit and white eyes. At this moment, a man ran ahead, and after he came to the hillside, he said, Tsunade-sama, Lord Nakaza, please. Zongzuo, who is also a member of the Thousand Hands clan, is the commander-in-chief of this conquest of the land of rain. When Nakano and Yuri followed Tsunade to a dirt slope ahead, he saw the commander-in-chief. In fact, in the past 4 years, he has seen this person many times, but he rarely greets him, at most his face is familiar. And the big snake pill and Zilla are already here, along with representatives of other families. About 2 kilometers ahead, there is a team of Yu shinobi, 8 people, they should be the patrol team, and the 8 of them also cleverly opened the distance. I think it should be to prevent someone from sneaking up at the same time. Not far from this team, there is a garrison, there are at least 50 more people, if further away, there is no one, I dare not guarantee, the terrain here is too complicated. It should be noted that the road ahead is very narrow and cannot have too many people at the same time, and the 8-person squad just blocked the narrow road, and after crossing the narrow road, the back is wide. Seeing Tsunade's arrival, Anaka Shinobu from the Hyoga family told everyone about the situation ahead. Well, everyone also heard, due to the narrow road restrictions ahead, we can't outflank it on a large scale. Now there are 2 options, either rush up and kill the patrol team in person, so that the 50 people behind will be alarmed, and some of these 50 people may escape to snitch, and then we will face a head-on battle. Another option is to kill the 8-man squad and then surround the 50 people behind. After Zongzuo finished speaking, he looked around at the people in front of him. Although he said that he had said 2 choices, he obviously wanted the second option, otherwise, there would be no need to gather everyone to discuss. If you want to talk about it, this Yu Shinobu will really use the terrain to deploy garrisons and patrols. What I want to know now is, who is sure to go up and take out the 8-man squad without alarming the 50 people behind. Chapter 46. Niang Zippies, start looking for cover at such a distance of 2 kilometers. At first, Nakano thought that the enemy was in front of him, and there were still 2 kilometers away. It wasn't until after listening to the words of Hineda's family and Nakazuo that Nakano understood that finding cover was not only to hide from the enemy, but also to shelter from the rain and rest. Because there are 2 choices in front of you to decide your next move, take this opportunity to give everyone more rest. Nakano also understands Zongzuo's thoughts, who wants to raid the land of rain and destroy as much of the opponent's living forces as possible without the other party's knowledge. In this way, they will have an absolute advantage in the next battle. What I want to know now is, who is sure to go up and take out the 8-man squad without alarming the 50 people behind. Zongzuo looked at the people in front of him and asked. Are those 8 people middle ninja or upper ninja? At this time, someone asked, but after this person asked, he regretted it, how much patience, and it was only a patrol. It's all Zongnan, and the amount of chakra in their bodies is not much. The Naka shinobu of Hinata's family glanced at the questioning man and replied. I could have taken out those 8, but I'm not sure they wouldn't shout. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who here can't do that level? What they want is absolutely not to alarm the people behind. Then I'm choking. I'm not sure either. Seeing that everyone in the middle left was not too sure, he couldn't help but feel slightly difficult. Is it really necessary to fight each other in the first place? Aren't you clansmen in the Uchiha clan who have opened the chakra eye either? Center left asked Xiang Yujibo's representative. 8 people is a bit much, and it also opens up the distance. If you go to 3 or 2 people, is it okay? No, it's better to be alone. The narrow road was specially repaired, and traces of axes can be seen on the edges. Well, I'm not too sure, but if no one can do it, then I can try. After listening to the words of Representative Uchiha, Zongzuo fell silent. He felt that it was unfavorable to be a teacher, but he did not expect that as soon as he came into contact with Yu Shinobu, he would expose his whereabouts, which was really a taboo in war. However, there is no other way now, it really can't work, he can only let the representative of Uchiha try it. The silence of the center left suddenly made the atmosphere under the field a little deadly, and everyone did not dare to speak and remained silent. Or, I'll go. Just when everyone felt a little tricky, Nakano volunteered. For a while, everyone looked at him. As a result, everyone saw that he was just a subordinate, and he was still a half-old child, and everyone's faces were a little unpleasant. Even if everyone knows Nakano and knows that Nakano was a popular figure in the ninja school 4 years ago. But right now is not a child's play, not a problem that can be solved by patience. Can you? Tsunade asked. She had spent 4 years working with Nakano on a mission, and she knew that Nakano was not a reckless person. At no time can a man say that he can't do it. Nakano said to Tsunade seriously. Poof. At the moment, many people did not hold back and laughed, and even Yuri was embarrassed to glance at Nakano with his eyes. You bastard! Tsunade's face turned red, and he raised his hand to fight. Nakano hurriedly said, I can, can't I? Zongzuo hurriedly stopped the fight between the two and asked, you really can? However, after glancing at Nakano with a frown, he didn't quite believe Nakano, and then looked at Tsunade suspiciously. He believed that Tsunade would not play child's game. Tsunade, you are familiar with him, you should know something about him, can he do it? Although the question is serious, due to the ridicule just now, this question has another meaning no matter how you look at it. Looking at the others, even if none of them were laughing, Tsunade felt that those people were holding back. At this moment, Tsunade really wanted to hammer Nakano to death. She gritted her teeth and said, since he said yes, that's okay. When answered, Zongzuo nodded, and the right to be a dead horse was a living horse doctor. Then you go, be careful. Nakano said goodbye, turned to Tsunade, and said, so I'm going. Get out. Half an hour later. He's amazing. The anxious crowd who was waiting suddenly heard the Naka shinobu of the Hinata family exclaimed, and they all gathered around. How's it going? This is everyone's biggest concern. If it does not succeed, then Konoha's ninja troops will invisibly have a lot more losses, which is why they do not pay attention. He's amazing, he did it. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Tell me, how did he do it? Because they can't see it, they don't know what is going on in front of them, so everyone wants to know that what they can't do, a half-old child can do. They were curious to know how Nakano did it. String gourds, just like sugar gourds, a string of 8, knock out those 8 people at once. What they didn't know was that this was exactly the ultrasound that Nakano had practiced hard in the first 4 years, but that move was the one he combined with the Indian style after joining Chakra, and finally created the tone ninjutsu. Sound escape, extreme speed sound blade. Chapter 47. During those 4 years, Nakano's first practice was the problem of ultrasonic rebound. Because in front of you, sometimes, there cannot be only one obstacle. If you want to touch the second obstacle, then you have to control the ultrasound when encountering the first obstacle, do not bounce back, you have to continue forward. Therefore, mastering this skill of ultrasound, Nakano was able to kill Naruto's 8-man squad with one blow. After pushing the bodies down the narrow path one by one, Nakano raised his hand and made a finished gesture, knowing that at this moment, there was a ninja of the Hokage family watching with his eyes open, and after seeing his gesture, the large army would set off to follow. While waiting for the large army, Nakano frowned secretly, thinking back to what he had just done. After he killed the 8-man squad just now, when he disposed of the corpses, he deliberately used venom on the 8 corpses. However, in the end, nothing was copied too. Is it a chance to be reached? Or can't copy dead people? Nakano couldn't determine this problem. Just now he was only testing dead people for the first time, although he did not copy it, but it does not mean that it is impossible to copy dead people. After all, there is a chance that this thing is really impossible to say. Sometimes, the chance comes, you can copy it once, but the chance does not come, you copy 10 times and 100 times, or you still can't copy. And while Nakano was thinking about this problem, the large troops in the rear finally followed. Good, very well done. You're great. I'm optimistic about you. I apologize to you for underestimating you before. Me too, please accept my apologies. At that moment, everyone led by Zongzuo, after seeing Nakano, all gave Nakano a thumbs up, and praised him one after another with a smile on their faces, which were their sincere words. After all, this problem solved by Nakano can save the Konoha ninja from a lot of damage. Humph. And Tsunade snorted softly as she passed by Nakano. Apparently, she had not forgotten Nakano's ridicule of her earlier. Nakano smiled, not caring at all. He took Yuri's small hand and followed Zhong left to the back of the hill on the side. Now that we have crossed the narrow road, then we will begin to surround and suppress the more than 50 people of Urin. You Uchiha are on the left, my Senju clan is on the right, and the rest of your colleagues are waiting here. We outflank them. Do it, take the detonation charm as the order. After speaking, seeing everyone nodding in understanding, the representatives of Nakazuo and Uchiha took the clansmen to the outflanked route, and there was a ninja from the Hokage family on each side of them, so that they could predict the terrain and route. Not long after, there was a sound from the front convenience, and the fight suddenly began. Encircling and suppressing more than 50 people was only a small meaning for Konoha's large army, but Zongzuo did not let his guard down because of this, and he was still cautious. I have to say that the arrogant and impetuous character of the center left is indeed suitable for leading the army, because one of your carelessness may be immeasurable losses, and it may even be ambushed by the other party, etc., resulting in a great defeat of the whole army. There is a certain truth in the fact that arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Looking at the fight ahead, Nakano did not step forward to help. Such a small matter, he was too lazy to start. But he still came to the place of encirclement. Looking at Yunren's corpse on the ground, he crouched down. Come and figure it out. What are you doing? Tsunade came behind Nakano at some point and asked puzzled. Scrape it and see if there are any food pills or weapons or something. You know, I like weapons, the more bizarre the appearance, the more I like it. Whatever you want, lazy to take care of you. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Nakano and turned away. Nakano quietly hid the venom in his palm. In fact, the moment Tsunade came over, he had already noticed it under his super perception. The replication ability possessed by Venom, he cannot be exposed for the time being. This ability is too against the sky. Once known, it may cause unnecessary trouble. And the trouble caused by this will definitely not be small, and he has to be cautious. In fact, the Venom enhancement ability and healing ability he exposed, as well as the ability to change form that was later exposed, were actually incomparably changed. State. Perhaps, it has already aroused the covetousness of others, and even the killing of decisive people. However, among the Hokage, who is such a person, Nakano naturally knows it. In the case of Konoha village, the first is Shimura Danzo, followed by Orochimaru. Since Nakano crossed over, he has always deliberately avoided these two, not to say that he is afraid, but because he cannot let these two know that he has the ability to copy. Fundamentally, as long as Nakano's exposed ability does not make these two lose their minds, then there is no need to worry too much. Although the other party will definitely be red-eyed and may also make him, but Nakano is not a fuel-saving lamp, he has spider ability and bat ability, plus venom is all over the body. Not to mention how the battle is, at least retreat and leave, there is still a certain certainty. Otherwise, in 4 years, he would not have been exposed to the ability to change forms one after another. Chapter 48. Still can't be copied. The encirclement and suppression has ended, and more than 50 people in Uran have all been solved, but after Nakano tested them one by one, nothing was copied. This made him feel a little discouraged. Now he can almost confirm that dead people can't copy things. Even if you take a step back, even if it can be replicated, the probability should be frighteningly low. At this time, Nakano got up helplessly, picked up the scavenged kunai and shuriken and handed it to the person who cleared the scene, and he looked up to see that there was a person in the distance looking at him fixedly. "Hey, are you still being targeted?" Nakano whispered, and quietly returned to the army with the clansmen of the Senju Uchiha clan. "Humph! Big snake pill. If you want to find you, I will come, I am not afraid of you now." Nakano secretly snorted coldly in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly frowned and looked at the mound in the distance, as well as the 2 mountain walls in the other direction. However, at this moment, a Naka shinobu from Hinata's house suddenly changed his complexion. Because he suddenly found that above the mound in the distance, there were several shinobi, but from the appearance, it was impossible to tell that there were people there. Not good. There is still a hidden rain ninja on the mound over there. The face of this Naka shinobu of the Hyuga family changed drastically, and he eagerly reminded him. Suddenly, everyone was surprised, and then followed the sound. However, they simply do not see anything. Just when countless eyes were watching, several shinobi hidden on the mound in the distance knew that they had been discovered, and immediately lifted their robes, and their figures exploded. These shinobi were obviously strictly trained, and they did not all retreat in one direction, but scattered and exploded in different directions. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed greatly. "Damn it, stop them!" Zongzuo's face changed, and after a scold, his figure flashed abruptly, and he quickly chased after him. The rest of the people, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, also followed, and they chased after Yunin, who was fleeing in several other directions. Ku-Wu and shuriken slashed through the air from time to time, shooting at those shinobi. "Stealth! Follow me!" After Nakano muttered, he took Yuri's small hand and headed in the opposite direction. "What for? Those who escaped are over there." Yuri, who didn't know why, reminded Nakano that she reached out with her other hand and pointed back. "These ninjas of the Hyuga family are simply inexperienced, there is a hidden rain ninja over there, and there are clearly some on this side." After Nakano cursed secretly, he quickly ran towards the mountain wall with Yuri. In fact, he still had something he wanted to say, but in the end he realized that it was inappropriate and did not say it, because it would expose his god's perspective. That is, these people have not experienced war, they are all pampered and lack war experience, and their vigilance is insufficient. Since the beginning of World War I and the current World War II, it has taken more than 20 years to say that there are more than 20 years between them, plus the konoha ninjas who participated in the conquest of the Land of Rain this time are mostly young people, although there are many middle-aged ninjas, but they may not have participated in World War I. Therefore, this led to the disadvantages of the ninja observation of the Hyuga family, and the observation was not comprehensive. Of course, this is also because the hidden shinobu used the stealth technique to minimize the flow of chakra in his body. "Yes?" Yuri suddenly looked at the mountain wall in front of her in surprise, but she could completely see the ninja with Rain Ninja. His eyes opened sharply, and he opened the Sharingan eye. Only then did she slightly see a bulge on the mountain wall. Faintly, there was a tremor in that bulge, which was a slight tremor caused by the compression and expansion of the heart. "There really is!" Yuri exclaimed, and at this time, the other party also knew that he was exposed, lifted his robe, and quickly retreated. "That person will be handed over to you." After letting go of Yuri's hand, Nakano turned his head and ran towards another mountain wall at a 60-degree angle. Since there was a hill in the middle of this mountain wall that blocked the view, the Yoshinobu who was hiding here did not notice Nakano's arrival. As soon as the figure was longitudinal, the venom from the body suddenly turned into black wings, and the wings shook. Nakano swayed up, and came to the low mid-air. He did not fly much high, he was also afraid that his figure would be exposed. After coming to the sky above the rain ninja, he rushed straight down. It may be that the sound of breaking wind disturbed the hidden Yoshinobu, and Yoshinobu raised his eyes in amazement and looked up, but the next moment, he was frightened and his liver and gallbladder ruptured. Boom! The dull sound sounded, and that Yoshinobu was suddenly stomped to death by Nakano's kick. This time, it should be gone, right? After carefully sensing, he did not find anything unusual again, and he was immediately relieved. The super perception brought by the spider's ability allows him to catch the subtle fluctuations around him. Chapter 49. The hidden rain ninja were all annihilated. Zongzuo looked at the many clansmen of the Hyoga family with an ugly face, and did not say a word, but the atmosphere was particularly dignified, and everyone did not even dare to breathe. Bastards, DUT is a bunch of bastards. The representative of the Hyoga family is not stupid, and the fact that Zongzuo did not say anything does not mean that this matter can be exposed. People don't scold, they are saving face for the Hyoga family, and at the same time to avoid imminent separation, which is a taboo. If this kind of reprimand falls on the people of the same people, then this worry can be perfectly avoided. I looked at the mound before, and I didn't find anyone hiding there. But why did you find out later? This. Everyone in the Hyoga family suddenly became speechless, their faces turned red, and they couldn't speak. Not only the mound, but also the opposite mountain wall has two hidden rain shinobu. If it were not for Nakano, all the previous efforts would have been in vain. This time I made a note of it, stay in the Hui clan, and have their own family rules waiting for you. The representative of the Hyoga family hated iron and scolded. This matter, said it was serious, it was quite serious, and he had to take it seriously. Nakazuo sighed, his face softened a little, and he stopped the representative of the Hyoga family and said, well, this can't all be blamed on them, after all, many people don't know a little about ninjutsu in other countries. Those hidden rain ninja use the cloaked stealth technique. Seeing the middle left to give everyone popular science, everyone is refreshing to listen, especially the people of the Hyoga family. The garments they use are specially made and can be worn over the body to blend into the natural environment. Especially they themselves will minimize the flow of chakra in their bodies, and the same is true of breath. So, if you don't look closely, it's easy to be deceived. It's the first mistake made, and I hope it's the last. Saying that, Zongzuo looked around at the clansmen of the Hyoga family, and saw that everyone was abrupt and ashamed, and he also nodded with satisfaction, which was regarded as revealing the matter. He turned around, his face changed into a look of joy, and he looked at Nakano with great admiration. Although I knew for a long time that Naruto-sama had taken in a new disciple, I never seriously inquired about you. Now it seems that you are really good, no wonder you are favored by Naruto-sama. In the queue of this conquest of the land of rain, fortunately there is you, otherwise, I would really be brain broken. This battle started well, you have the most credit you for it. Zongzuo said nothing and smiled with satisfaction. Big brother Zongzuo, I'm not as good as you say, but don't say that again. Nakano smiled shallowly and replied deferredly. You little one. Tsunade laughed teasingly and stepped forward to mess up Nakano's hair with his hand. Hey! You're big. Milk. A few days later. Inside Konoha village, Hokage building. Oh? Have you already raided the 3 camps of Yoshinobu? Sarutobi Hinata looked at the battle report that had just been transmitted, and was very surprised, which meant that Konoha had minimized the damage, and this conquest of the land of rain made a good start. This is the thing he is most happy to see. Nakano has the most credit. Looking at a striking mark on the war report, Nakano's name is on it, followed by Nakano's great achievements for the ninja army. This little guy really keeps surprising me. Sarutobi still remembers Nakano's first visit to Konoha, his first day being promoted to Class A, followed by the instantaneous body technique, and later the 5 consecutive year A classes, and the perfect achievement of the mission in 4 years. And now, the smooth start of the conquest of the Land of Rain is all the credit of Nakano. Such a great achievement is indeed very dazzling. Nakano gave him the impression that it was perfect, and no one had ever been able to do so. It even made him feel that Nakano was the most suitable person to be Hokage. You know, the candidate that Abe Fari had fancy before, but his most important disciple, the Great Snake Pill. Nakano. Are you the successor of the Will of Fire? Although Abe Fari's gaze was looking at the door, his thoughts were already flying to nowhere. Report Naruto-sama. The arrival of the members of the Dark Department made the ape flying his thoughts quickly return, and in an instant, his face suddenly became solemn. Say, is there anything unusual about him? For a time, Abe Fari's mind was very entangled. He hoped that it would be as he thought, but he was afraid that what he thought would really become a reality, so his mind was very chaotic. In the face of the next report of the members of the Dark Department, he was expecting and afraid. Back to Naruto-sama. I secretly observed Lord Tenzo for almost a week, and I didn't find anything abnormal about him. These days, he didn't go out, and he didn't act abnormally. Hearing this, Abe Fari breathed a sigh of relief, but did not really put his heart in his stomach. Continue to observe, be sure to keep your distance, and don't be discovered by him. Yes. After the members of the Dark Department left in an instant, Abe Fari twisted his eyebrows in annoyance and muttered in his mouth. Tuanzang, I really hope that you are not involved in this matter. Chapter 50. The Land of Rain, within a certain command. As one of Hanzo's henchmen in the village of Yuyan, Yuzuki Yasui has been stationed on the front line of Rain country for many years. Because the geographical location of the Land of Rain is in the middle of the 3 kingdoms of fire, earth, and wind, it is firmly surrounded by these 3 countries. Therefore, the Land of Rain had to guard against the invasion of the 3 kingdoms at any time. And Yuzuki Yasui's headquarters is on this front in the Land of Fire. At the moment, he was listening to reports from his subordinates who came every few days. Everything is normal, no one has intruded. Not even a mouse can see, everything is normal. My side too, everything is normal. After listening to the report, Yuzuki Yasui frowned slightly, and raised his head to look at the person in charge of the stronghold he had assigned. These leaders were lined up and standing not far in front of his case. Looking around, the brows are furrowed. How is there one less person? What about the others? Yuzuki Yasui slammed the table and asked dissatisfied. Belch. Suddenly, everyone was embarrassed. This question, they didn't know. There was some distance between the strongholds, and there was no intersection between them on weekdays. Therefore, Chifeng did not come to report, they were completely unaware. Moreover, this has never happened, they are also confused. Waste, a bunch of waste. Come man, go to the stronghold of the Galloping Wind, tell him to roll over and meet me. 2 days later. Due to the distance, it would take at least 2 days to get to the stronghold of Chifeng at the fastest speed. So, after 4 days, Yuzuki Yasui was not too anxious. However, after waiting for 4.5 days, the person who went had not returned, and Chifeng did not come to see him. At this time, Yuzuki Yasui was a little unable to sit still. What's going on? How is it like dying all of them? Dead the same? Yuzuki Yasui was shocked in his heart, he was startled by the idea that suddenly came to him. This is not a child's play, if the people who galloped and went died, then something must have happened ahead. It's impossible, in my Yuyan village, in terms of terrain, patrols and garrisons, and the arrangement of secret posts, absolutely no one can quietly take down the garrison. Even if something happens to the garrison, there should be a secret sentry to report back. There must be something else. But besides that, what else is there that makes the people who have to go sink into the sea? Yuzuki Yasui actually couldn't think of other possibilities. But he's not stupid either. He had other ways to confirm. Come, go and inform Gufeng and Kota, and tell the people of their 2 strongholds to be left and right, and go and see what is wrong with Chifeng's stronghold. Gufeng and Kota were 2 of the group who had come to report the situation 4 days ago, and the 2 of them were adjacent to Chifeng's stronghold, and they were the most suitable candidates to investigate Chifeng's stronghold. However, what he could not have imagined was that Tanifeng and Kota would be annihilated by Konoha's ninja army after returning to the stronghold after the report. Counting the strongholds of Chifeng, Konoha has quietly connected 3 strongholds, that is, the stationing place. At this moment, Konoha's large army is raiding the remaining garrisons. After the first mistake, no one in the Hyuga clan dared to be careless, so when they looked around again at the situation, they had become extremely careful. In this way, Nakano is much easier. In the whole raid battle, nothing went wrong again. Quick victory, we have to speed up the progress of the raid. The Land of Rain may have sensed that we are coming. The center left supervises the Konoha ninja who fights fiercely with the Rain ninja on the field. It is not accurate to say that the fierce battle is not accurate, it should be said that it is one-sided, only having a garrison of less than 100 people, it is not at all the opponent of the Konoha ninjas, not to mention that they are still being surrounded and suppressed. A few days later, Yuzuki Yasui was dumbfounded. Why did Gufeng and Mitsuda also sink into the sea? At this time, he really felt that something was wrong ahead. Immediately, he himself personally led many Yu shinobi to the front. Chapter 51. Sure enough, the Land of Rain has sensed it and is marching towards this side. After the ninja of the Hyuga family transmitted the situation ahead, everyone's breathing couldn't help but slow down. This is the embodiment of the psychological quality of a qualified ninja in the face of the great enemy. Finally noticed. It's just a pity that there are still a few places where the garrison did not come and take over. Zongzuo muttered secretly, and then looked at everyone. Next, we are going to fight Yuyan village head-on. Zongzuo's words fell into the hearts of everyone, aroused the blood, and also made everyone full of energy, and everyone's eyes were full of determination. Ninjas, moving forward and fearless. However, before that, we may be able to ambush them once, but it may not be successful, and everyone must be prepared to meet the enemy head-on. Yuzuki Yasui rushed to the front with a large number of rain ninjas, and the sound of stepping footsteps was loud, accompanied by the sound of water spraying into the stagnant water. After 2 days of trekking, they had come to less than 3 kilometers from the front-line stronghold. Stop! Yasui Yuzuki waved his big hand, and a large number of rain ninja behind him stopped. You, take a few people to the stronghold of Chifeng to explore the wind. The face of the Naka shinobu who was designated by Yuzuki Yasui changed, but he dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. Everyone knows that Chifeng's stronghold is most likely to have an accident, and going alone at this time is bound to be accompanied by life-threatening danger. But in the end, this Naka shinobu was still under the cold gaze of Yuzuki Yasui, and after taking a few people, he reluctantly walked towards Chifeng's stronghold. When a few of them came to Chifeng's stronghold, they did not dare to approach, but watched from a distance for a while, and the next moment, they saw a few Yu shinobi walking around from the stronghold, and their hanging hearts were also put down. Relieved, they were relieved inside that it turned out to be a misunderstanding, and there was no accident in Chifeng's stronghold. Immediately, they did not go to the stronghold, but returned directly. Nothing happened? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, we all saw it. So did you enter the stronghold? Damn it, bastard, waste. Yasui Yuzuki's face froze, and a bitter stab pierced the heart of the Naka shinobi, who suddenly fell to the ground with wide eyes. He did not die at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of his own people. Whoever dares to disobey the orders of labor and management again will end up here. Buri, you take 300 people and go to Chifeng's stronghold again. If there is really no accident, you escort Chifeng to meet me. You so. Half an hour later. Inside the Chifeng stronghold. Why are you here? After Chifeng walked out of the stronghold, he was followed by many Yu shinobu. He was surprised to see Buri and asked, but his face immediately surged with joy. He continued, just right, you came at the right time, immediately open the meal, the inside said, go. After galloping to meet Buri, he was about to walk towards the stronghold with Buri, but at this time, a kunao suddenly appeared in Buri's hand. With a pop, Ku Wu pierced into Chifeng's back, and the sudden scene made everyone stunned. Boom! A cloud of white smoke burst out from the body of the galloping wind, and even if he revealed his true face, he was a ninja of konoha. This move of Buri is obviously the last order given to him by Yuzuki Yasui, and he can become Hanzo's henchman, and Yuzuki Yasui naturally has extraordinary abilities. And this move is to test the authenticity, but it is precisely because of the detection factor, so Buri's kunao did not dare to pierce too deeply. The ninja of konoha was not life-threatening, but his identity was exposed. It's a miscellaneous piece of konoha, it's really an ambush, retreat quickly. Buri roared, and his figure immediately retreated. However, at this time, where will the konoha ninja who exposed their identities let go of the full set of 300 rain ninjas, and they will appear one after another. Immediately, the 300 people of Yu Shinobu were surrounded. Kill, leave no one. Nakazuo burst out and killed first, followed by Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and many other konoha ninjas. For a time, countless kuwu and shuriken bodies entered the crowd, and many of them had explosive charms tied to them. Rumble! 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 Several ear-shattering explosions resounded, and many rain ninja were instantly blown away. Chapter 52. Su. A silhouette flashed out and also blended into the battlefield. Hey! Nakano saw that Yuri also rushed out, and reached out to grab her, but it was too late to stop it, and in desperation, he had to follow. Konoha's little scraps. At this time, a rain ninja saw that Nakano was a child, and his eyes immediately lit up, as if he had finally found the weakest opponent, and suddenly stabbed towards Nakano with a bitter hand. Nakano just turned his head to look at the Yushin beside him, then turned his head back to look ahead. He was concerned about Yuri. What a stinky little scrap, give me death. This Yu Shinobu saw that Nakano just glanced at him, and then did not pay attention to him, nor did he fight. He immediately laughed out loud. In his opinion, Nakano was completely looking for death. However, the next moment, he saw a terrifying scene, only to see a black silk thread suddenly protruding from the back of the child in front of him, and this silk thread quickly turned into a bitter shape at the tip after protruding. Burst! The kuwu, who was linked to the black silk thread, pierced his heart socket more than 2 meters away, and the strength of his body seemed to be instantly withdrawn, and with a pop, he fell to the ground. He didn't understand until he died, what was that black silk thread, and how could it change weapons? He obviously found the weakest opponent, but he buried himself. An ordinary Naka shinobi, in Nakano's eyes, there is no danger at all. His focus is on Yuri, who is afraid that Yuri will be hurt in the case of this melee. But when he watched it for 1.2 minutes, he completely dismissed the idea and immediately let go of his heart. Yuri opened the Sharingan, and she saw through the opponent's actions, dodging attacks. She was able to find the opponent's defensive weaknesses and then deliver accurate blows. The other party wanted to hurt her, it was simply too difficult. Shall I also copy a Sharingan for fun with? Nakano is still very interested in riding wheel eyes. After all, there is no one who watches Hokage who is not curious about riding wheel eyes. They should all want it, that is the strongest pupil technique. Moreover, copying Yuri's Sharingan is also very simple, and Yuri will not refuse his Venom contact. But then he shook his head. Riding wheel eyes is not of much use to him now, but it will cause unnecessary trouble. He has spider abilities, and the non-speed ninja reacts in slow motion under his nerves, and there is no need to copy the Sharingan. After all, a foreigner who has the Sharingan eye of the Uchiha clan is still quite eye-catching. After recovering the Venom, Nakano also joined the battle circle. Hi! B-grade wind escape ninjutsu. Nima, I don't have a wind attribute. In the battle of Nakano, who joined the standing circle, he immediately copied a wind escape ninjutsu, which immediately made Nakano feel stunned. Speaking of the last time he copied the Chakra attribute was 4 years ago, his water attribute and earth attribute were copied from those children in the orphanage. He also used Venom several times later, but never copied it to Chakra's attributes. I should focus on copying the Chakra attribute, otherwise, a lot of ninjutsu won't be used. It's just that there is a chance of copying itself, and the more things the target of the copy will have, the smaller the chance of copying to what you want. It seems that if you want to copy the Chakra attribute, you have to get it quickly from a civilian like a blank piece of paper. It's not good, it's really an ambush. Yasui-sama, what should we do? The ninja troops living in the rear saw the smoke rising in front of them, and they were immediately frightened. No matter how much you say it before, it is all speculation, almost no one really believes that there is an enemy country attacking them. After all, it has been peaceful for decades, and suddenly it is said that there are signs of war, and it is still speculation, no one will take it too seriously. And now when they see it with their own eyes, they really realize that war is not a child's play. What to do? What the hell do you say? Of course, to face the battle. Kill me. With a wave of his hand, Yasui-Yuzuki took the lead and rushed out, followed by a large number of rain ninja troops. 300 rain ninja were quickly solved under the wrapping of Konoha's ninja army, and although Konoha also had some damage, it was inevitable. Wars, there are never real winners. From this moment when his whereabouts are exposed, Konoha will fight Yu Shinobu head-on, and the damage will only increase in the future. Konoha? Sure enough, it's you. Do you know that what you are doing now is provoking war? Chapter 53. When Yuzuki Yasui really saw the enemy, he immediately recognized that the enemy was owned by Konoha. At that moment, he asked in a fit of anger, do you know that what you are doing now is provoking a war between the two countries? War. Zongzuo laughed out loud and said coldly, war has already broken out since the moment your rain country kidnapped our Konoha people. Hearing this, the furious Yasui-Yuzuki was stunned, but no matter how he remembered, he didn't remember the people who had kidnapped Konoha in their rain country. Could it be that Hanzo-sama instigated others to do it secretly? Not speaking outward? Yuzuki Yasui could not confirm this. Immediately, he frowned and snorted coldly, what kind of hijacking? I'm afraid that you Konoha are too greedy, sitting on the best resources in this world, but still not satisfied. You Konoha want to expand your territory, just say it bluntly, and there is something about hijacking. A bunch of villains. We in the land of rain have never been afraid of any country, including you Konoha. With the sound of Yuzuki Yasui's burst of laughter, a large number of rain ninja troops were also indignant. And Konoha's side listened, and the accumulation in his heart was even more like a volcanic eruption. The other party not only did not admit the abduction, but also bit them back. Who can bear this? The faces of all the Konoha ninjas showed a look of hatred, and they couldn't wait to tear up this group of rain ninjas. Yuri stared at Yuzuki Yasui on the other side and gritted his teeth. The moon tone of the middle left chi was almost about to explode, and he gritted his teeth and glared at Yuzuki Yasui, with thousands of words in his heart, but in the end they all turned into one word. Kill. The middle left burst shouted. There is nothing more to say, since the other party does not admit it, then only by letting the other party taste the pain can they relieve their hatred. Kill. 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 With the explosion of the center left, Konoha's ninja army also instantly burst into a killing sound. Countless figures rushed towards Yu Shinobu, and everyone's hands all raised their weapons to the opposite side. Kill this group of Konoha scraps for me. Yasui-Yuzuki also gave an order, and a large number of rain shinobi also rushed to the opposite side instantly. The two groups of people who were pressed by the black pressure quickly came into contact. For a time, countless kunao and shurikens whizzed through the air like rain, and suddenly, screams resounded throughout the world. Fire, the art of the fireball. The Konoha ninja opened his mouth, and the huge fireball instantly engulfed several rain ninjas, and the terrible howl was heart-palpitating. However, the Konoha ninja was soon stabbed to the ground by several rain ninja who rushed up. Water escape, water waves. As soon as the rain ninja ninjutsu came out, he immediately rushed many ninjas on Konoha's side to the ground, and then the rain ninja who rushed up immediately mended the knife. 2 Done, split the soil and turn your palm. Water escape, water wave impact. Fire, the art of the fireball. Wind escape, wind blade slashing technique. At present, countless ninjutsu appear frequently, and every appearance will lead to the death of human life, and the sound of miserable howl has become the main theme of this world. Ninjas on both sides are fighting to the death. If you don't kill me, I will kill you. In this case, there is no mercy, no hesitation, they are all doing everything they can to kill the enemy. Nakano didn't go too deep, he was always in control of being able to help Yuri at any time. But the two of them were still moving towards the center of the battle between Yoshinobu and Konoha. Yuri's hatred is applied to Yuzuki Yasui, whose words are unacceptable to her, and the direction in which she moves is where Yuzuki Yasui is. Nakano went on a rampage, leaving a large clearing everywhere he passed, and those rain ninja were like ripe wheat, harvested by Nakano's scythe and fell to the ground. With Nakano's help to clear the field, Yuri's movement speed also increased a lot. It didn't take long for Nakano and Yuri to come to where Yuzuki Yasui was. I saw that Yuzuki Yasui was fighting with the center left, and for a while, it was difficult to fight. Both of them retreated with one blow. Water escape, burst water rush. At that moment, Yuzuki Yasui's hands quickly knotted the printing style. Water escape, burst water rush. Yuzuki Yasui, who was making a seal, suddenly saw a half-old child suddenly appear in front of him, and the other party not far away was forming the same seal as him. He was suddenly stunned. This is a B-level ninjutsu, the difficulty is not small, a half-old child will actually be? However, although it was surprised, it did not affect the finishing of the printing style in the slightest. At the same time, Nakano also finished the Indian style. At that moment, the moon cavity of the two suddenly bulged, and their heads were thrown back with their mouths tightly closed. The whole action, the two are almost synchronized, in one go. In the next instant, the two of them simultaneously opened their mouths and spewed out a large amount of water, like a flood, washing many warring rain ninjas and Konoha's ninjas into the water. Chapter 54. Nakano and Yuzuki Yasui simultaneously spewed out a large amount of water to form a flood, impacting the battlefield, causing hundreds of ninjas on both sides to be swept into the water. After performing ninjutsu, Yuzuki Yasui stepped on the protruding water column and raised his head to look at Konoha's side with hatred. In his subconscious, as soon as this ninjutsu comes out, it will definitely involve many ninjas in Konoha into the water, and when they lose their combat effectiveness, they will definitely be killed by the rain ninja mending knife that rushes up. However, when he raised his head and looked ahead, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked incredulous. I saw that the half-old child opposite him, who had also performed ninjutsu, spewed out twice as much water as him. A large amount of water was surging up, and a huge wave was slamming towards him. How is it possible? Yuzuki Yasui said in horror. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Rumble. Under the lap of the huge wave, not only Yuzuki Yasui was slapped in, but even hundreds of shinobi were included. If you look at it from the sky, it is obvious that Yoshinobu's lineup was instantly swallowed by a huge wave, a large gap, just like this land was bitten by a giant. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. Not to mention how frightened everyone was when such a powerful and spectacular ninjutsu was cast by a half-old child. Even the amount of chakra consumed by this ninjutsu is not something that a half-old child can have. Even Yuzuki Yasui, who is as strong as Hanzo's seat, can't use such a powerful ninjutsu. For a while, everyone was shocked. A bunch of bastards, what are you doing with your mother? Hurry up and kill me while those rain ninja are made of water. Zongzuo suddenly woke up and immediately roared. After being reminded by the hundreds of startled Konoha ninjas, their spirits were shocked and they rushed out towards those rain ninjas. Big brother Zongzuo, you go and kill the enemy, he will leave it to us. Nakano turned to Zongzuo and said. The latter looked at Nakano and Yuri with excitement on his face, nodded happily, turned around and rushed into the battlefield on the other side. Seeing this, Yuri's face eased and showed a hint of a smile. Nakano helped her out, she was very grateful. Cut! What a smelly brat! After muttering a sentence that he didn't care, he also immediately turned around to kill the enemy, although he was not convinced, but his face was obviously excited. Little junior brother, you are great! Tsunade shouted, cheered Nakano on, turned around and joined the battle, and then kicked the ground to shake up, and suddenly, many Yoshinobu were killed by the strange force. Orochimaru straightened up and glanced at Nakano before turning around, the smile on the corners of his mouth becoming more and more weird. The entire Konoha army was also extremely excited. One of Nakano's ninjutsu raised Konoha's overall morale, which was crucial on the battlefield. On the other hand, Yu Shinobu's side showed a look of fear, and there was a sense of powerlessness in that look, and the morale was obviously lower than before. The morale of one side soared, the morale of the other side fell, and the result is self-evident: this war will inevitably be a one-sided situation. If Yuzuki Yasui can't bring up the morale of their Yunin side again, the final result will be preordained. Damn it! Yuzuki Yasui broke through the water, stood on the surface of the water and looked around, was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his heart was also aroused. He naturally understood the elements of leadership, so he did not reprimand his subordinates. He knew that it was time for him to make a big splash. Only in this way can he turn the tide and defeat Konoha in one fell swoop. The main thing is this hateful brat in front of him. He's going to kill this kid. Little miscellaneous, I want your life. Yuzuki Yasui stepped on the surface of the water and quickly formed the seal again with both hands, but this time he formed a lot more print. Obviously, the difficulty of this technique is higher than the previous water burst. Water escape, water spout technique. His hands quickly knotted in the Indian style, and the corners of his mouth were raised, and he looked at Nakano on the opposite side with a sinister smile. He said in his heart, this time, the difficulty of the ninjutsu I performed is beyond imagination, and the power is far better than the previous bursting water rush. I see how you can compare with me. In his subconscious, Nakano would never be such a powerful ninjutsu. In fact, according to the difficulty of ninjutsu, it is indeed as Yuzuki Yasui thought, but unfortunately, he met Nakano. Immediately, the moment Yuzuki Yasui looked at Nakano, the sinister smile at the corner of his mouth immediately froze on his face. Chapter 55. Impossible. This time, Yuzuki Yasui was really shocked. If a child can still learn it, then this water spout technique is absolutely impossible. Not only are there nearly 40 Indian styles, but even the combination of Chakra and 40 or so Indian styles is extremely difficult, and it is impossible to master them without years of hard training. But right now, it's just a teenager, don't you want to exaggerate so much? Yuzuki Yasui is almost doubting life, especially he has spent years practicing this ninjutsu. How did the child in front of him practice? Do you start practicing in the womb? Under his such fear, nearly 40 Indian forms were finished. At the same time, Nakano was finished. The two are almost in sync. Water escape, water spout technique. In the flood under the feet, two huge surges suddenly surged up, and the waves rose up into the sky, and then two giant water spouts formed under the rotation. No, two water spouts are not the same size. Yuzuki Yasui's water spout is significantly smaller than Nakano's. That's not right. You're learning my ninjutsu. Yuzuki Yasui finally came back to his senses. This was the case with the previous water burst water rush, and from the beginning of the seal, he saw that Nakano was making the seal in sync with him, and the time when a large amount of water was sprayed was the same. Combined with the current water spout technique, it is synchronous sealing, synchronous casting. Even the most stupid people should understand something. However, it is precisely by understanding this that Yuzuki Yasui is both frightened and horrified. He had never heard of such a heaven-defying person. If this child grows up, then it will be repaid, and who can control him in the future? It will definitely be a nightmare for other countries. This son can't stay. This decisive decision that suddenly came to his heart made Yuzuki Yasui secretly grit his teeth. Rumble. He controlled the water spout and crashed into Nakano's water spout, and at that moment, the water waves on the two giant water spouts were thrown out, and then fell to the battlefield. The speed and impact were unimaginable. When these waves of water hit the fiercely fighting ninja below, they would immediately smash it to death, and a large number of ninjas scattered in shock. At this time, the battlefield in the distance was still fighting, but nearby, especially near the two water spouts, more than 1,000 ninjas on both sides suddenly stopped fighting, and they were all looking at the two large water spouts in horror. Break it for me! Nakano snorted coldly, and the water spout that was a whole circle larger than the other party immediately rushed up. Rumble! Under the crash, Yuzuki Yasui's water spout immediately collapsed, returned into a water source, and fell all over the sky. And his water spout was already teetering, and with his best efforts to control it, Nakano tried to crash it into a large area of Yunnan, but it collapsed at the last moment. But even so, there are still hundreds of rain ninja who have been shocked, and people are on their backs. What a scary boy! No wonder Konoha would let you go with the army. Since you are here, let's stay in our rain country. Yasui Yuzuki said fiercely, his figure moved, and immediately flashed over. His purpose was obviously to kill Nakano at close range. Your opponent is me. Su. 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 At this time, Yuri shot out 3 kunai in succession, preventing him from rushing towards Nakano. However, they were all blocked by Yuzuki Yasui, and the figure of the forward rush was not greatly affected. I see, it turns out that you are only strong in ninjutsu, and physical skills are not good. When Yasui Yuzuki saw Yuri stop him, he naturally thought that Yuri was protecting Nakano. How did you figure it out? Nakano was amazed. If he doesn't count the spider ability, his physical skills are really not good. He has not exercised physical skills at all, and if he talks about physical skills, he is almost a blank piece of paper. Yuzuki Yasui smiled proudly, seeing Nakano's face full of surprise. He was even more proud. He finally found Nakano's weakness. If he finds a weak point, he will hit it hard. This kid must not be left to Konoha to raise him. Since you haven't exercised physical skills, then suffer death. Chapter 56. Being able to be favored by Hanzo and adopted as a henchman, Yuzuki Yasui is incompetent. He is stronger than most ninjas in both ninjutsu and physical skills, which is the main factor that makes him stand out. Although the talent of the Konoha imp on the opposite side in ninjutsu did make him have some heart palpitations, big deal, he was not as good as ninjutsu. But physically, the Konoha imp on the opposite side is almost like an ordinary person. In this case, as long as he is close, how can this little devil who is not good at physical skills be his opponent, and he is not left to his disposal? At that time, whether he is dead or alive depends on his will. I said, your opponent is me. Yuri picked up the wind demon shuriken on the side and threw it violently, and when Yuzuki Yasui noticed the figure behind him, the wind demon shuriken was nailed to Yuzuki Yasui. And Yuri didn't fantasize about hurting Yuzuki Yasui, all she wanted was to force it to stop. Immediately, her figure flashed, and when she came to Yuzuki Yasui's side, she stabbed the latter's heart. Don't worry, that kid is finished with you. Yasui Yuzuki looked at the attacking Yuri with a sneer, and said disdainfully, only to see that his figure shook slightly, and he dodged the stabbing Ku-Wu, and then raised his leg and kicked Yuri sharply, kicking Yuri's waist. The nimble Yuri flipped in the air, and lifted Ku-Wu in the air to stab his heart again. Sharingan. At this time, Yuzuki Yasui saw Yuri's red eyes, and there were 5 Guyu in them, and he was immediately stunned. In a hurry, his figure quickly turned, and after he could dodge, his elbow slammed into Yuri's face. Boom! After Yuri exploded in mid-air, it turned into a cloud of white smoke. What? Doppelganger? Yasui Yuzuki was shocked in his heart, and he felt a bad premonition, only to feel a cool breeze behind him. He hurriedly threw himself forward. Croak! But it was still a little late, and the sharp kunai cut a foot-long hole in his back, and the blood was soaked outwards and wet. The clothes on his back were sticky. Thick one. The sharp pain came, causing Yuzuki Yasui to grin. He wiped behind him, his hands were all bright red, and suddenly, his eyes were cracked. He was careless. He really didn't expect that this little girl was actually a clan member of the Uchiha clan and opened the Chakra eye, so he relaxed his vigilance. You really me off. In front of his own thousands of troops, he was actually injured by 2.5 children one after another, and Yuzuki Yasui was almost angry, but he did not lose his mind. He knew that Yuri, who had the Sharingan, was much more difficult to deal with than Nakano who did not know physical skills, so he had to solve Nakano as soon as possible. Nakano's ninjutsu was crucial to the victory of this battle, and as long as Nakano died, the morale of the Rain Shinobi army would increase, and at that time, he would have time to deal with Yuri. Thinking about it, he smiled wickedly and said to Yuri, you wait until I go and kill that kid first, and look back to see how I concocted you. In his mind, it would not take him a few breaths to solve a Nakano who could not do physical skills. Therefore, after his speed was increased to the limit, he rushed towards Nakano. Volley, double. As soon as the legs turned, the legs between the body flips and swept Nakano's head with force. This move directly blocked Nakano's surrounding range. It was a combo, and if Nakano bent over, it would have ushered in his second blow, and the second blow would be the deadliest. It's over, boy. Yasui grinned, as if he had seen the scene of Nakano's headshot. It's time to end. Nakano smiled at Yasui, his figure moved, and he disappeared directly in place. What? No way. Yasui immediately split his liver and gallbladder in horror. But the next moment, he only felt that his back seemed to be hit by a rhinoceros running wildly, and at the same time as the severe pain came, half of his body below the moon cavity immediately lost consciousness. His person was blasted out in midair. Nakano shook his hand and withdrew the venom into his body. In the case of doubling the venom, double the monster power is simply not something that the human body can withstand. But he also controlled the force, and he only shattered the spine in Yasui's waist. Chapter 57. Boom! The bombarded Yasui fell heavily on several ninjas of the rain ninja like a dead dog, and immediately smashed the broken arms and legs of these ninjas, and couldn't stop screaming and scolding. When the surrounding Shinobu who was fighting saw that the black shadow that was smashed was their commander Yasui, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he was fixed in shape, and he was stunned on the spot. The sudden scene directly shocked the ninjas who were fighting in this area. Whether it was the ninjas of Rain Shinobu or the ninjas of Konoha, they were shocked. How so? Yasui, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, said in horror. He couldn't understand what he had just experienced anyway. That kid obviously admitted that he couldn't do physical skills, and the expression he showed was also true, not false. But why did that kid suddenly have such rapid speed and strength? He couldn't figure it out. He suddenly found that since he met this Konoha kid, he had been frustrated every time, and he had not had the slightest upper hand in this kid's hands once. He's over to you. Nakano smiled lightly at Yuri, and after Yuri nodded gratefully, he walked towards Yasui. The loss of her father has caused her great harm, which can be seen from her addition of the Chakra hook jade. Therefore, she is extremely resentful of the land of rain, and coupled with what Yasui said before the war, Yuri will have to kill him. Why did you Rain country kidnap my father? Where is my father now? Yuri approached and asked in a cold voice. Hearing this, Yasui froze again. He remembered that Nakazuo had said something similar before the start of the war. At this time, why did she still ask about it? Could it be that Hanzo-sama really kidnapped her father? Yasui suddenly sneered. Don't say I don't know about this, even if I do you think I will tell you? His words directly detonated Yuri's anger. One foot collapsed, and the wind demon shuriken scattered at her feet suddenly collapsed to a position about her height, and after she caught it with one hand, she stabbed down fiercely. You actually killed Yasui-sama, I killed you. Kill. Seeing this, most of the surrounding rain ninja came to Yuri with resentment, but they were instantly knocked to the ground by the Konoha ninja who greeted him. The scene that happened here quickly attracted more people's attention. The boss was killed, which was a big deal and immediately caused a chain reaction. At first, dozens of people were the first to see this, but the movement on this side immediately attracted more people's attention. They froze their figures, and were instantly noticed by the outer battle circles, and then they all stopped and looked at this side. The enemy suddenly stopped and looked to the side in shock, no matter who would be surprised and curious, and then wanted to see what was going on. They followed the enemy's gaze. Although the rear ones can't see the infield, they can ask. In this way, from dozens to hundreds at first, then to thousands, and finally nearly half of the 10,000 people stopped attacking, and more than 50% of the ninja army was still fighting fiercely. Seeing this scene, the Shinobu side was all frightened, as if they had lost their main heart at once. Konoha's side, on the other hand, instantly boiled, and they all shouted excitedly. Nakazuo, as well as representatives of Konoha's famous families such as Tsunade, Jirei, and Orochimaru, were also attracted to it. When they saw the dead Yasui, they were all excited and surprised. Commander Yunin has been killed, fellow Konoha, kill with me. The middle left arm shouted, and the figure instantly rushed out. Kill! Kill! For a moment, the army of Konoha was as imposing as a rainbow, rushing towards Yu Shinobu, and from the sky, the heads of black-pressed people were as spectacular as locusts crossing through. On the other hand, although they were resentful on the Yu Shinobu side, they were not enemies at all in the face of the imposing Konoha army. At first, Yu Shinobu was still resisting, but it didn't take long for them to retreat as quickly as the defeated army, so that it finally turned into fleeing. Chapter 58. Under the rout of Yu Shinobu, Konoha's army chased and killed like a rainbow, chasing out for 10 miles, until Yu Shinobu's loss was halved, and then he stopped in the stop of the center left. In this battle, the number of the two sides was originally almost the same, both were nearly 10,000 troops. But after this battle, although Konoha also had some casualties, it was nothing compared to Yu Shinobu. In this battle, Konoha can be said to be a complete victory. After the Konoha army, which had withdrawn from the front, had retreated to the original garrison, it had camped en masse and stationed here. The first thing they had to do was to repair the narrow roads so that they could retreat at any time without affecting the speed of retreat. Inside the main ledger, all the famous families of Konoha such as Senju, Uchiha, Hinata, Nara, Akimichi, Oil Girl, Yamanaka family representatives gathered here, as well as the outstanding kami shinobi among the commoners. The center left sat on the top head and said excitedly, "This engagement, we Konoha were able to defeat Yu Shinobu so quickly, and Nakano's credit is indispensable. Whether it was ninjutsu or defeating Uzuki, Nakano brought unparalleled morale and momentum to Konoha's army. This was our first head-to-head confrontation with Yu Shinobu, and we fought a beautiful fight. Although we in Konoha also have some casualties, it is nothing compared to the casualties that Yu Shinobu lost half of them." Listening to the exhilarating speech of the middle left at the top, everyone sitting at the bottom turned their eyes to Nakano in unison. Their eyes were mostly adoration and admiration, and more gratitude. If there was no Nakano there, then Konoha's loss would be very serious. This had to make them grateful to Nakano. "Big brother Zongzuo, I am also a member of Konoha, these are all things I should do. How long has the army of Konoha invaded my rain country?" After listening to the report of a Yu Shinobu who had returned from escape, a middle-aged man with a gas mask on his face and only exposed the upper part of his nose and eyes forced himself to endure the anger in Yu Hun's voice and asked in a deep voice, Back to Hanzo-sama, there are almost. It's been more than half a month." A rain ninja shouted in fright, trembling and majestic reply. Click. The armrest of the seat was broken alive, and the frightened Yu Shinobu immediately knelt down. "It's been more than half a month, isn't it? You come and tell me, then what are you doing on the front line? What do I want you to eat on the front lines?" The man known as Hanzo-sama spoke fairly smoothly at first, but the more he spoke, the more angry he became, until finally, he finished roaring. Looking at that Yu Shinobu again, he was already crawling on the ground in fear, trembling all over. "What about Uzuki? Battle. Killed in battle. What about our casualties? Damage. Lost nearly 6,000. What about Konoha? Should. Less than 1,000. A bunch of trash, what use do I want from you?" The more he listened, Hanzo stood up abruptly, and with a wave of his hand, a cloud of poisonous gas pounced on the Yu Shinobu who was crawling on the ground. At that moment, that Yu Shinobu immediately trembled, and it didn't take long for him to stop breathing motionlessly. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Abe Feiriko looked at the war report sent back by the front, and his face immediately showed joy. The war report gave the first head-to-head confrontation with Yu Shinobu since the last raid battle. The army of their own side was damaged by less than 1%, while the army of the Land of Rain was severely damaged by 60%. I have to say that the first time Konoha went head-to-head with Yu Shinobu, Konoha was a complete victory. As for the less than 10% of casualties, it is inevitable. War, where there are undead. If this result can be achieved every time they fight, then the ape can wake up laughing even if he sleeps. Or is it the great achievement of this little guy Nakano? Looking at the name highlighted in the battle report, Abe Fari was overjoyed, and this youngest disciple really surprised him repeatedly. Putting down the war report, Sarutobi stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the peaceful Konoha village. He said faintly, "Hanzo Pepperfish, did you really make it? If it wasn't you, why would the message point to you in the land of rain? Who is helping you? What is all this for?" Chapter 59. Land of the Wind, Sand-Hidden Village. It is located in a desert, and as far as the eye can see, it is full of yellow sand. Inside the Wind Shadow Building. Report Kazekage-sama, this is the intelligence transmitted by my village's secret agent in the land of rain. A shinobu reported, quickly handing a piece of information to a man whose hair had exploded. This man is the third generation of Wind Shadow, and he has a special ability to control magnetism. After the Sand Shinobu left, the 3 generations of Kazekage opened the information. Oh! 10,000 Konoha ninjas invaded the land of rain and fought against the rain ninja village? What's going on? Our resource-poor country hasn't said anything yet. He has great resources in the fire country. How can Howdoan attack the land of rain? It's weird. However, since your fire country has started, then don't blame me for the wind country mixed in. Hi. I'm wondering what reason to get resources. Tsuchinoku, Iwahide Village. The village is located in a top-secret natural fortress formed by many rocky mountains, and has an easy-to-defend position, making it difficult for enemies to penetrate its interior. But again, it is relatively difficult for them to communicate with the outside world. Inside the Hokage building. Let's take a look. This is the secret report that just arrived today. It said that the Konoha ninja attacked the garrison of the front line of Yuyan village in a big way, and severely damaged the Yu ninja army. In front of a row of Iwahide high-rises, a diminutive figure pacing inside the Hokage office with his hands on his back, possessed a large rosacea that took up almost most of his face. This person is the third generation of Hokage, and the 2-day scale is Onaki. He possesses the blood trail elimination dust that transcends the blood succession boundary, which can separate opponents into atomic states and disappear into ashes, and his strength is extremely strong. Why is that? Does Konoha Shinobi village still lack resources? One of the rocks asked puzzled. Konoha is missing, we don't care, we just need to know that we are lacking. Onaki has his hands behind his back, and he looks unfathomable, but his appearance is very funny. Are we going to send troops too? With such a great opportunity, if we don't get a piece of the pie, won't we be unrighteous? Onaki stood up and continued categorically, prepare to go, we will send troops to the land of rain in the near future. Yes. Hearing this, all the high-level officials were excited. Their Union village is in desperate need of resources. A few days later. Within the land of rain. Just after removing the last station, Nakano saw a village in the distance. With a move in his heart, he thought of the plan he had finalized before, copying Chakra's attributes, and the goal was to be the most effective for civilians. Now he only has earth attributes and water attributes, and there are many limitations in ninjutsu. Immediately, after talking to Yuri and Tsunade, he went to the village alone. The village has not yet been baptized by war, so there are still many shouting voices in the village, mostly small shops selling fruit and food. Nakano walked around the village wearing a poncho, and with the money earned from 4 years of missions, he first went to buy a civilian clothes and put them on his body, and the forehead was also taken off and put away, and the ninja costume was really eye-catching here. Start copying, it's all civilians, and you don't have to cower when using Venom. At that moment, he separated many parts of the Venom and attached it to those civilians. For the next few days, he spent the rest of the village. Finally copied it. Nakano, who was sensed in his heart, finally showed a smile. He took out the side of the Chakra attribute test paper, and the test paper suddenly crumpled together. Thunder attribute. Zhonye was overjoyed, and the thunder attribute was still very hanging. Kakashi's trick ratchet has been used from the beginning of the anime to the end, and if the power is poor, it is estimated that Kakashi would have abandoned it long ago. After all, Kakashi's Chakra attribute is not only a thunder attribute. There are still 2 kinds of difference between wind attribute and fire attribute. If I get these 2 more, I will make up the 5 attributes. Chapter 60. As soon as his heart moved, a thin layer of blue thunder attribute chakra immediately appeared above his palm, and small thunder arcs were all over the place, as if he was wearing a blue thunder arc glove on his palm. Curious about the thunder attribute, Nakano looked at the thunder attribute in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. No wonder Kakashi's ratchet is so powerful, and the thunder attribute is indeed not ordinary. There are also the third and fourth generations of Thunder Shadow of Yunin. They have even brought Thunder Shadow to the extreme. The speed is extremely terrifying, and the fourth generation can even catch up with Naruto in the nine-tailed Chakra mode. How terrifying! Thinking of the three generations of Thunder Shadows, Nakano's eyes became brighter and brighter. His current speed relying on spider ability is definitely not as good as that of the third generation of Thunder Shadow. Even if the venom is doubled, I am afraid it is still inferior. You know, if the third and fourth generations of Thunder Shadow go all out, in a short distance, the degree of teleportation that can almost be achieved, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is comparable to the time and space ninjutsu of Wave Feng Shuman. If Nakano could achieve that kind of speed, and then double the venom, who else in the Hokage world could match his speed? It is not unreasonable that the world's martial arts can only be broken quickly. Even a piece of paper or a strip of cloth can cut through a hard object at a rapid speed. See how important speed is. I'm afraid that those three generations of old men won't easily let the venom attach to the body, so I have to find an opportunity. For now, I'd better get the 5 attributes together before talking about the rest. Nakano muttered secretly. There were 2 reasons why he hadn't rushed to put together the 5 attributes before. The first factor is that there is really no need to be too anxious, with his own strength is enough to deal with the early stage, and chakra attributes. It is still very good to confuse the past. After all, his original identity is a civilian, and he was tested when he was 6 years old when he first entered school, and when the time comes, after gathering the 5 attributes, he said that he didn't know much about the test paper before. The second factor, mainly because of the fear of exposing the replication ability of Venom, once or twice suddenly has something that was not there before, then it is better to say something. But if there are more, then there is no way to explain it, right? At that time, he can only admit that he has the ability to copy, but even if he does not admit it, others will doubt or believe that he has. Please, can you give me some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Just as Nakano's thoughts were flying, a soft and weak girl's voice came into Nakano's ears. When he heard the prestige, he saw that the girl was also in her early 10s, with a very cute face. The hair on her head was light blue-purple, and she was wearing thin clothes, which had many damages, and looked like a servant of dust. It can be seen that this girl came here after a long journey. However, Nakano recognized her at a glance. Zionin. However, Nakano did not see Yahiko. Presumably Konan, who had not yet met Yahiko, had not yet gone from disappointment to the point of stealing. Oops. I'm really sorry. Now the country is facing war, we also need food, you go and see somewhere else. Saying that, the male owner of that family immediately closed the door of the room, and did not give Xiaonan another chance to speak. Through the window, Xiaonan clearly saw that the kitchen of this family was stocked with a lot of food. But she didn't say anything, just a drop of water swirling in her eyes, and she took a weak step and began to go to the next house. Suddenly, she hit someone with her head down. She even raised her head to apologize, but she didn't expect that she bumped into a very handsome boy with a kind smile. I'm sorry. Nah. You must be hungry, bought it for you. With a kind smile, Nakano handed 2 hot and fragrant loaves of bread and 2 sausages to Konan. Xiaonan saw the coveted food, tried to restrain it, swallowed her saliva. She was too hungry, and finally did not restrain it, took the bread and sausage and ate it in a big mouthful. At the same moment, there were screams from the house that rejected Zionin. Chapter 61. On the same day, Nakano took Konan, found a household, gave some money, and the 2 lived here. After half a day of familiarization, Xiaonan is no longer as cramped as at the beginning of Nakano, plus they are all orphans with little difference in age, and they have a common language, and the relationship between the 2 has changed a lot. At night, before resting, Nakano discovered Zionin's small There were multiple bruises on the legs. This is... I accidentally fell on the way here. Seeing Nakano looking at her small, where the leg was bruised, Xiao Nan's face was slightly red, and he explained softly. Don't move. So many bruises, why don't you tell me? Nakano is very domineering and will Zionan's small. The leg pressed, the mouth was dissatisfied, and the other hand slowly pressed on a bruised place. Although Nakano was training her, there was a warm current in Zionan's heart, which was the first time she felt care and warmth since losing her parents half a month ago and experiencing the darkest period in the world. She cherished this warmth, and in the silence, the boy was imprinted into her heart. As soon as Nikai's heart moved, venom poured out, attaching the bruise, and instantly healing the bruise. Ah! What is that thing? Xiao Nan suddenly saw black venom attached to his own small. The legs are very resistant and want to withdraw the small leg, but was held down by Nakano and did not succeed. It wasn't until venom left that she looked in surprise at the original wound, which was now intact. It's amazing, the bruise has actually healed. Xiao Nan was particularly surprised, and even more curious about what the black thing was. At this time, Xiao Nan was no longer resistant to venom, and Ren's Hongai used the venom to heal other bruises. It's something I'm born with, and everyone else calls it blood succession limit. Nakano smiled happily and then replied. He was really happy, because just now, when he first healed the bruise, the venom actually copied to something. At this time, Xiao Nan had not yet become a ninja, and he had no ability himself, and was completely a civilian. Apparently, venom copied a chakra attribute. Fortunately, Nakano was prepared before and had rich chakra attribute test papers. After healing many other bruises, Nakano went outside the room to test it. The test paper suddenly split in half from the middle. Wind attribute. Sure enough, it's a chakra attribute, which is really a bonus. It was indeed a bonus, because Nakano did not subjectively want to copy things from Konon. It's all Venom's horrible chance of copying. In this case, then I only lack one fire attribute now. Thinking that he was about to gather the 5 attributes, Nakano was really a little excited. By the way, Yahiko has a fire attribute, right? Nakano suddenly remembered that when he was watching anime before, he saw Yahiko Tendo hanging heaven, and checked the information out of curiosity, and he remembered that Yahiko himself had a fire attribute, but Yahiko was proficient in water attributes. It seems that it is necessary to wait for Yahiko. Targeted replication is better than aimless. Before Nakano used venom in this village for several days, but it was only copied to a thunder attribute. These civilians themselves have fire attributes, do not know at all, it is completely by luck, relying on Meng and Nagato. When it comes to Nagato, Nakano is more interested, which is one of the main purposes of his advocacy of following him to the battlefield. You know, Nagato has the reincarnation eye of Uchiha, which is the only pair in the entire anime except for the late opening and hanging of the Hokage. How strong the eye of reincarnation is, naturally there is no need to say more, everyone who has seen the Hokage knows it. Who wouldn't want that? Anyway, Nakano wants it very much. At the same time, when it comes to the eye of reincarnation, there is another purpose, and this purpose is the second main purpose of Nakano's visit. That is it really a coincidence that Nagato's parents were killed by konoha ninjas? You know, because Nagato's parents were killed, Nagato hated war and wanted peace, and this expectation coincided with Uchiha's infinite moon reading plan. Moreover, Uchiha transplanted his hard-to-open reincarnation eye into Nagato, the main purpose of which was so that Nagato could resurrect himself in the later stage. If Nagato doesn't use the eye of reincarnation, how can Nagato resurrect Uchiha Madara? Also, Yahiko later formed the Xiao organization and was calculated by Hanzo and Danzo, and a large number of members of the Xiao organization went to support, but were stopped halfway by Obito, whose purpose was to make Nagato use the eye of reincarnation. All the information comes together to create a terrifying network of connections. To sum up, whether it is Obito or Uchiha, everything is in order to force Nagato into a path of despair, make Nagato hate this world, and finally use the eye of reincarnation. Coming to this conclusion, he gathered the sudden disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha, leaving a message that pointed directly at the Rain country where Nagato was located. What else to say? The answer is already self-evident. Nakano actually doubted this possibility for a long time, and the biggest purpose of coming here was to confirm this possibility. They wanted Nagato to use the Eye of Reincarnation? Nakano refused to let Nagato use it. Chapter 62. A month later. During this month, Hanzo sent another 10,000 Rain ninja troops to the Fire Nation front, and there were many battles with the Konoha ninja army, but the scale was not too large, and the casualties on both sides were small. Instead, the battle line is getting bigger and bigger. Since the number of Konoha troops only decreases but does not increase, he can't break through the defense line of Yu Shinobu for a while, and he doesn't dare to go too deep. In the end, he could only ask for help from Ape Flying Sun. And Yu Shinobu's side did not chase and beat Konoha, but just contained Konoha. Because the Land of Rain is now invaded by the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, it is at war with the garrison army on the front line. It's just that the Land of Wind and the Country of Earth don't seem to be in a hurry to capture the garrison army, and are fighting a small war of attrition. The two countries that suddenly appeared divided Hanzo's energy. Of course, Hanzo also knew the plans of these two countries, so he was not in a hurry to come to the Fire Nation front. Everyone can see that the Country of Wind and the Country of Earth are waiting for the Country of Fire and the Country of Rain to fight, and the two countries are good at reaping the benefits of fishermen. As a result, the four countries did not take the initiative to engage in large-scale war. During this month, Nakano returned to Konoha's army once, and after discovering this state, he returned to the village. Without a large-scale battle, Tsunade was there, and Yuri himself had a chakra eye. She would not be in danger. Nakano had asked Yuri to accompany him to the village, but Yuri insisted on staying in the army to kill the enemy. No way, Nakano is not good to force Yuri, the latter needs to vent now, and staying in the army is a good choice. No wonder Nakano didn't tell Yuri the truth. Even if he did, Yuri would still have hatred, the kind of hatred that had empty hatred but could not vent. It was better to have a target to vent now. On this day, Nakano and Konan, after buying food and fruit, walked towards their residence. "I told you to steal, I'll beat you to death." Suddenly, an angry curse sounded, and the two heard it. I saw that the boy with orange hair was being dragged by a bakery owner, and the boss's other hand was pounding the boy's back, and the dull bang sounded a lot of force. However, the boy did not cry, but was gulping down the bread. You can see that the boy is too hungry. "Stop me. The bread he took, I will give him the money." Nakano hurriedly stopped. "And this boy is Yahiko." After Nakano and Konan, they brought Yahiko to the residence, and gave Yahiko some food, and it was not until after a bottle of underwater belly that Yahiko patted his stomach and smiled contentedly. "I really want to thank you, without you, maybe I will be punched a few more times by that boss, haha." Yahiko looks like he doesn't care, but his personality is very cheerful, always smiling, and he looks a little too. At this time, Xiaonan said with some worry, "I see that the boss just now is not light. Is your back really okay?" It's okay, I'm used to it." Yahiko smiled indifferently. Zhongai's finger scratched Xiaonan's cayenne nose, causing the latter to blush suddenly, and he chuckled, "Let me take a look." No, a little thing. His. Nakano didn't care about the pervasive argument, and when he lifted his clothes, he saw a large bruise on the latter's back. This is not done once or twice, apparently Yahiko has been beaten many times for stealing something. Nakano remembers that Yahiko and Konan, in the anime, are very skilled in stealing kung fu and are rarely caught, and it seems that Yahiko is only forced to do so now, and has not yet practiced that skillful stealing routine. "You better not move, let Nakano treat you." Xiaonan also saw the bruise, and was immediately startled. She could hardly imagine how many beatings Yahiko had received. Nakano reached out and controlled the venom with a volley, separating a small part of the drip and attaching to Yahiko's entire back. "What did you put on your back?" "It was cold, and my back didn't hurt at all." Yahiko felt very strange. He was very curious about what was on his back. He touched it with his backhand, but he didn't feel what it was. "Don't worry, that thing can help you heal the wound on your back. At the beginning, the wound on my leg was also healed in this way, so good, even the scar will not remain. Xiao Nan was very happy when he talked about Nakano. Nakano deliberately did not rush to take back the venom, and it took a while for him to take the venom back. As soon as the venom returned, Nakano felt that he had something more. Immediately, he showed an uplifting smile. Venom doesn't copy the same thing, and he only lacks the fire attribute now, so the copied thing hardly needs to be tested, and he knows what it is. From this moment on, the 5 chakra attributes can be regarded as collected. Chapter 63. A few days later. Nakano, Zionin, it's not good, let's get out of here quickly. Suddenly, Yahiko ran into the room from outside, and said with an eager face. What's wrong, Yahiko? Xiao Nan saw his flustered look and was also frightened. There are a lot of ninjas outside the village, it seems that this village is about to be used as a battlefield, let's run. Yahiko saw that Xiao Nan was frightened, and Nakano had no intention of leaving, so he hurriedly helped pack up his things. In fact, there was nothing, only some clothes for the 3 of them. Nakano had returned to Konoha's army, knowing that there would be no large-scale battles in the near future, but there would often be small-scale collisions. However, he did not expect that this village would actually be sandwiched between the 2 armies. War is like this, and the most unlucky are civilians. At this time, the rest of the village also sensed the danger and ran home screaming and telling the family to flee quickly. For a while, the whole village was in chaos. But not long after, there was clearly the sound of iron clashing, and there were many explosions in the distance. Rumble! The sound of the detonator suddenly resounded in the village, followed by the collapse of houses and the screams of the villagers. Follow me, as long as you go out of the village, I know a safe place that will not be affected. After rushing out of the room, Yahiko ran ahead and shouted. Nakano took Konan's hand and followed behind. The speed of the battle between the 2 armies was very fast, especially if both sides were ninjas, and they also killed Red Eyes in the early stage, and there was no time for the villagers to transfer. Moreover, in front of the victory in the battle, these villagers will not be seen at all. Rumble! Another detonator exploded, but it happened to be in a house where the 3 of Nakano ran through. At the moment, in the deafening sound, Nakano was better, but Konan and Yahiko sat on the ground with frightened legs. A wall was blown away and smashed towards the 3 of Nakano. Xiao Nan and Yahiko suddenly turned pale, and the 2 of them subconsciously closed their eyes in fright. Boom! 2 collisions came, the 2 felt that they were not hit, opened their eyes in confusion, and immediately saw the black scythe that came out of Nakano's body, and the wall was split in half by this person's high scythe. Let's go! Nakano hurriedly urged, and the black scythe also turned back into venom and returned to his body. Xiao Nan and Mi Man also knew that now was not the time to speak, and quickly got up and ran forward. The more the 2 looked at Nakano's black things that could change, the more they liked and envied. During this period, there were also kunao and shuriken breaking through the wind, but they were all resisted by Nakano's ability to change form using venom. That scene is like the absolute defense of my Iroh's Chakraza. Now that Venom's arsenal is quite rich, these dangers are not a concern in front of Nakano. However, at this time, Yu Shinobu and Konoha's ninja had already come into contact with each other, and there was a sound of streaks under the bitter fight. Oops! Yahiko ran in front of him with his head in front and suddenly bumped into a Yunin, and immediately cried out in pain, but when he raised his head to look at the man, his face was immediately bloodless with fright. Little mongrel, look for death! That Yu Shinobu did not have any mercy at all, and whether it was a villager in the land of rain or not, he raised his hand and stabbed at Yahiko with a kunao. Bite! Ku Wu stabbed on the black shield that suddenly appeared, making a clanging sound, which surprised the Yu Shinobu. Blood succession limit! Yuren said in horror. You know quite a lot. Burst! As Nakano spoke, the black shield turned into a sharp sword and instantly pierced the Yu Shinobu. His figure shook, and when he came to him, he took this Yu Shinobu's Ku Wu, his hand shook, and the Ku Wu came out, and another Yu ninja who ran in the distance immediately fell to the ground. You just run, I'll do the rest. At this moment, Nakano's figure became particularly majestic in the eyes of Konani and Yahiko, like giants, giving them an indescribable sense of security. They could see that Nakano, like those people, had very powerful means. Nakano is also a ninja. At the same time, there was also a seed that took root and sprouted in the hearts of the two of them. Chapter 64. About 5 miles away from the warring village, there is a low mountain, which is high and has cliffs and rapids, which is not suitable for large armies, so it can find a little peace here. There is a small natural cave on the low mountain, and this is what Yahiko calls a safe place. When the three arrived, Nakano recognized the place at a glance, and in the anime, Yahiko, Konan, and later Nagato lived in a cave here, until they saw the battle between Sanshin and Hanzo, and they made up their minds to leave. And now, Yahiko was looking at Nakano with bright eyes. "You're a ninja, aren't you? I guessed it from when you heard that there was an army of ninjas going to fight, but you weren't in a hurry. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so powerful, and those rain ninja can't take a move in your hands. And what limits you have, it's really cool." Yahiko looked excited, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became, and a flushed look appeared on his face. Looking at Yahiko's excited look, Nakano knew that I was afraid that this kid wanted to be a ninja, and in the original work, didn't Yahiko see the battle between Sanshin and Hanzhang before he gave birth to the desire to worship a teacher? Nakano laughed. "I am indeed a ninja, but..." Saying this, Nakano put away his smile and said, "However, I am a ninja on Konoha's side, don't you hate me? We are companions, how can I hate you?" Yahiko laughed. But then, he looked at the misty rainy day outside the cave, as if this rainy day was crying for countless miserable civilians in this country, and he said faintly, "I hate war. Isn't you shinobu going to kill me too? I hate not individuals, nor a country, I hate war, and without war, I would not be orphaned, I would not have been displaced. There are many children with the same fate as me, you, me, Zionin, we are all the same. So, I'm going to be stronger, I'm going to be a ninja, I'm going to change all that." With a determined look in Yahiko's eyes, he turned his head to look at Nakano and said sincerely, "Nakano, can you teach me? Let me be a ninja." Hearing this, Nakano did not answer immediately, because he noticed that Xiao Nanzen's body on the side was shaking a little. He hurried forward to put it in a gush. In his arms, he knew that Xiao Nan must have been reminded of the destruction of his village and the death of his parents by the experience of fighting just now. But Xiao Nan raised his head and looked at Nakano firmly, his eyes full of longing. There is no one who does not want to change their fate, and in the face of persecution, they all hope that they have the ability to resist, protect their loved ones, and protect their hometown. Good. If you make up your mind, then I will teach you. Hearing this, Xiao Nan's eyes lit up, and Yahiko laughed exaggeratedly, jumping on the spot with excitement. The front line of the Land of Rain is stationed on the front line, which is the garrison of the 10,000 Yu Shinobu army that Hanzo has reissued after losing 6,000 troops in confusion. It is also that this army of 10,000 Rain Ninja has been fighting frequently with Konoha's army recently. Stationed, inside the main account, Yasui Sasho was glaring angrily at a Yushin who was kneeling on the ground. His older brother is the dead Yuzuki Yasui, and it is he who himself took the initiative to ask Hanzo for the title of marshal. He wanted to avenge his brother. Although he is the younger brother of Yuzuki Yasui, his talent is higher than that of his brother Yuzuki Yasui. The strength is even among the top 10 elite shinobi under Hanzo, and the strength can be seen. It's been almost 2 months, and the battle has started more than 10 times, hasn't that little miscellaneous figure shown up yet? Yasui Sasho's icy voice fell, and the Yu Shinobu who was kneeling on the ground in fear trembled. This Yu Shinobu is indeed very afraid, because he has long heard about the cruel deeds of Yasui Sasho, and this one is not a good character. In a word, killing people is a good thing, the main one is too fond of torturing people, and completely treats torturing people as fun. Didn't? No, maybe the little miscellaneous had already left, but the girl who was the last to kill kept appearing. She was in Konoha's army, and every time she fought, she would rush to the front. "Lord Sasho, let's see if it's first." You, who was kneeling on the ground, did not dare to slacken, and immediately prayed and offered a plan. In fact, he had heard his subordinates mention that Nakano seemed to have appeared in the battle a few days ago, but he was not sure whether it was Nakano or not, so he did not dare to say it. If he said it, he was simply uncomfortable. The problem was that he did not know the last traces of the godlike Nakano. Hearing this, Yasui Sasho's face became more and more gloomy. He really couldn't figure out how his brother could lose to a half-old child, which made him feel very humiliated. Okay, then don't look for that little scrap first set up a plan to get that girl for me. Remember, I want to live. Recently, aren't there more than 1,000 people fighting on both sides? This time I will give you 3,000 people, whether it is an ambush or a strong attack. In short, I want to see that girl in my main account. Chapter 65. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. During this week, Nakano devoted himself to teaching Konan and Yahiko to become ninjas. He didn't learn much at the ninja school, and he stayed in the school for more than a month, but he still learned the class of condensing chakra. Let Konan and Yahiko initially become ninjas, there is no problem at all. Moreover, his venom can be enhanced. On the first day, after he taught Konan and Yahiko, he taught Konan and Yahiko the two to try to condense chakra. Xiaonan and Yahiko's talents are actually very good, especially the angel Xiaonan, but the time of half a day is too short, and neither of them has much effect. Seeing this, Nakano simply separated the venom into two parts and attached it to the two, and when they condensed chakra again, they immediately became leaps and bounds, condensing chakra in one day, greatly reducing the time. This moment directly surprised the two. Subsequently, after the two had accumulated some chakra in their bodies, Nakano began to officially teach ninjutsu. Because of his penchant for origami, Konan's hobby of ninjutsu also added his hobby and showed an outstanding talent for controlling chakra paper. For this, Nakano naturally knew it for a long time, but he couldn't teach Xionan this, so he could only let Xionan study it himself. And Yahiko is easy to say, majoring in water attribute ninjutsu, Nakano just knows a lot about water attribute ninjutsu, and will do more. As for the venom, Nakano never took it back. A week later, the two had made great progress. Water escape, water chaos. Yahiko snorted, opened his mouth, and a column of water gushed out, like a water gun, towards Nakano. Paper shuriken, paper shuriken. I saw Xiao Nanjiao snort, and with a flick of her arm, 3 paper shurikens suddenly flew out of her hand, blocking Nakano's vital body respectively. Good. Nakano laughed, but he didn't move at all, and when the two thought they could see results, the venom suddenly poured out, turning into a huge shield, and fending off all attacks. Seeing this, Yahiko pouted and said weakly, "Hey, if you want to play so badly, you also have to use ninjutsu." And Xiaonan snickered on the side. With ninjutsu? Okay, here you go. Nakano was quite amused. What is different? If you block the attack, it will not be over, and the result is still the same with ninjutsu. Water escape, water chaos. Paper shuriken, paper shuriken. Tudun, Tulia wall. Well, you're still awesome. Yahiko raised his hand in surrender. He naturally didn't really think that he could defeat Nakano after learning ninjutsu for a few days. He just wanted to see the power of ninjutsu and how much damage it could inflict on the other side when facing the enemy. And Xiaonan is also very satisfied with her results, and her eyes are now full of tenderness when she looks at Nakano. Both of them also knew that without Nakano's blood succession limit, let alone a week, even if it was a month, they might not be able to reach the level they are now. Therefore, the two of them are extremely grateful to Nakano. On this day, Nakano saw Konan and Yahiko practicing ninjutsu, and he went to the highest part of the low mountain as usual to see where Konoha's army was. The terrain was higher enough to see the movement of Konoha's army, so for the week, he had made time every day to watch and understand the movement of the war. Suddenly, he saw a wave of people in Konoha's army, and since it was a little far away, Nakano estimated that this wave of people had to be at least 1,000, and these Konoha ninjas were heading towards the village where Nakano used to live. At the same time, in the opposite direction of Konoha's army, there was also a wave of rain shinobi heading in this direction, and from a distance, it seemed that the number of people was not much different from Konoha's side. Another temptation. Nakano secretly shook his head. This kind of tentative collision has happened more than 10 times, and it is no longer new. Immediately, he also lost interest and was about to return to the cave. Hi! Suddenly, through the foggy weather in the air, he suddenly saw a little farther away, there was a very small black spot, and that black spot was also moving towards the village. What's that? Is it also human? This is that Nakano has spider ability, and his eyesight is stronger than ordinary people, otherwise, at such a distance, coupled with foggy weather, he can't see it at all. It wasn't until more than an hour later that Nakano finally saw what the black spot was. It's also a range shinobi? Deliberately came around a long distance in order to outflank more than 1,000 people in Konoha? Nakano was shocked, and Yu Shinobu's side obviously did this to avoid the white eyes of the Hinata family. Moreover, the number of the wave of rain ninja that circled far away was obviously twice that of Konoha's side, and with the more than 1,000 people who confronted Konoha, that was more than 3,000. That's 3 times the size of Konoha. The two sides have been tempted more than 10 times on a small scale. Why is it so exciting this time? Chapter 66. After watching for a while, he completely confirmed that Yu Shinobu was outflanking Konoha's 1,000 ninja army, and there was no movement in Konoha's army, obviously not yet discovering this crisis situation. Why Yu Shinobu was suddenly so aggressive, Nakano couldn't guess, but he wouldn't sit idly by. Nakano hurriedly returned to the cave, informed Konan and Yahiko, and left the place. Konan and Yahiko are not in danger here for the time being, but Yuri is different. Under hatred, Yuri will definitely fight with the army. And at the moment, Yu Shinobu is obviously planning to eat this 1,000 Konoha ninja army. Najiri is dangerous. Fortunately, the low mountain was only more than 5 miles away from that village, and it would not take much time to arrive under Nakano's gallop. In terms of time, it is completely urgent. They Konoha really fell for it. Ohara Takeshiro looked overjoyed, and he was the one who knelt on the ground in front of Yasui Sasho before. This time, he brought 3,000 ninja troops to deal with 1,000 people in Konoha, and it was simply a hand-to-hand capture. Moreover, his task is also very simple, as long as he brings back Konoha's daughter. As for the 1,000 people on the other side, there are 3,000 reigns to endure and serve, and it is only a matter of time before they are eradicated. As long as he makes this merit and makes Tokuyasui Sasho happy, his benefits are indispensable, and his status will naturally rise in the future. Kill me. The more Ohara Wachan thought about it, the more excited he became, and immediately, he shouted excitedly. At that moment, 1,000 rain shinobu rushed out one after another and rushed towards Konoha's side. And Konoha's 1,000 ninja army also immediately greeted them. The two parties have already killed the Red Eye, and when they meet at this moment, they naturally can't help but say that they are fighting together. And Ohara Takeshiro did not move, and there were still 50 Yu shinobi by his side. You guys go in with me, and when you meet that teenage girl, just rush up together and subdue her, don't hurt her. Lord Yasui Sasho is of great use for keeping her, Yes. Kill in. With an order, Ohara Wachan, who was surrounded by 50 rain ninjas, also rushed into the battlefield. At this moment, it was Tsunade who led Konoha's 1,000 ninja army, and Yuri was also there. After many battles, Tsunade also saw the strength of governance, so now Tsunade is not too restrained by Yuri, as long as it is not too far away from her. However, after rushing into the battlefield, after killing more than 20 Yu shinobi, when she looked around again, she suddenly found that Yuri had separated herself from her by a considerable distance. How did it come so far from me? Tsunade snorted secretly and hurried to kill in the direction of Yuri. Before this expedition, Sarutobi had entrusted Yuri to her, so she had to ensure Yuri's safety. However, when she tried to move in the direction of Yuri, many rain shinobi suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Get out of my way! Heavenly pain! Stepping on the ground fiercely, the strange power of Wei Dongxian appeared, and under the earth surge, the many rain ninja in front of him were immediately killed and injured by more than half. But the next moment, before she could rush out a few steps, dozens of shinobi immediately blocked her way. At this time, she also felt that something was wrong, in the previous more than 10 battles, but there was no such situation, and the shinobu on the opposite side was obviously targeting her. It's not good, Tsunade-sama, a large number of rain shinobi suddenly appeared behind us, and it seems that there are enough of 2,000. A ninja from the Hyoga family rushed to Tsunade with sweat on his forehead and reported. What did you say? Tsunade was shocked in his heart, secretly shouting that it was not good. There were 1,000 rain ninja in the front, and 2,000 in the back, so it formed an outflanking trend, and Konoha's 1,000 ninja army was in danger. This time the battle, the other party was obviously prepared, and she hit the plan. Thinking of the scene in front of her, she woke up suddenly. Their target is Yuri. At this time, she also saw a group of 50 or 60 people moving towards Yuri in front of her. This further confirms her guess. If Yuri falls into the hands of the other party, the consequences are unimaginable. She must not let the other party succeed. Psychic. Under the rapid seal, Tsunade slammed to the ground, and after spreading the lines in the palm of his palm, he thudded loudly. After the huge white smoke, huge slugs appeared on the battlefield. Make way for me and save the girl. Tsunade didn't have time to communicate with the slug, and gave the order directly. Good. The slug's voice was a slender female voice, and it answered immediately. Suddenly, its huge body moved, completely relying on collision to open the way, although it also had viscous acid attacks, but there were many Konoha ninjas around, and it was restricted. Under the impact, it did work, and those rain ninja who blocked in front were suddenly knocked away, but the slugs were attacked, and a lot of bodies were also cut off, and the shaved bodies turned into small slugs. Stop that psychic beast! Ohara Wuchan's face changed greatly when he was frightened by the huge slug, and he roared madly. Chapter 67. Stop that psychic beast! Under the crazy roar of Ohara Wuchan, at least 200 shinobi gave up their opponents and threw Ku-Wu towards the slug, and above Ku-Wu were all tied to the detonation charm. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! Under the frequent explosions, the slugs were bombarded by the detonation charm, and their huge bodies shrank rapidly. However, it is only a healing department, not a combat psychic beast, and it is not much strong in defense and attack. The mollusk, after being attacked, is only forced to disperse its body. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's face turned pale. Shinobu was obviously planning this battle in a targeted manner, and she now felt very powerless. Kill! 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 And at this moment, there was a deafening sound of killing from the rear, and the 2,000 ninja troops outflanked by ninja had already rushed up. Tsunade's figure shook, her face was like dead ash, she had never been so desperate. On both sides, she was powerless to rescue. I can only watch, and even if it is her, I am afraid that I will not be able to retreat. Yuri naturally also felt that something was wrong, and then looked around. She was indeed surrounded by shinobu, and in an instant, she opened her chakra eyes, and her silver teeth were tight. Dignified complexion. Ohara Wuchan saw that the psychic beast was blocked, Yuri was surrounded, and the 2,000 ninja troops who outflanked had arrived, and the plan was perfectly implemented. Ha ha ha! He looked up to the sky and laughed, he had never been as happy as he was today. Grab that girl! Stay, our task is completed. The rest of the things, let the 3,000 rains endure the killing painfully. Yuri in front of him was not far away, and his eyes shone brightly in command. However, at this time, out of the corner of Ohara Wuchan's eyes, he suddenly caught a black figure, and that black shadow jumped from the edge of the battlefield, jumped into the air more than 10 meters high, and then fell towards this side. What? Ohara Wuchan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly looked up, and under this look, he was suddenly scared. Monster! I saw that the falling black shadow was burly, with a pair of big eyes on his face, but there were no pupils, as if it was all whites of the eyes. His mouth was wide open, his mouth was full of fangs, and his long tongue was exposed, and he only had time to exclaim. Boom! Immediately, the black shadow fell in the crowd of rain ninja not far from him, and there was a scream, and suddenly, 20 or 30 rain ninja were turned into swords made of dozens of silk threads protruding from the monster's body through their bodies, and there were 2 rain ninja smashed bodies twisted at their feet. The sudden scene frightened everyone, opened their mouths in horror and looked at the black monster in disbelief. "Get out of the way for Konoha!" The black monster opened its mouth and roared, and all the ninjas of Konoha were stunned. Tsunade was also frightened, but immediately reacted, and she shouted loudly, "What are you still doing? Everyone back away!" With Tsunade's shout, many Konoha ninjas quickly retreated, and at the same time, the black monster waved his arms, and his left arm immediately turned into a giant axe, and his right arm turned into a huge scythe. It moved. It's amazingly fast. It went on a rampage, and with every swing of its arms, several rain ninja were harvested. Some of the quick-reacting Yunin quickly jumped away, thinking that they would avoid it safely, but they were wrong. They were still in the air, and before they landed, they were pierced through the heart by a sharp sword made of black silk thread. Tudun, Tulia wall. Water escape, water wave chop. Wind escape, wind blade. For a time, many ninjutsu were released by Yu Shinobu and fell towards the monster one after another, but the speed of the monster was too fast to hit accurately. But because there were too many ninjutsu, there were still ninjutsu that hit the monster, but then they were horrified to find that those ninjutsu only slightly blocked the speed of the monster, and the ninjutsu with extraordinary power could not hurt the monster. Use the detonator charm. I don't know who shouted, and the surrounding Yu Shinobu suddenly woke up, and then threw the bound Ku-Wu with the detonation charm towards the monster. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! The black monster dodged most of it, but due to too many detonation charms, it was finally hit by several detonation charms, and its figure was shocked back a few steps by the blast wave of the explosion, but then rushed out again. After seeing that this monster could not even be injured by the detonation charm, everyone, including Konoha, was shocked. Chapter 68. In an instant, this black monster was like a phantom, shuttling through half of the battlefield, leaving a piece of Yu ninja corpse everywhere it passed. Even if those rain ninja escaped the harvest of the giant axe and scythe, they could not avoid the sword turned into black silk thread that suddenly poked out, and in the blink of an eye, 200 or 300 rain ninja had been killed. Ohara Wuchen looked at this scene in horror, and his hair stood on end. Seeing that the plan was about to be perfectly accomplished, how could this monster suddenly come, and as soon as the monster appeared, it was frantically slaughtering them. What the hell is that? I am afraid that at this time, not only Ohara Wuchen was so surprised, but even Konoha's side was also terrified, but fortunately, that monster only attacked Yu Shinobu, which made Konoha's side slightly relieved. It's Nakano. Tsunade woke up suddenly, because she and Nakano had been too familiar with the two during their 4-year mission career, and the latter's blood succession limit had never been hidden from her, so when she saw that the black monster had the ability to change form, she immediately thought of Nakano. Immediately, she broke into a smile, and her eyes shone brightly. At this time, there were only a few Yunin in front of her, and she hurried over to kill them, rushing all the way to Yuri's side. Tsunade-sama, he's Nakano. Yuri was also surprised, but her eyes were clearly filled with joy and emotion, and she said softly, he came to save me. At the same time, Ohara Wuchen knew that something bad was going to happen today, and immediately gritted his teeth and scolded the surrounding Yu Shinobu, leave that monster alone, first catch that girl, and then quickly escort me away. The surrounding Yu Shinobu was about to move towards Yuri with a look of fear, but instantly saw the black monster stop. Immediately afterwards, the monster turned its head and looked at them, and all of a sudden, their hair stood on end. It rushed over. Quick, stop it! Ohara Wuchen's frightened revenants all roared loudly. However, those rain ninja did not have half a point of resistance in front of the black monster. The so-called, one punch is difficult to defeat 4 hands, they can't prevent the black silk thread that suddenly pokes out. Soon, the monster came to Ohara Takeshi. Ohara Wuchen was stared at by the monster, his body couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't move his feet at all. What did you just say? Asked with a mouth full of fangs, the monster approached Ohara Takeshi. Throat agitated, Ohara Wuchen swallowed spit, trembling and majestic, I didn't. Didn't say anything. Well? The monster was dissatisfied and poked out a silk thread from the front of his chest, wrapped around the back of Ohara Wuchan's neck, and then lifted Ohara Wuchan into the air. His throat was choked, his breathing was difficult, and his face was held purple. As if feeling death, Ohara Wuchan immediately said in shock, I say. The thin black line loosened, Ohara Takeshiro fell to the ground, and after a cough, he stammered, "It was Lord Yasui Sasho who told me to take that girl back, it doesn't matter to me." Sasho Yasui. He is the younger brother of Yuzuki Yasui, the commander who was killed by that girl nearly 2 months ago. So it is. Nakano instantly understood that it turned out that his brother had been killed, and his younger brother had come to seek revenge. Poof! The scythe slashed, and Ohara Wuchan's head suddenly rolled to the ground. "Nakano-kun!" Yuri called softly. Nakano looked back at Yuri and saw that she was safe and sound, so he was relieved. The venom spread out, revealing his face, and immediately withdrew all the venom into his body. Losing the package of venom, Nakano returned to his original appearance. Kindly smiled at Yuri and Tsunade, who rushed over with a few strides, and then plunged into Nakano's arms. It's okay, I'm there for everything." Nakano gently stroked Yuri's back to give comfort, and then he gave Tsunade a look, meaning to take advantage of the present to quickly fight back towards Yu Shinobu. Tsunade saw that it was really Nakano. She was extremely excited, and she was particularly shocked by the horror of Nakano's blood succession limit. This was the first time she had seen Nakano's full body state. To make Herculean efforts to save a critical situation. That's right, Nakano once again turned the tide and saved the Konoha shinobi army with his own strength. Then she woke up and immediately began to organize Konoha's ninja army to kill Yu Shinobu. Nakano's fight just now had already killed nearly 500 Yu shinobi, and it severely deterred the Yu ninja side. At this moment, Yu Shinobu's combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced, plus the morale of Konoha's side is like a rainbow, and he is not an opponent at all. Even if the number of Rain Ninja is worried, but the boss is killed, and the other party has black monsters, the Rain Ninja side has no desire to fight at all, and there are already many Rain Ninja who see that the situation is not good, and begin to retreat and flee. So that in the end, Yu Shinobu's ambush broke more than 2,000 people, and only escaped less than 1,000. Nakano's arrival made the 3,000 Yu who Konoha killed with only 1,000 ninja troops to collapse. Rumors of black monsters have also spread in the ninja world since this battle. Chapter 69. In fact, since the 2,000 ninja troops who outflanked the road appeared behind Konoha's 1,000 ninja army, Konoha's army was stationed in the ground, and it had already been discovered. However, when Nakazuo arrived with 3,000 ninja troops to support, the curtain had already come to an end on the battling battlefield, and the spoils on the battlefield were being collected at the end. Looking at the Konoha ninja army that still had more than 800 people on the battlefield, Zongzuo was stunned. The ninja of the Hyoga family used his white eyes to clearly see Tsunade's 1,000 ninja army being outflanked by the Rain Ninja, and the number of the other party was still 3 times that of Tsunade. According to common sense, Tsunade's 1,000 ninja army would be defeated. But now it seems that this is not the result. Not only did Tsunade and his group not lose, but most of the 3,000 ninja troops who were killed and wounded were killed, and the defeated and fleeing army could not be defeated. It was hard for him to imagine, how did he do it? Not only was the center left surprised, but he also looked confused, and he couldn't figure it out at all. The same was true of the Great Snake Pill, but he turned his gaze to Nakano in surprise, and in his heart, he already had some shocked guesses. Even the Big Snake Pill was taken aback by his own speculation, but he also knew that only in this way could it make sense, and then his snake pupils became even more fiery. The ninjas of the Hyoga family who came with the army to support were even more confused about this result, and they were almost doubting their lives. Because of the bodies of 3,000 people blocking it, even if they had white eyes, they could not see the reason. Tsunade, this. What's going on? Jie stopped Tsunade and asked questions from everyone who came to help. It's all Nakano, fortunately he arrived in time, otherwise, we would be really dangerous. It's like this. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little at the thought of the danger at the beginning, but then he smiled with relief and briefly recounted the beginning and end of the matter. After everyone listened to Tsunade's statement, everyone looked at the half-old boy who was accompanying Yuri in horror. Between the throat agitation, many people subconsciously swallowed their spit, as a way to express their shock at this matter. Blood succession limit, it's really too handsome. It's so powerful, he alone killed more than 500 Ren in a short period of time, my god, it's really unimaginable. It's really unimaginable, with one's own strength, the other party's 3,000 ninja army is terrified, it's really terrifying. That's right, fortunately Nakano-kun is from our Konoha's side, otherwise. When this person said this, everyone was shocked in their hearts. Yes, fortunately, Nakano belongs to Konoha's side, otherwise, it would be absolutely disastrous for Konoha. I really want to see Nakano-kun's monster image. Really, I really want to see it. Nakano-kun is on our Konoha's side, are you afraid that you won't have a chance to see it? Ha ha ha. That's right, by the way, you found that no, as long as Nakano-kun is there, no matter which battle, we can win very happily. And it's a big win with few casualties. I've already begun to worship Nakano-kun. You just worshipped him, I have been worshipping him since the day he graduated. For a time, the battlefield where the loot was collected was full of the praise and admiration of the Konoha ninja for Nakano. Hey, stinky little ghost, good job. Jiraiya came to Nakano's approach, patted the latter's shoulder, and praised with a smile. This is the first time he has praised Nakano, although his personality is not that arrogant, just a big grin, but there are really few who can really enter his eyes. At this moment, Nakano really impressed Jiraiya, but between the words, he was still calling a stinky little ghost. Dead duck mouth, smelly and hard. This is Nakano's evaluation of Jiraiya. In fact, he who has seen Hokage is still very sad about what happened to Jiraiya. This is a person who is he-ha-ha on the surface, but his fate is complicated. He liked Tsunade, but he couldn't get it for life, and he wanted to cultivate the child of destiny to save the world, but died at the hands of the child of destiny, whom he considered to be. Nakano glanced back at Jiraiya and showed a hint of a smile. He said in his heart, "Since I have come to the Hokage world and have some abilities, your destiny, I will help you change it by the way. But, Tsunade, I'm sorry, she's mine." Nakano smiled secretly. The big snake pill who had been watching Nakano from a distance naturally heard Tsunade's story before, and at this moment, the thought in his heart became more and more irrepressible. "My little junior brother, it seems that it is time for the two of us to discuss." Chapter 70. After the ninja army returned to the place where the Konoha army was stationed, Nakano was once again praised by Nakazuo in public. His amazing achievements in turning the tide on his own immediately spread among the army. At present, the entire garrison has once again set off a heated frenzy. Today, Nakano seems to have become the soul of the entire army, and even overshadowed the commander-in-chief Zongzuo in one fell swoop. In several battles, if Nakano exists, this battle will be easily won, and the victory over the opponent is simply hand-to-hand. Not only that, but in the battle with Nakano, the casualties of his own ninja army were also the lowest, which was the most important point. At the same time, it is also the most favored by all Konoha ninjas. Even if they are ready to die, no one will really die, everyone wants to live. Therefore, it is precisely in this way that Nakano will be admired, even worshipped, by everyone. As long as Nakano is present in the army, then they will be extremely relieved, and their motivation will be incomparably sufficient and exciting. Now whenever anyone sees Nakano, they all politely respect and shout Lord Nakano. And at this moment, Nakano is in the account of Hilly, and it is warm. As for his own tent, he hadn't been back for a long time. Just kidding, there is Hilly's tent, accompanied by beautiful women, why should I return to my own? Did you come to save me today? Yuri said gently, and after his gaze fell on Nakano's face, he quickly dodged it, looking very shy. Of course, you are the most important in my eyes, even if it is Konoha's army of 10,000 people, in my eyes, it is not as important as yours. Nakano stepped forward and hugged Yuri and said seriously, and the latter also submissively snuggled into his arms. After listening to Nakano's words, Yuri suddenly felt very sweet and satisfied in her heart, and this wide bay gave her an endless sense of security, and she enjoyed being in Nakano's arms. Slightly tilting her head, she looked at Nakano, who was also looking at her. Naturally, the two were imprinted together. This time, both were emotional. However, this night, they did not break through the last line of defense. Nakano-sama, good morning. Nakano-sama, you are simply too brave, I adore you too much. Nakano-sama, you are so handsome. Nakano-sama. Walking in the station, the coming and going Konoha ninjas greeted Nakano one after another, and Nakano-sama's call was also particularly smooth. It can be seen that everyone is respectful to Nakano from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, the afterglow from the corner of his eye suddenly caught a figure. Nakano glanced over there, and the figure disappeared immediately. Humph! Orochimaru, what good can you do to me? Nakano scoffed, but he went to the outside. He naturally knew what kind of person the big snake pill was, so he was close to him, but this did not mean that Nakano was afraid of the big snake pill. This is the case at the moment. Nakano gives him a salute before a soldier. Take advantage of this opportunity, instead of saying clearly, what a mess, don't bother him. The station is 2 kilometers away. Find me something, say it. Nakano saw that the big snake pill was indeed waiting for him here, and immediately said impatiently. Hi! Little junior brother, although we are not too familiar, but at least we are also in the same family, senior brothers, contact the relationship, do not have to have something, right? Orochimaru smiled, his voice was very hoarse, and his thin lips were on his thin lips. It gives people a gloomy feeling, especially when stared at by the weird snake pupils, which makes people unnatural. Junior brother. Forget it. Nakano secretly added that since the great snake pill began to study ninjutsu and pursue immortality, there was no word emotion in the great snake pill's cognition. Otherwise, the ape flying sun slash would not have died in the hands of the big snake pill. If you still have something, just say it quickly. I have other things to talk to you about. Nakano said with some impatience. Hearing this, a fierce color flashed in the snake pupils of the big snake pill, and immediately, he smiled. I want to work with you. Not interested. Nakano didn't even think about it, and directly refused, and he said, if there is nothing else, then I will go back. With that, Nakano walked back. Hiss! Suddenly, there was the sound of a snake ladder behind him, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. Nakano's eyes narrowed slightly, and after turning around, he saw a python with thick legs was swallowing towards him. However, he did not move at all, and waited until the python was close to the front and back, before 2 black silk threads popped out from the front of Nakano's chest, and after the front end turned into a sword, he instantly cut the python into several pieces. My little junior brother, you haven't heard me say what cooperation is. The big snake pill showed a cruel look and gritted his teeth. Humph! I also said, I am not interested. If you bother me again, blame me for not missing the same family. Nakano snorted coldly and said. Seeing Nakano's blood succession limit, the big snake pill's eyes glowed green. Toast and don't eat, eat and punish wine. The big snake pill's eyes were cold, and he quickly sealed his hands. Body fixing. At that moment, Nakano's body shook slightly, and then he felt as if his body was bound by invisible steel cables, unable to move. Seeing this, the corner of the big snake pill showed a sly sinister smile again. But Nakano just smiled slightly, looked at the big snake pill, and said with a smile, Big snake pill, are you serious? Body fixing, D-level ninjutsu, after casting, is to contain the opponent with an invisible steel cable, making it unable to move, although it is D-level ninjutsu, but the effect of casting is completely dependent on the ability of the caster. The stronger the ability, the stronger the effect. In layman's terms, it is to compete with the amount of chakra. The more chakra amount, the stronger the body fixing effect, and the more targets will be set. In Naruto's middle ninja exam, Konoha Dark Department used this ninjutsu. Well? Seeing Nakano like this, Orochimaru frowned, but with a closer look, the body fixing technique clearly gave Nakano a given. It's a mystery. Orochimaru laughed, not caring at all about Nakano's reaction. Evil snake Immediately, he drank lightly, and after his hands were sealed, a python that was twice as large as before flew out of his sleeve and swallowed it towards Nakano with his mouth open. My little junior brother, I will wrong you first, and after that, I will release you. The big snake pill laughed hoarsely. What kind of soul figure, in his hands, is not at his disposal? I'm not as disgusting as you, and I'm not interested in getting into the snake's belly. Nakano snorted coldly, and the figure was shocked to stretch the body-fixing technique, and immediately held it in his hand, and a sickle turned into venom directly from the mouth and split it in half. Nakano, followed by the leg-attached venom, unfolded extremely quickly, and a palm was printed on the chest of the big snake pill in shock. The latter immediately vomited blood and flew out. Chapter 71. Wow! The big snake pill twisted his figure in the air, and after landing on the ground, he vomited out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. His eyes were full of shock. He didn't understand. Nakano was only 10 years old, Chakra, and he should not be able to compare at all. How could Nakano open the body-fixing technique so easily? Blood succession limit? Yes, empowerment. It must be so. I was careless. Orochimaru's thoughts flew in his heart, and he quickly found the reason. He thought that he really underestimated the enhancement ability of the Nakano blood succession limit. However, he didn't know that Nakano did not use venom, and Nakano's own immortal body was enough to invalidate his body-fixing technique. Nakano-kun. Yuri's anxious voice came, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Are you all right? Yuri approached, looked Nakano up and down, and asked with concern. After she saw the secret eyes of Nakano and Orochimaru before, her heart was always uneasy, and then she approached Tsunade and Jiraiya to come and take a look. Unexpectedly, I really started to move. Big snake pill, what's going on? Tsunade stepped forward and asked a little angrily. Haha. It's okay, I had a discussion with the little junior brother. Talk. It's really a discussion. If you don't believe it, you ask the little junior brother. Tsunade looked at Nakano suspiciously. And Nakano just smiled, took Yuri's hand, and smiled at Tsunade. Then we will go back first. After saying that, Nakano didn't say anything more, and directly pulled Yuri towards the way back. Zai Lai also looked at the big snake pill in amazement, and asked with some disbelief, you lost to him? Little junior brother is indeed powerful. The big snake pill deliberately laughed, but he didn't care at all in his heart. This time it was just him who was careless. The Rain Country is stationed on the front line, in the barracks. Inside the main ledger, Yasui Sasho stared ugly at a rain ninja kneeling on the ground in front of the case. Take Shiro Ohara, what about the others? Killed in battle. A bunch of waste. I will give you 3,000 ninja troops, and I can't take it against 1,000 people in Konoha. What use do I want you to have? In anger, Yasui Sasho slammed the table and scolded angrily. The rain before the case was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, but his body still couldn't stop trembling. At this time, a female ninja standing behind Yasui Sasho stepped forward and whispered a few words, and then he became furious. What? Not only did you not arrest people and set them up, but you also folded the 3,000 ninja army by as much as 2,000. There are only 1,000 people in Konoha, and you guys. For a while, after hearing the truth, he raised his hand and wanted to shoot the Yu Shinobu to death. Lord Sasho, listen to me, the truth is not like that. Originally we went smoothly according to the plan. I'm going to catch that girl. Stay, but at this time, a black monster suddenly appeared, and as soon as this monster appeared, it frantically slaughtered us Yu Shinobu. Even if we worked together, we can't resist, and that's why we lost. That Yu Shinobu hurriedly explained. Black monster. What is it? Yasui Sasho looked at the Yushin in bewilderment. By the way, that monster later retreated from its black shell and revealed its true body, a teenage boy who defeated your brother. Oh no, he's the kid who defeated Yuzuki-sama. That Yu Shinobu walked away for a while, and he was so frightened that he immediately changed his words. Hearing this, Yasui Sasho's spirit was shocked. Do you know that I hate people for cheating on me the most? No. Lord Sasho, my sentence is true, if I dare to say half a lie, I will die immediately. Okay, I see, you stand down. Yasui Sasho nodded and waved. The Yoshinobu's eyes lit up, and he was immediately grateful for Dade's continued thanks, but when he turned around, the female ninja behind him appeared behind him, and Kuwu had already pierced deeply. Has it finally appeared? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yasui Sasho said quietly, his eyes full of coldness. Half a month later. One evening, Zongzuo gathered everyone to his main account. Nakano was specially informed of the meeting. When he came to the main account, he found that everyone had already arrived. Okay, now that everyone has arrived, the meeting begins. After looking around, Zongzuo nodded and said. First of all, let's take a look at this map, which we have drawn in the past 2 months based on the general topography of the front line of the Land of Rain that we have detected. The one marked in blue is the camp for Yuyan village. The red mark is for our camp in Konoha. Looking at everyone, the middle left explained. Nakano learned at this time that it turned out that the army of Konoha was not without movement in the past 2 months, and the battle line was forced to expand, but it also drew a map of the front line of the Land of Rain. Everyone look at these places, there have been traces of Yoshinobu recently, I think they are going to raid several of our camps. Nakano saw that those camps were scattered in a circular shape, which should be to be able to provide timely support, and the role of those camps was like an eye, to see the movements of Yoshinobu in advance, and to prevent the base camp from being outflanked by sneak attacks. Also, look at the bottom here. Our transport team has already set out from the village into the territory of the Land of Rain, but today, our 2 camps at the back have found Yoshinobu deliberately detoring to the vicinity of the border. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and naturally understood the meaning of center-left. Yoshin wants to intercept Konoha's transport squad. This is very serious, especially for a long time, without food it is tantamount to waiting for death. They must not be allowed to intercept the transport squad. For a time, everyone felt the seriousness of the situation and expressed their position one after another. That's right, we have to support the transport squad. Zongzuo said affirmatively. Nakano looked at the map again, his brows furrowed slightly. Big brother Zongzuo, is there any movement in that Yoshinobu's base camp? Hearing this, a bright light flashed in front of Zongzuo's eyes, especially appreciating Nakano's insight. That's the most important thing, they are also approaching us. As soon as the voice of the center-left fell, everyone was shocked again. What are they trying to do? A couple of small camps they want to raid, transport squads they also want to raid, even the base camp is going to fight. Do they want to start a full-scale war? Ziyela said in amazement. Don't rule out this possibility, after all, our support has not yet arrived, we have been consuming combat power now, and if it is only reduced but not increased, they also have the strength to start a full-scale war with us. Zongzuo replied worriedly, and immediately, he looked at Nakano. However, I guess they should not start a full-scale war with us, they may all be under the guise of guys, their main purpose should be to transport the squad, after all, by doing this, they can minimize losses and maximize our blows. The most important thing now is the transport team, there must be no mistakes. Nakano-kun, please take a trip. Chapter 72. Since Nakano joined the army so far, the strength he has shown is naturally obvious to all, and the center-left is also in the eyes. Therefore, the most important transport team, he still wants Nakano to escort, so that at least it can be guaranteed to be foolproof. Without food, even if Konoha's army preserved its combat power, it would be useless. Nakano-kun, you're in trouble. Zongzuo said sincerely. No problem, big brother Zongzuo, then I'll take a trip. Nakano replied. In fact, even if others on the center-left go, he will offer to follow, and he always feels that this time things will not be as simple as they seem. He agreed with Zongzuo's thoughts, and it was indeed the most important transport squad, because even if Yoshinobu was in full combat, the other party would not get much benefit. The only most important point is the transport squad. However, Nakano also understands one thing, that is, he can think of it, Zongzuo can also think of it, then no one on the Yoshinobu side can think of it. Although the other side is indeed planning to intercept the transport team. However, in Nakano's opinion, I am afraid that the combat power of the opponent's interception transport team will not be too low. And most likely, the other party also knows that he will go, and must be prepared. This time the main battlefield, the game between the two sides should be the transport team. The center-left directly gave Nakano a team of 500 men to go to support. The next night, a group of more than 500 konoha ninjas rushed across the earth. The climate is already very humid, and it is nighttime, so you can't see far. Everyone stop first, there is an ambush. Hinata Yuta hurriedly shouted. He was the Hyuga clan assigned to Nakano's team to be in charge of reconnaissance. Don't stop, keep going, I'll take care of them. Nakano sneered, and his figure had already flown out. Huh? I haven't said where the enemy is. Hinata Yutarden was stunned, but since Nakano had already said it, they had to move on. It didn't take long for several screams to come from all around. Hinata Yuta was even more shocked in his heart. He couldn't understand how Nakano knew about those enemies hiding in the shadows. Nakano's extreme speed caught up with the team. He said with a smile, "It seems that the enemy is ahead, and they deliberately left a few rain ninja to delay our team." Hinata Yu was secretly frightened. He finally realized why Nakano would repeatedly create miracles. Nakano's ability is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it is my own people. An hour later. Sure enough, there was a sound of fighting ahead. I saw that nearly 1,000 shinobi were besieging the transport team, and the number of the transport team was only about 300, and the number was shrinking tremendously. Venom is generalized. Nakano took the lead and rushed down at great speed. The black monster reappeared, and after rushing into the crowd of rain ninja, a scream was immediately heard. With every swing of the giant axe and sickle, it can take away no less than 4.5 shinobi, plus the black silk thread that sticks out of the body to help kill the enemy. Nakano is like a killing machine. In just 1 minute, shinobu had no less than 60 or 70 people fall. Of course, this was also because the other party was too concentrated. Disperse, that monster has appeared. I don't know who shouted, but more than 900 rain ninja immediately widened the distance a lot, and ninjutsu and detonation talismans roared towards Nakano from time to time. However, with Nakano's speed, few can hit him. But his every impact was able to accurately collect more than 10 shinobi. Kill. At this time, Yuta Hinata also rushed up with 500 konoha ninjas, and the pressure on the transport team was immediately relieved. You are finally here, if you don't come, we won't be able to support it. The captain of the transport team couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that his people had finally arrived. However, he immediately saw a black monster in the field rampaging through the killing rain shinobu. What is that? He exclaimed. Don't talk nonsense, that's Nakano-sama. Hinata Yuta suddenly scolded in dissatisfaction. Nakano? That Nakano who picked 5 grades in a row? The youngest disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama? That's right, it's him. A look of adoration appeared on Hinata's face. Rumble. The detonation charm exploded, and suddenly several rain ninja could not dodge, and the body of the explosion was shattered. Bastard, look at your own people. I don't know which shinobu was scolding, but apparently when the detonator just now bombarded Nakano, Nakano was introduced into the crowd of their own people, which caused the detonator to blow up their own people. In the midst of the screams, only 2/3 of the original more than 1,000 people suddenly remained. At this moment, an arrow suddenly descended from the air, and the target was Nakano. With a slight shake, after dodging the arrows, Nakano withdrew from the circle of engagement. The rest of the enemies will be handed over to Hinata Yuta without any problem. He had actually sensed that there was an enemy in the air. Looking up, I saw a huge eagle in the air, and there was a female ninja riding on the back of the eagle, and Shikoyanagi Seiko was the female ninja who was behind Yasui Sasho before. The purpose of her coming here is Nakano. Yasui Sasho gave her the task that she must bring Nakano back, whether she lived or died. In this way, she does not have to bind her hands and feet, and can perform it arbitrarily. Su. Another arrow with chakra attached exploded towards Nakano. Shoot in. Hi. Could it be that this is the way Yu Shinobu came up with to deal with me? Nakano easily dodged the arrow again and smiled at the female ninja in midair. Humph. I see if you can still laugh later. I'm in midair, you can't take me at all, but I can always attack you. Under my arrows, you can only dodge like a dog who has lost his family. Xiao Yanagi said with a smug expression. Seeing this, Nakano suddenly thought of a similar scene when Hinatan Ninji fought Onai Boimaru, when Hinatan Ninji was almost shot to death by Onai Boimaru. But he is different, he is not Ninkai. I'm curious, who gave you the confidence? Nakano laughed loudly in midair. Just laugh, I see you'll be back later. Halfway through Xiao Yanaga's words, he almost bit his tongue in horror. She suddenly saw that Nakano had actually grown a pair of wings, and his wings shook into the mid-air level with her. And Nakano showed a happy smile to Koyanagi Seiko head-on. I'm still laughing, what about you? If you cry now, I may let you go. Give me death. Xiao Yanagi Shenzi suppressed the fear in his heart, shouted angrily, and raised his bow again. Shoot. An arrow came out. Chapter 73. Arrow burst. Shot, this time, Nakano did not dodge, allowing the arrow to shoot. Bite. The arrow shot at the shield made of venom and instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Koyanagi Seiko was even more shocked in her heart. Nakano could fly, which she never expected, and her plan with Yasui Sasho was flawless. But now it seems that it is completely wishful thinking between the two of them. What a perfect plan, but also the moment Nakano showed his wings, it collapsed. Run away. After these two words appeared in her mind, she no longer had the heart to fight, and with a hard clamp on her legs, the huge eagle roared sadly, flapping its wings and flying towards the distance. Humph, you shouldn't have shown your face, you just want to escape now, it's night. Nakano snorted coldly and scoffed. Immediately, his hands quickly knotted the pattern. Sound escape, extreme speed sound blade. The invisible sound blade slashed through the air and slashed at Xiao Yanagi Shenzi's body at an extremely fast speed. Then he saw that Xiao Shenzi's figure was crooked, and he suddenly fell from the back of the huge eagle. After Nakano fluttered his wings to the sky above the transport team, he also saw the battle below. With his help, the battle ended quickly. The total annihilation of the rain endured 1,000, and his own side only suffered nearly 100 casualties. Nakano-sama, I really want to thank you. Without you, the transported materials will inevitably be destroyed by the enemy. The captain sincerely thanked him one after another. He was the person in charge of this time. If the materials really went wrong and the war was lost, then even if he died, he would bear a deep self-blame. Wherever, that's what I'm supposed to do. Let's go back quickly, maybe it's still fighting on the front line. Konoha is stationed, inside the main account. Report Lord Zo, the support of several camps on the left flank of our side has arrived, and several camps on the right flank have also been supported, and at present, all camps are not in danger of being broken through. A Hyuga clan member came to report. What about the front ahead, what is the situation? The front is still only probing, there is no real engagement. After listening to the report, Zhongzuo not only did not relax, but became more anxious in his heart. The more this situation is on this side, the more dangerous the transport squad in the rear is. This shows that the enemy is deliberately interfering with the line of sight ahead, but in fact it is to buy time for the rear raid convoy. The only thing he is a little relieved about now is that Nakano is in the rear, which more or less gives the center left a sense of security. Although he thought so, he did not really hear the news of safety in the rear, and he still sat on pins and needles. After all, food supplies are too important for him not to pay attention to. Master Zo in the report. Say. Nakano-sama, they have returned safely, and the supplies are all there. Good. Zhongzuo's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed. Immediately he stepped out of the main account and went in person. Nakano-kun, you have made another great achievement. I also learned later that Yu Shinobu actually sent 1,000 ninja troops to intercept the transported materials. I actually only sent you 500 people. I almost caused a disaster. Fortunately with you, you are really our sole figure, ha ha ha, with you, foolproof. When this battle is over, I will definitely ask Naruto-sama for credit for you. Hearing this, Nakano shook his head and laughed. Inside a makeshift camp on the front line of the Land of Rain, Yasui Sasho sat peacefully in the main account, his fingers tapping on the wooden table frequently, making a sound like a horse's hooves walking. Chirp! Chirp! Suddenly, the sound of birds chirping was heard in the sky. Yasui Sasho opened his eyes sharply, with a winning smile on his face, and he stood up and slowly walked out of the main account. He looked up into the sky and saw that it was indeed it. Immediately, an extra object appeared in his hand, and after putting it in his mouth and blowing, the huge eagle hovering high in the air instantly landed. And the smile on Yasui Sasho's face also completely froze on his face with the landing of the eagle. I saw that the back of the eagle was full of blood, and where there was the shadow of Xiaoyanagi Holy Sun. He immediately understood. Under the colic, he felt that his breathing was much more difficult. Koyanagi Seiko is not only his subordinate, but also his most beloved woman, although not the main room. Suddenly, endless anger grew in his heart. Coming! Sasho-sama, please order. Give me a strong attack on Konoha's garrison. Huh? Storm? Didn't you hear me? Storm. Oh, okay, I'll convey it. After Arain endured the order, he did not dare to slacken and quickly conveyed the order to attack. The army of Konoha was stationed, inside the main account. Nakano-kun, you have also been working for a few days, go back and rest. Now that the support of all camps has arrived, the other party should also withdraw quickly. Zongzuo was in a good mood, so seeing that there was nothing wrong, he hurriedly asked Nakano to go back to rest and rest. Will it be withdrawn? Nakano muttered secretly in his heart. Master Zo in the report, it's not good, Yu Shinobu attacked in a big way. A member of the Hyaga family quickly rushed into the main ledger and reported. What? Zongzuo was shocked and a little confused. The other party had been tempting for 2 or 3 days, and he had no real intention of attacking. Now that the supplies have arrived, why did the other side suddenly attack in a big way? Which one is this? Zongzuo really couldn't figure it out, and this was not the time to think about that, so he quickly summoned the command level to respond. Sure enough, that female ninja still has a bit of weight to think about, hehe. Nakano didn't care about Yu Shinobu's large-scale attack. He had discovered Yu Shinobu's ambush before, and if he hadn't, then Yuri would be in danger. Therefore, this is called the way of the other, and the giving back to the other. Anyway, Nakano would never let his woman get hurt. Soon, there was a sound of fighting in the distance. The detonator sounded one after another. After Nakano came out of the main account, he immediately saw Yuri, and he came up and took Yuri's small hand, and slowly walked outside the camp. At this time, a huge eagle suddenly flew above the sky and stopped in the air above the battlefield. On the back of the eagle stood a tall man. He looked around at the battlefield at his feet, and after half a salary, he did not find the target, and looked at the camps on the left and right flanks, but there was still no target. His face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Who's Nakano? Come out and fight me." Chapter 74. The sound of the tremor resounded from mid-air, causing many people on the battlefield to look up. Who is called Nakano? Come out and fight me. Nakano? Who's that? Konoha's? It seems that that person must have angered Lord Sasho. It must be an idiot, dare to provoke Lord Sasho, it is simply looking for death. Lord Sasho is mighty, kill them. Kill Konoha. At this moment, the rain ninja who were fighting on the battlefield thought so in their hearts. They had never heard of this name, and they did not know who this person named Nakano was, but they knew that this person would definitely die a miserable death. As one of the 10 elite shinobi under the Hanzo seat, in the eyes of the people of the Land of Rain, Yasui Sasho is a person who surrounds the god of Hanzo, and there are countless supporters of Pingsu. At this moment, seeing Yasui Sasho angry at Konoha, personally inviting the battle, with the boss taking the lead, they are naturally particularly excited, and even killing the enemy is extremely brave. For a time, the morale of the Yunin's side soared, and it actually began to press Konoha to fight in an instant. And the ninjas on Konoha's side naturally know Nakano, that is the existence of the soul figure that they have recently dubbed, and now Nakano is like a god of war, and every time he appears, he can bring an overwhelming victory to the Konoha army. Nakano is like a shot of stimulant, which can bring them endless motivation and hope. It's just that at the moment, the enemy urine is like a drug, chasing and beating fiercely, which makes them a little miserable. Noticing the situation on the battlefield, Zhongzuo's brows furrowed. Originally the number of the two sides was not much different, but according to this situation, Konoha's army would be defeated sooner or later. He looked at Yasui Sasho in the air, and he knew very well in his heart that this battle would never be won without this person. However, he could also see that from the excitement and support of those Yu shinobi, he thought that this person's strength must be very strong. If Nakano fights, I am afraid that there will be danger, so his burden cannot always be carried by a 10-year-old child. I'll fight you! Zhongzuo shouted loudly and jumped onto the canopy of a large tree, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. And me! Jiraiya also stood up. At the same time, there are also family shinobi such as Hinata, Uchiha, Akimichi, and Oil Girl who also stood up to fight. You! Yasui Sasho looked down and saw that these people were all adults, not Nakano. Even he could see that the strength of these people was the best on Konoha's side, and their status was not low, but what he was looking for now was only Nakano. You guys? Scold. Naturally, there are people who will fight against you. As his words fell, more than a dozen Yu shinobi with good strength suddenly emerged from the battlefield, and they all greeted Zhongzuo, Zilei, and others. What about Nakano, now a shrunken-headed turtle? The sound of bursting drinking suddenly fell, and there was obviously more anger in the voice than before. You're really annoying, I just handed it over a little, look at your bullishness. Nakano was not in the midst of worry, and his wings shook, and he swayed up. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Is he Nakano? Will he fly? Oh, my god! What about flying, how old is he? Did he wean, ha ha ha! Just a half-old child, is there no one in Konoha? He was the black monster. What did you say? He is the same black monster who last defeated our 3,000 ninja army to 1,000 people in Konoha. How is it possible? Suddenly, Nakano's appearance immediately provoked the ridicule of the Rain Ninja army, but when many of them said that Nakano was a black monster, all the Rain Ninjas showed a look of horror. The attacks that came down were not as brave as before. That battle obviously gave the Yu Shinobu army a lot of shock and fear, and just mentioning it at this moment made their hair stand on end. On the other hand, looking at the army of Konoha, since Nakano appeared, they were extremely excited and fought bravely to kill the enemy. Soul figures appeared, and in this battle, they will be victorious. This is a blind trust that Nakano has built up on them through many amazing victories. Seeing this, the middle left is also particularly exciting. Only at this time did he discover that even he, who was the commander-in-chief, did not have the strength that Nakano brought to the army. While smiling bitterly, he couldn't help but worry about Nakano. The strength of the opposing manager is not weak. Tsunade and Yuri were also particularly worried, as were the rest of the command. Don't look at the appearance of Nakano now has boosted the morale of the army, but if this battle cannot be won, then the fate of everyone will be the most fatal. Yasui Sasho, who was in mid-air, looked up and down at Nakano who suddenly flew into the air, and at the same time was surprised. He also affirmed that Nakano was the person he was looking for. Is it that you killed Koyanagi Seiko and defeated my brother Yuzuki Yasui? Yasui Sasho stared at Nakano with fire-breathing eyes and asked grimly. That's right, it's me. However, you, like your brother, will also be defeated by me. Nakano smiled and admitted. This person has a harmful heart, and he will never let him live again. Humph! I'll show you who will lose. Yasui Sasho's eyes shrank and he gritted his teeth. Not to mention that Koyanagi Seiko is his beloved maid, he will definitely kill Nakano, it is the shame brought by his brother, and he will definitely let Nakano's blood wash away. As soon as he thought of this, he could no longer suppress the resentment in his heart, and immediately formed a seal. Wind escape, 1,000 faces of wind cut. The sound of cold drinking sounded, and thousands of small wind blades suddenly condensed from Yasui Sasho's body, and the next moment, these thousands of small wind blades slashed towards Nakano at great speed. In an instant, the wind blades were all in the air, and there was nowhere to hide. As soon as he made a move, Yasui Sasho was performing such a strong ninjutsu. Obviously he did not intend to deal with Nakano, and he used killing moves when he came up. In the air, even if you can fly, you can't quickly and completely dodge thousands of wind blades, and there are many small wind blades that hit Nakano at the moment. Rumble! 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 Under everyone's nervous gaze, hundreds of wind blades suddenly cut into Nakano's body, 1, 2, 3. As more and more wind blades slashed violently, Nakano's figure was repelled, and his body was shrouded in white light, and no one could see Nakano's figure anymore. Nakano-kun! Yuri exclaimed worriedly, and Sharingan's eyes opened, and she stared at the light that had been repelled. Stinky boy, you must be topped. Stay! Tsunade clasped his hands together and looked nervously into the air. At the same time, most of Konoha's command layers were nervously watching, and this battle could not allow the slightest mistake. Chapter 75. At this moment, all the Konoha command layers secretly hated that they couldn't fly. This kind of high-altitude battle, they can do nothing, they can only watch, and they can't plug in at all. Now they can only pray that Nakano can withstand it. Only Nakano can fight against him. Humph! It's just a smelly brat, my brother, it's a shame for our family that you actually lost to him. Yasui Sasho said disdainfully. He had never met anyone who could survive this ninjutsu, although this ninjutsu was extremely costly, but the power was equal. Using this ninjutsu to kill Nakano, he is already looking up to Nakano. Humph! That's all. Well? Seeing that the offensive of hundreds of small wind blades was about to come to an end, but the light was still there, Yasui Sasho couldn't help but be surprised. This would not have happened in the past, and the opponent would soon be cut into dozens of pieces and die. But that's not the case. What's going on? At this time, Yasui Sasho's heart already had a bad premonition. Then, when all the wind blades dissipated, the light that still existed also attracted everyone's attention. Nakano-kun, he's okay. Yuri suddenly showed a relieved smile. Hearing this, Tsunade also looked at it in amazement. Immediately, the light slowly passed, revealing the black ball in the light. No, it should be said that it was half a ball, like a bowl-shaped black hemisphere, which was standing horizontally in the air. This black hemisphere firmly protected Nakano behind. Seeing this scene, Konoha's side breathed a sigh of relief and burst into cheers. On the Yu Shinobu side, their faces all became gloomy. Only Nakano himself knew that if he hadn't dodged most of the wind blades just now, and had thickened the hemisphere, the hemispherical form of the Venom change might indeed be broken. However, he was fortunately safe. After the black hemisphere returned to its Venom state, it returned to the body. As soon as Nakano fluttered his wings, he came to the mid-air above the battlefield again. Ninjutsu is good, is there any stronger? If not, then you can die. Nakano smiled slowly, revealing an interested look. The thousand-faced ninjutsu just now, he has already memorized the seal, and now he has all 5 attributes. Since he can learn more powerful ninjutsu, he naturally will not miss the opportunity. And after Yasui Sasho saw that Nakano was really safe and sound, his mind was blank. It was his strongest group attack ninjutsu. In the past, no one could survive from it. The kid in front of him actually broke his record, which was really hard to believe. Is it really the blood succession limit? Yasui Sasho snorted coldly and scoffed, want to kill, you? What about the blood succession limit? When I killed the blood succession limiter, you were not yet born. With a cold snort, he instantly froze again. Wind escape, air cannon. At that moment, 3 wind cannons more than 1 person tall in succession went straight towards Nakano. Shoot away. There were only 3, and Nakano easily dodged them. Is that all? Nakano laughed. Yasui Sasho laughed evilly, turned around and fled quickly. If you want to escape, there is no way. Nakano fluttered his wings and chased after him at great speed. However, Yasui Sasho did not really want to escape, the latter turned back to see Nakano chasing, smiled slyly, and his hand was already knotted. Wind, peacock whirlwind. Suddenly, Nakano's body that was chasing after him suddenly gave birth to a whirlwind with great whirlwind, encompassing his whole person, and under the extremely fast rotation, Nakano could not control his balance at all, and even the instigation of his wings could not break out of the whirlwind. And at this moment, the 3 wind cannons that Nakano had just dodged that were more than 1 person tall also turned around and exploded. Shot back. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous again, and the battle between the two in the air seemed to be that Nakano was pressed and beaten, but everyone with sharp eyes could see that Yasui Sasho was already a little powerless. I see how you still dodged this attack. Yasui Sasho laughed proudly. However, the next moment he was like being choked by the throat and could no longer laugh. I saw Nakano gushing. A large number of water sources appeared, like a flood bursting the embankment, and like the Tianhe waterfall, a large number of water sources suddenly appeared in the air, and the 3 wind cannons shot. After entering the water, it was quickly slowed down, and then it was brought to the ground by the falling water source. The whirlwind was also slowed down by the sudden appearance of a large number of water sources, and Nakano rushed out. It seems that you really don't have any tricks. Nakano sneered, his wings shook, and he flew quickly towards Yasui Sasho. Difficult brat. Seeing that this could not kill Nakano, Yasui Sasho couldn't help frowning secretly. Seeing the latter chasing him, he also quickly controlled the eagle under his feet to fly back. I'll send you on your way. Nakano flicked his hands, and the black silk thread suddenly streaked through the air, accurately sticking to the 2 ribs of the eagle. After his wings were withdrawn from his body, he jerked his hands and shot straight at the eagle like a cannonball. After the suction appeared, Nakano rolled over and landed on the back of the eagle. The whole process, similar to Spider-Man's swing between tall buildings, is very watching, but in fact, it is extremely thrilling. Without a certain amount of self-confidence, no one dares to do that, especially if they can't fly. This was the case with Yasui Sasho, who was startled when he found Nakano coming behind him, but then his eyes lit up. Get close to me, you look for death. Is it? Ha ha. As soon as he said the cruel words, Yasui Sasho was frightened. Whether he was holding a bitter stab or an elbow strike, Nakano easily dodged it. As the physical technique was performed, he was more and more shocked, and cold sweat could not help but break out. Suddenly, he couldn't keep up with Nakano's dodging speed. Not interesting. Nakano said boringly. Yasui Sasho's physical speed was reflected by his nerves, and his attack was extremely slow, and there was no danger at all. Die! Thrusting forward, his entire right hand turned into a sharp trumpet, and immediately pierced Yasui Sasho's heart socket. How? Possible? The wide-eyed Yasui Sasho looked at Nakano, who pierced him in disbelief. His strength disappeared instantly, and his consciousness disappeared with it. I also have to thank you for teaching me 2 wind-done ninjutsu. Nakano laughed, immediately withdrew the venom, and kicked Yasui Sasho down. Hi! After retracting the venom, Nakano immediately felt a few more things. Wind ninjutsu. I really didn't expect that learning 2 is not enough, and you actually gave me a set of wind escape ninjutsu. You are really interesting. Nakano smiled happily. Chapter 76. Nakano's happiness cannot be experienced by others, and of course, others will not know. But at this moment, when everyone saw Yasui Sasho planted from the back of a huge eagle, the entire battlefield was instantly shaken. The ninja army on Konoha's side erupted into heaven-shaking cheers when they were neutral, and there was a celebration, and Nakano's victory aroused their excitement, and they killed the enemy more and more ferociously. Everyone in the command level, including Zongzuo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, looked at the 10-year-old child on the back of the eagle in the air, and their eyes showed admiration. At the same time, the back of the 10-year-old child became taller and taller in their hearts. Soul figures. That's right, it's the soul character. From this moment, even they believed in this word incomparably. On the other hand, on the Yu Shinobi side, although the small leader is also trying to boost morale, it is impossible to reverse the disappointment and loss of the ninja army. This kind of negativity on the battlefield will be fatal, and once morale falls, it will be difficult to mobilize. Damn it, Konoha wouldn't give them a chance at all. At this moment, it is time to fight back vigorously. One side is lost, the other is excited. As a result, there was no suspense at all. This battle lasted for a whole day, and with Konoha's cost of about 1,500 casualties, almost all of the 6,000 ninja army was annihilated. Although they also escaped quite a few, they were almost negligible. At this point, the 10,000 troops sent by Hanzo were once again exhausted. Together with the loss of 6,000 ninja troops by Uzuki Yasui, the Land of Rain lost a total of 16,000 ninja troops. And since the conquest, Konoha's army has lost only 50%, that is, 5,000 ninja troops. From the perspective of the war situation, Konoha has an absolute advantage, but in terms of the war itself, there is never a real victor. From this moment on, there were only 5,000 of Konoha's ninja army left, so after that, they lay dormant, no longer taking the initiative to provoke a battle, and only waited for Sarutobi to send follow-up support. A few days later, inside Yuyan village, when Hanzo learned that Yasui Sasho had not only died in battle, but also lost all 10,000 ninja troops, he trembled with anger. This Yasui Sasho is dead, even if he is not dead, Hanzo has to kill him with his own hands to relieve his hatred. These two brothers actually caused him to lose more than 16,000 ninja troops, while Konoha only lost 5,000, which is too different. He had never heard of such a head-giving. The number of both sides is similar, seeing that the situation is not good, it is always okay to withdraw the troops. He really does not understand how these two brothers led the army to fight for him. In addition, the Land of Earth and the Country of Wind were also restless on the front line, and when he heard about this, his lungs were almost exploded when he was angry. Ryuya, you take another 5,000 ninja troops to the front, this time just let me keep an eye on Konoha's movements, don't fight again. When I'm busy with the affairs of the two countries, I will personally meet the Konoha shinobi army. Why is it so difficult to fight? The half-hidden breath panted, and because of the poison gas hood, the breath did not dissipate so quickly at all. Although he also knew that there were only 5,000 on the front line, if he wanted to annihilate the other party, it seemed that now was the right time. However, this is only a superficial phenomenon, and it is not so easy to eliminate a side that does not want to fight. Moreover, Konoha has a Hyuga clan, which can see a long distance, whether it is an outflanking or a strong attack. People should not fight at all. After insight into the enemy, people will evacuate in advance, and they will not be able to hit people at all. The most important thing is that 5,000 people, say more, not more, say less and no less, this number, which is the most mobile number, is very fast to withdraw. Therefore, Hanzo, who understood this, did not rush to the front. Moreover, he also believes that at this moment, Konoha is also being repaired, and will not take the initiative to provoke a war. He can take advantage of this time to go around the two countries with peace of mind. Konoha village, Hokage building. Are there still 5,000 ninja troops left? Ape Fari Chop looked at the war report that had just been transmitted from the front, and couldn't help but secretly feel sad. 5,000 people, placed in any ninja village, is not a small number. This is war, war is mortal, and no one wants to start a war if it is not necessary. Let's repair first, next time I support, I will directly send 20,000 ninja troops to you. Ape Flying Sun slashed secretly. However, with only 5,000 losses, it can severely damage the number of 16,000 in the Land of Rain, which is really an amazing achievement. Ha ha ha. Little one, I really didn't expect that letting you go with the army would bring me such a big surprise. When you come back, should I break the rules and promote you to be a middle forbearance? Or upper shinobi? There's another shrimp, grab it. Live it, ah. Run away, Nakano-kun, you're stupid. Yuri snickered at Nakano and pointed at Nakano. You call me stupid again, believe it or not, I'll throw you into the river now. Nakano pretended to be fierce and threatened Yuri, while the latter laughed and ran away. Looking at Yuri's happy look, Nakano was also very pleased. Originally Yuri always looked indifferent, it was rare to come with Zionin, the too small. After the beauty met, she actually had a feeling of seeing each other and hating each other. Yuri also showed a rare active side. I've caught a lot, it's almost enough for us to eat, let's go back. Xiaonan held the bamboo basket in both hands, looked at the fish and shrimp inside, and urged Nakano and Yahiko, who went down the river. Ah! What is it? It's attacking me. Suddenly, Yahiko cried out in pain and grabbed something resembling a doll fish from the river with both hands. After running ashore, Yahiko threw the baby fish on the shore and hurriedly checked his little one leg. And in his little at the leg, something white pierced into his skin. What is this thing? Bone? Yahiko was surprised. Nakano stepped forward to take a closer look, but no, the white thing was bone. How could a bone pierce Yahiko's skin? It was attacking me just now, this bone. It should be it. Yahiko said angrily, but he looked confused, and he felt strange when he said it himself. Attacking people with their own bones? Isn't this Junmaru's blood succession limit? Nakano turned his head to look at the baby fish, but suddenly, a white bone shot from the body of the baby fish again. Out, straight to Nakano, shooting. Come. I wipe, it's true. After Nakano easily dodged away, he suddenly became very curious, and in his mind, a message suddenly came out. Before he crossed over, he had seen a news about this animal that could attack people with its own bones. Rib Salamander. Chapter 77. Rib Salamander. Nakano remembers well because this animal is so peculiar. In addition, it was very similar to Junmaru's blood succession limit, so Nakano remembered it so deeply. Not only can it push the ribs out of the body to attack the target, but it can also stab the ribs out of the body, describe defense, and most importantly, his ribs can grow again, which is powerful. This ability is almost the same as Junmaru's blood succession limit, and Nakano even feels that Junmaru's blood succession limit is most likely borrowed from it, and Ab can create it. However, Nakano is most interested in not this rib ability of the rib salamander, but another regenerative ability. If ordinary people and animals cut off their limbs, they will definitely become disabled. But the ribbed salamander is different, he has the ability to regenerate, even if he cuts off its limbs, it will grow again. Not only the limbs, but also all parts of the body, and even the organs, it can grow, even the brain part, it can regenerate. There will be no permanent trauma on its body. Isn't it scary? At that time, after Nakano saw that the ribbed salamander had this ability, he envied it incomparably. Who wouldn't want to have this regenerative ability? Anyway, Nakano wanted it immensely. Therefore, he intends to use Venom to replicate the ability of the ribbed salamander. In the cruel Hokage world, anything can happen, and with this ability, Nakano's survivability will be more guaranteed. Coupled with Venom's super healing power, it would be extremely difficult to kill Nakano. Nakano felt extremely emotional when he thought about it himself. Yahiko, does your stabbed skin feel anything strange there? Nakano remembers that the ribbed salamander's bones are poisonous. Huh? If you don't say it, I haven't noticed it, but when you say this, I feel a little woody. Yahiko was suddenly a little scared. If the toxicity is great, then what to do? It shouldn't be a big problem, it's just paralysis. Nakano comforted Yahiko with amusement, and when the latter heard this, he sighed. Whew! It scares me to death, haha, it's okay, Nakano-kun, let's go back. You guys go first, I'll come right away. After Nakano waited for the three to leave, he approached the ribbed salamander and quickly grabbed it. After staying, it immediately stabbed its ribs out of the surface of its body, like a hedgehog. Well, I won't hurt you. Nakano soothed, but it didn't understand at all, still holding his ribs. The venom dipped out of the palm and instantly wrapped the rib salamander, and it struggled without taking back the venom. Nakano deliberately waited 3 or 5 minutes before taking back the venom. Not copied too. Nakano just confirmed that it was not copied, controlling the venom to wrap it. He is not in a hurry, anyway, there is a lot of time, I don't believe it can't be copied. Once, twice, 3 times. It wasn't until the 5th time he withdrew the venom that Nakano felt different. It was as if the bones of the whole body were warm for a moment. I wipe, it won't copy the bone ability, right? Nakano was a little dumbfounded. To be honest, he didn't think about this ability. He always felt that Junmaru was a little self-harming, although it was really powerful, but stabbing his own bones out of the body to attack people, how to self-harm. Moreover, Nakano Venom can completely replace the attack of bones. Or, try it. Try it, try it. Nakano muttered secretly. He pointed his finger at a small rock, and his heart moved, but there was no reaction. You can't just use your ribs. Nakano, who did not believe in evil, tried again. On the third attempt, the phalanges really pierced the skin of the fingers, but it was not painful, and under Nakano's dark force, the phalanges were suddenly excited. Shot out, and then hit the small stone accurately. After the small stone was shattered, the phalanges also flew out, and I saw the phalanges fly towards the river. Groove. Nakano hurried to catch the phalange, but due to the angle, the phalange fell into the river and disappeared. Of course, Nakano did not seriously jump up to pick it up, otherwise, he would definitely be able to catch it. This can't work. Why do I always feel like I'm missing something? At this time, Nakano suddenly realized. He suddenly noticed that his index finger was irritated. Shoot! Out of the phalanges, did not grow out. Now his index finger is soft. There are no bones in it. Nima, this barren hairy ability, do you want to be so pitted? Nakano wanted to cry without tears, and he immediately looked at the ribbed salamander. It has to be copied to the regeneration ability, otherwise my bones are gone. What is this called? He immediately grabbed the ribbed salamander, involuntarily dipped out the venom, and wrapped it again. I don't know if it's God playing tricks, or if chance is at work. This time, Nakano copied it more than 20 times in succession before he felt some changes in his body. Finally copied it. Nakano looked at his index finger suspiciously. This time, he didn't have to test any more, and there were ready-made bones in front of him waiting to be regenerated. Under careful induction, there is indeed a hint of crispiness on the index finger. Flaky. Hemp. The feeling of numbness. He quickly pinched his index finger with his other hand. Well, it's a bit of a hard feeling. And just like when the finger bones flew out just now, they are consuming chakra. It seems that this regeneration ability also depends on the amount of chakra to determine the speed of regeneration. It is better to use chakra, anyway. Nakano now has the body of an immortal, and chakra is almost inexhaustible. Soon, Nakano felt that the phalanges inside his index finger were as good as ever. Phew! Good Nima is dangerous, almost no bones. If you can't regenerate bones, use one less section, then it will change the mollusk sooner. At the thought of Tsunade's slug, Nakano shivered violently. No, even if you have the ability to regenerate, this bone ability should be used as little as possible, so use it less. Nakano is really a little unaccustomed to smashing people with his bones. And, if necessary, Venom will do it for you. Seeing that the ability had been copied, Nakano put the ribbed salamander back into the river. He couldn't do anything about scolding the cook after eating. Nakano-kun, the meal is ready, come and eat. Yahiko saw that Nakano had not returned yet, and specially came to call him. Chapter 78. In a difficult environment, fish and shrimp can be fried on a slate, especially shrimp, which also tastes good. The four of them ate with relish. Konan and Yahiko have advanced by leaps and bounds in ninjutsu during this period of time, and if they follow the assessment standards of the ninja school, the two of them can already be regarded as ninjas. The three bodies are very proficient, and even the D-level and C-level ninjutsu can be performed. According to the learning time, the two are much faster than the students. Of course, all this was facilitated by the fact that the venom left by Nakano was helping to strengthen, otherwise, even if it was half a year, they would be able to choke to this point. Seeing this, Nakano also divided a part of the venom and gave it to Yuri. All three put venom inside their clothes, so that they would not be discovered by outsiders. That night. How are we going to sleep? Xiaonan looked at Nakano and looked away a little embarrassed. She had been with Nakano for a while and had always slept in the same room, so she was also used to having Nakano by her side. Ah! Ha ha ha, I'll go sleep outside, you three inside. Yahiko snorted and walked around the corner. This cave is an L-shaped, the corner is straight against the mouth of the cave, and although the inside of the corner is darker, it obscures the view and is suitable for girls to sleep inside. You go outside and sleep too. Yuri pushed Nakano, but did not use force. It can be seen that Yuri and Konan both want to be with Nakano, but they are too reserved to say anything. I'm not going outside, just the three of us sleeping here. Nakano Tien said with a shameless smile. As soon as he said this, Yuri and Xionan didn't say anything more. Obviously they were still very satisfied with this result, but the two little beauties were a little unable to open their faces. Finally, when lying down, Nakano simply left and right, one on each side. In the dark, there was often a little beauty on the side who heard the sound of shortness of breath, deliberately suppressed. The voice was so small that Yahiko, who was far away around the corner, could not hear it at all. This night was very warm for Nakano. After Takajiri and Konan's sleep soundly, Nakano secretly plans the way forward. At present, Konoha and Yuyan village are almost in a state of truce, so he is not needed here at all. In fact, even if he is needed, if Yuri is not in the army, Nakano is too lazy to care. Tsunade is not dangerous anyway. So, in the near term, he doesn't have much to do. Thinking about it secretly, Nakano remembered Nagato. Next, you should go to Nagato. You can't wait for Nagato's parents to be killed. In addition, there is another reason, which is Nagato's reincarnation eye. Nakano really wanted to get the eye of reincarnation, the spotted eyes, the front and middle periods. This is the only pair. It's just that what makes Dishongai a little undecided is whether to copy it or not. Because the eye of reincarnation is not like the eye of the blood wheel. The blood wheel can be closed when it is used, and it can be opened again when it is used, but the eye of reincarnation is different. Nagato can't close the eye of reincarnation. He and Nagato's physique is the same, he should not be able to close it. As for whether others can turn off, that is within the scope of consideration. Anyway, if he gets the eye of reincarnation, if he has always been in the state of the eye of reincarnation, it will really be a little inconvenient for him in the future. After all, he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, nor is he a member of the Senju clan, nor is he a member of the Uzumaki clan. You know, his eyes are normal now, suddenly become reincarnation eyes. What thoughts others will have, then it is difficult to say. Especially Tuanzang, that old thing has a proclivity for collecting chakra eyes, and when he sees a powerful pupil technique, he will snatch it and install it on his own body. If Tuanzang found out that he had the eye of reincarnation, maybe Tuanzang would lose his mind red. There is no need to put himself in that situation, not to mention that he does not need the eye of reincarnation much now. It is better to have nature. If not, with his current strength, he is not afraid of most people. In his current state, it is more suitable for his steady development. It seems that you can't rush to copy the eye of reincarnation. There is also the question of whether Uchiha will play tricks in the shadows, and if I save Nagato's parents, I can't always be by their side. Once I'm gone, it's hard to say whether Uchiha will lead someone to kill Nagato's parents again. Konoha's words are not suitable for Nagato. Forget it, let's find Nagato first. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that my braincase hurt, and Nakano didn't care so much and slept at ease. A month later. Yay! There is a village in front, and now I can finally have a full meal, but I am starving to death. Yahiko exclaimed excitedly. He was really hungry, so seeing the village was closer than seeing anything. This village is already the 9th village that the 4 of them have found. In the first 8 villages he passed, Nakano did not find Nagato. He was all looking secretly by himself, and Yuri and Konan, and Yahiko did not know that he was looking for someone. In Nakano's words, travel through the land of rain and see the lives of civilians under the war. This is exactly what Yahiko thinks, so Yahiko is the most supportive. As for the 2 little beauties Yuri and Konan, they didn't have a second word, and wherever Nakano went, they followed. Get us 4 loaves of bread, plus 4 sausages. Yahiko greeted the boss excitedly with saliva. Anyway, Nakano pays, he just eats. Yuri and Konan, who snickered on the side, smiled and paid the money to the boss. As soon as he turned around, he saw several children about his age running out of an alley. "Hey! Stop, please don't hurt it!" A boy with long red hair that almost covered his eyes begged the others. "Ha ha ha! Hearing no, he told us not to hurt the stray dog. Ha ha ha!" A tall boy was holding a puppy in his hand, laughing wantonly. Suddenly, he threw the puppy in his hand violently, and the puppy fell directly into a pool of stagnant water, and the puppy's body was suddenly covered with muddy water, looking embarrassed and frightened. "You guys!" The red-haired boy was angry, but his somewhat cowardly personality made him unable to do anything effective at all. "How? You still want to beat us?" The tall boy stepped forward and pushed the red-haired boy down in the stagnant water, and the muddy water splashed the red-haired boy, and his clothes and pants were also wet with the stagnant water. Nakano stepped forward quickly, lifted a kick and kicked the tall boy's body, causing him to plant one of his heels in another pool of stagnant water. His whole body was stained by stagnant water, and he turned around and cursed, "What the are you?" However, before he could scold, Nakano stepped forward and gave him another kick, scolding, "If he doesn't roll again, I'll break your leg." Seeing Nakano's eyes that seemed to kill people, the tall boy and the rest of the people immediately turned their heads in fright and ran into the distance. Nakano walked up to the red-haired boy and reached out, signaling to pull him along. "Are you okay?" Chapter 79. "I'm okay, thank you." The red-haired boy hesitated when he saw Nakano's probing hand, but finally grabbed the other party and stood up with the help of strength. Immediately, he fished the puppy out of the stagnant water and held it in his arms, and the clothes on his upper body were suddenly soaked again. And the red-haired boy is naturally Vortex Nagato. Nakano deliberately touched the puppy, and took the opportunity to bend down without a trace to glance at Nagato's eyes. Through the gap between the long hair, there was indeed a pair of reincarnation eyes with a ring pattern behind. "Does it have a name?" Nakano smiled and looked at the puppy and asked. It's called ... Nagato's reaction seemed a little cramped, and his voice was small and slow. In fact, he was such an introverted and weak personality. If it weren't for the killing of his parents and the forced death of Yahiko, Nagato would never have become the murderous and ruthless leader of the Xiao organization. "Pain. I'm sorry, I'm going home and changing clothes now, I'm sorry." Nagato took a few steps back, bowed, and said apologetically to Nakano. "Hey! Wait a minute, do you know where there are vacant houses in your village? The four of us may need to stay in the village for a while and need a place to live." There seems to be a free room next door to my house, you can go and ask." "Okay, thank you then." Nagato smiled hard at the four of Nakano and led the four towards the direction of the house. Half a year later. During this half year, the four of Nakano rented next door to Nagato, and the decoration in the room was very modern, and it was very comfortable for the four to live. The main thing is that there are enough rooms in the house, and Yahiko himself takes the initiative to occupy one, while Nakano and Yuri and Konan's three people live in a large room. Whenever the evening comes, the three of them naturally inevitably have a warm picture, often making their faces red and panting. But Nakano controlled and did not break through the last line of defense. After all, teenage girls are not fully developed, and Nakano wants to wait for the fruit to ripen before picking and tasting, and the taste will be more fragrant at that time. Bright and delicious. As a result, the relationship between the three people has been extremely heated up in the past 6 months, except for the last line of defense. When the three are together, they are almost not carried. Then there is Nagato. The 5 of them who have become neighbors often play together, perhaps because of Nagato's reincarnation eye. Other children in this village do not play with Nagato at all, so the appearance of the Nakano 4 fills this gap among Nagato's friends. Therefore, the rare appearance of the 4 people is not afraid, and Nagato cherishes the 4 of Nakano. In addition to these, Nakano did not waste time. In the past half a year, the bone ability and regeneration ability, respectively, have been exercised. Now, he can use any bone in his body. The regeneration ability can also perfectly control the regeneration speed. In fact, Nakano does not use the ability of bones, and exercises well, but also to be used as a whole card, and he will not use it if necessary. In addition, something happened that Nakano did not expect. That is, Yahiko used Venom to help Nagato heal many wounds, and this matter became a small thorn in Nakano's heart, but he couldn't say it. He was mainly afraid that the venom on Yahiko's body would copy to the Eye of Reincarnation, although in the past 6 months, since Yahiko first treated Nagato's injuries, Nakano had not stopped it since he knew it, but he did not dare to take the venom back. In this way, the venom that was divided was still on the bodies of Yuri, Konan, and Yahiko, and it was not recovered. At the same time, under Nakano's deliberate admonition, the 4 did not tell Nagato that they were ninjas. On this day, the 5 had just left the village to catch shrimp by the river not far away, when they suddenly heard shouts of killing in the distance. It's not good, the war has spread to this side. The warring battlefield is moving to this side. Yahiko climbed a large tree 3 or 2 times, looked into the distance, and his face changed, and he said urgently towards the 4 people under the tree. Let's go back quickly, it's too dangerous here. Nagato whispered a little timidly, and it could be seen that he was indeed afraid. As he spoke, there were many rain ninjas fleeing towards this side on the dirt slope in the distance, and there were Konoha's ninjas chasing after them. It seems that although there has been no large-scale fighting in the past 6 months, small frictions still continue from time to time. It should be that a small group of ninja troops on both sides probing on the front line encountered. In this case, they will think of the other party to death, so as not to expose their whereabouts. Nakano guessed 1 or 2 when he saw that the number of ninjas in the distance was only 1 or 200. Well? Suddenly, Nakano's super perception caught a slight change. The slightest change came from a small forest not far away, strictly speaking, a large tree in the grove. It was the tallest, the crown was also the largest. This big tree was as striking as if it stood out from the flock. There are people in that canopy. Who is deliberately hiding there? With a suspicious look, Nakano opened his mouth slightly, and launched ultrasound, and the target was the tallest canopy. As the touch of the ultrasound bounced, Nakano gradually sketched a canopy model in his mind. The branches and leaves are complete. And between these branches and leaves, a person suddenly appeared growing in the trunk of a tree. No. It should be said that the man submerged half of his body into the trunk of the tree, and this person still had fangs and leaves similar to flycatchers on his shoulders. Break off! Suddenly, Nakano recognized who that person was, and it was the absolute one next to Uchiha. In an instant, Nakano confirmed that World War II was secretly provoked by Uchiha. Otherwise, he must be watching the battle ahead, or rather, he is watching Nagato. Just as Nakano wanted to go, he disappeared into the trees and disappeared from the ultrasound. Nakano-kun, we really should go back, those people are coming towards us, it's too dangerous. Seeing Nakano stunned in place, Nagato couldn't help but urge eagerly again. Well, okay, we'll go back now. Nakano answered, quietly pulling Yuri and Konan, and ran towards the village. His speculation was confirmed again, and Uchiha was indeed secretly spying. Although it was sent to be absolute, it was no different from Uchiha. It seems that Nagato's parents can't keep it. Chapter 80. As developed in the anime, only if Nagato's loved ones die in the midst of war will Nagato hate war. However, in the midst of war, anything can happen, and if he does not participate in the control, who dares to say that Nagato will definitely survive? Uchiha played such a big game of chess, he would not have thought of this. If the people who broke into Nagato's house at that time were not Konoha's 2 small characters, if it was Orochimaru, if it was a powerful ninja from Yuyan village, as long as it was a ninja who was a little ruthless and decisive, maybe Nagato would not have had the opportunity to anger and launch the Eye of Reincarnation. This probability event is not impossible, so Nakano only guessed before he came that Uchiha should be watching Nagato in the shadows. Even the Konoha ninja who came to Nagato's house may have been deliberately attracted. Only in this way can Uchiha ensure that Nagato will not have an accident, to the extent that only his parents die. After all, Uchiha gave the Eye of Reincarnation to Nagato so that Nagato could resurrect himself in the future. Such an important link, it is impossible for Uchiha to not control it, and it is impossible to let it develop. It wasn't until Nakano sensed the descendant that these speculations were immediately confirmed. Therefore, Nakano sighed helplessly, Nagato's parents may not be able to keep it. Watching Nagato hide in his home, the four of Nakano also returned to their residence. But Nakano always kept an eye on Nagato's house from the window. Soon, the fleeing Shinobu rushed into the village, and after the Konoha ninja arrived, the two sides fought together again. More than 200 people, in fact, not much, but they could not withstand the bombardment of the detonation charm, and soon, the entire village was devastated. Bang! The door was slammed open, and 3 Yunin rushed in, snorting when they saw that there were only 4 teenagers in the room. But Spinning said fiercely, "Kill them, don't let them make a noise to attract Konoha's ninjas." When the other 2 Yunin heard this, they also took out the kunao and walked towards Yuri and Konan, as well as Yahiko. And the Shinobu who had just spoken came to Nakano. But Nakano never looked back, he still looked at Nagato's home. "Little cub, blame you for being unlucky, born in a time of war." Saying that, this Shinobu stabbed Nakano in the back, but then he saw a terrifying and unexpected scene, only to see that several black silk threads suddenly poked out from the back of the boy in front of him, and these black thin threads protruded very quickly, and almost the moment they appeared, they had already pierced his chest. How? Yes. So. He didn't understand what was going on until he died, why this child was so terrifying. He even regretted that he would not lose his life so quickly even if he stayed. He never thought that Nakano was much more terrifying than those Konoha ninjas outside. And the Yuri side has also ended. Both Yunin fell to the ground. It was Yuri's hand. It didn't take long for the sound of fighting outside, and only sporadic sounds of iron clashing came from a few directions. At this time, Nakano noticed the appearance of 2 Konoha ninjas in front of Nagato's house, who were searching for the remnants of the Rain Ninja army hiding in this village. No Rain Shinobu hiding in this house. After opening the door, the 2 Konoha ninjas saw that the ground was very clean, and there were no traces of muddy water in various places in the room, and they couldn't help but say unexpectedly, "Don't worry so much, let's find something to eat first, I can't stand being hungry." "Did you find something?" "Ah, canned food, a meal after 4 days." "No, it's 3 days. Leave him alone, eat quickly, I'm hungry to the limit. If you look elsewhere later, there will probably be something." Listening to the movement outside, the Nagato family of 3 was extremely afraid, and they did not expect that they had fled to the land of rain and still did not escape the impact of the war. The parents and Nagato discussed the idea of escaping the house. However, just as he was acting, Nagato was too nervous and accidentally touched the jar on the wooden table next to him, and the sound of falling and shattering suddenly alarmed the 2 Konoha ninjas outside. "Who's there?" The 2 Konoha ninjas were also taken aback, but due to the lighting, the 2 of them could not see the appearance of a family of 3 in the gloom. "Stop!" Just as he was about to start, Nakano came to Nagato's house and drank coldly. Hearing someone behind them, the 2 Konoha ninjas turned back in horror, but when they saw that it was Nakano, they were overjoyed. "Nakano-sama, why are you? You two get out of here for me." Nakano's face was tense, and the 2 Konoha ninjas who were frightened by the cold drink suddenly felt embarrassed, and they subconsciously thought that Nakano was angry for the 2 of them for scavenging for the food of the civilians. So, the 2 of them apologized one after another, and quickly exited the room. "Uncle, Aunt, Nagato, are you all right?" Nakano quickly asked with concern. Actually, he could have come faster, but because he didn't know how to help Nagato's parents, he hesitated for a while. "Ah, it's Nakano, we're fine, it's good that you came in time, otherwise I really don't dare to imagine." Nagato's father was greatly relieved, and he naturally saw that the 2 ninjas just now not only knew Nakano, but also listened to Nakano's words. If Nakano came for a while, maybe what would happen? "Well, uncle, aunt, I really have to apologize to you. I lied to you before, actually, I'm a ninja from Konoha." Hearing Nakano's words, Nagato's parents were not afraid, but very surprised. Because Konoha and the ninja village of Uzumaki have always been friendly, and even have marriages, when they heard that Nakano was a Konoha ninja, they were overjoyed, as if they saw their relatives. "Actually, since the moment I met Nagato, I guessed that you are from the Vortex clan, and I am deeply sorry for the unfortunate encounter in the Vortex Hidden Village, but it is really dangerous for you to be exiled in another country. If you can, I cordially invite you to Konoha, it will be very safe, and Konoha will be very welcome. Also, Kusina is in Konoha right now, you should know her, right? Nakano sincerely persuaded that this was the only way he could think of to protect Nagato's parents. As for how the Nagato family came to the Land of Rain, Nakano was also very puzzled. The Land of Rain is to the left of Konoha, while the Uzumaki Hidden Village is behind Konoha, and the ONI knows how the family got to the Land of Rain through the Land of Fire. Chapter 81. Nakano's idea was to get Nagato's parents to Konoha, but Nagato couldn't go to Konoha. However, to his surprise, Nagato's parents showed hesitation after listening to his advice. That look of embarrassment is particularly obvious, and their concerns are also very heavy. Are you worried about the tailed beast? Nakano's words hit the worry in their hearts. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that they took Nagato to travel a long distance through the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain, which made no sense at all. The only thing that could explain was that they were afraid that Nagato would become a human pillar force, so they did not go to Konoha. This. Nagato's parents' thoughts were pierced, and they were suddenly a little embarrassed. In fact, Nakano also understands their hardships as parents, and if they have a choice, no one wants their children to become a weapon in the village. Uncle, Aunt, I think so, the two of you go to Konoha to settle down, but Nagato can't go with you, he can stay with me, so that you don't have to worry about Nagato becoming a pillar of power. Nakano told the truth what was in his heart. And Nagato listened to the content of Nakano's conversation with his parents on the side, with a puzzled face. These things, he did not understand at all, and no one had said to him. Do you want us to separate from Nagato? Nagato's mother looked at Nagato, her eyes were full of reluctance, she hugged Nagato and shook her head uncontrollably. No, I can't leave Nagato behind. She said very decisively. Uncle, in fact, I understand what you are worried about, one is the safety of Nagato, and the other is that it is difficult for your family of three to be separated. First of all, Nagato's safety, you don't have to worry at all, with me, no one can hurt him, I can guarantee this. Of course, you can follow me to Konoha's garrison to find out the truth, my strength is still okay. Nakano said this, leaned out his hand to reveal Venom, and he continued, Nagato knows how strong this thing is, it can heal the wounded, Nagato following me, in fact, it is much safer than with you. Nagato's parents immediately looked at Nagato in amazement, and when they saw their children nodding, they began to look at Nakano again. Nakano noticed a scar on the back of Nagon's father's hand, and as soon as his heart moved, Venom immediately bounced onto the back of the latter's hand. In the latter's fear, the scar disappeared immediately after the venom left. Only then did the parents finally believe it in horror. It was also at this moment that the two of them began to waver in their hearts. The second question, the separation of your family of three is actually temporary, you can still meet often, after all, I am also from Konoha, and I also want to return to Konoha, don't I? Besides, if you continue to wander outside like this, you will encounter the situation just now, if the two of you suffer, then it will be only Nagato alone. Hearing this, not only Nagato's father, but even Nagato became afraid. In fact, since the moment the two ninjas in Konoha didn't see that they were going to make a move just now, the two of them were actually desperate, and now Jing Nakano couldn't help but be afraid of the two of them again. They looked at Nagato tenderly, nodded, and made that difficult decision. Wife, this kid Nakano is right, we can't be too selfish, we blindly bind Nagato around, not to protect him, but to harm him. Now that Nakano can protect Nagato, we should let go, Nakano is indeed more suitable for Nagato than us. Nagato's father advised his wife with tears in his eyes, and the latter had already burst into tears, and she also knew that she just couldn't bear Nagato. Thank you, Nakano, you're right, we accept your suggestion, let's go to Konoha, then Nagato, please. Well, I promise you, as long as I am here, Nagato will definitely not have an accident. Nakano replied seriously. And Nagato on the side naturally understood, doing so, can let his parents get the greatest security, which is what he is most happy to see, but separated from his parents, he is also very reluctant. Looking back at the ruined village, the 7 people left here resolutely, although they were a little nostalgic. Yay! This change is a little different from the plan, what should we do? On a big tree, Baiju looked at the 7 people who were far away, and was surprised. This scene appeared, which was obviously unexpected to him. No wonder he keeps us watching, and things really have the potential to go in an uncontrollable direction. Heiju said solemnly. He was thoughtful, thinking about how to turn the situation around. So what do we do? Do you want them to go away like this? Or stop them? Bai asked Heiju without thinking. He was not as good at this kind of brain-using thing, so when they were together, it was Heiju who was making decisions. Isn't there a reconnaissance team hidden in Yuyan village ahead? Hehe. Let's go and bring them over and let them kill these people. The corners of Heiju's mouth turned up, almost grinning to the root of his ear, and his smile was very terrifying. Hey, this is a good way, it's just, those rain ninja must not even kill Nagato together. Baiju smiled and agreed. Hey, he won't let us show up, many things are limited, if Nagato is really in danger, then we will stun Nagato first, and the rest will be easy. Good way. Immediately, after glancing at the backs of the 7 people who were far away, they immediately disappeared into the tree and disappeared. Left again. Nakano muttered secretly in his heart. In his super perception, since they left the village, there was a trace of movement on the big tree at the entrance of the village. However, this time he did not use ultrasound to investigate, and in his guess, it must be absolute. They who were secretly watching Nagato, after seeing the Nagato family leave the village without incident, how could they sit idly by? In Nakano's mind, that guy will definitely do something. Nakano, who has seen anime, will not understand it. Kuroji, that guy is extremely eager to let Uchiha achieve the plan of unlimited monthly reading, and then he is waiting for the opportunity to revive Kaguya, so what is beneficial to Uchiha Madara will definitely do it even if Uchiha Madara does not order. What's more, this matter was originally explained by Uchiha. I don't know how you're going to stop Nagato's parents from leaving. Nakano also showed a hint of interest. If you've already watched the anime once, and then follow the plot, it's not interesting. After reversing the plot, the unknown plot development attracted Nakano even more. Chapter 82. Did you see someone here just now? The captain of the Rain Ninja reconnaissance team came to a tree in surprise, and also saw the footprints on the ground, which was still very clear, indicating that someone was indeed observing them here just now. Thinking of this, the scout captain was in a cold sweat. The unknown opponent is the most terrifying. Immediately, he asked several of his deputies. That's right, I did see it just now, why did the kung fu disappear in the blink of an eye? Several deputies were also puzzled, but they all obviously saw that there was someone here just now. In such a short period of time, the other party should not have gone far, quickly lead people to search this area, and kill everyone they encounter. Our deeds must not be exposed. The scout captain decisively gave the order to silence the mouth. In a few more days, we will reach Konoha's camp, and when the time comes, we will rest there for a few days, and then I will send my uncle and aunt to Konoha village to settle down. Listening to Nakano's arrangement, Nagato's parents nodded in agreement, and now they just want to cherish the time they spend with Nagato. In this way, Juzune can also meet the people of her own village, and she will definitely be happy. Yuri also smiled appropriately. Indeed, there are people from the Uzumaki hidden village on Konoha's side, and Nagato's parents will be relatively better. Well? At this moment, Nakano's super perception captured some very active fluctuations, and those fluctuations were moving rapidly towards this side. Not good. Pay attention to your surroundings. Nakano whispered close to Yuri's ear. But before the words fell, a person appeared on the hillside in front. This person was dressed as a ninja, and he had a rain ninja brace on his forehead. The Nakano 7 naturally saw that person, and that person also saw the Nakano 7. Just a few civilians? It is not they who just appeared. The man said this, but still waved his hand sharply and ordered, kill them, leave no one behind. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 Yu shinobi suddenly rushed up from behind the hillside, and after these Yu shinobi saw Nakano and the others, they did not hesitate and immediately rushed over. Civilians of the land of rain. This is you yourself hitting the knife, blame others, blame you for not showing up here to see us. More than 20 Yu shinobu saw that the 2 adults and 5 children in front of them were all dressed as civilians, and immediately pouted, raised ku-wu and rushed up. Ugh! The 3 members of the Nagato family suddenly turned bloodless in fright. And Konan, on the other hand, is very calm. They must be ninja basic, and they also have considerable confidence in their strength, especially when Venom is enhanced. So, Konan and Yahiko ninjutsu meet the enemy. Paper shuriken, paper shuriken. At the moment, Xiaonan is coming. Throw out 5 paper shurikens and attack those rain shinobi. Water escape, water chaos. Yahiko snorted, opened his mouth, and a column of water gushed out from his mouth, like a water gun, shooting towards the attacking rain shinobu. Yuri's eyes opened, and his sturdy silhouette flashed into the rain ninja, knocking down a rain ninja from time to time, and his figure was very flowing. And Nakano directly greeted it, without any tricks. Under his nervous reaction, the speed of the other party was like slow motion. He punched one by one, and the palm was the opponent vomiting blood and flying upside down. Nakano, who is comparable to Tsunade's strange power, kills enemies the fastest. More than 20 Yu shinobi, really not enough for the 4 of them to kill. Although Yahiko was cut through a deep hole in his arm by the other party halfway, he was quickly intact under the healing of Venom. Nagato's parents who saw this scene were shocked, and they also believed in Nakano's ability even more. And the man on the hillside was almost shocked to see that more than 20 Yu shinobi on his side were slaughtered by several children in turn. In his original thought, killing a few civilians was just a matter of minutes. But right now, which are a few civilians, they are clearly ninjas. It's bad, it should be them who just appeared, they are actually dressed as civilians, hateful. The man took out an object, put it in his mouth and blew it violently, and for a while, the light sound of birds chirped far away. After the 4 of Nakano eliminated the more than 20 rain ninjas, hundreds of rain ninjas suddenly appeared on the hillside. Moreover, the scout captain was also proudly listed, and the man just now obviously blew an important signal, and actually called the entire reconnaissance team over. Captain, it should be them. The reconnaissance captain naturally also saw the corpses of more than 20 of his subordinates, and his face was very cold. Go together, kill them for me, at all costs. I allow you to use the detonation charm. The scout captain said coldly. He had already exposed his whereabouts and wanted to kill these people. It's better than having people bring information back than revealing their whereabouts. Upon hearing that the detonation charm could be used, hundreds of Yu shinobi suddenly laughed. You can use the detonator charm, which is much simpler. At that moment, hundreds of rain ninjas swooped down, and they shot one after another. Out of ku-wu, and above ku-wu are also impressively bound to the detonation charm. Seeing this scene, Nakano and the others all changed their complexions. Nakano is not afraid, and Yuri can also dodge, but Konan and Yahiko are enough to choke. Moreover, there are really 3 civilians among them, and the 3 members of Nagato's family can't hide at all, only the part that was killed by the explosion. For a time, the 3 members of the Nagato family and Konan and Yahiko were stunned. When had they seen such a terrifying scene? Hundreds of detonation charms, if this bombarded down, they would not even have slag left. At the same time, Baiju and Heiju, who were hidden in the distance, were also startled when they saw this scene. Even they never expected that this rain shinobi reconnaissance team was so decisive and did things so ruthlessly. Just dealing with a few children, can you bomb with so many detonators? What to do? The 2 of them were also stunned. Hundreds of detonation charms bombarded. Maybe even the Eye of Reincarnation would be scrapped. No, not maybe, it's definitely scrapped. The thought of that result made the 2 of them shudder. The Eye of Reincarnation that Uchiha took his life to open was lost by the 2 of them playing like this. Not to mention whether Uchiha will let them both go. Heiju's biggest plan, Kagayaheim will definitely not be resurrected. As soon as he thought of this, the cold sweat of Heiju came down. If it really doesn't work, just expose your identity and use Mu-dun to protect Nagato, right? Bai said solemnly. Chapter 83. The scout captain smiled grimly, and his heart was particularly happy. It's okay to expose your whereabouts, it's a big deal to change your position immediately, but being able to kill Konoha's ninja is what makes him hate the most. Therefore, he did not hesitate to expose his identity and kill these people. After being pressed and beaten by Konoha for a long time, the anger in his heart had nowhere to be sprinkled. At this moment, when he had the opportunity, he was bound to vent fiercely. Seeing that those people were about to be blown up, his heart could not mention how happy it was. However, a smile had just appeared on his face, and it was frozen on his face, looking like a ghost. Only to hear a cold drink sound from the audience. Wind, peacock whirlwind. At that moment, in midair, a strong whirlwind suddenly surged up, and under the extremely fast speed, a huge whirlwind immediately formed. This is a ninjutsu that Yasui Sasho once used against Nakano, and this ninjutsu trapped Nakano at that time and could not break through. The strength of this ninjutsu can be seen to be extraordinary. At this moment, Nakano unleashed, and he also deliberately increased the output of chakra, so the size of this whirlwind is more than 3 times larger than the whirlwind exhibited by Yasui Sashoshi. In doing this, Nakano also completely wanted to suck as much of the Kyu initiation talisman in the air into the whirlwind as possible. And the actual situation has indeed achieved that effect. In the strong whirlwind, the endless amount of suffering shot in the air was sucked into the huge whirlwind. Only a few sporadic bindings with detonation charms were shooting towards Nakano and the others. Come! Yuri opened the Sharingan eye, and the Ku-Wu in his hand suddenly shot one after another. After the sound of stomping, the few Ku-Wu who were bound with detonation charms were suddenly hit and flew to the side. Rumble! 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 After those few Ku-Wu collapse flying with binding charms, some exploded in the air, and some landed and exploded, but none of them injured Nakano and the others. At this moment, within the huge whirlwind that soared into the sky, there was also a sudden sound of vibration, and the detonation charm inside it also began to explode one after another. However, due to being trapped by the whirlwind, after exploding one after another inside, the entire huge whirlwind turned fiery red at this moment, like a fire tornado, baking the earth. This scene is particularly spectacular. Nakano and the others only felt a fiery patch of baking on their faces. Wow! Nakano-kun, you are so powerful, ha ha ha! Seeing this, Yahiko jumped even higher, and was incoherent with excitement. Xiaonan and Nagato's family of 3 also showed a relieved smile, and at this time, they all had a feeling of the aftermath. It was only at this time that they were shocked by Zhong's strength. The more Nagato's parents look at Nakano, the more satisfied they are, the stronger Nakano's strength, the safer Nakano will be, and the more reassuring they will be. The hundreds of rain ninja on the hillside were already stunned, and they never expected that the other party could use such a huge whirlwind ninjutsu to crack the crisis. Looking at the spectacular fire tornado, they were shocked beyond belief. The smile on the scouting captain's face had disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face, and then he was just about to order his subordinates to move again, but suddenly saw the fire tornado moving towards them. It's not good, get out of the way! He shouted loudly and fled to the side first, but hundreds of people fled in a panic, and it was inevitable that there would be panic. At that moment, these people were sucked into the belly of the fire tornado after being sucked by the fire tornado, and were burned by the endless fire source. Immediately afterwards, the fire tornado hit the hillside, making a huge noise, like an earthquake. There was a huge movement, and a large number of sand and gravel that rolled up also knocked down a lot of rain ninja, and finally, the fire tornado scattered, and the fire source gradually dissipated. With this blow alone, Yu Shinobu's reconnaissance team was killed and wounded by nearly half. With such great destructive power, the surviving rain of shock was all torn apart, and the soul was scared a lot. Not only them, but even their own people, Yuri, Konan, Yahiko and the Nagato family of 3 were stunned. Several of them looked at the messy scene in front of them stunned, and stammered. Kill them! Nakano's cold drink immediately woke up Yuri, Konan and Yahiko, and the four of them instantly rushed up. The four of them are obviously teenagers, but in the eyes of Yu Shinobu, no one dares to underestimate them anymore, and the surviving 50 or so Yu Shinobi have mentioned that they have come up with bitterness, and they are not afraid of being besieged by more than 10 people who laugh at one. Soon, Yahiko's body was hanging with colors, and Xionin was also struggling to support, but fortunately she had Yuri's help, and the pressure suddenly decreased. Seeing this, Nakano did not spare his hand, and after flashing to Yahiko's side, he quickly attacked many Yunin. With a kunao in each hand, Nakano was like a humanoid whirlwind, shuttling through the crowd of rain ninjas, and in just a few minutes, there were only more than 10 of the more than 50 rain ninja. Give me death! The scout captain saw an opportunity, and he stabbed Nakano in the soft underbelly at a tricky angle. If this is an ordinary ninja, it is absolutely impossible to dodge. Nakano didn't want to dodge, just at this angle that others could not see, the venom immediately flashed out, turning into a small round shield to block it. Seeing this, the latter immediately retreated in horror. But the next moment, a white finger bone shot out, and immediately pierced the skin of his shoulder blades, and the huge impact made his body unstable, and one heel fell to the ground. He knew that the kid in front of him had a blood succession limit, knew that he was no longer an opponent, and no longer had the heart to fight, and wanted to escape. However, he suddenly found that half of his body was numb, and he only ran tens of meters away before falling down again. He was horrified to see that the kid was walking towards him unhurriedly, and in an instant, the breath of death enveloped him, and he was scared bloodless. Don't kill me, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Nakano laughed out loud. The scout captain was clearly frightened and incoherent. I'm from Konoha, do you still think it's a misunderstanding? Hearing these words, the reconnaissance captain suddenly became desperate. Poof! Ku-Wu pierced into the pit of his heart and ended his life. Nakano looked back again, and the battle between the three of Yuri had also come to an end. He walked back reflexively, but his eyes did not look around. He secretly said, absolutely, this should be attracted by you, what other tricks do you have, just make it. At the same moment, the white and black absolute hidden in the distance were also surprised by this result. Chapter 84. Wu. Fortunately, I didn't use Muduan, otherwise, exposing his identity is likely to affect his plan. In other words, this black-haired boy really has 2 strokes. Baiju's face was surprised, and then he laughed out loud with fear and happiness. What to do? Do we want to continue to stop them? Baiju saw that He never replied, and said out loud again. He couldn't make up his mind, and continued to block. If the situation just now appeared again, then his identity would have to be exposed, but if he didn't obstruct, letting Nagato and his parents leave would also go against Uchiha's plan. Kuriko was silent for a long time, his gaze scanning back and forth between Nagato and his parents. That's right, that kid does have some ability, but fortunately he has the ability to turn the tide, otherwise, if you use Muduan, then we will really expose our identity. Nagato hasn't grown up yet, and he's not enough to withstand the golem of the outer Dao, so we can't show up until then. Let's follow them for the time being, see where they are going now. If Nagato goes to Konoha, then we will have to stop Nagato even if we want to expose our identity. He must not be allowed to go to Konoha. After pondering, Heiju made a decision, which is indeed the safest decision at the moment. After Baiju listened, he smiled and said in agreement, okay, then let's see where they are going first. When Nakano returned to the garrison of Konoha's army, he saw an exceptionally large military camp, more than 4 or 5 times larger than when he left half a year ago. The number of ninja troops is roughly estimated, at least nearly 30,000 troops. Obviously, Konoha's support forces had gathered with more than 5,000 ninja troops before the center left. Senior Sister Tsunade, then Nagato and Yahiko will ask you to take care of it, and I will return as soon as I send my uncle and aunt to the village. After Nakano took Nagato and Yahiko to find Tsunade, and said that Nagato was for the Uzumaki hidden village, Tsunade understood that Tsunade naturally knew much better than him about the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki hidden village. Therefore, Tsunade agreed with Nakano's decision immensely, and immediately agreed. Then you should be careful on the road, and you must guard against the sneak attack of Uran. Tsunade instructed with concern. As for Nakano knowing about the Uzumaki hidden village, Tsunade was not surprised. After all, Nakano and Jushina got close and learned about the Vortex hidden village. At this moment, the center left found Nakano. Nakano-kun, I heard that you are going back to the village? It just so happens that there is a trip to the village to bring supplies, and when you return, you can join them, and you can take care of them by the way. Okay, no problem. Inside the Yushin front base camp. Originally, it was a garrison for Yuzuki Yasui and Sasho Yasui. And now, Hanzo has become a relative. He did not come alone, he also brought 20,000 ninja troops, accompanied by several of the 10 elite upper ninja under his command. After creating the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, when the two countries were repaired, Hanzo finally freed up to go to the Fire Country front. This time, he was aiming to hit Konoha's army in one fell swoop. He wanted Konoha to know that although his Rain country was small, it was not at the mercy of others. He is not afraid of any country in the Land of Rain. You have all heard about the rumors of the Black Monster. With a gas shield and a deeply sunken face, Hanzo looked at the three elite shinobi in front of him and asked. Cut. Blood succession limit, and Black Monster, are all rumors made up by some cowards to save their face. It's just a brat who has not dried up, what is there to fear? Hanzo-sama, if you need it, I'll go and take off his head and bring it back to you. A man with thin lips and sharp eyes sneered disdainfully, his expression particularly defiant. When Hanzo heard this, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes bloomed with light. Okay, I'll ask for his head, but you can't be careless, but Sasho died at the hands of this person. Hanzo admired the worrisome horse and knew the latter's strength, but he also had to remind the worrisome horse not to be careless. Sasho? Haha! That fool, if it weren't for Hanzo-sama you carrying him, how would he be worthy of the same name as a few of us? Yuma even sneered at Zosiang and dismissed it. Mentioning Sasho, Hanzo was also particularly angry in his heart, and suddenly gave birth to a trace of anger, and he looked at the three elites in front of him. The worrisome horse is known for its speed, and even he Hanzo has to admit that the speed of the worrisome horse is indeed fast enough. Long Yet, known for his illusions, kills people invisibly, walks ethereally, and is a natural killer. Lito, to thunder properties. Famous, fierce attacks, few people can resist. Immediately, he said again, worried horse, Long Yet, Lei Tuo, the three of you go together, be sure to bring that kid's head to me. As soon as these words came out, Long Yet, Lei Tuo, and Xian Ma all showed surprise, and said one after another. Wouldn't it, for a teenage kid, let the three of us go out together. Yes, Hanzo-sama, kill chickens with a cow knife. I'm enough alone. When Hanzo heard this, he slammed the table and glared angrily. There must be no mistakes this time. This time, I will hit Konoha hard with the power of thunder, the three of you go first, and then I will attack the base camp of Konoha, and I will make them pay a double heavy price. Hanzo's eyes were filled with anger. As Nakano and Yuri led Konan, Nagato's parents, towards the Land of Fire, they stopped watching from afar. It turns out that they really are going to Konoha. What are we going to do? This is a little different from his plan. Although Baiju had guessed it before, when he saw it, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because now they are going to face a choice. Whether to let Nagato's parents go to Konoha, or stop them and kill them. With dark round eyes staring at the backs of several people in the distance, he said faintly, Nagato's parents did not die in the war, then it is meaningless. There is also a way for Nagato to use the Eye of Reincarnation, and his parents are not the only choice. What's more, we can't reveal our identities, that's the most important thing. Forget it, losing Nagato's parents doesn't hinder the overall plan, let's go back and report this information to him. Chapter 85. When Nakano and Yuri entered the territory of the Fire Nation with Konan, Nagato's parents, they were immediately discovered by Konoha's reconnaissance team, and quickly relayed the news of Nakano's return back to Konoha. However, the news did not spread, only Sarutobi Hinata and Kushina and Mikoto knew. Under the consideration of the ape flying sun, the war is not over, and it is not convenient to inform everyone specifically. But even so, the appearance of the ape flying sun shop at the gate of the village is extremely attractive. In the past, it was difficult to see Naruto-sama, but now he deliberately appeared at the gate, which immediately attracted a large number of people. They were all guessing who the ape flying sun was waiting for, and when someone dared to ask, the news of Nakano's return naturally spread. At the same time, when Ape Fei saw this, he also told everyone about the great achievements that Nakano had recently achieved on the battlefield. After all, this is also good news, telling it makes everyone happy, and it can also wash away a lot of the gloom brought about by the war. Therefore, this moment caused everyone to get excited. You know, the families of these people may be on the battlefield, who do not want their families to return safely. And Nakano, who is not excited to hear the news when he bravely kills the leader of the opposing side on the battlefield, causing the morale of the opponent's army to be greatly reduced and his own casualties are minimized? This will mean that Nakano can greatly increase the chances of his family surviving on the battlefield. So, who wouldn't take Nakano seriously? As soon as this news came out, it naturally detonated the scene and attracted more people to come. By this time, the people who came were no longer there to see the ape flying sun chop, but like the ape flying sun chop, waiting at the gate to welcome Nakano. People stood consciously on either side of the gate, lined up in long dragons, all holding what they thought was good things waiting to be given to Nakano. From a distance, there are no less than 1,000 people, which is particularly spectacular, and many people are still on the way. When Nakano and the others appeared in their field of vision, someone shouted, "Look, it's Nakano-kun!" The people waiting immediately boiled. At the same time, Nakano was also shocked when he saw such a scene. He didn't expect so many people to greet him at all. And Yuri and Konan, as well as Nagato's parents, were also dumbfounded. "Do you want such a big battle? The heroes of Konoha village are back." I don't know who shouted, but at the moment, everyone was chanting in unison. "Hero! Hero! Hero! Hero!" Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him who welcomed each other so excitedly, to be honest, Nakano was inevitably a little moved. "Teacher, I'm back." Nakano walked up to Sarutobi and said with a smile. "Welcome home, little one." Ape Flying Sun cut his eyebrows in good intentions, and in a simple single sentence, he has done everything. It has been more than half a year since the army was separated, and the ape was even a little in a trance. Before joining the army, although Nakano had already been named a genius boy, he was well known by the villagers. But now, Nakano has become a small hero, a being who can kill people on the battlefield. Compared with before, it has to be said that the current Nakano is much more dazzling than before. Sarutobi was extremely satisfied with Nakano's performance. "Okay, just come back, go meet your little girlfriend, ha ha ha." He leaned back, and sure enough, both Kushina and Mikoto were looking at Nakano with teary eyes. "Naruto-sama, you." Even Juzune, who had a big grinning personality, couldn't help but be shy when he was ridiculed in public by Ape Fei, and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction angrily. "Juzune is like this, not to mention Mikoto, she has already blushed with shame." The shy appearance of the two little beauties immediately attracted everyone's kind laughter. Nakano didn't care so much, opened his hand and hugged the two into his arms. He just wanted to tell everyone that this was his woman. Juzune in her arms pretended to struggle for a while, but then she also hugged Nakano, and the breath on this boy made her miss it very much. That's right, it's nostalgia, after all, they haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and the same is true of Mikoto in her arms. "You're dead, it's been half a year, do you know how worried Mikoto and I are about you and Yuri?" Juzune beat Nakano with her small fist, looking like a little grudge. Yuri also stepped forward and took the hands of Kushina and Mikoto. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, even Nakano was inevitably a little embarrassed, and after letting go of the two little beauties, he introduced Xiaonan to the two. "Her name is Xionan, you guys are more familiar, well, there are many people here, let's go back and talk about it." With Zhili there, Xiaonan will not be too embarrassed, and several people will soon become familiar. At the same time, Nakano also introduced Nagato's parents to Sarutobi. Teacher, the two of them are from the Whirlpool clan of the Vortex Hidden Village. I found them in the Land of Rain, where they are too unsafe, so I brought them back. Teacher, you don't blame me, do you? Nakano briefly explained the matter. In fact, Sarutobi had suspected that Nagato's mother was a member of the Vortex clan just now, and that fiery red long hair was the most obvious sign, and after hearing Nakano's words at this moment, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. What happened to the hidden village of Whirlpool? He was also saddened. You did it very right, how can the teacher blame you? The teacher should reward you. Sarutobi said happily. Oh? Are there any rewards? Nakano's eyes lit up. As a ninjutsu professor, the things he took out would not be too shabby. Stinky boy, let's talk about this matter later. Quickly take your little girlfriend into the village, the girl named Zionin, I will give her an identity. Ape Flying Sun scolded with a smile. When Jushina saw Nagato's parents, they really knew each other, and Jushina immediately ran to Nagato's mother and gave a big hug. It's like seeing your loved ones in a different place. I am the third generation Hokage Ape Hibiki of Konoha Hidden Village, welcome to the arrival of both of you. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, we are disturbing. Where and where, don't say that, quick, let's go into the village, I will arrange a good place for you to live. After Nakano returned to his residence with 4 little beauties, he helplessly found that many villagers had been chasing behind with things, and Nakano finally accepted some, but it was only some food. As for the other things, Nakano directly refused. He would have to return to the battlefield in a few days, and it was useless to leave so many things. What he wants now is to have a good time with the 4 little beauties in front of him. Experience the refreshing feeling of sleeping together. This was a beautiful thing that he didn't even dare to think about before he crossed over. Chapter 86. Dangzi, Nakano's residence. Nakano-kun, you should accompany Jushina and Mikoto. I have been away for more than half a year, I will go home and report to my mother that I am safe. Belch. Nakano still wants to sleep together, but this matter cannot be refused. Okay, then you accompany your aunt more, say hello on my behalf. After seeing off Yuri, Nakano was immediately pulled into the room by Jushina. Explain well, whether you went to war, or did you go to take your sister? How can you still be abducted back to a little beauty by you when you go out with the army? Juzune raised his small fist and demonstrated. Mikoto listened, and couldn't help but smile. She took Konan's hand, and the two looked at Nakano and snickered. When Zionin first came to this strange environment, it was inevitable that she was a little uncomfortable, but fortunately there was Yuri, but Mikoto was also very sensible, and she had been accompanying Zionin, so that Zionin would not be left out in the cold. Juzune was still laughing, but tears fell as she spoke. You big fool, do you know how much Mikoto-san and I are worried about you and miss you? Nakano sighed secretly, how could he never miss them? He stepped forward and hugged Juzune into his arms, hugging him tightly, feeling a softness. You also know that this incident was caused by the disappearance of Yuri's father, and I can't let Yuri go alone. Understand, I can't do without the village, otherwise I would have gone too. Juzune raised her head to look at Nakano and whispered. Nakano also knew that Juzune was very simple, looking at the coveted little one. Mouth, Nakano greeted fiercely. Mikoto and Konan suddenly looked to the side in embarrassment. After a long time, Juzune huffed and pushed Nakano away, and said coquettishly, you are really a big villain. Mikoto-san also misses you tightly. Seeing Mikoto snickering at her, Kushina immediately pushed Nakano towards Mikoto in a vengeance. And Mikoto didn't understand it, and suddenly made a big red face. Until Nakano and Mikoto also warmed up, Mikoto also proposed to go home. In the end, the desire to sleep together was ultimately unfulfilled. However, Juzune stayed, plus Zionin. Nakano still spent a warm night. By the next day, Nakano came to the Hokage building. After knocking on the door, Nakano pushed the door and walked in. Teacher, are you still busy? Hearing this, Sarutobi raised his head and looked at Nakano, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. "You kid can't accompany your little girlfriend well, what's the matter with being so anxious to find me?" In fact, he asked knowingly, he was teasing Nakano. Teacher, you were fine yesterday. Ha ha ha." Ape Flying Sun laughed loudly and spun. Without laughing, he asked seriously, "Then tell me what reward you want." Nakano actually thought about it for a long time. In general ninjutsu, he can copy other people's or learn it temporarily when fighting against others. But there was one ninjutsu that he couldn't learn and copy, and that was Naruto's signature ninjutsu. The art of multiple shadow avatars. This ninjutsu is very important to him, and can raise his combat power by multiple levels out of thin air. "Teacher, you know what? When I kill enemies on the battlefield, I always have the feeling that my doppelganger lacks skill. Watching my companions die, I was powerless. I wanted to help them resist the attack, but I could only watch them being killed. Teacher, can you teach me how to change the number of doppelgangers conjured up by the shadow doppelganger technique? If you can conjure up a few more doppelgangers, it will be like divine help." Speaking of this, Nakano looked at the Ape Flying Sun with hope. When he came, he thought for a long time about how to talk to the Ape Flying Sun. He could not let the Ape Flying Sun see that he knew that there was a multiple shadow avatar technique, but also could express the effect of this ninjutsu, think about it, or be direct, take the example from the battlefield and give it. After hearing this, Ape Fari put away his smile, stood up, and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. He pointed to the rock statue of the second-generation Hokage and said to Nakano, "Once the second-generation Hokage created a ninjutsu called the multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Is there really this ninjutsu?" Nakano pretended to be surprised. Sarutobi nodded and continued, "That's right, in principle, this ninjutsu has no limit on the number of doppelgangers, and it can completely match the effect you said. But there is one point, this ninjutsu is classified as forbidden, because the amount of chakra consumed by this ninjutsu is very large, and it is not something that ordinary people can bear. So, you better change the reward, this ninjutsu will harm you." "Groove, don't. I finally got the conversation here." When Nakano heard this, he suddenly felt anxious in his heart. "Teacher, I want to learn this ninjutsu, you know, I have a blood succession limit, it has enhanced ability, it has a steady stream of energy to help me condense chakra, I think I should be fine. If I can't hold it, I'll stop immediately. There is a blood succession limit, this technique can't hurt me." Nakano immediately lifted his Venom, enhancing and healing ability, and Sarutobi knew it. Blood succession limit? At this time, Ape Flying Sun suddenly realized, he really forgot about this for a while. "Yes, you have a blood succession limit, this point is the teacher's negligence. You can also learn this ninjutsu, but you have to use it in front of me first, and I have to make sure you are safe." Sarutobi cherished Nakano as a genius disciple, and he had plans to train Nakano to succeed him as the next Hokage, so he must not let something happen to Nakano. Good. As soon as he heard Ape Flying Sun agree, Nakano naturally agreed happily. This ninjutsu is actually not much different from the shadow doppelganger technique, the only difference is that the combination of the technique and chakra is a little different. When Nakano left the Hokage building, Sarutobi was even more and more amazed by Nakano. In fact, Ape Flying Sun knows this ninjutsu, but he knows that the amount of chakra is not allowed, and he has never used it. As the most satisfied disciple of the second generation of Hokage, as a ninjutsu professor, he naturally knows the art of multiple shadow avatars. And after Nakano learned this ninjutsu, in front of the Ape Flying Sun, he only divided 3 doppelgangers, indicating that chakra was enough to use several doppelgangers, and the purpose was achieved. With the multiple shadow doppelganger technique, then I will be much easier in the future. Next, it's time to test the illusion as well. Tuanzang, that old thing, you must guard against it. Chapter 87. Konoha Village, in the forest next to the ninja school. Behind the tree where Nakano and Yuri first met is a secret training ground. At this moment, Nakano and Yuri came here again. As I just said, attack me with illusion. After Nakano stood still, he said seriously to Yuri on the other side. After he left the Hokage building, he went straight to Yuri, and then asked the latter if he could currently do ninjutsu, and after getting a positive answer, the two came here. Do you really want to do this? Yuri was a little unsure of Nakano's idea. Well, I need to try the power of illusion and whether I can resist, this is very important to me, you just do it with all your strength. Okay, then you be careful. With that, Yuri's eyes opened sharply, and the Sharingan eye opened. At the same time, Nakano only felt that the scene in front of him suddenly blurred, as if there was a double shadow in front of him, and after the double shadows were stacked, the scene in front of him became clearer. However, Yuri disappeared. In the original direction of Yuri, it was replaced by a huge moon, but the moon was red, and there were 3 gouges inside it. The whole moon was like a scarlet eyeball, staring at Nakano. At this moment, Nakano only felt that his eyelids were very heavy, and he tried to open them, but he couldn't do it. The eyelids became more and more serious, and after the last glimmer of light disappeared, the eyelids finally closed. Nakano-kun! Nakano-kun? Wake up! Hi! Nakano noticed that someone was shaking himself, and his mind was chaotic, and when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Yuri, his mind immediately cleared up. Hi! Did I fall asleep just now? After realizing it, Nakano realized that he had just fallen for Yuri's illusion, and he couldn't help but be afraid for a while. That's hypnosis. The simplest illusion. Yuri said a little embarrassed. Nakano's intention, just said, is to try the power of illusion, but this is only the simplest hypnotism. Nakano did not resist. However, Nakano-kun, don't be discouraged, ordinary people are indeed very easy to fall for illusion when they are unguarded. Well, it's okay, let's continue, you use hypnotism on me one more time. Nakano perked up and urged again. After the two people stood in their positions again, Nakano did not resist from his heart, exactly the same as just now. Be careful Nakano-kun, I'm starting. As Yuri's voice fell, Nakano only felt that the scene in front of him rose again, and the double shadow appeared in front of him again, and after the double shadow was overlapped, the scene in front of him became clearer. Sure enough, Yuri disappeared again. In Yuri's original direction, a huge blood-red moon also appeared, and there were 3 guyu in it. The huge moon was like a ball, staring at Nakano. The whole process was exactly the same as before, and at this time, Nakano also began to feel his eyelids heavy again. With a movement in his heart, venom poured out of his face, and then instantly wrapped all his facial features. The next moment, the feeling of heavy eyelids suddenly disappeared. My mind is also clear. It worked. Hi! At this time, Yuri sensed that something was wrong, let out a sound of surprise, and the illusion stopped. Nakano-kun, your blood succession limit can crack illusions. Yuri couldn't help but feel very peculiar, something she had never heard of before. It seems to be able to crack, this is also my first attempt, it seems that it does have an effect. Seeing this, Zhongai was overjoyed in his heart, which was a factor he was uncertain about, and now that he was determined, he also had a certain certainty in his heart. By the way, Yuri, do you have any stronger illusions? Yuri just said that this is just hypnosis, there should be other illusions. Nakano remembers that Sunset Red's illusion is also powerful. Yes, do you still want to try? Yuri also began to have some interest, and couldn't help but be a little excited. Then let's continue. Nakano also began to get excited, and now the results of the test will determine his future direction, and he has to pay attention. Venom withdraws, and he confronts Yuri's illusion again with himself. Nakano-kun, this time, it's not hypnosis, you have to be careful. Yuri's figure flashed, and she came to the side of the tree, and after she raised one foot and stepped on the trunk of the tree, she smiled at Nakano, and then stepped on the other foot as well, and her whole person stood on the torso. Yuri is now standing 90 degrees from the trunk of the big tree, and from Nakano's point of view, Yuri's whole body is turned sideways. But as Yuri's second foot stepped on the trunk of the tree, the whole world turned upside down. The earth directly rotated 90 degrees, and the entire earth suddenly turned into a cliff. Nakano's body lost his balance and fell straight down the cliff, but fortunately, there were trees growing horizontally below, and after detecting the black silk of venom sticking to the trees, he stabilized the falling figure. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Nakano's forehead. This illusion is too powerful. On the other side, Yuri stood on the trunk of the tree like a normal person and snickered at Nakano's embarrassment. This Nico. Looking at Yuri who was snickering at herself, Nakano really wanted to go up and hit her little pea. He knew that he had fallen for illusion. Immediately, the venom poured out of the face again, but the illusion was still not lifted. Huh? No effect? Hokage, who was holding the trunk in an embarrassed posture, was shocked, and his face changed. Nakano-kun, you try to wrap your whole body. Illusion is triggered according to the opponent's 5 senses, in the final analysis, it is still to deceive the opponent's senses. Reminded by Jing Yuri, Nakano also remembered the Naruto anime he had watched, but the explanations in the anime were not too comprehensive, and some of them contradicted themselves. Immediately, venom came out of his body and wrapped his whole person. This time, it did work. The upside-down world is back to its original state. But Nakano was still hugging the trunk of a large tree, and his posture was very indecent and embarrassing. Cluck! Yuri looked at Nakano's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Belch! Nakano also immediately returned the taste, withdrew the venom into his body, and jumped off the trunk. He walked straight to Yuri and slapped it on the ladders. After putting his other hand around Yuri, he kissed it. Chapter 88. 2 days later. The supplies have been prepared, and the transport team has been assembled. Nakano-kun, are you and Yuri still going? Juzune said with a worried expression. You still have to go, you and Mikoto and Konan, just wait at home for me and Yuri to come back, there will be no accident. Nakano was also reluctant to leave them, but there were some things that had to be done. Yuri, you and Nakano-kun should be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Mikoto forced a smile. Zionin, you stay in the village, when you get familiar with the village, I will come back, haha. Well, I'll wait for you. Xiaonan is very steady and understanding, she didn't say much, only a sentence I wait for you. After Nakano said goodbye to the 3 little beauties, the classmates who were originally first grade A also came to see him off. Nakano-kun, come on and kill the enemy, it won't be long before I will also go to the battlefield, when the time comes, don't let my battle achievements surpass you. Rope Tree raised his fist demonstratively, encouraging Nakano that in fact, he really wanted to go to the battlefield, but unfortunately, Sarutobi would not allow him to go. Okay, when the time comes, let's compare the battle merits again, I'll wait for you. Nakano laughed. He remembered that the Rope Tree did end up going to the battlefield, but it was blown up and gutted, and the end was very bad. The Rope Tree gave him a good impression, plus Nakano wanted to get Tsunade, then the Rope Tree was the brother-in-law, and then it must be to rescue this future brother-in-law. Immediately, first-year students, such as Yamanaka Heike, Akimichi Choza, Shiki Yasuo, Narashika Issa, Inyazuka Pa, and Nara Yoshino, saw off Nakano one after another. Looking at the distant transport squad, they all smiled bitterly. Nakano is a first-year student with them, but he is now known as a little hero of the battlefield. And they, however, are not even qualified to go to war. Compared with each other, the gap between them made them all shameful and envious. This guy is such a freak. We are both first-year students, why are we so different in the end? Indeed, I really didn't expect that in just a few years, he would already leave us far behind. The front is in the territory of the Land of Rain, everyone raise their spirits to prevent the rain from sneaking attack. The captain of the transport team shouted loudly and reminded everyone. This captain, known to Nakano, is the father of Kakashi Kiki, Sakumo Kiki, also known as Kiki Shuomo, who later received the title of White Fang after killing Scorpion's parents in the battle with the Land of Wind. Nakano was really not particularly familiar with him, and he rarely saw him in Konoha. However, in the anime, Kiki Sakumo is introduced, and the strength is above the 3 shinobi, and Nakano is also very curious about this. And in the queue of this line, there was another person, Nakano recognized at a glance, that feature was too obvious. This person is Kai's father Mat Dai, his eyebrows are really unique, and the tights he usually wears are really unacceptable. Anyway, after Nakano took one look, he took a second look, which was disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that Mater Dai had the 8 gates of physical skill, Nakano really wanted to stay away from this person. It's just that what makes him a little confused is that Mater Dai is just a subordinate, why he can go out with the army, then he is not very clear. Just as he was looking at the two, suddenly, his super perception caught some fluctuations. He raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. Stop for a moment. Nakano's sudden voice caused the entire transport team of more than 500 people to stop and look at him in surprise. What's wrong? Nakano-kun. Kiki Sakumo admired Nakano's battle exploits, so when he addressed Nakano, he also added a Jun character at the end. He knew that Nakano was not a newbie on the battlefield, and there must be a reason for the latter's sudden move. Be careful, there are enemies ambushed around, but there are not many people, there should be only 3 people. Although he only felt 3 people, Nakano was not careless by this, the other party dared to come alone, that must be the strength of self-confidence. Only 3 people. Kimu Sakumo was also surprised. This is the hot-blooded youth, Nakano-kun, where are they? Mater wore an excited look on his face. When Nakano heard this, he was immediately speechless. At this moment, perhaps someone hiding somewhere noticed that the transport team stopped, and after feeling exposed, he suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha! What a strong perception, we have suppressed the flow of chakra with bated breath, and we can be detected by you, and it is indeed a little capable. A man with thin lips and sharp eyes scoffed, his expression particularly defiant. This person was followed by 2 more people in succession. They are the 3 elite shinobi sent by Hanzo and Lighto. And the purpose of their coming here is to kill Nakano and bring Nakano's head back. It's you Shinobu. Kimu Sakumo recognized the forehead protection pattern on the other party's forehead at a glance. But also because of this, he also felt the oppression from the other 3. At that moment, more than 500 people in the transport squad were immediately on alert and took a fighting stance. The 3 of them faced more than 500 people in the transport squad without the slightest cowardice. Where is Nakano? Come out and speak. Lei Tuo's voice was exceptionally thick, and it was transmitted for a long distance without weakening. Did you really come to me? Hi. Nakano walked out of the queue and met the eyes of the 3. I'm the person you're looking for, I guess. Hanzo asked you to come. Nakano also knew very well that since the other party could call his name, he naturally came prepared. Hanzo's name, that's what you can call by your name. Lei Tuo suddenly scolded angrily. Cut. Just because you are willing to be a dog to Hanzo does not mean that others are willing. Nakano immediately scoffed. Lei Tuo, what nonsense are you talking to him? Since the person has been found, then he took his head. This transport squad will be handed over to you and Ryuya. This kid, it's mine. The worrisome horse smiled evilly, and his figure disappeared immediately as soon as he moved, and the speed was indeed rare. Bastard, that's not what I said before. Lei Tuo said furiously. Hey, it's all killing anyway, killing everyone is the same. The dragon shrugged indifferently, took a step forward, and walked slowly towards the transport team. Ready to fight. Kimu Ziyun's face was cold, and he immediately drank. Chapter 89. Boom. A kuwu suddenly shot out of thin air from a certain angle, and Nakano's figure did not move, relying on super perception to drive the venom to surge instantly. Out of the block under the kunao. Hi. A voice of surprise came out, apparently the appearance of Nakano venom surprised Dayuma. Of course, it was just a surprise, after all, before he came here, he already knew that Nakano was carrying the blood succession limit, and it was completely new to see it at this moment. It seems that the rumors really have some credibility. Haha. Interesting. The voice of the worried horse came, followed by a whip leg, with a howling wind, straight between Nakano's neck, and his figure was revealed. Nakano still didn't move, he just gently raised his eyes to look at the worried horse in front of him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, his shoulders suddenly swelled. Out of the venom, turned into a giant tongs and greeted it. This time, it was obviously to hold the other party. Your speed is indeed faster than many people, even much stronger than Yasui Sasho before. However, this is how you rely on your self-confidence, and with this speed alone, you can't hurt me. Nakano laughed. He had to admit that the speed of the other party was indeed faster than most people, even more than his own speed, but under his nervous reaction, the other party was just a fly with wings much faster than other flies. But he can still see through all the movements from the opponent's attack. Huh? How could it be? Seeing that Nakano's blood succession limit was waiting for him to throw himself into the net, he suddenly turned sharply in the air in surprise to avoid the lock of the giant pincers. He turned around, landed on one foot, slid to the side and came to the other side of Nakano, clasped his hands, bent his arms, and hit Nakano's temple with his elbows. However, to his horror, the kid in front of him actually turned his head and smiled at him following his movement, and the next moment, black things surged from this shoulder again. Go out! However, this time he was not as lucky as before. This time he wanted to withdraw his attack, but the black thing instantly stuck to his shoulder. He retreated quickly in fear. Nakano laughed loudly, his hands moved, and two strands of venom suddenly turned into spider silk and shot out at both wrists, and then they also stuck to the retreating worrisome horse's hands and feet. At one time, dozens of black silk shots out, and then all stuck to each other. Worried Ma was shocked. The next moment, Nakano violently withdrew the venom and dragged the retreating horse back. How is it possible? Worried Martin felt that his body was being pulled by a strong force, and the root stood firm, and his heart immediately panicked. Only at this time did he feel that he underestimated the only brat in front of him, but it was too late. Nakano looked at the worried horse who was dragged back at great speed, raised his foot and kicked the latter's chest violently. Boom! The dull sound spread, and the sound was so loud that the konoha ninjas who were preparing to fight around them turned their heads one after another. Immediately, they were surprised to see that the corners of his mouth were dripping with blood, his hands and feet were hanging down weakly, and he was kneeling in front of Nakano, and if it were not for the black thing carrying it, he would have collapsed to the ground. With just one face, the worrisome horse lost its combat effectiveness. And before they started fighting, Nakano's side had already ended the battle. This. Too fast, right? Everyone couldn't help but wonder, does this person have strength? This comic is really not to be funny? However, looking at the speed of this person just now, he was so powerful that he also said that Nakano was his. And the result? But it was only a minute, and this was on your knees? Even Yuri was stunned. Kiki Sakumo looked at Nakano in amazement, his eyes were full of fear. He was not one of those ordinary ninjas, he had felt the danger of worrying about horses before. But he couldn't understand how he was cleaned up by Nakano so quickly. At this time, he looked at Nakano, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he couldn't understand Nakano. And Mater Dai didn't think about it so much, he excitedly shouted, "Come on, Nakano-kun, this is the hot-blooded youth." At the moment, many people have black lines on their foreheads. On the other side, Long Yet and Lei Tuo had not yet made a move, and they stopped one after another, looking at the worried horse in shock. How is it possible? Just one face, the worrisome horse is defeated? Lei Tuo was shocked beyond words. He was very aware of the strength of the worrisome horse. According to the usual, the opponent lost to the worrisome horse so quickly, but now, it was the other way around. Something is wrong with that kid, maybe those rumors may not be his true strength. The dragon was also frightened, but his mind was extremely clear, and he was now thoroughly analyzed through the situation. At this moment, the worried horse is simply frightened and ashamed. He was indeed careless, and the long-term victory brought him endless conceit, and in his heart, he did not take Nakano seriously at all. This is the way of Nakano. However, then again, he was also surprised by Nakano's reaction speed, and in the two encounters just now, Nakano showed no slower reaction speed than him. The combination of the two phases caused him to lose the battle at such a fast speed. He saw the surprised gazes cast by Konoha's many ninjas and his own too, and he was ashamed to vomit blood. But his body still couldn't use his strength, so he knelt in front of a teenage kid in front of everyone. He is ashamed as much as he wants. The other party's kick just now made his internal organs tremble and shift, and he was in severe pain. I confessed, killed me. The worrisome horse raised his head and yelled madly at Nakano. He could not bear this humiliation, although it was brought about by his own carelessness. Kill you? No, no, no. It's so boring to kill you directly. Don't you want to see how your two companions also end up like this? Nakano chuckled and teased. The reason why he didn't move just now was because his own speed was not as fast as the horse, of course, without the enhancement of Venom. At this speed, he knew that even if he moved, he was not as fast as the other party, so it was better to wait for the other party to come. All he wants is to catch the other person, control it, and then replicate that speed, which is why he has been using Venom to stick to the other party many times in a row. And now, he is just stalling for time, in order to increase the chance of some Venom copying. Chapter 90. Since the worrisome horse has been abolished now, then you can't take care of him, it is important to complete the task, kill that kid. Long also said decisively, carrying out the first element of ninja, with the completion of the task as the first premise. Okay, you come and hold them, I'll go and kill that kid. Lei Tuo's thick voice fell, and he instantly rushed up, and a dazzling thunder attribute chakra appeared on his hand. Your opponent is me. Seeing this, Mater Dai shouted, and his figure also jumped in front of Nakano. Kiki Sakumo also rushed out of the queue and rushed towards Ryuya. More than 500 konoha ninjas surrounded Ryuya and Lei Tuo. But the next moment, there was a change in this piece of heaven and earth, and the earth under my feet was no longer hard, but became sticky. The thick swamp trapped everyone in place, and even the chakra attached to his feet could not stand firmly on the swamp. Some people struggled and the large ones quickly sank and were engulfed by the swamp. For a while, everyone looked at Long Ye in horror. This change was obviously Long Ye's means. It's an illusion, everyone be careful. Kimu Sakumo reminded, and when his figure moved, he was not affected by the illusion, and rushed straight towards the dragon. Mater Dai also wanted to fight Lei Tuo happily, but he was helplessly trapped by the swamp under his feet, and he couldn't fight at all, and his face turned red with grievance, as if he was making some kind of decision. Just as Lei Tuo rushed in front of Nakano and wanted to attack, a silhouette flashed out, and the shuriken thrown at the same time suddenly forced Lei Tuo to retreat, and then his figure followed closely to meet Lei Tuo's attack. Seeing this, Nakano simply gushed a large amount of venom. Xiang Suanma wrapped his whole person, not even leaving him room to breathe, and the latter suddenly struggled. He raised his eyes to look at the battlefield. More than 500 konoha ninjas were trapped, and many more had been pulled into the ground by the swamp. Yuri opened the Sharingan-eye to face Lei Tuo, although the latter's thunder attribute was indeed fierce, but Yuri's figure was not strong at all, and there was no danger in a short time. And Kiki Sakumo is at war with Ryuya, although he cannot be trapped by illusion, but Dragon is obviously not all famous for illusion, and his body skills are also quite good. For a time, the two fought inseparably. Suddenly, the dragon also jumped out of the circle, put his fingers to his mouth and drank fiercely. At that moment, the world actually shook. He himself was not disturbed, but Kimu Sakumo did not leave the illusion this time. His figure could not stand firmly, and he could not continue to pursue. Long Ye turned his head to look at Nakano, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then rushed over. Nakano was affected by the illusion, but he was not in a hurry, and glanced at the worried, who was already motionless. He smiled and withdrew the venom. Then, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he copied the speed of the horse. And the dragon has already rushed to the front. He saw that half of Nakano's body was swamped, plus shaking. He thought that it was only a matter of minutes to remove Nakano's head. Only 10 years old has such strength. You are indeed one, but unfortunately, you are too anxious to go to the battlefield and die. If you honestly develop in the rear, it is said that there will be your number one person in the ninja world in the future. It's a pity. The dragon also rushed to less than 3 meters in front of Nakano. He stopped sharply, with the worry horse in front. How could he repeat the same mistake? Earth, heavenly clay. He let out a low sigh, and the seal was made of the earth. At that moment, a circular enchantment suddenly appeared above Nakano's head, and a large amount of clay flowed out of it, and if it was glued, Nakano would inevitably become a chopping board for others. Now your life, I will accept it. Long Ye said victoriously. With the magic bondage, he was sure that Nakano would die. Seeing that Nakano was about to be stuck to the clay placed on top, he immediately smiled. And at this moment, Nakano also smiled. Ha ha ha. I also want to take your life, see who is fast. Venom instantly gushed from all over Nakano's body. Out, the next moment his whole body melted, his figure moved, and immediately disappeared in place. The speed was amazing. Seeing this, the dragon's eyes widened sharply, and he secretly shouted in his heart, and almost at the same moment, he jumped away from this place violently. He was in mid-air, looking down for Nakano's traces, but he couldn't find the slightest trace at all. Don't look for it, I'm behind you. Nakano's voice suddenly came from behind him, and the dragon was also frightened, but suddenly showed a hint of cunning. His huge palm pressed on the top of Ryuya's head and shackled it with one hand. Stop his head and turn it to the side. Are you thinking, I've hit the mark? Are you the real body, or is the one over there the real body? Listening to Nakano's words, Long Ye was shocked, and his head was forcibly turned to a direction, and he suddenly saw a black monster in the distance, chasing another dragon. But the other dragon was obviously not as fast as the black monster, and within a few seconds, it was also restrained. I'm not interested in guessing which of you two is real, I'll pinch you two together, you won't be alive. Nope. The dragon was also terrified and wanted to say something, but the huge palm on his head had already squeezed his skull hard, and his skull made a shattering sound, and his consciousness immediately dissipated. Boom! The dragon in front of him also turned into white smoke, but the dragon in the distance also fell softly to the ground. Click! The swamp and shaking between heaven and earth suddenly shattered into pieces like glass, and then disappeared, and this heaven and earth returned to its original appearance. Looking at the scene again, nearly 100 of the more than 500 konoha ninjas fell to the ground and lost their breath. And the only one who is still fighting is Lei Tuo. At this moment, Yuri also used illusions to interfere with Lei Tuo. For some reason, maybe Lei Tuo and Long have known each other for a long time, and they already know how to crack illusions. Often Yuri just used illusions, and after Lei Tuo paused, he immediately cracked it. Immediately afterwards, both sides attacked with ninjutsu. Mater Dai and Kiki Sakumo also wanted to join the battle, and Nakano saw that he joined the battle first. Yuri, take a break. After leaving a sentence, Nakano confronted Lei Tuo. His idea was also very simple, since his 5 attributes were collected, the ninjutsu of the thunder attribute had not been learned. Seeing the ready-made thunder attribute owner at this moment, how could he miss it? Haha! Isn't your goal me? I'm delivering it now. Chapter 91. Seeing the black monster appear in front of him, Lei Tuo was immediately frightened. This black monster was much stronger than his body. Although he had heard of black monsters before, after all, he had only listened to others, and had no intuitive understanding. And now I see it with my own eyes, that visual impact is really unprecedented. The terrifying look of the mouth full of fangs makes the scalp numb. And the body of the worrisome horse is on this side, and the body of Long Ye also appeared in the distance. In a short period of time, the two of them actually planted on this kid who was only a teenager one after another. Lei Tuo's eyelids couldn't stop fluttering, he already had a bad premonition, but then it became more and more excited. Haha! Isn't your goal me? I'm delivering it now. Nakano walked towards Lei Tuo step by step, and the doppelganger in the distance had been recovered by him. Ha ha ha! If there is anything to fear, then fight. Lei Tuo suddenly burst out laughing, his eyes full of madness. Thunder, Razor Gorilla. At that moment, Lei Tuo nodded the Indian style, and at the same time as the words fell, the Indian style was also finished, and suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed from his last Indian hands. Immediately afterwards, the thunder attribute Chakra turned into thunder and lightning, and the thunder and lightning gushed out, swallowing towards Nakano like a long snake. It's slow to say, but it's actually very fast. The lightning-long snake came to Nakano almost in the blink of an eye. However, to everyone's surprise, Nakano did not dodge and allowed the lightning snake to hit him. In an instant, after Nakano, who was fully transformed by Venom, was hit by the thunder snake, his whole body was wrapped in lightning, and the thunder arc jumped, like a humanoid thunder tower. In fact, the thunder attribute Chakra is different from the other 4 attributes. Lightning is conduction, touch a slightest, may be transmitted to the whole body to be electrified. Nakano had previously experimented with ninjutsu of the other 4 attributes on the battlefield, and after the venom was turned into a whole body, it could be resisted hard, and under normal circumstances, it could not hurt his true body. But only the thunder attribute, he has not tested, so he is now testing whether venom can also hard resist the lightning attribute. However, he was wrong, the conduction properties of the lightning passed through the venom envelope, and even his real body was shocked. However, the venom withstood most of it, and after it was transmitted to Nakano's body, the thunder and lightning were no longer so violent. That's not right. Venom is not resisting, but absorbing thunder and lightning. Nakano, who was inside the wrap, immediately noticed that something was wrong, because the venom was already one with him, so he could feel any changes in the venom at the first time. Under the electric shock of lightning, although venom also trembled a little, but while trembling, Venom also had a trace of excitement. Venom is growing. Nakano doesn't know if this analogy is right or not, but it does change under the electric shock, even if it doesn't change much, but Nakano can clearly feel it accurately. After the thunder and lightning completely disappeared, the whole body of Venom was also revealed. The enhanced power is indeed more, before it could be doubled, now it should be more than doubled. With his hands clenched into fists, feeling the explosive power of his whole body, Nakano was excited. This time it was a real excitement. Under his unexpected test, he discovered the evolutionary path of Venom. How does this not excite him? At the thought that the Venom might be doubled, tripled, quadrupled, or even more times stronger in the future, Nakano's eyes became brighter and brighter. Ha ha ha! In this Hokage world, who else can compete with me? That's right. The spider ability needs to be copied by myself, the arsenal of venom also needs to be filled by myself, and the strength of the venom itself needs me to improve, which is also in line with common sense. Nakano burst out laughing, and his heart became more and more excited. He remembered that Venom in Marvel had lifted a huge Ferris wheel when injured, and how much power it would take. He couldn't do it now. At first, he wondered if Venom shouldn't be so weak, but now he finally understood. It turns out that everything needs him to improve, and the venom that followed him to this world is not the venom of the heyday. So that's the case, it seems that Venom still has a lot to develop myself. Nakano endured the excitement in his heart and looked at Lei Tuo with burning eyes. And Nakano's inner activity only happened in an instant, and at this time, the thunder and lightning on him just disappeared. You were attacked by my ninjutsu and were actually unharmed? Lei Tuo was shocked and suffered a great blow in his heart. At the same time, everyone, including Yuri, was extremely surprised to see that Nakano did not dodge ninjutsu, but now he was relieved to see that Nakano was okay. Nakano smiled, he now looked at Lei Tuo like a living nourishment, his venom urgently needed nourishment to grow. Come on, go on, the ninjutsu just now is too pediatric, is there a stronger thunder attribute ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Lei Tuo was almost angry. He had never been so underestimated and ridiculed. Okay, then I'll let you taste my strongest ninjutsu. Lei Tuo's face froze, and he drank coldly. Hearing this, Nakano became excited and began to look forward to it. Thunder done, thunder devouring gate. After Lei Tuo quickly finished the printing style, a thunder cloud suddenly appeared above Nakano's head. Immediately afterwards, Lei Tuo wiped in the back of his waist, and threw out 3 kunao, and these 3 kunao fell on Nakano's body, forming a triangular shape. Suddenly, a thunder arc appeared in the thunder cloud above, and the thunder arc immediately linked the 3 kunao, trapping Nakano in it. The next moment, the thunder cloud suddenly descended a huge thunderbolt, instantly hitting Nakano in a small space. Rumble! In the small triangular space, it is filled with lightning, and the dazzling brilliance blooms, making it impossible to see directly. What is Nakano-kun doing? Kimusakumo said in surprise, and Shien was about to set out to rescue Nakano. However, he was stopped by Yuri. I don't know what he is going to do, but he can completely avoid that kind of ninjutsu, but he didn't dodge, he must have his own reasons for doing this. Yuri remembered the previous battle between Nakano and Rope Tree, and that was the same time, so Yuri was sure of Nakano. Is that his blood succession limit? Kimuziuyun was surprised and muttered, he had heard it before, but this time, it was the first time he saw it. Give me death! Lei Tuo shouted excitedly, this was his strongest ninjutsu, and the kid on the other side dared to be so big. It's just looking for death. Chapter 92. Haha, you are still too young, have some ability, and are not so big, you are completely looking for death. Lei Tuo's eyes were full of excitement, and he was extremely proud of his ninjutsu. Using this ninjutsu to kill targets is also what he is most excited about. In this small space, under such a powerful thunder and lightning, the previous targets turned into flying ash. Lei Tuo was looking forward to seeing Nakano also turn into ashes. And in the small space, lightning filled this triangular space. Nakano was in it, wrapped in lightning, and fortunately had Venom frantically absorbed in the middle. After enjoying the nourishment of thunder and lightning for the first time just now, the speed of absorbing thunder and lightning is getting faster and more fierce now. It was as if Venom itself was jumping freely. Nakano knew that the absorption and stimulation of this lightning strike was like that of humans and animals, and under the stimulation of lightning, cells would become more and more active. Venom seems to be the same. But even though there was Venom absorbing lightning, Nakano in the wrap was still a little uncomfortable, and the conduction of lightning made him overpowered. The thunder and lightning that were still transmitted were no longer so manic, and they were still bearing Nakano's bearing. In this way, after a long time, the thunder and lightning in the triangular space began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Yuri and Kikisakumo and Mater Dai all felt extremely strange, and more than 400 konoha ninjas were watching this scene in horror. Lei Tuo, on the other hand, widened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The excitement that had been before had long been replaced by fear. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing since he had independently cultivated his thunder attribute, and he was simply like a ghost, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The thunder and lightning disappeared completely, and the thunder clouds overhead slowly dissipated. In the triangular space, Zhongai, who was fully transformed by Venom, took one step, and actually came to Lei Tuo's body in an instant. Looking at Lei Tuo, whose eyes were round, Nakano smiled slowly. Your thunder and lightning taste good, thank you. What did you say? Lei Tuo really couldn't understand this sentence, but he clearly understood that the kid in front of him would definitely not be able to kill, and even, he himself was enough to survive. At this thought, his thoughts were ashen, and at that moment, his figure exploded. He didn't care about anything, he wanted to stay away from this monster now. However, before he could run far, he was wrapped around his body by 5 black silk threads, and then he was carried into the air. Realizing that he was being pulled closer to the monster frightened his brain blank. The 5 black silk threads were protruded by the 5 fingers of one of Nakano's hands, and after binding Lei Tuo back, he smiled, and then the other hand went directly through Lei Tuo's body. Feel the explosive power and excitement coming from your body. Now the increase has been 1.5 times, and the effect is really significant. After feeling it again, it was indeed correct, and Zhong also withdrew the venom into his body and returned to his original appearance. Yuri quickly came to Kinzanseki and asked, "Are you all right?" "Haha, it's okay, I feel good." Nakano laughed loudly, he felt naturally good, his strength increased by 0.5 times, and whoever put this matter on would be happy. "You really like to play risk," Yuri said a little helplessly. If she didn't know Nakano enough, in that case, I am afraid that anyone would be worried and afraid. Fortune is in danger. Okay, the matter here is over, then let's continue on our way. Perhaps, there is already a war ahead. Saying that, Nakano looked ahead. Mater Dai was secretly depressed, the death of the other 3 people, he didn't have any strength at all, and he couldn't help but be secretly distressed. But he picked himself up again and said things that gave goosebumps. And Kimusakumo took a deep look at Nakano, surprised at the same time, but also couldn't help but admire Nakano's strength. Those three people, speaking of strength, are very good. Even he didn't have the confidence to beat it quickly. Nakano, on the other hand, killed 3 people in a row, and the gap between this can be seen as long as he understands it. Being so young and so strong, it's no wonder that Hanzo was specially sent to intercept and kill him. If Nakano-kun is a ninja of the Land of Rain, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for Konoha. Fortunately, Nakano-kun is Konoha's, it's really Konoha's luck, Konoha's luck. Kimusakumo couldn't help but think secretly. When their group arrived at the garrison of Konoha's army, it was already the 3rd day. However, to their surprise, the army of Konoha that appeared in front of them had changed greatly. Originally, when Nakano left, the number of ninja troops in Konoha's army was nearly 30,000, but now, it is at most about 20,000. That's almost a third less. No, it can't be said either, it should be said that the living strength of the ninja army is reduced by a third. The overall number is not a third less. Because, in addition to the 20,000 army, the remaining 3,000 ninja troops have lost their combat effectiveness. Big brother Zongzuo, how could this be? When Nakano and the others came to the main account of the center left, they asked this doubt very puzzled. Alas! You all don't know. Zongzuo sighed, recalling a battle that had occurred not long ago. It was 5 days ago. Yu Shinobu took the initiative to provoke it, but at that time, the number of people on both sides participating in the battle was not large, only 1,000, which was a tentative attack. But unexpectedly, 5,000 people suddenly rushed out of the opponent's camp, with obvious intentions. They wanted to eat this 1,000 ninja army of Konoha. After discovering this, the center-left naturally also sent out the army to rescue the 1,000 people on their side. Since the other party wants to eat his own, then why doesn't the center-left want to eat the other party? Therefore, the central-left simply dispatched 10,000 ninja troops to outflank the other party. As a result, just when Zongzuo thought that he could safely eat the opponent's 6,000 ninja army, Hanzo suddenly appeared. Hanzo channeled the psychic beast Pepperfish, releasing a large amount of poisonous gas, causing the combat power of Konoha's 11,000 ninja army to decline rapidly. So much so that in the end, there were many deaths and injuries. A total of 11,000 Konoha ninja troops were fought, but less than 2,000 returned intact. 3,000 ninjas were poisoned and injured, and the remaining 6,000 odd ninja soldiers were all killed. In this battle, Konoha suffered heavy casualties. Just because of the Rain Ninja, Hanzo came here. Chapter 93. After listening to Zongzuo's story, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Pepperfish Hanzo, that is known as a demigod existence, the strength is naturally beyond doubt. However, even though everyone had been mentally prepared to face Hanzo beforehand, when the results of this battle were in front of everyone, everyone deeply understood how terrifying Hanzo really was. No one can bear this kind of victory. More seriously, as long as the other side still has Hanzo sitting in town, it is likely that the next battle will continue to be the same. This is the most powerless part. The most important point is the poison of Hanzo's psychic beast Pepperfish, and if this is not solved, the next battle will not be able to begin. Zongzuo frowned. This problem has been bothering him for 4 or 5 days, but he still hasn't come up with any effective measures. Senior sister Tsunade's psychic beast slugs can't either. Seeing that everyone looked weak, Nakano couldn't help but secretly wonder and asked casually. Regarding the specific details of World War II, the anime does not go into detail at all, except that Tsunade and other 3 shinobi were given titles after the war with Hanzo, but how the toxin of Pepperfish was solved is not mentioned at all. The slugs are therapeutic psychic beasts, although they can split into small slugs and stick to their own personnel, but in that case, the combat personnel will also lose their combat power. And, in that process, if you are attacked, it becomes a slaughter. Tsunade also took the conversation helplessly and said, "Then is it feasible for us to organize a squad of wind-done ninjutsu and specifically blow away toxins when the time comes?" Sakumo Kiki suggested that he hadn't seen the scene with his own eyes, and now he was just making a strategy based on feelings, so he didn't dare to determine whether it was effective. Zhongzuo shook his head and sighed, "At that time, I organized people to do that, but the other parties obviously targeted measures. There will be special people to disrupt the rhythm, the wind escape ninjutsu is not concentrated, and there is no effect at all. I've been thinking for the past few days, if it really can't work, we can only be equipped with gas covers, but it takes time to equip, so that we can't fight, and if the other side comes to attack us during this period, then we are still powerless to resist." Zhongzuo stood up and continued with a strong fight, "Let's not talk about this, you have also worked for a few days, go to rest first, we will discuss this matter another day." After everyone came out of the main account, they saw that the entire garrison was shrouded in a layer of gloom. The oppressive force brought by Hanzo is too great. Immediately, Nakano met Yahiko and Nagato in the camp. The two of them were quite leisurely, and Yahiko was even teaching Nagato to condense chakra, and Nakano didn't stop this. Now that Nagato's parents are safe, it is indeed a good thing that Nagato is now a ninja. After all, with strength, when facing some things, the opportunity to use the eye of reincarnation will be much less. After Nakano and Yuri returned to their accounts, the two snuggled together and took a little warmth. After the night, when Nakano walked out of the account the next day, Tsunade found him. Tsunade liked his little junior brother, and coupled with the mission career of the two in 4 years, the relationship between the two was the best among several junior brothers. It is precisely because of this that Tsunade's blood succession limit, in terms of healing, her medical ninjutsu believes that she is inferior to Nakano's. "Little junior brother, you can be regarded as coming. I wanted to find you yesterday, but I was afraid that you would be tired, so I came to you today. There are poisoned and injured colleagues in our ninja army, and if you rely on medical ninjutsu alone, it is too slow to drive poison and heal injuries. So, you come to help senior sister." Tsunade winked and smiled at Nakano. "Use my blood to follow the limit to detoxify and heal their wounds. There is no problem with healing. It's just that I haven't tried detoxification." When Nakano learned why Tsunade was looking for him, he answered. "With your healing ability, it has already helped senior sister a lot. Hey, smelly boy, where to look? Let's go heal them, ha ha ha." Looking at Nakano, who ran away like a thief, Tsunade suddenly burst out laughing. Is this stinky boy really growing up? Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Boom. 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 The sound of a series of white smoke bursting spread, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Immediately afterwards, people saw that there were suddenly 50 more Nakano in the camp, and these 50 Nakano immediately scattered to the camp of the wounded ninja army. This guy. Tsunade suddenly closed her mouth in surprise. She naturally knew this ninjutsu, but she didn't expect that Sarutobi would actually teach Nakano this ninjutsu. You know, this ninjutsu is listed as forbidden. And Nakano can really use it unharmed. This surprised her. At the same time, Nakano's figure shuttled through the various accounts, and the news of Nakano's return spread throughout the garrison like a wind and cloud. At that moment, the more than 20,000 ninja troops in the entire garrison were excited. They had just lost the battle, and it was the time of negativity, and at this moment they saw Nakano as if they saw hope. The soul figure is back. As long as this soul figure is there, they can win a beautiful battle steadily. It has to be said that this is also a kind of blind trust. Nakano was like a shot of stimulant, causing more than 20,000 ninjas to suddenly rise from a negative state. When Zhongzuo heard the news, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been doing work for several days in a row, and he was not as good as a figure in Nakano. Kiki Sakumo was also shocked by Nakano's weight in the army. He had only heard of it in the village before, and only at this time did he really experience the horror of Nakano. Hi! As soon as Nakano attached the venom to the body of a wounded man, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The injured place healed instantly, this is not to say. However, what made Nakano feel wrong was that the venom was even expelled from the toxin. No, not expulsion, but absorption. The venom is absorbing toxins. Just as venom absorbs lightning. Could it be that venom absorbs toxins and grows? As soon as this thought came out, Nakano immediately sensed it carefully. The next moment, when he tested it, he was pleasantly surprised. After the venom absorbed the toxin, the intensity of the increase was indeed increasing, but the increase was very little, and if it were not for his deliberate induction, he would not feel it at all. Sure enough, toxins, like lightning, are nutrients for venom. Thinking of Hanzo, Nakano suddenly smiled. Chapter 94. Originally, Nakano was particularly pleased to discover that venom could absorb lightning to grow. Because of this, venom is the effect that can increase the magnitude. This is very powerful, and the strength of the increase is also the most significant. And now, Nakano did not expect that the venom could even absorb the toxin. This greatly increases the selectivity of feeding venom, and the faster the venom grows. Looking at the more than 3,000 ninja troops in front of him who were covered in toxins, Nakano couldn't help but smile. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. This is all nutrients. Absorbing these toxins, the effect of venom increase will be stronger, and his own strength can be improved again. Previously, he came here to help, it was completely an invitation from Tsunade, but now, he was extremely proactive. The speed of treatment is suddenly greatly improved, because I am motivated. Coupled with the help of more than 50 doppelgangers, the more than 3,000 wounded were all alive after less than an hour's effort. How much the more than 3,000 ninjas who had been tortured by the poison for 4 or 5 days had suffered, only they knew it, and when they saw Tsunade and the few other medical ninjas slowly progressing with the poison treatment, they were almost desperate. They are even ready to die, and their hearts have fallen to the bottom. But when Nakano appeared, after healing them in an understatement, they danced with excitement, incoherently excited, and tears of excitement flowed. That kind of huge transformation from death to life is really something that only those who have experienced it can understand. After all, who doesn't want to live? When they stood alive and breathed the fragrance on the earth again, Nakano's figure also appeared in their minds. At this moment, Nakano is no longer their simple lifesaver, and with the addition of soul figures, Nakano has completely become their faith, much stronger than the name of the Hokage. When Tsunade and other ninjas who excelled in medical ninjutsu saw Nakano's understatement and expelled the wounded and toxin, the surprise and frustration could be seen from the way they stammered. They used all their strength to use medical ninjutsu to treat them, and after 4 or 5 days, they only managed to treat 400 or 500 people. And Nakano only took less than an hour for the 3,000 wounded to heal, and it was the kind that immediately brought the wounded to life. This directly made them doubt their lives. Of course, Nakano was his own personnel after all, and when their surprised and wounded hearts were calmed, they were immediately surprised again. Because, the toxins that had plagued Konoha's army for 4 or 5 days could finally be quickly expelled. As soon as Nakano's ability appeared, it immediately spread throughout the entire station. Tsunade stopped Nakano at the first time. Then more and more people arrived, and Kimusakumo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Mate, and other Konoha famous sect command layers all arrived. They all looked at Nakano excitedly. Nakano-kun, since you can quickly expel toxins, can you resist Hanzo's psychic beast Pepperfish? This problem is what they know, and it is also the problem they want to solve the most, because it will be related to the next combat problem of Konoha's army, so they can't help it. Belch. Looking at the dozens of people in front of him, hundreds of fiery gazes, Nakano couldn't help but feel a little unnatural. He smiled awkwardly, then thought about it seriously and said, I don't know, after all, I haven't seen Hanzo's psychic beast, whether I can resist it, I can't say. This was his true words, although he immediately thought of Hanzo's psychic beast from the moment he discovered that venom could absorb toxins, but after all, it was just an idea, and he didn't dare to pack a ticket without trying it. Hearing this, the anticipation and joy on everyone's faces suddenly froze, and then dimmed a little. This way. At the moment, everyone was a little lonely, and the hope that had just been ignited was shattered, and the problem shrouded them again, which suddenly made them extremely disappointed. However, although I dare not say that it is okay, I still have some certainty, and when the time comes, I will do my best. Anyway, from the current detoxification effect, I think it should not be a big problem. Seeing that everyone was very low, Nakano couldn't help but say what was in his heart. After all, he still has to absorb the toxin at that time, and he can't destroy this plan. Oh! Upon hearing this, everyone's low mood was suddenly raised again, and then they looked at Nakano in surprise. At this time, they also heard the meaning of Nakano's words. Nakano was leaving a little leeway for the factor of never seeing the pepperfish, so he didn't say it to death. In fact, Nakano was able to speak to this extent, which means that he is already 80% sure. That's enough. Okay, Nakano-kun, then the toxins spewed out by Hanzo's psychic beast pepperfish will depend on you, and the rest will be contained by us. Zongzuo's eyes lit up and said excitedly. Well, I'll try not to disappoint everyone then. Nakano also smiled, which was even more beneficial for him to absorb the toxin. If no one disturbs, then he can sit back and relax and feed the venom. Rain Shinobi Base Camp. What? Do you say anything? Hanzo, who was wearing a gas cover, stood up abruptly, slammed his hands on the table, glared at him, and asked angrily. Newspaper. Report to Hanzo-sama, worried. Lord Shima, Lord Ryuya, and Lord Lei Tuo, all three of them are all dead. A frightened Yu Ren reported the latest news. He was also very frightened. These three were among the top 10 elite shinobi under Hanzo, and they were all dead at this moment. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying his opponent was. Hanzo really listened to it this time, and this sentence hit his heart like a heavy hammer, which surprised him and made it difficult to accept. Yasui Sasho was killed by Nakano, and he was actually not very surprised, because Yasui Sasho's strength is not very strong. However, Yuma, Long Yet and Lei Tuo are different. These three people can rank in the middle even among the top 10 elites under him, and their strength is extraordinary. Moreover, it is these three who have joined forces. Even if he wanted to kill the combination of these three, it would not be easy. He really couldn't understand how strong a teenage child in Konoha could be. How come his subordinates are planted on the hands of this kid one after another? It's a bunch of waste, and you can't even kill a half-old child. For a while, the little joy that Hanzo had brought to Hanzo by a victory not long ago was instantly dissipated by the smoke. Chapter 95. A day later. After Nakano used venom to absorb the toxins on more than 3,000 Konoha ninjas, he found that the venom had increased by an increase factor again, and the increase was not too much, only about 0.1 times. But even if it is only 0.1 times better, it is still enough for Nakano to be happy. You know, it is only a small part of the toxin inhaled by humans, and the waste must be much more than the inhalation, but even so, it still increases by 0.1 times, and the effect is already very significant. At that time, when he faces the pepperfish, he will absorb more toxins, and at that time, the multiplier will be faster. And now with the 1.5 times increase in venom under Lito's lightning supply before, the increase effect of venom is now 1.6 times. In this regard, Nakano also has a way to increase this multiple. So he came to the low mountain where he had lived with Yahiko. There are many natural caves on the low mountain, and in a relatively large cave, there is a triangular space filled with lightning at the moment, and the space is not large, only about 2 meters. But the thunder and lightning that filled the triangular space is extremely fierce. Even Nakano, who was standing 3 meters away, felt a slight tingling in his skin, which was caused by the conduction of the thunder arc, similar to static electricity. And the thunder ninjutsu of this triangular space is the thunder that Lei Tuo once performed on Nakano, the gate of thunder devouring, and Nakano wrote down the seal at that time. After tasting the sweetness last time, Nakano had plans to feed venom with this ninjutsu himself. It seems that the higher the increase effect, the more energy is needed if you want to improve again. It's not right, it should be under the same nutrient. This is the case, otherwise, the toxin will not increase by 0.1 times. The first time I was stimulated by lightning, I only used a razor gorilla, and a thunder-devouring gate increased the increase of venom by 0.5 times, but today it is already the 5th thunder-devouring gate, originally only 0.4 times worse to reach 2 times, and it has not been increased to 2 times so far. Looking at the lightning that slowly weakened in the triangle space in front of him, Nakano muttered to himself, at this time, it was he who fed Venom, so he didn't have to be in the triangle space himself. Soon after, when the thunder and lightning disappeared completely, the venom in the triangular space was also revealed. As soon as his heart moved, the venom immediately bounced onto his body, and after the whole body was wrapped, he carefully sensed the effect of the amplification. Bang! A punch hit the rock wall, and suddenly the rock wall shook, and many rock layers were peeled off, and when he withdrew his fist, a deep huge fist mark was left on the rock wall. If this punch is hit on a person, how many people can withstand it? Twofold increase, reached. Feeling the explosive sense of power in his body, Nakano was particularly excited. Rumble! At this moment, there was an explosion in the distance, followed by explosions one after another. Huh? Detonator? Yu Shinobu has started to attack. Nakano looked into the distance, and there was indeed black smoke rising in the sky in the distance. Originally, according to his plan, today he had been using the thunder-devouring gate to increase the increase multiple of venom. But now it seems that it is no longer so troublesome, continue to feed venom with lightning. I am afraid that at the end of the day, it is enough to increase to 2.5 times. It can be boosted with toxins, and it will be relatively simple. Just like antibodies, if you use only one, it will become more and more difficult to increase the multiplier. But if you use new nutrients, it will be much simpler. Pepperfish, I'm coming. Nakano's eyes flashed with essence, and his figure disappeared in a flash. After the whole body of venom, he has a twofold increase, coupled with the speed at which he copied to the worried, and now his speed is so fast that few people can compete with him again. The Konoha army is stationed in the main account combat headquarters. Damn, why did Yu Shinobu say that the attack was attacked, and the reconnaissance team in front of us? Why hasn't any news come back? Nakazuo angrily questioned a member of the Hyoga family, who was responsible for communicating with the reconnaissance team in front, and at this moment, Yu Shinobu attacked, and he didn't know at all, which directly led to the Konoha army rushing to battle. A lot of initiative was lost, which was particularly constrained in combat. In fact, Zongzuo also thought in his heart, it must have been before the Rain Ninja attacked, and secretly solved his own reconnaissance team. But the question is, isn't this kind of thing supposed to be the primary guard against during the war, and how can it still be in the way of others? He was angry about this. The Hyoga clan member could only smile bitterly, and he also understood that Nakazuo was not actually talking about him. How many people did the other side dispatch? 5,000 ninja army. Fortunately, the other party is not trying to fight with us. How many people have we dispatched? The same 5,000, due to the relationship of the last time. At present, it is Lord Zakumo who is leading the battle. Hearing that it was Kim Musakumo who was leading the army, Zongzuo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately remembered something again, and suddenly became nervous. What about Nakano-kun? I didn't see Nakano-sama. Huh? Nakano-kun is not there? Suddenly, Zongzuo suddenly remembered that Nakano had informed him before he left in the morning. Oops, broken. Is there a Hanzo in the opposing camp? I don't see it at the moment. When Zongzuo heard this, he was still not at ease, and while he took a step, he hurriedly said, "Go, let's go outside." After a bang, many command layers followed to the viewing platform. When they arrived here, they immediately saw the battle ahead. Both sides controlled this level of engagement, and did not continue to increase their forces, because once this balance was broken, it would be a full-scale engagement and intensification. On the other side, Yu Shinobu's temporary command post. Hanzo is also watching the battleground. However, he only looked at it for a while, and then his brows furrowed. Because he didn't see a 10-year-old figure in the queue from Konoha's side, the people who fought were all adults. There was no kid named Nakano he was looking for. Add me 3,000 troops to go up. Hanzo said in a deep voice. Yes, Hanzo-sama. After a Rain Ninja respectfully led the order, he immediately sent 3,000 Rain Ninja to rush into the battlefield again. With the increase in the strength of the 3,000 Rain Ninjas, Konoha's ninja army participating in the battle immediately became tight, and then he saw that in the place where Konoha was stationed, 3,000 troops were also allocated to merge into the battlefield. For a while, the competition on the battlefield became balanced again. That kid still hasn't gone to war. Humph. Since you Konoha don't send him into battle, then I will eat your 8,000 troops again. Chapter 96. For Hanzo, he wanted to annihilate Konoha's army at once, but he also knew that he couldn't do things too quickly. Previously, the Yasui Sasho brothers had lost a lot of ninja troops to him, and now if he fought in an all-out battle again, his troops would be reduced a lot again, which was not what he wanted to see. What's more, now there are still the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind watching, and he can't put all his forces on Konoha's side. What he had to do now was to defeat Konoha while minimizing the loss of troops. Therefore, what he has to do is to break Konoha's psychological defenses, so that the other party will be afraid when they see him, so that he will win without a fight. At the same time, he also had to kill more of Konoha's ninja troops. Therefore, he waited for Nakano to appear, which was to kill Nakano in public, and then give Konoha a heavy blow. Since Nakano did not appear, he staged the battle of the previous year again. Last time, he ate more than 6,000 troops of Konoha, and he breathed a sigh of relief fiercely. Now, he is going to eat Konoha's 8,000 troops again. Give Konoha a heavy blow. At that moment, he quickly knotted the pattern, immediately pressed it on the ground, and then from his palm, there were complex lines that spread around, and immediately became a circular pattern. Psychic. Boom. From the bottom of the cliff in front of the observation platform at Hanzo's feet, a huge white smoke suddenly burst out, and when the white smoke slowly dispersed, a huge psychic beast was immediately revealed, which was a poisonous beast, the black pepperfish. Those ninja soldiers who put down Konoha for me, it's the same as last time. Hanzo said in a deep voice. Okay. The pepperfish immediately took the order, turned around and crawled towards the battlefield, although it was climbing, but the speed was quite fast. Seeing this scene, Konoha's side suddenly became frightened. Not only is the center and left command level ugly, but the Konoha ninja army on the battlefield is even more terrifying. The recent battle that dealt a heavy blow to Konoha was not small, and it had already left an indelible shadow on them. At this moment, seeing the arrival of that poisonous beast again, they even had the mentality of giving up their opponent to escape. After all, no one wants to die, especially this kind of death that does not make much sense, they can't accept it. Even if they don't escape, the poisonous beast will come over with a mouthful of poisonous mist, and they will still fall. It's not much different from running away now. At the very least, it can retain a certain amount of living power. However, although they understood these truths, Konoha's bondage and the long-term installation of the will of fire made it difficult for them to really make up their minds to flee for a while. That wasn't the work of Konoha ninjas. Get them back. The middle left looked extremely ugly, and very decisively gave the order to retreat. Yes. A Hyuga clan member immediately agreed. Immediately, he faced somewhere on the front line and made a certain gesture. Apparently there were also Hyuga clans in front of him. Immediately after that, I saw an explosion in the air in front of me, and the smoke was not black smoke, but a pale yellow color, which was very obvious. The sound of explosions in the air is particularly penetrating, and it also echoes in bursts. The moment alarmed those who were fighting. Looking up and seeing the pale yellow smoke above, Konoha's ninja army immediately understood, and their eyes lit up. This is the retirement order given by the manager. The Konoha ninja army, which had long lost the desire to fight, immediately gave up its opponent with relief, quickly retreated, and jumped behind him. At this moment, they were really relieved. However, the next scene made their hearts rise to their throats. I saw that the opponents they gave up did not pursue them, but these ninja troops reformed into wings to outflank them and block their way back. The Yu Shinobu side obviously had a targeted strategy for the retreat of the Konoha shinobi army. In this way, Konoha's ninja army became concentrated and surrounded by Yu Shinobu, but Yu Shinobu retreated to the periphery. And at this moment, the poisonous beast pepperfish arrived unhurriedly. Only at this time did Konoha's side wake up instantly, and they were hit. The middle left almost didn't stand firmly, and cold sweat broke out behind his back. One of his decisions to retreat fell into the other party's scheme, and such a concentrated Konoha ninja army became the most favorable target and scope for poisoning under the gaze of the pepperfish. And at this moment, the army of Konoha in the rear could only watch, and it was too late to do anything. Not only was the middle left pale, but all the people in Konoha in the rear were extremely ugly. And the 8,000 Konoha ninja army surrounded by it was already desperate. On the other side, the Yoshinobu side all cheered, and their hearts were extremely happy. Especially Hanzo, he had long expected this result, so he had won this battle. It is precisely because he is so powerful that he scolds his subordinates for being a bunch of waste. The Konoha ninja army, in his opinion, can be killed with a wave of his hand, but the Yasui Sasho brothers caused him heavy losses, so he couldn't figure out how the Konoha ninja army was so difficult to fight. Isn't it now? The Konoha ninja army is under him, and there is no way to fight back. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud, and he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed after being made by his waste subordinates for a long time. Kill them for me. The sound of the shock came out, resounding in mid-air, and also into the battlefield. The huge poisonous beast pepperfish that led the order suddenly leaned back and its mouth bulged high, as if something was accumulating in its mouth. All the people of Konoha who saw this scene were like ashes. On the other hand, the Rain Ninja side was all shouting and cheering. Burst! The poisonous beast pepperfish finally sprayed out what had accumulated in its mouth, and the sound was like a waterfall. I saw a large piece of poisonous mist erupting from the mouth of the pepperfish, and instantly surged into the air, and under this mid-air, it was Konoha's 8,000 ninja army. Finished! At this moment, whether it was on the battlefield or in the rear, the Konoha ninja army closed their eyes at a moment, their faces were pale, and they secretly shouted in their hearts, "It's over, they can't keep it. 8,000 ninja army, just gone." Their heartache is incomparable. And the Rain Ninja side suddenly erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. Hanzo was laughing, but the relationship of the poison gas cover, he could not see the mouth movement, but from the crooked appearance of his eyes, he could still see that he was obviously laughing. He was laughing at the scene under the scene. This scene made him extremely happy. Well? What is that thing? However, at this moment, the afterglow from the corner of Hanzo's eyes suddenly captured a black afterimage, which was flashing towards the poisonous beast pepperfish at an extremely terrifying speed. Because he was far away and in a high position, he could see clearly. At that moment, his heart trembled violently, and he had a bad premonition. I saw that the black afterimage jumped into the air in a few flashes, and then slammed a punch into the head of the poisonous beast pepperfish. Boom! A dull sound exploded in the air, like a thunder on a sunny day, shaking the world with echoes. Chapter 97. The loud sound exploded in the air, and everyone who was shocked trembled violently. Belch! The laughter of all the Rain Ninja who was shouting suddenly stopped abruptly as if they were being choked by the throat. Immediately after that, they saw that the poisonous beast pepperfish was hit hard, and its huge size suddenly moved sideways. Hiss! Under the severe pain, the pepperfish hissed. Only at this time did everyone on Konoha's side open their eyes in surprise, and then their eyes widened and their mouths stammered. On the other side, the Yoshinobu side was frightened, and his eyes were also wide and his mouth was stammered. The two sides were almost equally surprised. Boom! The next moment, the huge body suddenly exploded, turning into a huge cloud of white smoke. The white smoke gradually dissipated, and the poisonous beast pepperfish had disappeared. Wind! Peacock whirlwind! At that moment, in mid-air, a strong whirlwind suddenly surged up, and under the extremely fast speed, a huge whirlwind immediately formed. The whirlwind was so big that it was bigger than the last fire tornado. This time, unlike before, the tail of the whirlwind formed this time was in Nakano's hands, and the other end of the huge whirlwind quickly rushed to the poisonous mist that was falling in mid-air. The powerful whirlwind had not yet approached the poisonous fog, and the huge whirlwind around the whirlwind had already dragged the poisonous fog towards the whirlwind. This scene is like when a tornado moves, blowing away houses that have not yet approached. Soon, the poisonous mist was dragged and sucked into the whirlwind under Nakano's control. Not only was the poisonous mist dragged by the huge rotational force, but even the ninja army of Konoha and Yoshinobu below was swept up in the air after being lifted off. Follow the whirlwind in a circle. The whistling wind turned them dizzy, unable to stand on their own. Under Nakano's control, the poisonous mist quickly followed the center of the whirlwind to the eye of the whirlwind, that is, Nakano's palm. After those poisonous mist came into contact with the venom, they were quickly absorbed. Feeling the power that burst out of his body, Nakano really felt the urge to shout. Soon, due to the factor of rotational force, the poisonous mist was quickly absorbed and wasted at all. Glancing at the many ninja troops swirled by the whirlwind above, both sides, Nakano couldn't help but laugh secretly. Immediately, he dispersed the whirlwind. After all, there were also Konoha's ninja army in it, and he could no longer control the whirlwind to rush to the battlefield. With a shake of his wings behind his back, he caught the Konoha ninja who fell from mid-air, only to block their descent for a moment, and then let go to catch the next one. In this way, Konoha's ninja landed safely, but the rain endured, under the seven dizziness, fell from mid-air, and almost all of them were killed by the fall. Nakano's appearance, the whole process was extremely fast. Under the impact, a punch exploded the poisonous beast pepperfish, and then immediately cast the wind ninjutsu to sweep away the poisonous mist, waiting until the whirlwind dissipated, whether it was Konoha's side or the rain ninja's side. Until this time, they woke up. It's Nakano-sama, Nakano-sama has come to save us. With Nakano-sama here, we can win this game and kill them. Kill them. Kill. For a time, the Konoha ninja army, which was already desperate on the battlefield, suddenly realized that it was not attacked by the poisonous mist, and after rescuing Nakano, it instantly exploded the audience. The soul figure is coming, then what else do they have to fear? Suddenly, as if they were possessed by the god of war, they were all extremely brave, and they all pounced on the rain ninja army that was already less than 8,000 in the periphery. On the other hand, looking at the rain ninja on the battlefield, since they saw the black monster in mid-air, they immediately thought of the rumors, and in addition to this black monster blowing up the poisonous beast pepperfish with one punch, they had long been shocked beyond belief. Seeing the Konoha ninja army who pounced on them, it looked as if they were about to eat them alive, and they were already panicked in their hearts, and they couldn't make any effective resistance before they were knocked down and stabbed to death by the Konoha ninja. On the entire battlefield, there was an instant reversal, and Konoha's side could almost be said to be slaughtering Yoshinobu, and the latter's side, having no desire to resist at all, fled towards the Yoshinobu base camp. Seeing this scene, the central left and Tsunade and other command layers and the army behind Konoha were simply excited and their eyes turned red, and Nakano's timely arrival saved 8,000 of his own personnel, not only saving these people, but also leading the enemy who killed the audience in one fell swoop. It made them even want to cry, of course, tears of joy. You know, just before, they were desperate, and now happiness came so suddenly, it really made them cry with joy. Among those on the battlefield, there are their fathers, there are their children and nephews. How this does not touch their hearts, how does it not surprise them? All this was brought to them because of Nakano's arrival. Let me ask, you don't admire such a character, you don't worship, then what do you worship? Therefore, Nakano really impressed and admired them at this moment. Nakano-kun, Konoha has you, Konoha no Yuki. Nakazuo muttered, his eyes filled with joy, and even he began to worship Nakano. Little junior brother, you are indeed very powerful. Zi Lai also showed a rare look of admiration. This is blood, this is youth. Mater shouted with jumping feet. Nakano-kun, you are so great. Yuri couldn't help but feel a little moist in her eyes, but she clearly had a greater element of happiness. Stinky boy, you stinky boy. Tsunade was really crying, she was completely crying and laughing, and a pair of beautiful eyes were always firmly locked on the figure in midair. This figure had actually occupied a place in her heart in the previous 4 years, but it was not obvious at that time, and even she did not want to admit it. Until the conquest of the Land of Rain began, this figure began to appear more and more obvious. When she found out, she was originally entangled. After all, there is an age difference. But as Nakano brought her more and more surprises, she also found that she was beginning to be a little obsessed with that figure, but she still didn't dare to show it. Until now, she suddenly didn't want to suppress her inner thoughts, and she even had the urge to run over and hug the figure. She knew it was crazy, but she just didn't care. Chapter 98. Sakamo Kiki has a wealth of mission experience, but this is his first time as a support force to participate in the war against the Land of Rain. He came just in time for Nakano to return to the village, so he also heard about some of Nakano's great achievements on the front line, and to be honest, he admired Nakano quite a lot. After all, Nakano was only in his teens, and it was already very remarkable to be able to do those deeds. However, he never imagined that he would one day be driven by someone so excited, and his passionate emotions were all brought up by Nakano above his head. It was this teenage child. The Jedi reversal that had just happened made him begin to admire Nakano. Only at this moment did he truly understand why the villagers and his own ninja army worshipped and respected Nakano so much. Feeling the excitement of being driven up in his body, he also began to join the killing of Yu Shinobu with his eyes shining. And at this moment, looking at the scene of the defeat of his own ninja army, Hanzo's face was gloomy and terrifying. The previous defeat of his subordinate Yuzuki Yasui, coupled with the successive defeats of Yasui Sasho, he was extremely resentful, hating that these two brothers were incompetent, and actually lost to Konoha one after another, causing him to lose his troops heavily. At the same time of anger, he was also very puzzled why Konoha was so difficult to fight. Even after he came to the front, he led the battle that took place not long ago, until he severely damaged Konoha. He thought even more. Konoha, what to fear? This made him feel that the previous defeats were caused by the incompetence of his subordinates. However, just a few minutes ago, his concept was completely overturned and completely broken. It wasn't until he saw the scene in front of him intuitively that he finally understood why the Yasui Sasho brothers lost miserably to Konoha. He finally understood why Konoha was so hard to fight. The result of everything is caused by the other party having that black monster. And that black monster is Nakano, who has the blood succession limit, a teenage child. It is with the leadership of this child that Konoha's ninja army will be morale like a rainbow again and again, cheer up again and again, turn the situation around again and again, and defeat them again and again. Everything is because of this half-old child. Hanzo stared gloomy at the black monster in the air, and he reached out to touch the weapon behind him. It was a huge scythe, and at the end of the handle of the scythe was a long chain, and at the end of the chain was an iron pendant like a scale. After he took the weapon, he jumped off the cliff, and in a few flashes he came to the battlefield. When those fleeing Yu Shinobu saw that the leader of their country was actually a relative, they were immediately calmed, they all stopped, and then followed Hanzo's steps and fired back. It has to be said that there needs to be a leader on the battlefield, and the more prominent and respected the identity of this leader, the better the effect. For a while, the morale of the Rain Ninja was also driven by Hanzo, and he frantically met Konoha's ninja army. I saw the half-hidden figure jump sharply, and after the scythe in his hand was raised, it was thrown towards the black monster in the air. Due to the restraint of the huge scythe and the rotation force of the round, the sharp scythe burst towards Nakano with the whistling sound of breaking wind. Be careful! After seeing this scene out of the corner of his eye, Kimuziuyun immediately turned his head and anxiously reminded him loudly. However, as if he hadn't heard or sensed the danger coming, Nakano still turned his back to Hanzo, who was attacking behind him. Seeing that the scythe was about to be cut, and Hanzo's eyes showed a hint of joy, Nakano moved. With a shake of his wings, he seemed to teleport, moving 4 or 5 meters forward, and the scythe with a howling wind just slammed through his original position. He turned around and moved his wrist, and the black silk thread immediately caught up with the scythe and firmly stuck it. And under Hanzo's rapid seal, he slapped one hand under him, and a huge source of water gushed out, and with this force, his figure flew over again, his hand shook, and the iron pendant at the end of the chain struck straight towards Nakano's face. Nakano's head tilted slightly, and he raised his other hand to grab it. Lived the front end of the iron pendant. And Hanzo's volley did not stop, and he clenched the chain with both hands, leaving a long gap in the chain between his arms. Immediately after that, he saw that he actually turned over the top of Nakano's head, his figure flipped, his knees arched, and then took advantage of the flip to slam towards Nakano's back. At the same moment, the chain he deliberately left between his arms was also strangled towards Nakano's neck. For a time, the front and rear attacks, two offensives came in unison, blocking Nakano's action space back and forth, and also putting Nakano in danger. I have to say that Hanzo's sense of battle is extremely strong, and the moment he strikes, he has already calculated the opponent's reaction, and he has also prepared to deal with it in advance, leaving behind a serial killing move. If Nakano lets go and lets his figure fall at this moment, it will once again usher in the next wild offensive. At the moment, everyone's faces became solemn. Hanzo was known as a demigod, and his strength was naturally undoubted. Moreover, his one-hand water escape is even more asserted that no one can surpass. In front of such super powerful and legendary figures, no one is optimistic, especially the command layer on Konoha's side. They all pinch a sweat for Nakano. They didn't want a supernova like Nakano to die here, which would undoubtedly be a catastrophic loss for Konoha. Therefore, they could no longer sit idly by, and rushed off the field one after another, rushing towards this side. And Hanzo in midair saw that the general trend had been decided, and the corners of his eyes narrowed, and he was obviously laughing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really can't believe that you have such strength at the age of 10, you are really a peerless genius, but you should not expose your talent to your enemies early. Because that will make you die early. With that, Hanzo increased his strength again, and he was bound to use this blow to kill him. However, Nakano's next move in front of him was very frightening to him. I saw that the black monster opened its mouth full of fangs, and it bit the chain that was pulled to the neck. With a click, the chain broke in response. You are indeed rich in combat experience, and the serial killing moves also dazzle me. However, in the face of absolute power, those tricks are useless. Chapter 99. In the face of absolute power, those tricks are useless. When the words fell, Nakano turned sharply, and he looked at Hanzo, who was all within reach, and the latter's face was obviously filled with surprise. In the face of the knee that slammed in, Nakano also raised his knee to meet it. He didn't believe that Hanzo's physique could be stronger than he was now. Water escape, burst impact. However, to Nakano's surprise, Hanzo quickly formed the seal and cast the water escape. I saw that Hanzo's hands that had already loosened their chains opened to him, and a large amount of water instantly gushed out, bursting out like a flood bursting an embankment. A large amount of water burst into his body, and Nakano immediately understood Hanzo's intentions, who clearly did not want to go head-to-head with him. At this thought, Nakano quickly reached out his hand and grabbed Hanzo, but as soon as his hand passed through the water curtain, there was a low sound behind the water curtain. Instantaneous technique. Under the fierce grasp, the water curtain is impressively empty. Nakano fluttered his wings, rushed out behind the water curtain, looked down, and found that Hanzo had escaped back to the ground. Don't you want your weapons? Nakano secretly felt funny. One by one, neither of them hurt anyone, but he forced Hanzo to abandon his weapon and retreat alone. Seeing this, he simply copied Hanzo's weapon into the arsenal with Venom. Immediately, he slowly lowered his figure and returned to the ground. And after this scene was seen by everyone, he almost dropped his jaw. Hanzo and Nakano's first confrontation, Hanzo actually fell into the downwind. And he lost his weapon. You know, among ninjas, it is considered a shame to abandon their weapons and run for their lives. Hanzo is a demigod, how so? Seeing this scene, Ren's heart suddenly fell to the bottom, and the excitement that had been driven up before immediately dissipated. Konoha's side, on the other hand, was even more morale boosted, and they all cheered up. The command levels such as Zongzuo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, who rushed in quickly, were also extremely surprised by this result. Nakano is strong, they all admit that. However, they never imagined that Nakano could actually be equal to Hanzo. Not only was it evenly divided, but under the exchange, it also gained the upper hand, forcing the other party to abandon his weapon and retreat. That's kind of scary. Hanzo's face when he returned to the ground was very ugly, and discarding his weapon was a shame for a ninja. However, he preferred to give up his weapons compared to his own safety. Moreover, through the short exchange just now, he realized that he had underestimated Nakano before, plus it was fighting in the air, which was not good for him, otherwise, it would not be this not. In that short exchange of more than 10 seconds, he didn't seem to be fighting a 1-year-old child at all, and the other party was more like a seasoned strongman. This frightened him. Especially when the latter opened his mouth and bit off the chain, let him know how strong the latter's physique was, so he did not dare to go head-to-head with Nakano. I do underestimate you, and I especially appreciate your talent, but unfortunately, you must die today. Hanzo stared at Nakano, who returned to the ground, and drank coldly, in front of so many people on the other side, and there was also his own ninja army, which was difficult for him to accept and made him greatly detrimental. Saying that, he quickly knotted the seal with both hands. Water escape, burst water rush. At that moment, Hanzo's moon cavity suddenly bulged, and his head was thrown back with his mouth closed. In the next instant, he opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of water, as if a flood passed through, and nearly 1,000 warring rain ninja and konoha's ninja rushed down in the water. In an instant, half of the battlefield was flooded. Water escape, water dragon technique. Hanzo did not pause, but connected with the Indian style, and once again performed the water ninjutsu. The art of water dragon bullets, in the anime, is the only known ninjutsu with the most seals, requiring a total of 44 prints, and once Kakashi copied the ninjutsu that never slashed. Seeing the number of Hanzo seals, Nakano felt extremely familiar, and then saw that the water in front of him suddenly broke, and a huge water dragon rose up into the sky, swirling towards him and swallowing it. This water dragon is not simply composed of water, but it has the water attribute Chakra, and its power cannot be underestimated. Nakano flashed to the side, but he landed above the water, and at his feet came a second water dragon, which was biting his leg with an open mouth, rushing and pushing him off the surface. Nakano, who was against the palate of the water dragon, sensed that another water dragon was swooping down from top to bottom. The two water dragons collided with each other as soon as they went up and down, and Nakano was between these two huge dragon heads. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the two huge dragon heads slammed together fiercely, making a huge noise. Suddenly, it was as if time had stood still at this moment. Whether it was the Rain Ninja or the Ninja of Konoha, everyone looked at it in horror. Dead or not? All you shinobu's hearts are concerned about this issue. Nakano will be fine, right? And everyone in Konoha was trembling and worried. Tsunade was surprised, her white hands covered her mouth, and she looked at the two water dragons that were still impacting in disbelief. She had just made her decision, she would not lose Nakano just like that. Yuri was also shocked, and with her chakra eyes open, she stared at the impact with a worried look on her face, but she did not stop her pace in the slightest, and she was still rushing towards it at great speed. The center-left command level is also extremely worried. For a time, Nakano's safety affected the hearts of everyone in the audience, including Hanzo himself. He stared at the intersection of the two water dragons, and his heart was also extremely nervous, without a hint of bottom. He naturally hoped to kill Nakano with one blow, but in his cognition, he felt that he would not kill Nakano so easily. The strength of the latter should not fall so quickly. Sure enough, the impact of the two water dragons weakened, and a large amount of water fell from mid-air, and among these water sources, a huge black ball fell together. Rumble! A large amount of water sources fell, lapping on the surface of the water, like a huge waterfall, making a huge noise, and splashing countless splashes. Black orb! Seeing the black orb, many ninjas on Konoha's side suddenly recalled the scene of Nakano's ninjutsu against Kamiyasui Sasho half a year ago. Immediately, their faces immediately surged with ecstasy, and with that black orb there, it meant that Nakano was fine. Sure enough, the water that had not yet calmed down broke, and Nakano slowly surfaced, and he reappeared on the surface of the water unharmed. Yes, this ninjutsu power can be, I wrote it down. Is there anything more powerful? Chapter 100. Seeing that Nakano was really safe and sound, Tsunade was relieved, and under the extreme speed, their group also came to the front. "Are you all right?" As soon as the concerned voice came out, the two women were stunned at the same time, and they actually asked at the same time. Yuri looked at Tsunade in surprise, and Tsunade also looked at Yuri, but her face instantly turned red, and she turned to look away. As a woman, Yuri is naturally more sensitive to this aspect, and she understood it immediately. She smiled slowly and did not say anything more. Belch. Nakano was also a little overwhelmed, and Tsunade's reaction was obviously a little wrong, different from usual. But when he saw the latter's face red, the color of the Polish, and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "It's okay, that little ninjutsu can't hurt me. Nakano-kun, I feel that you are getting stronger again." Yuri had a clear insight. "It's not strong, how can I protect you, ha?" Saying that, Nakano also looked at the command layers such as Nakazuo, Jiraiya, Kiki Sakumo, Matire, and Orochimaru who rushed in, and he nodded to them. And these people also nodded their heads in response with some excitement. However, when the Yu Shinobu side saw that Nakano was safe and sound, their face was very ugly, and their leader failed to hurt Nakano, which made it difficult for them to accept. Especially Hanzo, he was even more surprised. Nakano had already made him pay attention. At the same moment, as the strength of both sides increased, the fighting on the battlefield somehow suddenly stopped, and then they all returned behind their own commanders. The high-level officials on Yu Shinobu's side also rushed over. For a time, the two ninja armies were headed by their respective commanders, separated by only 100 meters apart, and both sides looked angrily at each other's camps. In the curtain, there is a rhythm of attacking the whole army. However, at this moment, everyone on Konoha's side saw that in the extreme distance, crimson wolf smoke rose from both directions, one left and one right. Not only these two, but also in the middle, there is also a light purple wolf smoke that has just risen, and the distance of this wolf smoke is relatively closer. Seeing this, everyone on Konoha's side was slightly stunned. The location of the two crimson wolf smoke in the extreme distance, they understood at a glance, they were corresponding to the direction of the land of wind and the land of earth, respectively. Obviously, these two countries should be attacking the land of rain. The wolf smoke is a signal of crisis, which means that both countries have broken through the front line of the land of rain. And the light purple wolf smoke in the middle, from the distance, it should be in the hinterland of the land of rain. As for what signal the light purple wolf smoke is, it is not clear from Konoha's side. Everyone on Konoha's side looked surprised, and they were all looked at by Yu Shinobu on the other side, and they couldn't help but look behind them suspiciously. However, when they saw the three wolf smokes, the faces of all of them changed drastically. The invasion of the land of wind and the land of rain will inevitably increase the losses of their land of rain greatly. Their top brass all looked gloomy. Especially Hanzo. After glancing at the two of the land of wind and the land of earth, he turned around and looked at the light purple wolf smoke in the middle, and it was obvious that the light purple wolf smoke in the middle made him even more anxious and angry. The hateful country of iron, when the time comes, look for death. He gritted his teeth angrily. Then, he turned his head back to look at Konoha. Now he can't take care of Nakano. If possible, he didn't want to deal with Konoha anymore, and although he wasn't afraid of Konoha, he could save some more troops, which would be more conducive to him dealing with the land of wind and the land of earth. I can't guess why your Konoha attacked my rain country, but after all, this war was provoked by your Konoha. Are you the same as the land of wind and the land of earth? Just for resources? Hanzo suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Although he didn't mention how rich the resources Konoha had, no one was stupid, this matter was recognized, no one didn't know, so he didn't mention much nonsense. What he meant was that the resources of the country of wind and the country of earth were relatively the most lacking, and it was understandable that the two countries fought for resources. After all, they also had to live. Whether you can grab the resources or not, the subordinates will see the real chapter. But you Konoha are rich in resources, why do you also attack my rain country, and the war is still provoked by you? Hanzo didn't understand this, and even if he defeated the battle, he would be confused. Hearing Hanzo's deep voice questioning, everyone on Konoha's side was even more angry. Resources. Konoha, don't disdain robbing other countries' resources. Zongzuo suddenly snorted coldly, but before he could continue speaking, Yuri was already anxious and angry and spoke first. Don't mention what resources are not available. You Rain country kidnapped my father, and you even dared to ask why we attacked you. Hearing this, Hanzo was immediately stunned. Why Konoha attacked his Rain country, he had guessed many reasons before, but there was no such one. His Rain country's captor Konoha? When was this? How did he not know? He looked at Yuri again, and suddenly found Yuri's Chakra eyes. The Uchiha family? The Land of Rain kidnaps the Uchiha clan? Something at all. It is impossible for his men to do such a thing behind his back, and he has absolute confidence in this. Besides, is Konoha so easy to invade? And it is still the person who kidnapped the Uchiha family, is it so good to hijack? If he really did that kind of thing, it would definitely be safer for him to go. But the problem was that he hadn't done that. After thinking about it, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and understood a little. There must be a misunderstanding in this. Immediately, he replied with a slightly slower face, you guys say that my Rain country kidnapped your Konoha Uchiha clan, then do you have evidence? Zongzuo took the conversation and laughed out loud, and replied sarcastically, evidence? The proof is the handwriting left by Patriarch Shosuke Uchiha, and the handwriting points to your Land of Rain. At this point, you Rain country didn't expect to leave this clue, right? Since that's the end of it, then we will make a concession and immediately release Shosuke Uchiha, so that we may withdraw the troops. Otherwise... Humph. Zongzuo's words were not finished in the end, but everyone understood what he meant, and if they didn't let people go, they Konoha wouldn't give up. Handwriting? Hanzo's heart was cold, and he instantly understood. He didn't ask again if the handwriting was from Shosuke Uchiha himself or something. Konoha would definitely have this verification. After all, attacking a country is not a trivial matter, and this decision will not be made without confirmation. But since it has been verified, it means that there is no problem with the handwriting. However, he did not kidnap Shosuke Uchiha in the Land of Rain. In that case, there is only one possibility. He is the Land of Rain, and he has been planted. Chapter 101. Hanzo was furious at the thought of his country being planted. However, he felt extremely puzzled, who planted it, and he couldn't think of anyone who would do this. Other countries? No way. If you want Konoha to help attack his Rain country, and other countries profit from it, there is no need for this. You know, infiltrating Konoha to kidnap the Uchiha Patriarch is not an easy task, and this matter itself is extremely dangerous. If one is not done well, it will attract Kimura's attack, and no one will do such a thing that is not worth the loss. If you want to fight him in the Land of Rain, it is very simple, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth are like this, and the purpose is also very simple, I just want resources. This is all a justifiable thing. The problem lies in the handwriting, which is directed at his Rain country, that is, someone wants Konoha to attack his Rain country. But who is this person? Who deliberately planted him in the Land of Rain? Hanzo couldn't think of anyone who would do this if he wanted to break his head. Anyway, he could be sure that he had not kidnapped the people in Konoha. Release people? Hanzo has one to say and two to say, and I will give you an accurate word now. My Rain country has never kidnapped anyone from your Konoha. Hanzo said with a gloomy face. He naturally didn't have a good face when he was planted. However, he also knew that even if he did not explain it, I am afraid that Konoha would not really believe it with just one word from him. But he still has to say it, because he didn't do that. Immediately, he said, don't threaten me with words, at this point, do you think I still care if you accept the troops? However, I advise you not to be used as a gun. Hearing this, almost everyone on Konoha's side heard the meaning of Hanzo's words. The meaning is also very obvious, that is, behind this matter, someone is making trouble, and the person who really kidnaps is not his Rain country. Why should we believe in you? Ji Lai asked unpleasantly. Hanzo snorted coldly and said, it's all about this, believe it or not, it's up to you. After that, he looked back at the three wolf smoke behind him, and his face became more and more gloomy. He continued, I will give you Konoha half a month to withdraw from the land of rain, and I have the right to assume that you Konoha have not come. Half a month later, if you don't withdraw, then my rain country officially declare war on your fire nation. My rain country is not afraid of any of your nations. Speaking of this, he turned to look at the rain army, and he said loudly, from now on, my country of rain officially declares war on the country of wind and the country of earth. Declaration of war. Declaration of war. Declaration of war. For a time, the army of rain ninja suddenly shouted in unison, and the sound was heaven shaking. Just let them go. Looking at the distant army of rain ninjas, Zi Lai also said puzzled. Not only him, but many people do not understand. If Nakano hadn't stopped Yuri, Yuri wouldn't have been able to let Hanzo go like this. Don't be impulsive, we are in the land of rain, are you still afraid that Hanzo will escape? Zongzuo patiently persuaded. Just now, the whole army was against each other, if you really want to do it, the casualties are too large, and... In fact, he also listened to some of what Hanzo said just now, and he also began to feel that something was a little wrong. If you look at a lot of things together, there are a lot of things that don't make sense. He's a little uncertain now. He wants to feed back the situation here to the ape flying sun, and let the latter decide what to do. After returning to his station, Yuri immediately found Nakano. Nakano-kun, why did you stop me just now? Yuri didn't understand, but she also knew that Nakano wouldn't do it for no reason, so she wanted to know why. Nakano sighed secretly, not knowing how to explain it, so that Yuri could not suspect him and see through the truth of the matter. In fact, Nakano knows that Yuri is very smart, but this matter involves Yuri's father, so Yuri is a little confused by the authorities, and she just wants to take revenge and save her father. Yuri, what do you think? What do you think of the strength of the land of rain? Hearing Nakano ask this, Yuri didn't understand why she asked this, but she still thought about it carefully. In fact, without Nakano, the land of rain is very difficult to fight, and Yuri knows this very well. Very strong. Nakano nodded and said, that's right, the strength of the rain country is indeed very strong, you think about it, since their rain country is so strong, if Hanzo really kidnapped his uncle, then why did he explain to us that he didn't kidnap? First of all, we have to make sure that even if he explains it, it's hard for us to believe him, right? Moreover, he should also know that it is impossible to convince us with just one sentence. If that's the case, then we will still attack them, so why should he explain? Anyway, to explain or not to explain, the final result, we are going to attack them. Then why did Hanzo do more? Speaking of this, Nakano looked at Yuri quietly. And Yuri finally came back and felt that something was wrong. She subconsciously asked, why? Nakano hugged Hilly with some distress, and said softly, it is very likely that he has been wronged, even if he is a strong person who is wronged, he will hope that the truth will be revealed and he will be innocent, right? For a moment, Yuri fell silent, as if digesting Nakano's words. How far has Uncle's chakra eye opened? Kaleidoscope sharing on. Oh, that should be powerful, right? Compared to Uncle and Hanzo, which of them is powerful? I don't know, how strong Hanzo's strength is, I don't know. Is it possible for Hanzo to lose his uncle in seconds? That's absolutely impossible. Yes. Speaking of this, Yuri was suddenly stunned and exclaimed, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. She had never thought about this before, she only wanted to take revenge and save her father. But now he was suddenly guided by Nakano to wake up, and his mind began to clear up, no longer filled with revenge. For a while, her mind also began to synthesize all the information, and then compare and analyze them one by one. After a long time, she turned her head to look at Nakano in surprise. Nakano-kun, did you already know? Chapter 102. Nakano-kun, did you already know? Yuri looked at Nakano in surprise, because she sensed a hint of strangeness from Nakano's clear rational organization, which did not seem to be thought of on an impromptu basis. Belch. Nakano was suddenly a little stunned. He had already woken up very carefully. Could it be that he had found a little clue? He wasn't sure, so he had to explain. I was just a little confused before, at most it was a guess, but there was no evidence, and it was not easy to say it, but when Hanzo made an explanation, I really began to be a little sure that perhaps, there is really someone behind this matter who is making trouble, not as simple as it seems. Since Hanzo has the strength and confidence to declare war on the three kingdoms at the same time, he is known as a demigod, there is really no need to say that sentence to prevaricate us. After all, we will not believe it. After listening to Nakano's words, Yuri tilted his head, and his delicate little face was full of suspicion, as if to say, why am I so unbelieving? But she didn't ask too much about it anymore, because she now had something more important to consider. That is, if it really wasn't the Land of Rain who kidnapped her father and son, who was the person who really kidnapped her father? That's what she cares about. At the same time, what she is most concerned about is that Shosuke Uchiha is still alive. She had been missing for almost a year, and she was even a little desperate for that thought. Nakano-kun, you said that my father Is he still alive? Yuri's mood was very low and pitiful. Nakano paused and hugged Yuri tighter. He knew that Shosuke Uchiha was actually useless after pointing the information at the Land of Rain in the eyes of Uchiha Madara. With Uchiha's ruthless style, he will definitely not stay alive, even if that person is his own clan. He didn't answer, just hugged Yuri tightly, giving him a warm embrace. Silence is the best answer. It had been so long, and he believed that Yuri already had the answer in his heart. Better a finger off than always aching. If you have psychological expectations early, you will not be so painful in the future. A few days later, when Sarutobi received the news from the front, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of Hokage's office and looked at Konoha village for a long time. He's tangled. For nearly a year, he has been secretly investigating the disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha, but until now, he has not obtained much clue. Shimura Danzo is his biggest target of suspicion, and the only suspect he can think of. However, it has been almost a year, and there is nothing wrong with the traces and actions. The front line also sent back news that Hanzo denied kidnapping Uchiha, and showed that someone was secretly making trouble, and someone was planting him Hanzo. 15 days, half a month, whether to retire or not, this is an imminent matter. Therefore, he was struggling with whether the village group would pick it out and go to the latter in person to talk about the matter. It's just that in this way, if it wasn't done by Tuanzang, it would really break Tuanzang's heart. However, he can't care so much now. In the clearing above the Hokage rock statue. At this moment, Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo appeared here, and the distance between the two people was more than 50 meters, looking at each other from a distance. It seems that it was the ape Flying Sun who led the group here. Danzo, I won't go around the corner with you either, here are just the two of us. You and I clearly said, is the disappearance of Shosuke Uchiha related to you? Ape Fari asked solemnly, his eyes fixed on the latter's eyes. He wanted to observe whether the latter was lying in his next words. Humph. Ape Fei, I already knew that you suspected me, those people in the dark department were following me, do you think I would not find out? You disappointed me so much, Ape Fly. Danzo's face was gloomy, and the only one eye revealed was full of indifference, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that Ape Flying Sun was inferior to him, and if he was in the position of Hokage, it would definitely bring more benefits to Konoha. Tuanzang, now is an extraordinary period, it can't be delayed any longer, I hope you can tell me the truth, in the end it has nothing to do with you. Ape Fari frowned and asked again. Humph. Tuanzang snorted coldly, he was extremely disappointed in the Ape Flying Sun. We both act differently, you and I know this very well, even if I am a little more radical, everything I do is thinking about Konoha and competing for more benefits for Konoha. This matter, take a step back, even if I participate in it, what benefit can Konoha get from it? After hearing Tuanzang's words, Sarutobi nodded, and he got the answer. Immediately, he sighed secretly and turned to look in the direction of the Land of Rain. He knew that the Land of Rain was also enough to be the culprit, but Hanzo's few words could not completely clear his suspicions about the latter. He secretly said, "If you make one last confirmation, and you don't get any evidence, then it can only go so far." A few days later, Konoha was inside the garrison of the Rain Country front. At this moment, Zongzuo had already summoned all the personnel in the command level to his main account headquarters. He looked around at the people present and saw that everyone had arrived, and he said solemnly, "We just received orders from Naruto-sama." For a while, everyone sat up straight and listened carefully, because what Zongzuo said next would determine whether to continue to conquer the Land of Rain, which was their biggest concern at the moment. "Naruto-sama means that we will make one last confirmation, and this time if we don't get evidence that the Land of Rain has kidnapped the Patriarch Uchiha Masusuke, then we will end this conquest." Hearing this, everyone present nodded, and also thought that this method was the safest. After all, Hanzo's words alone could not completely clear up suspicions. It's just that how to confirm it, that's a question. Before Nakazuo spoke again, he first looked at the representative of the Uchiha clan and Yuri. With obvious intentions, he was asking for the other's opinion. "I agree. Only, how do we confirm it?" Yuri nodded and asked the doubts in his heart again, which is also everyone's doubt, that is, how to confirm. "Okay, then I'll start announcing Naruto-sama's decision. The confirmation method is that we send a few people to infiltrate the hinterland of the Land of Rain and enter the Village of Rain to conduct an undercover investigation and collect evidence to see if Hanzo has kidnapped the Patriarch Shosuke Uchiha. His." At that moment, everyone gasped. Infiltrate Yuyan village to search for evidence? Can this go back? Chapter 103. That's right, it's to sneak into Yuyan village to search for evidence. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Zongzuo reiterated it, and then he introduced the young man on the side. "This is Akiya Yamanaka, Naruto-sama specially sent him to assist us. He is proficient in mind reading and can help us obtain information effectively." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at this young man, and someone immediately recognized this person, knowing that this person had worked in the intelligence department for many years and had rich experience. With the assistance of this young man, the trip will indeed be more effective with half the effort. However, the most difficult thing is to sneak into Yuyan village and pass the information back, which is what makes him feel difficult. After all, the existence known as a demigod was there, and none of them was sure of escaping from the hands of the demigod. Then next, let's discuss and decide the personnel who infiltrated Yuyan village this time. You know, this operation is extremely dangerous, and you must be prepared to sacrifice. As soon as the words came out, almost everyone subconsciously looked at Nakano, because Nakano's strength was obvious to all, and he and Hanzo could be equal, but then they turned back to their heads, and their faces showed shame. Nakano is only 10 years old, and when they encounter a problem, they first think of a child, and most importantly, the level of danger this time is very high, and it is very likely that they will not be able to come back. This is extremely humiliating for them. At that moment, they all stood up and took the initiative to ask for help. "Or I'll go, at the very least, there is still a certain guarantee in terms of safety. It's really not possible, I can fly back." Nakano stood up and took the initiative to say, "I'll go too." Yuri looked at Nakano expectantly. In the end, Nakano's sentence flew back, leaving everyone speechless. And the candidates for action, at Nakano's request, were only him, Yuri and Yamanaka Akiya. The three of them were also picked up by 3 people, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. There are only 10 days left for them. 6 days later, Yamanaka Akira also opened his eyes and took back the hand that was pressed on Yu Shinobu's head. "How's it going?" Yuri asked with concern, although there was no hope anymore, but every time she read the memory, she still inevitably wanted to know the result. "There is no valuable information." Yamanaka Akira also shook his head and said a little tiredly. "This is already the 28th Yu Shinobu, they are all looking for high-level figures in Yuyan village, especially the Yu Shinobu who is reading now. It is Hanzo's henchman, the kind that moves with him. If even this person doesn't know about the kidnapping, it almost means that Yuyan village really didn't kidnap Uchiha Shosuke. It seems that we are really the land of wronged rain. Yuri was suddenly a little lost. She also felt guilty. She had been fighting for the land of rain for almost a year, but in the end it was this result. This was a little difficult for her to accept. At the same time, she also remembered the person behind the scenes even more. Don't think too much, the way thing, both sides of our fire and rain are victims, to blame, everyone has to blame the person behind the scenes. Nakano stepped forward to comfort Yuri. He had long known that this was the result. He came here completely for Yuri, in order to untie the heart of the woman he liked. What was this little thing? Let's get out of here quickly. Hanzo already knows that someone has infiltrated their village. Nakano urged. And in fact, who knows, it is clear that Yu Shinobu, who has dispatched the whole village, is looking for infiltrators. After all, the disappearance of many high-level people, and the disappearance of people around Hanzo, how can it not alarm Hanzo? Well, good. Hey! Where are you three going? Just as the three of Nakano were about to leave Yuyan village, one of the many cross-patrol squads suddenly stopped them. Ah! We're going. Nakano, who turned his head, had not finished speaking, but he couldn't say anything, because the real bodies of the three of them were in this patrol team, and the other party was looking at them dumbfounded. Nakano suddenly cried and laughed, and admitted that he was unlucky. Let's go. Nakano patted the backs of Yuri and Akiya Yamanaka with both hands, and two pairs of wings appeared behind their backs. As soon as the wings moved, the two of them swung up and flew into the air. In front of them was a huge lake, which enclosed the village of Yuyan in the middle, and if you wanted to escape quickly, you had to fly away. It's the infiltrator, find the intruder. The people in this squad immediately shouted, and some people also sent signals into the air. Suddenly, countless rain ninja were rushing towards this side. Sorry. Excuse me, see you later. Nakano couldn't help but laugh secretly, jumped into the air, and venom immediately gushed out, changes into a wing form. Su! 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 At that moment, there were more than 20 Ku-Wu shooting towards Nakano, and there was an explosive charm tied to Ku-Wu. Rumble! 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 In desperation, Nakano threw out his shuriken and kunao one after another, intercepting those kunao who were about to approach, and then moved his wings and flew higher in the air. And those rain ninja did not give up, stepping on the water one after another, chasing closely below. Psychic! A sound of shouting came from behind itself, followed by the sound of a huge white smoke exploding. Then, the sound of a huge splash was also deafening. No need to ask, apparently Hanzo caught up too. Sure enough, it's you. Since you konoha are endless, then I will officially declare war on you at this moment. Want to escape? No way. Water escape, water arrow art. For a while, the surface of the lake below suddenly boiled, followed by hundreds of water arrows breaking through the water, and then shooting straight towards the three people in the air. The three people who were in the middle of the air looked down, and immediately felt their scalps numb, and Yuri's face was a little pale at the moment. Yamanaka Akira was also stunned, and he exclaimed in his heart, "It's over, can this still live? You have to wear a sieve." His combat ability is not very strong, so when he sees this scene, he is helpless, only dry stare. Wind escape, 1,000 faces of wind cut. Nakano quickly froze, and with a cold snort, thousands of small wind blades suddenly condensed from his body, and the next moment, these thousands of small wind blades immediately greeted the water arrows that shot from below. Burst! 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 The dull sound of the wind blade cutting through the water arrows resounded in this world, and what made Akira Yamanaka suffer for the rest of his life was that those water arrows were all intercepted by the wind blade without exception, and he secretly rejoiced that his life was worry-free. This. Nakano-kun, you're amazing. Nakano ignored Akiya Yamanaka's surprise, and looked down at Hanzo, who was standing on the head of the pepperfish, which was surprisingly fast because it was in the water. Hanzo's face was ugly, he really couldn't understand how this kid from Konoha had so many means, and every time he attacked, the other party could take it. Konoha boy, don't try to escape. Chapter 104. Water Escape, Water Dragon Technique. Hanzo's cold drink sounded behind him again, and the lake below began to boil again, and then, a huge water dragon broke through the lake and brought the sound of a dragon's groan, swallowing towards the three people in the air. You two go first. Nakano had to protect Yuri and Akiya Yamanaka, one was his woman, and the other he had to use this man's mouth to explain the results of the investigation to the people of Konoha. At that moment, Nakano also began to form a printing style, and quickly connected 44 printing styles with both hands. The technique he used was also a water dragon bullet technique. I saw that a huge water dragon rushed out of the lake below, and it crashed into the previous water dragon. Rumble! A huge splash of water burst out, and two water dragons planted into the water one after another, splashing huge water waves, blocking the figure of Yu Shinobu's pursuit, but did not affect the pepperfish at Hanzo's feet. But this was not the end. The two water dragons rushed out of the lake one after another and attacked together again. Are you learning my ninjutsu now? Hanzo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in some horror. This ability is not unusual. Konoha Uchiha's Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, but Uchiha's clan rarely has full attributes, so they can't copy ninjutsu without attributes. However, apart from the owner of the Sharingan, Hanzo had never heard of foreigners having the ability to copy ninjutsu. The shock that Nakano gave him was wave after wave, which made him feel more and more terrifying in Nakano. Haha! Don't get me wrong, I didn't just learn it, I learned it last time. Just now, Nakano didn't see the scene of Hanzo's seal at all. Upon hearing this, he almost vomited blood. He was also secretly ruthless. This son, he must not leave it to Konoha anymore. This kind of unborn genius, once he grows up, will be a catastrophic hidden danger for his reign country. This child must be removed. And Nakano, who was in the air, suddenly raised his figure a lot, making Hanzo, who was pursuing below, dry eyes. After he used Venom to absorb the toxin of pepperfish last time, the increase effect of Venom has increased to 2.5 times. In fact, Nakano's current strength, after the Venom is fully transformed, he is not afraid of Hanzo at all. The reason why there is no serious battle with it is completely because it is not necessary, especially since the latter's pepperfish still has some use for Venom. Maybe he will need the toxin of pepperfish in the future. At this time, it is completely unnecessary to fight you to death and me to live. And it's still early before Hanzo designed Yahiko, at least 10 years away, so there is no need to rush to deal with Hanzo. In this way, after Nakano caught up with Yuri and the two, he flew overhead, while Hanzo below was still poor. Soon, the surface of the lake skimmed by, and land appeared under your feet. After traveling some distance again, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru appeared from the shadows, and the three of them stopped Hanzo. And Yu Shinobu was also left far behind, and he couldn't even see the shadow. Right now, there are only 4 of them on the ground. Seeing this, Nakano felt novel. This is the battle of fame of the 3 shinobi. Immediately, he didn't pay attention to it. Anyway, none of them hurt anyone in the end. After Nakano Shojiri and Yamanaka Akiya took root, he withdrew their wings. I'll pick up the 3 of them. Immediately, he flew high in the air again. Huh? Sure enough, it was copied. Nakano suddenly smiled excitedly. He placed Venom wings on Yamanaka Akiya to actually copy the secret art of the Yamanaka clan. You know, the secret technique of reading memories is actually very changeable. State. As early as when he first watched the Naruto anime, he was particularly interested in this. This technique is used, there is a kind of stealing. A sense of déjà vu. How exciting it is that someone else's life, no matter what they have done, will repeat itself in front of you. The main thing is that this secret technique can make others have no secrets about you. The art of mind reading. The art of Tongshin. Copied to 2 secret arts. In this regard, Nakano was a little surprised, but he was also even more surprised. The art of mind reading, he knows, is the secret art of reading memory. And the art of Mako, in the anime during the Fourth World War, Yamanaka Hike used this secret technique on his daughter Yamanaka Ino, more like 1,000 miles of voice, can talk to each other in his mind. This is also a very convenient secret technique. And just as Nakano was familiar with these two secret techniques in his heart, he soon returned to the place where Tsunade and the others were fighting. Seeing that the four people below had summoned psychic beasts, and the battle situation had reached a fever pitch. In fact, Hanzo didn't use his full strength at all, but Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were already a little powerless to support. With the rematch, the psychic beasts of Tsunade's three people, Slug, Wentai, and 10,000 snakes, also broke one after another, and they all burst into huge white smoke and disappeared. Hanzo stepped on the top of the head of the pepperfish, with a look of staring at the world, overlooking the three people below. Suddenly, Hanzo threw out 7.8 kunai with a binding detonation charm at one time, and immediately walked towards the three of Tsunade. The three immediately jumped away. Bang! In the midst of the huge noise, black smoke also burst into the sky. Hanzo accurately sensed Tsunade's location, and immediately formed a print. For a while, Tsunade had just stood firm, but suddenly found that dozens of fire talismans appeared under her feet, which were heading towards her double. The legs were attached. Tsunade was stunned suddenly, she couldn't dodge anymore. Shuang! Are legs going to be wasted? At this moment, Nakano flashed and appeared in front of Tsunade, holding Tsunade with both hands and jumping to the side, and at the same time, the wings behind him also wrapped the two. Rumble! The huge fire followed, but after touching the wings transformed by the venom, it was immediately blocked. When the black smoke cleared and the fire dissipated, Hanzo realized that it was Nakano who suddenly appeared and saved Tsunade, and his face immediately became gloomy. It's you kid again. Hanzo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Suddenly, 4 or 5 snakes suddenly flew out, trapping Hanzo with entanglement. At this time, Hanzo saw clearly that it was Orochimaru's hand. Jiraiya. Orochimaru drank hoarsely, and Jiraiya immediately understood. Needle hell. Zi Lai also drank lowly, and the white hair on the back of his head suddenly shot out. Countless strands of hair like needles. Seeing that Hanzo was about to be hit by countless hair needles, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were about to see hope. Instantaneous technique. However, Hanzo's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a pool of splashes. When the poisonous beast's mountain pepperfish and Hanzo appeared again, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were no longer able to support it, and even standing was extremely laborious. Nakano spread his wings, and Tsunade's face in his arms was already red. Chapter 105. This little injury is nothing, I can fight again. Jiraiya struggled to support, and although he said that, he obviously struggled to even stand. Abominable. Even our cooperative attacks are ineffective. The big snake pill frowned, his face was ugly, and there were some signs of detachment in his paleness. It's good that you came in time, otherwise my leg. Tsunade's face turned red, and after glancing at Nakano, she immediately looked away. She was a little ashamed, but she was no longer able to fight. Damn it, is this the end of it? Jiraiya finally stopped his mouth and muttered a little desperately, but then he saw Nakano, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The strength of the three of you is indeed good, but compared to me, you are far behind. When your strength is stronger, come and challenge me again. In order to remember today's battle, I will give the three of you the title of Konoha 3 Shinobi. Hanzo looked proud at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, but after looking at Nakano, his face slowly became gloomy. This war was provoked by you Konoha, but considering that there is a reason for the incident, I don't want to think too much, so as not to fall into the arms of the villain, but you Konoha are also too deceitful, and you dare to sneak into my Yuyan village. Hanzo's face was very ugly, and Konoha's actions made him lose face. Moreover, he was really a little jealous of Nakano's talent, and he was afraid that the latter would grow up. I am returning this time to officially inform you that our Konoha will withdraw our troops immediately, and it is also a last resort to infiltrate your Yuyan village before, and this war is calculated by our Konoha. We in Konoha will give your country an explanation for the damage caused by this, and after that, someone will officially come to negotiate with you. Nakano's words were conveyed to Hanzo by Nakazuo, and this was Sarutobi's decision. After hearing these words, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru looked at Nakano in unison, and the latter's words were already very obvious. This war was completely calculated. Suddenly, the faces of the three of them were not very good looking. After Hanzo listened, his face eased a little. It was naturally best if Konoha could withdraw his troops, and he had no reason to provoke any more disputes. What's more, there is now the invasion of the land of wind and the land of earth. So good. However, if you Konoha find out who the person behind it is, please let me know, and I will not let this person go. If someone planted it, I am afraid that no one who puts this breath on will swallow it. No problem. Nakano agreed happily. Speaking of which, Uchiha was originally a public enemy, but I was afraid that Hanzo would not live at that time. Finally, Hanzo said halfway and looked at Nakano. Suddenly, Nakano looked at Hanzo in bewilderment, and the three of Tsunade also looked up suspiciously, not knowing what Hanzo wanted to do. Finally, I want you to use out. Blood succession boundary, a black monster, pick me up. This is the price you paid for infiltrating my Yuyan village and killing many of my henchmen. Hanzo's eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. He wanted to take this opportunity. Even if he couldn't kill Nakano, he would leave the scars of his Hanzo's victory on Nakano's body. Don't promise him. Tsunade immediately anxiously reassured Nakano how terrifying Hanzo's strength was. She had already learned, even if she joined forces with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they were not Hanzo's opponents. The war between our two countries is over, do you want to provoke it again? Jiraiya's complexion also changed, and he said to Hanzo with displeasure. Orochimaru stood in place with a pale face, looked left and right, and did not speak. Ha ha ha. This confrontation has nothing to do with the two countries. Nakano, dare to pick me up. Hanzo stepped on the pepperfish, overlooking Nakano below, and challenged. Why don't you dare? Nakano stepped out, and the wings behind him suddenly retracted, and venom surged. After coming out, he was also wrapped all over, and the black monster appeared again. Good. Hanzo's eyes lit up and he smiled triumphantly, and then he jumped off the head of the pepperfish, landed on the ground, and held a brand new scythe in his hand. There is only a distance of more than 100 meters between the two. As he passed Tsunade, Nakano chuckled, Hanzo almost burned your leg just now, see how I can avenge you. Tsunade only felt his cheeks burn, but his eyes were full of worry. The next moment, Hanzo and Nakano moved in unison. Both of them are so fast that they can't see clearly. At a distance of more than 100 meters, at such a speed, it is schemed in the blink of an eye. With a bang, the two people touched each other. The result? Tsunade hurriedly looked at Nakano, wondering if Nakano was hurt. Jiraiya's eyes rolled. Yuan, looking at the two people in the field in disbelief, at such a speed, he would never be able to do it, but he did not expect that Nakano actually did it. The big snake pill was also shocked by that speed and swallowed spit, and hurriedly looked at it. Nakano withdrew the venom and turned to look at Hanzo with a smile. Hanzo's weapon had already broken, but there were two more bone-deep scars under his ribs. These two wounds hurt his eyelids and trembled, but they were still not as shocked as in his heart. What a speed! It turned out to be much faster than me, and I am afraid that others will only see a black phantom flash. Phantom of black! Well, what a black phantom! Hanzo laughed miserably. He really found out at this time that it was already impossible for him to kill Nakano. From today onwards, I will admit your strength, and you will far surpass their three patients. In honor of you hurting me, I give you the title of Black Phantom. Hearing this, Zai and the big snake pill were terrified. They and Tsunade combined to fail to hurt Hanzo, and Nakano alone left two scars on Hanzo's body. You can imagine how big the gap is. They were all disciples of the ape Flying Sun, and they were more than 10 years ahead of Nakano, but they did not expect that after less than 5 years, Nakano had already far surpassed them. Tsunade hurried to Nakano's approach, looked up and down, and asked with concern, is it really not hurt? Nakano smiled and said, I'm not sure, after all, I'm wearing clothes, or else, let's go back and help me check it. Haha. After speaking, despite the shame and anger Tsunade resisted, as soon as he stopped him and hugged him, he jumped into the sky. Haha, you two go back slowly. Hearing this, Zi Liet and the big snake pill's faces immediately changed. After fighting hard, the physical strength of the two of them has long been exhausted, and if they go back, they will have to be in the year of the monkey. But Nakano couldn't manage that much, but now he and Tsunade had a warm storage time, what to do with two large light bulbs. And from this moment on, the name of Konoha-san Shinobi is famous in the ninja world. But at the same moment, the Black Phantom, which is more prestigious than Konoha's 3 shinobi, is even more turbulent in the ninja world. Chapter 106. Hey! Hurry up and I'll put it down. Being held to the sky by Princess Nakano in front of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, even Tsunade, who had already made up his mind to let go of worldly concepts, was inevitably a little embarrassed. At this height, are you sure you want me to let you go now? Nakano grabbed a wicked smile and laughed deliberately close to Tsunade's pretty face. And Tsunade was reserved, quickly dodged Nakano's face, blushed and glanced down, his brain suddenly boomed, and he was a little dizzy. Yes. Tender. With a sigh, she turned her head back even faster, and her hands subconsciously wrapped around Nakano's neck. You bastard, who let you throw me off here, won't you descend back to the ground? Tsunade retorted in an angry whisper, although she said that, now that it was only the two of them, she was obviously not as resistant as before. Call me an asshole again, believe it or not, I'm a real bastard to show you. Nakano pretended to be angry and said viciously. You're just a jerk. Not. However, Tsunade still wanted to say something, but Nakano had already buried his head in the block. Her eyes widened instantly. This scene was too abrupt for her, and she was not the slightest mentally prepared. However, the other party's fiery already pried her open. She only felt that all the strength in her body disappeared at this moment. Baby Ning snorted, and she bit it up in shame. It was used to express her reluctance, but she didn't use force at all. Women, the unleashable reservedness is just acting strangely. After returning to Konoha's camp, Tsunade ran away as if he were blushing. Nakano smiled and didn't chase after him. He knew that from today onwards, Tsunade would not be able to run away. You have to give Tsunade some time to get used to. After telling Zongzuo that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were still behind and needed to pick them up, he saw two people waiting for him. Yahiko and Nagato. You two are. Nakano was indeed a little surprised. The Konoha army had not officially notified the withdrawal, but at this moment, Yahiko and Nagato had already packed their clothes and looked like they were leaving now. Nakano-kun, the two of us have also heard that you are withdrawing your troops back to the Land of Fire, the two of us. Yahiko said this, glanced at Nagato beside him, and continued, after the two of us discussed it, we will not go to the Fire Country with you. For all this time, thanks to you taking me in, otherwise, I really don't know what kind of life I want to live. Yahiko smiled, his face full of gratitude to Nakano. Nakano-kun, my parents asked me to see it, and after I heard Yahiko's ambitions, I also plan to do something. After experiencing the demise of the village and this war, especially the moment when my father threatened, I experienced the horror of war, and I am fortunate enough to meet you to avoid the dark encounter. But there are still a lot of people in this world who are not as fortunate as I am, and they need help. Moreover, Yahiko alone should not come, I can assist him. Nagato also smiled at Nakano and said slowly, his personality was still a little shy, but as his contact with Yahiko increased, it also affected him to some extent, and he was now less cramped to talk to people. In addition, Nagato has now become a ninja, and after having a little self-preservation power, he has also increased his self-confidence. Yes? After listening to the words of the two, Nakano was really a little surprised. He had disrupted the original direction, but he did not expect that Yahiko and Nagato would still come together because of that goal. However, this saved him a lot of work. After all, Nagato couldn't go with him to Konoha, it would be too dangerous for Nagato. The two of them are in the Land of Rain, for at least 10 years, there is no danger. You two decided. Nakano looked at the two and asked. Yahiko and Nagato nodded in unison. Well, since you two have decided, then I will not forcibly keep it. Bringing peace to the world is also my goal, and I will work hard in the future. However, the goal of peace is not so easy to achieve. You can't just talk about it. When necessary, you still have to use some means. Nakano suggested, knowing that Yahiko's words would not work at all. Great, if Nakano-kun can come in the future, you will be our leader. Yahiko said happily. Nakano's strength, he knows, if Nakano can lead them, then the goal of peace will be relatively easy. Haha. Well, I'll come back to the land of rain to find you in the future. Let's put peace. Sprinkle all over the world. Nakano said solemnly. Okay, we're waiting for you. Let's work together. Yahiko and Nagato were also energized by Nakano's words, and their eyes were full of yearning for peace. When they separated, Yahiko took the initiative to return the venom to Nakano, but Nakano refused. Leaving venom to Yahiko and Nagato has two benefits. Not only did the two have injuries, but they could be used immediately. Moreover, if the venom is on Yahiko's body, he can also sense the direction, and if he comes to the land of rain again in the future, it will be convenient for him to find the two. Looking at the distant backs of Yahiko and Nagato, a smile appeared at the corner of Nakano's mouth. Peace? That's right, he will bring to the world. However, that would have to wait until he conquered this ninja realm before he could bring it by the way. At that time, his word was the rule, the law. Only deterrence will make others listen to you. Once ready, Konoha's army began to march towards the Fire Nation. After nearly a year, the war was finally over and they could finally return to their villages. Looking at the back of Konoha's army leaving, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in a forest far behind. Fortunately, Nagato didn't follow them back to Konoha, otherwise, it would be really nerve-wracking. Bai couldn't help but laugh and said that if that situation really happened, he and Heiju would have to expose their identities. Well, although Nagato's parents did not play a role this time, Nagato was also affected by the war, even if it was a little different from the plan, but this result is still within the plan. Isn't that kid by Nagato's side? Hi. When Nagato grows up, I believe that there is also a bond between the two of them, and when the time comes, let this child act as Nagato's parent to stimulate Nagato, and the result will be the same. Black Evil said with a smile. Chapter 107. The war is over. This time the army of Konoha returned to the village, and it was really possible to relax. Therefore, after the frontline reconnaissance team learned the news of the return of Konoha's army, they did not restrain themselves, but took the initiative to spread the news. After all, when relatives are back, how can there be no family to greet them? Therefore, as soon as this news spread, the entire Konoha village boiled. They all rushed out of the village to greet them, and some even ran out of the village impatiently to greet them. For a time, the entrance of Konoha village was full of people, and the black pressure was pressed, no less than tens of thousands. When the army of Konoha came to Konoha village, what they saw was such a spectacular scene. At the moment, relatives hug and cry each other, and lovers also see each other in tears. The whole scene is warm and sad. After all, there are still many relatives who have not returned, and those long-awaited family members have no idea how much pain they feel after learning the news of their loved ones dying in battle. Son, it's good to come back safely, it's good to come back. Mom, my son can come back, and I have to thank Lord Nakano, without him, my son really can't come back. The thought of being shrouded in poisonous fog made this person shudder. Therefore, the same scene played out between 10,000 pairs of families. There are also more than 3,000 ninja soldiers who were poisoned, and they are also telling the scene of Nakano detoxifying them. For a time, tens of thousands of people cast grateful and odd eyes on Nakano. They did not bother Nakano, after all, there were also relatives in the Nakano family who were anxiously waiting for him, and Nakano also needed a private space to reunite with his relatives. They can only secretly remember this great benefactor in their hearts. Invisibly, Nakano has become a big hero in the hearts of tens of thousands of people. A hero who saved nearly 10,000 people in one fell swoop. The original first grade A classmates, as well as the top 3 in the second grade and even the 6th grade A at that time, they also looked at Nakano with a wry smile in their leisure time with their relatives. At that time nearly 5 years ago, they would never have imagined that the brat who embarrassed them had now grown into a great benefactor who rescued his loved ones. For a while, they couldn't help but sigh. "I'm back." Nakano smiled at Kushina and Mikoto and Konan, in front of him, and at the same time, he walked towards them with open hands. And the third daughter also immediately pounced on him. There were not too many words, some just hugged tightly, as if to hug each other and not let the other person leave again. "Okay, the war is over." Nakano comforted them with a satisfied smile as he saw Yuri reuniting with his mother. Ape Flying Sun Chopper naturally heard the words of other families, so he was also secretly glad that he had taught Nakano the art of multiple shadow doppelganger, and he was looking at Nakano not far away, and he also showed a gratifying smile. It's just that in the heart of the Ape Flying Sun, there is still a mystery. That is, what is the purpose of the person behind Konoha's calculation? A few days later. "Look, it's Nakano-kun. It's really Nakano-sama. Good morning Nakano-sama. Nakano-sama, can you give me an autograph? Nakano-sama is so handsome." Walking all the way through the village, Nakano cried and laughed, and everyone who saw him on the side of the road would come to say hello, and even many villagers would bring him the freshly made delicacies. He also found that he had a group of loyal fans, and wherever he went, there would be some girls who would come forward to show their favor. After arriving at the Hokage building, he pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Nakano asked puzzled, and at the same time, he also saw that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were also there. As soon as Tsunade saw Nakano, a pink color suddenly appeared on his cheeks. "Ah, that's right, from today onwards, I will officially promote you to Shangnan, which is your Shangnan equipment." Sarutobi looked at Nakano with satisfaction and said, and then handed over a set of equipment into Nakano's hands. "Aren't you assessing?" Nakano couldn't help but ask suspiciously. He remembered that if Shinobu wanted to be promoted to Zongnan, he needed to be assessed, and there were many requirements for improving Shinobi, and he also needed to recommend people and letters and so on. "Ha ha ha." Ape Fari laughed, and then said, "The battle merits you get on the battlefield are the best assessment. Your current strength, I'm afraid that the ordinary Shangnan is not your opponent, right? Then how else to assess you? Do you still want to compete with those who are shinobi? Haha. Rest assured, the decision to promote you to the rank of superior shinobu was not my decision, it was a unanimous decision among the high level of Konoha." "Oh." Nakano nodded in understanding, without shirking. In fact, in his heart, it didn't matter whether he was under patience or upper tolerance. "Also, this key belongs to your new house, move in when you have time. Well, this is also the unanimous decision of the Konoha high level to reward you, your previous house was too small. Considering that you have a lot of little girlfriends, change you to a big house." Ape Fari laughed, and the last sentence was completely added by himself. Hearing this, Nakano's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed in his heart. This reward is not bad. Tsunade, on the other hand, couldn't help but blush. "Let Tsunade show you to your new home, she knows the way." After Nakano and Tsunade leave the Hokage's office, he encounters Wave Feng Shuman. "Nakano-kun, originally I was thinking of waiting for you to come back and challenge you again." Watergate smiled bitterly, and now he knew that he was far from Nakano's opponent. Immediately, he smiled again. "However, I have already entered the door of Jiraiya-sensei, I will practice hard, and one day sooner or later, I will surpass you." "Hehe, okay, you come on. You still have a little hope," Nakano said with a funny feeling. In fact, he was still looking forward to Watergate learning the art of Flying Thunder God, so that he could copy it. After passing through the Watergate, Nakano Yatsunade led the way and saw his big house. It is indeed a big house, not only covers a large area, but also has many rooms, and a large yard. That's too big, right? Nakano couldn't help but be surprised. In his impression, this kind of house could only be owned by famous families in Konoha. "It's not too big." Tsunade has a normal state of mind, she comes from a famous family and has a net worth, naturally she is not too cold to this type of house. "However, such a big house, only I live alone, it is also empty. Why don't you move in?" Nakano said with a smile. The beauty you think. Tsunade said lightly. Underscore. Chapter 108. Chapter 109. B. This code name was given to him by Shimura Danzo himself. He is the one with the strongest concealment ability in the root organization, and there is no one. If there is anyone who has stronger and better comprehensive ability than him, it is only Code A, but A has been probing intelligence in other countries for a long time and rarely returns. Therefore, the burden of monitoring Nakano this time fell on him, and in fact, he was also the most suitable candidate. Because the target's performance on the battlefield has shown that his strength is not that of an ordinary ninja, this mission requires B's concealment ability to avoid revealing his whereabouts. And B has been monitoring Nakano since the afternoon, and has been careful not to be discovered by the other party. Until 11:30 p.m., B was secretly observing, and now, it was time to finish work today. Nakano, male, less than 11 years old, just entered school at the age of 6, showed genius, hard without throwing accuracy, condensed chakra overnight, instantly learned the body. Only more than 40 days after enrollment, he graduated with the first place in consecutive 2nd grade to 6th grade A in the promotion assessment, setting the best record ever. After graduating, I teamed up with Tsunade and experienced no mission failure in 4 years. Moreover, at the age of 10, he also made a lot of combat achievements in the war that just ended. B repeated the resume of the target in his heart, and even if he was extremely excellent in the root organization, he couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. Nakano's resume results were so amazing to him, he considered himself inferior in terms of combat. However, he also has something he is proud of, and that is his ability to hide. It's a pity, you are not a sentient ninja, even if your strength is strong, you can't prevent me from prying into you. B couldn't help but secretly think proudly, he had been monitoring Nakano for most of the day, and the other party was not aware of his existence at all. No matter how dazzling the results in his resume are, Nakano still has something inferior to him, which makes him feel extremely proud. He should have slept already. B secretly thought that the target had been in the room for a long time, and the lights had been turned off. Apparently he had rested. Hi! You are indeed a very great genius, but I have something to beat you, and I will not lose to you. Laughing proudly in his heart, today's surveillance mission is over, and he should go back. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the darkness. Soon, he was in the forest. However, just after his foot stepped on a tree trunk, suddenly his foot seemed to be stuck to the tree trunk, and the forward speed made him stagger and almost fall under the tree. Fortunately, the footsteps were sticky tightly, so that they didn't really fall. What's going on? B looked back in surprise, and this look immediately made his eyes widen. I saw that above the trunk that stuck to him. I don't know when suddenly there was an extra person. This person was not much old. Under the moonlight, he couldn't see the other party's cheeks clearly for a while, but the other party's figure made him a little familiar. Who are you? B subconsciously asked in surprise. Hi. You've been watching me for most of the day, and you've come to ask me. Nakano suddenly felt ridiculous. You. Are you Nakano? Oto, who was awakened, suddenly became frightened. He seemed to have seen the other party's appearance clearly, and immediately recognized Nakano. Impossible, I monitored you for most of the day, and you didn't send it at all. Don't. Did you find out about me a long time ago? Yi said in shock. The pride he had just given birth to suddenly disappeared, replaced by fear. At that moment, he took out the Ku-Wu thorn and pointed at Nakano's face. He knows that as a person in darkness, he cannot be discovered, especially by the target, and once discovered, his fate will be sealed. The result is death. Even if the target doesn't kill him, Naidenzo won't keep him anymore. What's more, he was monitoring the heroes of Konoha village, and then the heroes who had made great achievements on the battlefield. Hi! Nakano sneered, his head slightly dodged the stabbing Ku-Wu, and after attaching the thunder attribute chakra on his palm, he instantly poked at B's throat. Die! The sound of the throat bone shattering spread, and B's eyes widened, looking incredulous. Soon, he was in a limp. After Nakano withdrew the sticky venom, Otoya fell to the ground. Coming to his side, Nakano took away his mask and revealed B's face. For Nakano, this is an unfamiliar face, about 17 years old, with 2 old scars on his face, presumably left when he was young. The reason why Nakano didn't talk too much nonsense with him was that he didn't think about asking anything from this person's mouth. Immediately, he pressed his palm on B's face. The art of mind reading is activated. Nakano looked directly at the person's memory. This is much more direct and effective than guarding the other person from lying. It's just that he is not too proficient in the art of mind reading, so it takes a little time. However, he should also be proficient in this technique, and he is not in a hurry anyway. Soon, B's memories began to unfold little by little to Nakano. Searching for memories is like a movie screen, and B's life is like a documentary. Well, is it also an orphan, who was kidnapped by Tuanzang's subordinates to the root organization and brainwashed for training. It turns out that the root organization is in this forest, in the opposite direction to the orphanage. Nakano secretly noted the location of the root organization, and when he watched the anime before, he really didn't know the specifics of the root organization. Where is the location? There are very few descriptions of the root in the anime. This time, through his memory search for B, he learned a lot of information. The longer Nakano used the technique of mind reading, the more proficient he became. The speed of searching for memories is also getting faster and faster, as if fast-forwarding. Codename A? Female? The best spy within the root organization? This should be Yakushi Yaneiyu. Nakano was a little surprised, but he didn't pay much attention either. Sure enough, this old thing sent him by Tuanzang. In fact, by this time, Nakano naturally knew that even if he didn't have to search his memory, this person must have been sent by Tuanzang. However, he mainly wanted to search the memory to see if there was any image of Danzo killing the Uchiha people. After all, that old thing collected a lot of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes and implanted them on his body. However, until he searched his memory, he did not see such a picture. This old thing must have killed a lot of Uchiha people, and Shui Shui is one of the later ones. He very much doubted that if there was Nose Hilly in the later stage, it would be related to this old thing. Chapter 110. The memory search is complete. Nakano withdrew his palm and wanted to leave the place, when suddenly, he remembered something he had just learned. He opened B's mouth suspiciously, and he saw that there was indeed a black mark on the latter's tongue. Sure enough, it's good that I have the art of reading minds. The seal of tongue bane. In order to bind his subordinates so that they could not tell the secrets about this old thing, Tuanzang really put a spell on his subordinates. If the person who is cast the spell says anything about him, he will be paralyzed, unable to speak or move. Sure enough, it's meticulous. However, you don't think that I can read minds, hehe. Nakano sneered, shook his head, and left the place after leaving something on B's body and clothes. As for B's corpse, this is the best communication tool. After returning to his new home, Xiaonan was still waiting for him. What the hell is going on, going out in such a late afternoon? It's okay, it's just an annoying fly, hehe, no one bothers us now. Xiaonan suddenly fell weakly into Nakano's arms. 2 hours later, within the root tissue. According to the time of monitoring, B should have come back to report to him a long time ago, but it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, and B had not returned yet. This made Tuanzang a little unable to sit still. He couldn't help but think of what Orochimaru had said to him a few hours ago. What? You've already sent someone to follow him secretly. When? Broken. Originally, we have been waiting for nearly 5 years without touching him, and even if he disappears, no one will suspect us. But if you send someone to follow him now, it will reveal your intentions. However, after Orochimaru said these words at that time, he did not care and did not agree with it. Because he is very confident in B's ability to conceal. However, now he felt that something was wrong, this situation had never happened before, and his confidence began to waver a little. Ryoma, hasn't B come back yet? He waited a little anxiously, and couldn't help but ask again a member of the root organization at the head of the head, this young man called Ryoma, who was a member of the Oil Lady clan. This person has a curved mark on the right corner of his mouth, and he wears a pair of dark sunglasses on his face all year round. This person and the big snake pill were the right arm during this period. Not back yet. The oil girl Ryoma bowed slightly and replied. When Tuanzang heard this, he suddenly felt a little gloomy. At this moment, another member of the root organization came here in a flash of fire. Report to Master Zhang, I just returned from outside, and I met B's body on the way. The member of the root organization immediately placed B's body in front of Ryoma, because this person was wearing a mask, so he could not see the person's facial expression, but from the voice of this person's speech, he could still hear that this person's mind was very uncalm. B's death brought a strong fear shock to this person, making him swallow spit. What? B died? Tuanzang's face was extremely ugly. He stepped down from the seat, quickly walked to B's corpse, looked down, and his eye sockets suddenly contracted. There was no other injury in the whole body, only a broken throat bone, and he was killed by one move. After examining B's body, the oil girl Ryoma came to a conclusion. And it was this conclusion that made him also begin to be frightened. B's strength, he is clear, is not the first in the root organization, but he can still rank at the top, but it is because of this strength, but he is still killed by someone with one move, which makes him feel afraid. Nakano actually has such strong strength? Listening to the conclusion of the oil girl Ryoma, another member of the root organization was already shocked on the spot. And Tuanzang was even more gloomy, as if it was about to drip out. Water comes in general. He was not only surprised by Nakano's perception ability, but also a little surprised by Nakano's strength and decisiveness. At this moment, he recalled the advice of the Great Snake Pill again, and he couldn't help but secretly regret it. He underestimated Nakano's abilities. This time, he has already exposed his intentions, and I am afraid that he will also be hated by Nakano. Stealing chickens is not a loss of rice. Damn it! Tuanzang secretly cursed in his heart. Huh? What is it? This is what Nakano left behind? The oil girl Ryoma's voice of surprise immediately attracted his attention. Then they saw a strip of cloth stuffed in B's mouth. The three foxes glanced at each other suspiciously, and the oil girl Ryoma unfolded the cloth strip, revealing the handwriting on it. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. Mess with me again, and I'll make your roots disappear from Konoha completely. This time, it's a lesson for you. The three of them read the 3 sentences on the cloth strip almost at the same time, and their hearts beat at the moment, and anger was born from their hearts. Damn, who does he think he is? Hokage? The oil girl Ryoma suddenly laughed. Another member of the root organization had just heard Nakano's name from the oil girl Ryoma, so he had just learned that the person who killed B was the big hero who had just returned from the battlefield, and he was immediately terrified. And Tuanzang's eyes narrowed slightly, he snorted coldly, the person who dared to threaten him, Nakano was still the first. He was thinking about how to make Nakano pay for these 2 words. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared on the sunglasses of the oil girl Ryoma, and the source of the light was the corpse of B under his feet. What? He subconsciously wondered, and immediately looked down, and at the moment he was scared that his heartbeat missed a beat. It's not good, it's a detonation charm, flash away. He shouted in horror, and at the same time that his figure exploded, his body immediately surged. A large number of poisonous insects appeared. I saw that B's body, no, it should be said that inside the compartment of the clothes, suddenly lit up like daylight, and the number of detonation charms was obviously quite a lot. At the same time that the sound of the oil girl Ryoma's loud drink came out, this space burst into an earth-shattering sound. Rumble! 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 The detonator exploded one after another, and between the billowing black smoke, some of the buildings here collapsed. The explosion lasted for a full 2 seconds before the sound of the tremor stopped. For a while, all the members of the root organization were alarmed and flashed over. Since this is the office area of Tuanzang, there are not too many other members of the root organization, only a few who serve as guards, and the casualties are not large. However, the member who just stood with the oil girl Ryoma is dead and can no longer die. Chapter 111. After all the members of the root organization arrived, they were horrified to see the ruin-like scene. Even the members of the dark department who were not far away were all alarmed. Everyone had no idea what was going on. They heard the earth-shaking explosion and felt the shaking of the entire building. When they got here, they learned that the original detonator was triggered. But they just couldn't understand because of this, how could there be so many detonators exploding? They didn't think too much, these doubts only flashed in their minds, and they rushed into the ruins to save people. The sudden opening of the 2 stone slabs startled these people, and then they secretly sighed with relief after seeing the people coming out from behind. The people who came out were Tenzo and the oil girl Ryoma. It's just that the appearance of the two is extremely embarrassing. Especially Tuanzang, his upper body clothes were tattered, his face was full of dirt, and the sleeve of his right arm was torn, leaking a little bandage wrapped inside. If it weren't for the sleeve being torn, he really wouldn't have found it. His right arm at this time was not completely bandaged around his neck as in the later period, and he had not yet obtained so many chakra eyes. The bandage on his right eye was also a little loose, but it looked like he had made it himself. The oil girl Ryoma is slightly better, but there is a large pile of poisonous insect corpses at his feet. The faces of both of them were gloomy and terrifying. Seeing this, the members of the dark department were better, while the members of the root organization did not even dare to breathe. Nakano, I can't spare you. The oil girl Ryoma gritted her teeth and said secretly. And at this moment, Tuanzang didn't say anything, but his anger was so great that even others could feel it. His eyes were full of anger, and his heart already hated Nakano to the extreme. Tuanzang, what's going on? Ape Feiriko looked at the ruins in front of him in surprise, and his heart was also extremely puzzled. Just now he was about to fall asleep, but suddenly there was a sound of explosion. You know, in the silent night, suddenly come like this, the movement is very large. And the direction of the source was where the root was, and he had to come and see. Along with him were the guards of Konoha village, as well as the high-ranking members of Konoha's famous gate. In the end, the big snake pill came the latest. When they saw a piece of waste, as well as the embarrassed Tuanzang and the oil girl Ryoma, they were all stunned. Seeing that so many people suddenly came, Tuanzang's face became even more ugly, and he quietly rewrapped the bandage spread out on his right arm. It's okay, Ape Fei, it's just an accident. Tuanzang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Was it really just an accident? Sarutobi looked at Tuanzang suspiciously. He was too familiar with the latter was obviously lying to him, but in front of so many people, he was not easy to ask. Immediately, he nodded, and after looking at the ruins again, the tip of his nose moved lightly, and he also smelled the smoke of the explosion charm. He didn't say anything more, turned and left the place. Seeing that the ape flying sun chop had left, the others were also surprised and puzzled, but they also left in the end. After seeing that everyone in the village had left, Tuanzang looked at the only big snake pill left. With a cold snort, Tuanzangki didn't say anything to the big snake pill, and then flicked his sleeves and left. This. What the hell is going on here? Orochimaru asked Ryoma, the oil girl, with an open mouth. It was all done by Nakano. Immediately, the oil girl Ryoma gritted her teeth and said to the big snake pill. Listening to this, the big snake pill secretly smacked his tongue, and in fear, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Hi! Judging from his deeds on the battlefield, he did indeed do this. Orochimaru laughed secretly in his heart. He suffered a loss at Nakano's hand, which was naturally unhappy, but after seeing that Tuanzang also suffered a big loss at Nakano's hand, he felt extremely refreshed. His psychology is like two children together. One child slips in stagnant water, the other child will say that the first child is stupid, but when the second child also slips, the first child will laugh loudly and laugh at the second child. It's the same thing. At the same time, Nakano, who was sleeping with Xiaonan in his arms, turned around and glanced at the thumb-sized venom that bounced back, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the venom was returned to the body, he slept sweetly. When he left B's body, he left the thumb-sized venom on B's body, but he did not control the venom attachment, but only stayed on B's body. It's like a drop of water resting on a leaf. When B's body is moved, the venom will slide to the ground like water droplets, and no one will notice it at all. And from the moment B's body was moved, Nakano already knew. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a rumbling sound to come from the forest. He knew that the lesson had been delivered. Therefore, when he returned from controlling the venom, he could also hold Xiaonan and sleep sweetly. On the second day, Nakano deliberately took Konan and Jushine to eat at a very popular barbecue restaurant on the street. Mikoto and Yuri couldn't get out of it, so it was just the three of them. As for Tsunade, she also couldn't pull her face and shared Nakano with these little pot friends in person. The people I met along the way greeted Nakano warmly. When the three of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant, they immediately heard someone talking about yesterday's movement. Hey! Did you hear the explosion yesterday? Of course I heard it, but I can't hear such a big movement. What the hell is going on, who of you knows? I heard that there seemed to be an explosion in the forest over there. Do you still need to say this? If you want to know the real situation, let me tell you, it is. Speaking of this person obviously looked around with some caution, and then continued in a low voice, that's the explosion of the training base of the Dark Department. This person said, seeing that everyone was confused, obviously not knowing the existence of the dark part, this person was suddenly a little proud. The man added, it's actually not accurate to say that, strictly speaking, that's where the root organization is based. Huh? Root organization? So what kind of organization? Yes, these two you mentioned, how come we haven't heard of it? SHH. Don't ask, I don't know, I just eavesdropped on my dad yesterday night. Hearing this, Nakano was immediately more relieved, it was just an explosion in the root tissue. And these people who are talking about it, Nakano also knows, are all former first-year A classmates, all of them are after Konoha's famous family, and they are also parents of Naruto's generation. He spun and walked over. Huh? It's Nakano-kun. Nakano-kun, I heard that you are now a shinobi. As soon as this sentence came out, the friends were stunned again. They are all out of the same first grade A, and now, they are only Shintoi, but Nakano is already a shinobi. This makes them feel like dogs in the day, which is difficult for them to accept. Chapter 112. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. I don't know if Tenzo devoted himself to the operation of repairing the root base, or whether he wanted to stop the turmoil caused by the bombing of the base. In short, in this half-month, Danzo did not have any trouble coming to Nakano again. And Nakano is naturally happy. He has already brought Juzune to his new home, and with Zionin, the three of them have a particularly warm life. However, in the past half-month, he rarely saw Yuri and Mikoto, and from just a few words, he also more or less understood that within the Uchiha clan, radicals and doves were fighting. After nearly a year, the patriarch Masuke Uchiha has not been found since he disappeared, and the news of Masuke Uchiha's death has been circulating in the clan. As a result, the radicals were a little unable to sit still, advocating the election of a new patriarch. The doves, on the other hand, are on the side of Uchiha Masusuke, who firmly believe that Uchiha Masuke is still alive and oppose the election of a new patriarch until there is solid evidence. These two factions were not very confrontational a long time ago. Previously, with Masusuke Uchiha sitting in town, the radicals did not dare to make too many mistakes, and now is the time when the dragons are leaderless, and the radicals are even more unscrupulous. Nakano still knows a little about the history of the development of this clan. He remembers that Uchiha Fugaku is a representative of the radical faction, advocating for the acquisition of the rights of Konoha's high-ranking ranks, and the core of power, even the position of Hokage. Therefore, later, under the coup plan of Uchiha Fugaku, he was exterminated by Tenzo assigned by Tenzo. In the final analysis, radicals are too ambitious and take advantage of excessive crisis awareness to self-brainwash. On this day, after Nakano and Konan's delicious food made by Jushine, Mikoto came to Nakano's new home in a panic. Hey! Mikoto, you came just right, try the rice balls and rolls I made. Nakano and Konan, they said they were delicious. Seeing Mikoto's arrival, Jushina immediately welcomed her with joy. However, she soon noticed Mikato's panicked look. "What's wrong, Mikato?" Nakano came to the front and asked with concern. "It's not good, Nakano-kun, the two groups of people in our clan are inseparable. When I left, the scene was already a little uncontrollable, and Yuri was also involved. You go and help Yuri," Mikato said anxiously, and after Nakano heard this, his face immediately showed displeasure, and he quickly rushed to the Uchiha clan. At this time, in the council hall of the Uchiha clan, the people with a clear position were divided into two groups of people from the first place. These two groups are both radical and dovish. Yuri sits at the top, and the patriarch Shosuke Uchiha is her father, so she represents her father's voice. It's just a table, and there is no real patriarch. At this moment, the radicals wanted to get Yuri's consent and make a statement to re-elect the patriarch, and with this statement, it would be much easier for them to rectify the entire Uchiha next, if it was logical. It's just that Yuri is also a dove, and she will not admit that her father is dead without obtaining evidence of his true death. Therefore, it would not be agreed to re-elect the patriarch. She was so determined with two considerations. One point is that her father's whereabouts have not yet been confirmed, and she wants to keep the position of patriarch for her father, so that when her father returns, she can also have an explanation to his father. The second point is that the ideas of the radicals are too dangerous and contrary to the original intention of peace. They always want to compete with Senju and other famous families for power, and even dominate Konoha. If they really do so, they will definitely start disputes again, and at that time, the Uchiha family will become the target of everyone. That would be a disaster for the Uchiha clan, and she must not let things go in that direction. Yuri, let me ask you again, do you agree to re-elect a new patriarch? Uchiha also kept a calm face, looking aggressive, and asked Yuri, who was sitting in the first place, again. As the elder of the Uchiha clan, he is the representative of the radical faction, and their radical faction has a new patriarch, that is, Uchiha Fugaku. Kang Yi, how did you talk to the little princess? Uchiha Shihei immediately reprimanded. He is also an elder, but he is a representative of the dovish lineage. Hearing this, Kang Ye sneered, but still said slowly, "Okay, I'll call her a little princess for the time being. However, you must make a statement today, otherwise you are engaged in separatism." For separatists, there has always been the strictest family rule in the clan. Xiangping suddenly said angrily, "Kang Ye, I can see that you are already impatient, and you have already begun to give us the hat of separatism. You're pushing Uchiha into a corner." Kang also smiled disdainfully, and said proudly, "Dead end? Even if it is a dead end, it is because there is a group of weak people like you who have no sense of crisis in Uchiha." Hi! Xiangping laughed angrily, and he also said decisively, "Well, it seems that neither of us can convince anyone. In that case, then I will also put the words here, we do not agree to elect a new patriarch. Even if the patriarch of Shosuke dies, it should be replaced by the little princess, not others." Upon hearing this, not only Kang Ye's face froze, but even Fu Yu, who had never spoken, also changed his complexion. If Yuri is really allowed to take over the position of patriarch, then their radical faction will no longer be able to influence Uchiha's future position in Konoha village. In their opinion, if it really develops like this, then in the future, Yu's Haibo will inevitably be suppressed by the Thousand Hands clan and cannot raise his head. This is something they must not let go. It seems that you are determined to lead Uchiha to decline. Since this is the case, there is nothing more to say. Kang Ye said with a gloomy face, and immediately, he shouted, "Take Yuri for me." At that moment, two Uchiha clansmen immediately flashed out from the queue of the radicals, and these two immediately rushed towards Yuri. I don't know if Yuri is disappointed in the clansmen or worried about the unknown life and death of her father. Her eyes are empty, and there is no other reaction at all. "How dare you make a mistake to the little princess?" Shohei immediately scolded, and immediately, two people flashed out of the dove queue to greet him. However, the dovish two are clearly not the opponents of the radical two. Within a few strokes, the two doves were knocked to the ground. Seeing that the two people rushed towards Yuri again, Shohei wanted to go to the rescue, but was stopped by Soya. Suddenly, sweat broke out on his forehead in a hurry. The rest of the doves tried to stop it, but it was too late. At this dangerous moment, Xiangping suddenly saw that the two people of the radical faction suddenly flew out upside down, and he was immediately stunned. What's going on? Chapter 113. After the two figures flew out upside down, they smashed the two chairs and broke apart. In this scene, not only Uchiha Shihei was stunned, but also the Uchiha people in the dovish array were stunned. Moreover, even the radicals represented by Uchiha Soil were also baffled at the same time. It is clear that Use Haibo's clan is here. Who is this hand? Everyone set their sights on the first place. Only then did they see clearly that a teenage child suddenly appeared next to Yuri. Nakano. After they saw the child's face, many people exclaimed the child's name. Now Nakano is a famous person in Konoha village, and almost everyone knows it. The battle merits he obtained on the battlefield shocked many people, especially many clansmen of Uchiha who had personally experienced and witnessed it on the battlefield. At this moment, when they saw Nakano again, they naturally recognized it at first sight. At the same time, Nakano's appearance also surprised all the Uchiha people present. However, at this moment, after Shihei saw Nakano, he was extremely excited, and the relationship between Nakano and Yuri, after nearly 5 years, he naturally knew it for a long time. Therefore, it is best for Nakano to come at this time, and it is best for their dovish family. And if the radicals want to hold Yuri hostage, they naturally have to ask Yuri's boyfriend if he is willing. Nakano. What do you mean by trespassing on our Uchiha clan land and injuring our Uchiha clan people? Kang Ye's face became ugly when he saw that it was Nakano who injured his own clan. He didn't go to the battlefield, so he hadn't personally experienced how strong Nakano's strength was, but he still heard a little, so he didn't dare to underestimate Nakano. After Fugaku saw Nakano appear, his eyelids couldn't help shaking, and his face was ugly. They also know the relationship between Nakano and Yuri, and Nakano appears at this time, which is very unfavorable to them. What do you mean? You ask this kind of question, are you stupid or am I stupid? What, do you want to give me a big hat too? Nakano sneered. He looked around at the Uchiha people present, many of whom he had seen on the battlefield, but now, they were clearly divided into two factions. When Kang Ye and Fuyu heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. But before they could speak, Nakano said again, I didn't want to care about the factional rivalry within your clan. However, since you have given birth to the mind to move the ruler, then I will take care of the affairs within your clan. I also tell you, at this point, Nakano pointed at Soya and his group of radicals and said, aren't you trying to elect a new patriarch? I can tell you clearly now, no way, don't think about it. Even if the previous patriarch does not return, that patriarch will not be able to take your turn. I will decide here, and the next patriarch will be Ji. Nakano's words were round, and they reached the ears of everyone present, which also made everyone's faces show shock. The doves on Shihei's side were overjoyed by their self-congratulations, and with Nakano supporting them, their waists could naturally straighten up. On the other hand, the radicals on the rich side showed an incredulous look. This shock then turned into anger. Cut! It's a joke. Kang Ye suddenly laughed. He continued, in the affairs of our Uchiha clan, it is not the turn of an outsider to tell us 5 or 6. For the sake of you being a disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and you have repeatedly won battle merits on the battlefield, I don't care about you. Leave quickly, I'll be when you haven't come. Otherwise. Speaking of this, Kang Ye snorted coldly and did not continue. Otherwise, go on. Nakano immediately smiled, he was also curious, he really wanted to hear what the words behind were. Don't toast, don't eat, eat, and punish wine. However, Kang Ye's anger suddenly could not be suppressed, and he burst into laughter at the moment. Ha ha ha. Nakano laughed loudly, and then after the smile converged, his eyes narrowed slightly, I can also see that if there is no blood today, it will not stop. At this time, Yuri suddenly took his hand, and Nakano looked back at Yuri, only to see that the latter's eyes were full of entanglement and unbearable color. Nakano understood that Yuri was afraid that he would go on a killing spree. He smiled and nodded to him. And after Kang Ye heard Nakano's words, the anger in his eyes was almost erupting. He immediately laughed angrily. Today's matter, but related to the future direction of Uchiha, he could not allow the slightest mistake. He shouted, "Well, all this is your own fault, no one else is to blame. Come man, kill this kid for me. 3 generations of Hokage, I have my own explanation." After saying that, a fierce smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, after his words fell, only 5.6 people rushed out of the queue, and the remaining radicals did not move, which made him very shocked, and the smile that had just appeared froze on the corners of his mouth. These 5.6 people were also immediately embarrassed on the spot, neither in nor in retreat. The rest of the radicals bowed their heads and did not hear. The shock that Nakano gave them on the battlefield was simply too great, and they knew that even if they rushed up, they would be enough to choke Nakano's opponent. Especially after Nakano exploded the pepperfish with a punch, the fight with Hanzo, although it was not so earth-shattering, they really felt the strength of Nakano. In addition, they are all more or less favored by Nakano, so at this time, they are ashamed to make a move on Nakano. "Didn't hear me, did you?" Kang Ye turned around in anger and scolded. "Hi! Forget it, tell others to do something, don't you want to kill me? Just you!" Nakano said, stepping down from the top platform. Kang Ye's eye sockets contracted, and his eyes spewed fire with a sinister smile. "Good. Then let me meet you to see how strong you are." Saying that, his eyes opened sharply, and the eyes of the riding wheel also opened immediately. He spun and put on a fight. Su. However, when he saw Nakano's figure move, he was immediately shocked. He originally thought that with the help of the Sharingan, he could see all of Nakano's movements and avoid them. However, until this moment, he really realized the strength of Nakano. He did see Nakano's movements, but his body couldn't react. The next moment, he vomited blood and flew out. And before his moon, a palm mark collapsed. Before he landed, his consciousness was blurred. He has already given birth to the idea of moving's Hiri, how could Nakano still let him stay in this world? Chapter 114. Kang, who flew out and fell to the ground, was also motionless. Someone immediately stepped forward to check, and was immediately stunned. "Death. He's dead." After the words fell, all the Uchiha clans in the entire huge council hall were shocked. With just one palm, the sky is dead. Nakano's power made them stammer. No one dared to say anything more. Only Shihei regretted Soya after being frightened, but he then became excited. Nakano turned his head and took a deep look at Fugaku without saying anything more. He strode out of here with Yuri. In his eyes, everyone in that council hall was almost no different from the dead. Anyway, in the anime, those people died in the extermination of the clan. What he is doing now is already a change of direction to save those people, and if any of those people dare to rise up, he will kill them again. After returning to his new home, accompanied by Konan, Kushina, and Mikoto, Yuri was finally less gloomy. "Nakano-kun, actually, I don't have the idea of becoming a patriarch," Yuri said openly to Nakano. "That's okay, it's actually better this way. What a patriarch, hard work. In my opinion, in your faction, the person who speaks for you is good. When the time comes, you can let him assist you and he will be the acting patriarch. Just be a dispenser," Nakano said half-jokingly. "I really want to thank you, Nakano-kun, I really don't know how to deal with this kind of thing without you." "Let's not say thank you." Nakano smiled shallowly and hugged Yuri into his arms. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, nothing happened again, and Nakano spent a wonderful month with 4 little beauties, and of course, the big beauty Tsunade. During this time, Nakano also went to visit Matsumura Takeda, and during the first time he was enrolled, he also received some care from Takeda, who was good to him, he remembered. After Takeda saw Nakano, he was very flattered. At this time, Nakano was no longer the Nakano who had just entered the school, and now Nakano, who is now a big hero, can still remember him, which makes him very moved. The two chatted together about interesting stories from their time at the ninja school, talking and laughing, showing a warm picture. At the same time, Nakano also used his leisure time to test the venom again with the thunder-devouring gate. The effect was very little, and if he wanted to increase the multiplier of the increase again, he could only find another shortcut. And in the Uchiha clan, after Nakano's shock, it did have an effect, and the radicals seemed to moderate all of a sudden, and the person who did not pick the head appeared again. There is no longer a long eye to bothers Hilly. This, naturally, is also happy to see. Teacher, are you looking for me? After Nakano received the message from the Dark Ministry, he also immediately came to the Hokage's office. Hi. You boy, very decisive. After seeing Nakano, Sarutobi was very happy, put down the pen in his hand, and scolded with a smile. I don't know what the teacher means. Nakano asked a little puzzled. Uchiha, what else can there be? Didn't you kid break into the Uchiha clan 3 months ago and kill a radical elder? Why, it's only been 3 months, and you forgot about it. Hearing this, Nakano smiled and admitted frankly, who told that old guy to want to hurt Yuri? I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Sarutobi looked at Nakano with a squint and a smile, and continued, is it all a coincidence that your actions calmed the leaders of the radical faction within their clan and stabilized the position of the patriarch of the Shosuk lineage? Belch. Have you realized my selfishness? Ah. Ha ha. The position of patriarch, that's only in passing. Besides, the ideas of those radical factions are too detrimental to Konoha's unity. I feel that Shosuk's faction is good, at the very least, they really want to integrate into Konoha, and they don't value fame and fortune. Nakano simply told the truth. Oh. Sarutobi suddenly looked at Nakano again. The latter's words really surprised him. Originally he just thought that Nakano helped Yuri stabilize the position of patriarch in order to fight for the benefit of his little girlfriend. He didn't expect that Nakano's perspective on this matter was actually based on Konoha. This really surprised him a little. For a while, he looked at Nakano and liked it more and more. You know, he wants to train Nakano according to the next Hokage, and this perspective of looking at things is extremely important and necessary. Well, you did a good job with this. The radical faction in their Uchiha clan has actually been a headache for me, and I have been worried that the position of patriarch will be occupied by the radical faction, and you can solve this problem in one fell swoop, but it has invisibly relieved me a lot of pressure. Moreover, with your relationship with Yuri, it is best for you to solve it. They can't say anything, they can't blame the Konoha high level. This point, don't blame the teacher for thinking so, this is really important. I sent someone to spy on you for 3 months, it seems that they were really shocked by you, ha ha ha. Sarutobi said with relief and happiness that he already regarded Nakano as his own, so he did not carry Nakano behind his back on some words. Nodding, Nakano agreed with Sarutobi Hibi's words. You don't know, the Uchiha clan, in Konoha. It's really special. I've always been careful with them. You can also see from Shosuk's disappearance, our conquest of the land of rain. Okay, let's not talk about this. I called you here today. There is another thing. You helped me go to your senior brother's Big Snake Pills laboratory. I heard that he and Tuanzang are experimenting with children. Of course, don't make a noise if you go. If it's a misunderstanding, then it's better. After Ape Fei said this, his face also showed a hint of worry. Orochimaru was his favorite disciple before Nakano appeared, and Orochimaru was also cultivated by him as the next Hokage, so he was very concerned about Orochimaru's actions. Good. Then I'll take a trip. Nakano remembered that at this stage, Orochimaru's laboratory was still open, studying ninjutsu and occult arts, etc., and Ape Flying Sun Chopper knew. Even studying the original Muduan, he knew. However, what he didn't know was that the Big Snake Pill and the group were hiding on the research wooden dun, using human living bodies, and he didn't know that these children almost didn't survive. The only survivor is Yamato, but even if Yamato survives, Orochimaru doesn't know. He thought it didn't succeed. In the end, Danzo accidentally discovers that Yamato is still alive and is brought into the root organization by him. Secretly trained to become a member of the root organization and given the code name A. Of course, this is all an afterword. Chapter 115 Nakano-sama, please stop. Further on, it's the off-limits zone. A member of the root organization wearing a black hat and black robe and a patterned mask stopped Nakano and politely dissuaded him. If an ordinary person came here, he would face the warning of ku-wu throwing, and he would not show up, but after seeing that it was Nakano, this person had to be polite. After all, Nakano was a disciple of the third generation of Hokage, and his identity was not ordinary. Nakano was also lazy to talk more nonsense with the other party, and directly took out the pass token given by the ape Flying Sun. Ah! Nakano-sama, please. As soon as this person saw the token, he immediately respectfully stepped aside and bowed his head. Nakano walked along the way, and soon came to a building with a large konoha motif on it. Pushing the door and walking in, a cool breeze suddenly came from inside, and without pause, he walked straight in. At the same time, the member of the root organization who had just stopped Nakano outside deliberately stopped for a few minutes after seeing Nakano enter the laboratory, spun into the forest, and then quickly walked towards the root base. Hi! Did you go to the ventilation to report the message? Nakano smiled lightly, and did not care. When he turned a corner, he also came to another door. When he opened the door again, he saw many test instruments inside, but these test tools had nothing to do with living testing. And the big snake pill was looking down at something under one of the microscopes. Oh? Little junior brother? What a rarity! Orochimaru looked at Nakano in surprise. He never expected Nakano to come to his laboratory. In this regard, he was very happy. He had long wanted to get close to Nakano, but the other party had not given him a chance. If you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall, I heard that you are experimenting with human living bodies. Nakano asked casually, but what he looked at was a rectangular sealed white snake peeling. He remembered that when Orochimaru and Ape Fury were chopped in front of their parents' tombstones as children, they saw the mold of the white snake and became interested in immortality. At that time, Sarutobi said to Orochimaru that it was a symbol of regeneration. It was at that moment that the big snake pill who lost his parents and felt dark and afraid of life found his purpose in life. Eternal life. In fact, in a sense, in the end, the big snake pill did get immortality, and I have to say that the big snake pill is indeed very talented and a genius. However, he was too desperate and cold-blooded. Human living? When Orochimaru heard this, his eyelids trembled. Ha ha ha! The little junior brother said and laughed. How could the senior brother do that? Someone must be spreading rumors. The little junior brother should not believe it. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was very oozing with laughter, and his heart moved, secretly doubting the purpose of Nakano's coming here, and he suspected that it was very likely that Sarutobi had noticed something. Oh? So, someone framed you? So what's behind this wall? Why don't you let me break it? How about we see? Nakano pointed to the wall in front of him, like a smiling snake pill. When he watched the white snake molt, he used ultrasound to capture the scene behind this wall. Among them are many cylindrical glass tanks more than 2 meters high, filled with unknown liquids. For this scene, Nakano really knew it. In Yamato's memories, there are many of these incubating devices, and these incubating devices were developed by Muduan, and children implanted with intercolumn cells would be placed in them to incubate. However, at present, there are no children in those glass tanks, and they are all empty. When Orochimaru heard this, his face changed, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't pay attention to Muduan's plan, so he smiled again. Did the teacher ask you to come? Hehe. Since the little junior brother already knew, the senior brother would not hide it. In the face of great experimental results, some living organisms are nothing. Remember what senior brother told you, I can make you immortal. Suddenly, after Orochimaru said this, he suddenly remembered something, and he asked, when you came, did you meet someone from the root organization? Nakano smiled and nodded in confirmation. Broken. You get out of here quickly, maybe the regiment. Nakano interrupted Orochimaru's words and continued, Danzo? Scold. Knight, he's already here. In his perception, Tuanzang had already reached the door of the laboratory. The next moment, the sound of opening the door came, which also confirmed Nakano's words. Seeing this, the face of the big snake pill instantly sank. Nakano was of great use to him, and had a great role in promoting the goal of immortality. He really didn't want Nakano to fall into Danzo's hands. And Nakano's purpose in coming here was actually to meet Orochimaru and Danzo, and it was time to meet officially, and he was not interested in those experiments. At this moment, the door of this room opened with a bang. Tuanzang walked into the room impressively. Nakano looked at Tuanzang's right arm for the first time. The latter's right arm hung at his side very casually, no different from a normal person, and his clothes were normal, and at this moment Tuanzang was not as in the later period, wrapping the entire right arm around his neck with a bandage. However, this does not mean that there is no chakra eye on the right arm of the hidden body, and the bandage is wrapped around it. But this also shows one thing: at this time, Tenzo did not have so many chakra eyes. Those Sharingan of the latter in the later period should have been obtained in the Uchiha clan. It's really you, Nakano. It's really hard to find a place to break through iron shoes, and it doesn't take any effort to get it. I didn't go to you, you actually sent it yourself. After Tuanzang opened the door, he saw Nakano at a glance, and he with one eye tied, his face immediately became gloomy. He glanced at the big snake pill, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He still remembered the bombing of the base 3 months ago. No one had ever dared to do that to him. Moreover, now in the laboratory, there is only Nakano alone. He joined forces with the big snake pill, and he can't take Nakano? Oh? It seems that my trip is really dangerous. Nakano said softly, although he did not panic much, but he did not feel much relaxed. Hi. At the end of the day, you're still too young. Tuanzang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said faintly. The big snake pill was anxious in his heart, and hurriedly said, the teacher asked him to come, don't be impulsive. Well? Tuanzang frowned, but quickly relaxed. He smiled wickedly, I clearly saw him leave, even if he disappeared, what does it matter to me? Before the words fell, the big snake pill was horrified to find that Tuanzang's body had begun to unrealize. He was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked at Nakano. Sure enough, Danzo appeared in front of Nakano as if teleporting, and punched Nakano's abdomen, causing Nakano's face to change drastically, and he bent down in pain. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, Danzo put his fingers together and quickly poked twice at Nakano's 2 collarbones. Humph! I've sealed your 3 big places. Cave, you can't use chakra, what else can you do? A smile appeared on Tuanzang's gloomy face. Seeing this, the big snake pill was originally white. His face immediately turned even whiter. Hi! Old thing, you're really fast. However, Nakano raised his head and laughed loudly, and then under the terrified gazes of Orochimaru and Danzo, he banged, exploded into a cloud of white smoke, and disappeared. Chapter 116. What? Shadow Doppelganger. Watching the scene of Nakano exploding into white smoke and disappearing, Tenzo was surprised. The big snake pill on the side also did not expect this result. Nakano turned out to be a laboratory that used a shadow avatar. For a while, the big snake pill suddenly smiled in his heart. He really underestimated Nakano again and again, and although this also surprised him somewhat, it was his great joy that Nakano did not fall into Danzo's hands. And at this moment, Tenzo was extremely resentful, and he was actually tricked by Nakano again. The last explosion of the detonation charm made him extremely embarrassed among the upper echelons of Konoha, although no one else knew that Nakano did it, but he himself knew that he could swallow this chi. However, this breath has not yet subsided, but now he is being tricked by Nakano, and the accumulation of these 2 breaths almost makes him vomit blood. Tuanzang has always calculated when others have been played like this, and it has been twice in a row. Damn Nakano, I can't spare you. Tuanzang, who had an extremely ugly face, cursed. No, he might still be around. At this thought, Tuanzang suddenly rushed out of the laboratory. At this moment, Nakano was sleeping in a large tree not far from the laboratory. He was lying on a tree trunk and suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old thing, the speed is really fast enough. Nakano still has some understanding of Tuanzang's strength, and this time, it is completely him who is just answering it. He remembered that when this old thing sneaked up on Uchiha to stop the water, he didn't even react to stop the water, until a kaleidoscope chakra eye was taken away, and the water stop reacted to take precautions. You know, the name of instantaneous water stop is not called in vain, and if there is no speed beyond human speed, it will not be given this name. But even if the water stop has such an extraordinary speed, it is still successfully attacked by Tuanzang, and I have to say that the speed of Tuanzang is also very terrifying. Therefore, Nakano also had to take precautions. This old yin is very yin. However, I am not afraid of this old thing. There is no other god who stops the water, and Izanami in the Yuri. This old thing is more troublesome for Izanagi, but it is only multiple lives. Thinking about it, Nakano stood up and looked at the laboratory. At this moment, a figure really rushed out of the laboratory, and this figure was Tuanzang. At the same time that Nakano saw Danzo, the latter also saw him. The eyes of the two met in the air, and suddenly met the firelight. "You're really still around?" Tuanzang said grimly. At this moment, he was resentful, and he couldn't wait to capture Nakano immediately and torture him. "Hi! The space inside the lab is too narrow, and the outside is suitable for activities." Nakano laughed. The next moment, there was no more nonsense. The body of the two. I saw Tuanzang take out two Ku-Wu, and under the injection of the wind attribute chakra, Ku-Wu suddenly turned into two sharp swords, each of which had a blade half a meter long above Ku-Wu. Wind escape, shuriken. The next moment, Tuanzang suddenly threw out two kunao with a long edge of rice, like two white saw plates, spinning and flying towards Nakano. Wherever they passed, everything that was sheltered by trees was cut off. "Hey! Fengdun, I'll give you a Fengdun ninjutsu to play with." After Nakano easily dodged, he smiled and began to quickly tie up the print. Wind escape, 1,000 faces of wind cut. The sound of drinking sounded, and thousands of small wind blades suddenly condensed from Zhongai's body, and the next moment, these thousands of small wind blades slashed towards Tuanzang at great speed. In an instant, the low mid-air was full of wind blades, covering the whole body. At this moment, Tenzo was surprised and stammered, not because of this 1,000-faced wind-cut ninjutsu, but because Nakano actually used the wind escape ninjutsu. However, now he obviously does not have much time to be surprised. Tudun, Tuliu City Wall. Under the rapid ceiling, Tuanzang also used a super strong earth flow city wall than the earth flow wall defense. I saw that the earth in front of the regiment hiding suddenly rumbled and raised an earthen city wall tens of meters high.